Chapter 1 Agrugias de Pass C. No death, no arrest. Ning bufan, you hay vine ve dead the girl's bathroom, spied an young lady is during their bath, and seized Misiki Antla lomping pill. Your actions are shameless and despicable, worse than a beast, and ofamos thenis nature. Ask the president, I hereby declare authority warrior expelled from Hunter Association, alio urinor ser revoked, and Doraya shall be gouged out, along with the severing go for near mass punishment. Do you accept this? In the Grand Hall of Hunter Association Sophacy building in Feng City, a palafastiout, blood streaming from his eyes and with own arms severed at the shoulder, knelt in the ground, his featuresque contorted in rejai, Ning bufan, refused to accept. The life prolonging pill was given to me by my master. It was drug be kyan and left in a daze when I entered the girl's bathroom. Silence, a booming voice echoed throughout he hall, interrupting him. Dorito quibble, Yausk death. Bang! A figure lunged forward, striking Ning bufan shed with a palm. Blood gas shed from his nose and mouth as she collapsed heavily to the ground, unconscious. Hemph, scumanverman, you deserve edity. Someone, throw high mutan, this famalekolek the corpse. Yes. Time passed, and eventually, Ning bufan stirred from his unconsciousness. He was disoriented, unsure of his surroundings, but instinctively, has struggled to reach into his pockets with his remaining right hand bone was still there. These weighs a heavy price ha paid with his eye sandarm ha could no ta forward to low seat. Yet, his consciousness began to fade on some more. No, I cannot I must deliver the pill to the hospital otherwise, my mother will not be saved. Hesitantly screamed when, fighting to stay awake. At that moment, footsteps approached, and a youth with delicate features, as fair as a girl, crouched beside Ning bufan. Gazing at the pitiful Ning bufan, the Unmin smirked with delight to his brother, you are in Queteter estate, aren't you? Ning Yifan, the adopted son of Ning family. Ning bufan had Jonah missing when he was 5 years old. The Ning family took him Thiskiled, naming him Ning Yifan, which meant remember Ning bufan. Yifan, quick libering thelif prolonging piltimith or Ning bufan's thoughts were solely on saving his mother. Though his breath was faint Tandy could slip back in town consciousness aid nimimit. Heclutchet the box tightly. Rest assured, thelifepra lomping piliprocord will certain lyriach mother in time. So you need not worry, a hand force a blice, little box from infant's grasp. What did you say? You procure the lift prolonging pill? Anger flared in Ning bufan's face. Ning Yifan smiled smugly of course, it was I will procure it. Do I think it was you, the scum hope he petted girls bathing, obtained it, ha. You Ning bufan chartressed with fury. Suddenly, a small car screeched to a halt nearby. A striking ungumankla din radexateth of a hit clean hurried over. Yifan, die to bring the medicine and he dead to save mother? Herv wasu uslay said with urgency. Hearing that familiar voice, a glimmer of hope painted in Ning bufan chartsense. Ning wushuang, thethered miss off Ning family. Sansanjia, saves Avim Ning bufan creed out desperately, filled with hope. Ning Yufan's expression shifted slightly, and with a sorrowful demeanor, hested up. Sanjia, do not blame brother Idisel my fault. Ning Yufan's face was suffused with guilt. I sup the lift prolonging pill formather, but brother worry d wood take yalof mother's love, so hupper semeto demand the pill, claiming it was his fili al tributetamather, hoping to gain her affection. Idisel my fault for an acquiescing to him, which led him to take a desperate measure as by stealing the lift prolonging pill from the girls' Bournemouth Hunter Association. When his theft was discovered, he was punished, resulting in this calamity. Sanjia, brother has suffrage retly please blame mainstead ash spoke, tears off Sorrowin self-reproach streamed from Ning Yufan's eyes. Ning bufangre to dis teeth in rage, butin his currentate, hakuden le muster all his strength to intermittently explains, please believe Alim, the tis know the truth it was I who sought the pill, not him. Enough. Even at this moment, you still dare toquable. Ning Wushuang shouted angrily, her gaze filled with disdain for Ning bufan. Bu twunchiter nedtoning Yifan, here I opened with tenderness on sympathy how can the disparity between people so vast? Yufan is speaking in your behalf, yet he is the wish to steal his credit. Yifan, ye need not blame Mayo yourself, tis is no our fault. He brought thys upon himself fond deservish his fate. Ning Lun showed a cold glance feeling Ning bufan, her expression indifferent. Sanjia, please adon it say that. Ning Yifan appeared anxious, placing the blood-stained pillbox synthoning Wushuang shans. Does this the medicine mother needs will I to save her? Ning Wushuan sudden lie kamatoer sansazil most for Godaltusk quickly. Saves Avim Sanji Ning bufan, sensing that they were ignoring him, Summoned a list strength tome Horsker for help. Hemph. Your worthless life is off no concern is saving mother risk for more important. Ning washuan clutch at the box sandashed towards the car. Every thingent Ning family belongs to me melanguisher and witty our death. Let me tell ya, the shemethaten snare dio was concocted by mean haha. Amidst heavenoma slaughter, Ning Yifan hurried after Ning Wushuang, leaving Ning Bufan behind, fled with salation and despair, ashaclosidizes. Time passed, and found himself in an ambulance, Bane grushed to hospital, cowed by passers-by. Due to excessive bloodless, that Octor declared him dead upon arrival. Perhaps Saudo fun willingness to accept this fate, Ning Bufan's spirit detached from his lifeless body and drifted to his mother's hospital room. Inside, a middle-aged woman clad in a hospital gown appeared radiant. Mrs. Ning, you orphan and now with a few days so frest, you can bet is charged. With that doctor's announcement, Thera Meripteden jubilant cheers. The woman was Ning Bufan's mother, Lin Mei. Mother, it was all thanks to Yfanthistime. Ning Wushuang exclaimedly, Father, based in Yfan's merits today, he must bear warded handsomely. Ha ha ha. Arrow bust middle Gedman laughed heartily. Ning Xiao, the head off Ning family, own off T5 prominent from Elias and Feng City, and Ning Bufan's father. Yi Fun, you were retrolimi Goodson, 100 times better than the twaste, Ning Bufan. Water wardoi udi sire? Ning Zia's word sworry overheard by Ning Bufan's spirit, causing Gisharda to tremble father. I am a waste? Do I not remember theta twazu horse ged malefeto extract the poison from Iowa wouldn't be an anomaly, saving you? Father, saving mother is thedudi vasan how could I ask for a word? Ning Yifan hastily wavishand. Master, there is trouble. Suddenly, a Ning fam leservan trushted in. Breathless. Young Master Bufan has just died at the hospital duetto failed resuscitation. Theorem fell into an eerie silence. Ning Bufan felt a slight stir within him. Even Indiath, they grieved. It thought it was a significant matter? A cold huff of indifference shittered the silence, as Lin Mai spoke from the bedside. Ning Bufan felt numb, disbelief clouding his gaze as she looked that Lin Mai was thistrally his mother? Lin Mai grasped Ning Yifan chand, smiling euphemism truzon thuts and has been gani since was 5. Ning Bufan's soul trembled violently, curling into a ball mother. If it were not for the lift prolonging pill I obtained with my life, would he still be livino? Dispose off t corpse at a nodal type benotha thu assassin off Ning family Ning zuavadishan dismissively. The Ning family has no room for some like him. In that moment, Ning Bufan shiarchiddered completely. Yes. The servant as flashed with a complicate expression. Wait. Ning Yufan called after the servant, handing Goverastakov bills with a choked voice. After all, Heizami brother give Heim a proper burial. After saying this, Healy and encloser, lowering his voice after dismembering that beast, tossed a piece into the sorto fade the rots. The servant's expression froze, butte upon seeing Ning Yufan's fierce gaze, he accepteth themini and departed. Yifan, you are too kind, if Ning Bufan hatevan hofio yermerit, would not be so disappointed and heartbroken. As Ning Bufan's spirit stumbled due tofty hospital room, he hard the lamentation soft Ning Zio and o thirst behind him. You feel heartbroken, but I am truly heartbroken. Ha ha ha. Ning Bufan threw wished back and laughed, yet no one heard a slaughter. At that moment, several individuals wheeled this corpsey out of the room, disappearing down the corridor. Ning Bufan's spirit hurried to follow. Yufan instructeth that thighs was this corpse a betis membered and toss it into the sordo faitharots. What? Sacral? Stop talking nonsense, said just followed he orders. Yes. Ning Bufan's eastwouldn't in furia sure at he heavens. Ning family, I, Ning Bufan, vow that even in death, it shall not spare you die. Ning Bufan, declare to the Ning familia grudges de pasthesia, Noshert sky, no death, no arista. Chapter 2 Descending th Mountain for Revenge. When Ning Bufan's consciousness awakened Donsmarie, Heffelfist Badai leaping gond bounding through the air. The howling wind rushed paws thizars, accompanied by theoria screeches off monstrous screechers. The familiar scent off blood filleth his nostrils. Simultaneously, he detecteth the presence of semi own familiar. He was bound to the back of this familiar person. Master, is that you? Ning Bufan's sightless eyes, rendered useless, shed drops off blood steers off profound emotion. Even if the entire world forsook him, has still had his master. Ami. Still alive. Ning Bufan's excitement surged. As long as your master is sure, you shall not perishitis notieti our timitoti. Fielder lemon sprinteth through the deep mountains, vanquishing the strange creatures that are to adopt him. In a world where a bizarre monsters roamed freely, Thidens forests were the most perilous soft place, def from the hunter softy extraordinary, ordinary pildered na tread. Donnet bedishartened. After entering this ordeal, your resolve ain't hepathof to sword will be el them or unwavering. Trusty our masterio will sure litrin send, therium thatalin. Ning bufan seed to speak, hissily obsessionate thought moment was revenge. 5 years later, atop the summit halfway shone. Upon a Toring's tone slab stood a strikingly handsome youngman, his expression ascaldace, leaning upanasta frezombeling word sheath. His eyes were a shroudy din black cloth, and dis left sleeve hunjumty. A gust of wind swept be, lifting the black cloth de tobacco fiché dan fluttering empty sleeve. Surrounding him were hundreds soft grotesque creatures, their faces twisted in malice, their crimsonias ficed intently upon Theoman. Roar. Suddenly, the colossal creature at the forefront unleashed a roar that shook the very heavens, leaping forward to charge. Behind it, a torrent of hundred softmonsters surged forth, launching an assault. Ning bufan remained expressionless, only when Thuavio of creatures was upon him did it press down sharply on the top of his staff. Swish. The brilliancy of this word flashed like snow. In the next thirpiet, hundred soft grotesque beasts were cleaved in twain, blood raining down, and flesh scattering like confetti. Such bizarre creatures, even nazing eon appearing in Thesatai could plunge the entire place into panic. Yet here, Ning bufan annihilate hundreds with a single stroke. Aspectically of the extraordinary. With Thaklang, the sword returned toitsiath, transforming back into staff. That staff, rather than a mere walking-eyed, weighs elongated sword sheath. Cough, 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 child, you have grown immensely strong, came frail voice from behind him. Ning bufan turned, his blind d-die-s directed over danancientman, resembling a gnarled piece of wood master. May I descend the mountain? Fielder approached slowly, his respy voice inquired. What do I intend to do upon descending? Kill, Camathefle Tieto Minis reply, imbued with murderous intent. Fielder regarded him, then shook his head slowly. You need not a shaldo theckling for ya. Ash spoke, has struck swiftly, his harp claws piercing Ning bufan shart like a blade. Ning bufan tremblantly, his skadvizog contorting to Revi Alagoni. Why? His voice had turned hoarse, tears lipping down from beneath the black cloth. Compared to the pain of his body, his shiart bore far greater torment. Is the retrally noony in this world will value emotions? Child, you were rito innocent, too sentimental, which makes ye so deceived. Fielder's gaze whistinged with a flating compassin, quickly replaced by fervor. In an instant, he exerted force, siphoning the violent power within Ning bufan's fitri to dalewave, channel ingetinto his own frail form. Fielder since decrepit body gonto plump, his sunken cheeks gradually regaining color. You have always regarded Mesopictoba fattened for slaughter. Ning bufan's voice slays with here take. Fielder wore a strange smile, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Do not blameo your master after all. You naturally gift Tedsword body. When hour 5, I recognized dio urine test sword physique and martial guinea use talents. Thus Sido dermi wingto cultivateth sword off slaughter, feeding your word of meself. While absorbing Ning bufan's strength, Fielder recounted the past. Ning bufan finally comprehended that a lif had led since vanishing Gathia Ga 5 had been orchestrate entire Libitha master had revered. Child, remember these inane raw hera moral decarens, do not be so naive and kind-hearted in your next life. Fielder spoke these seeming benevolent words, yet a sinister smile leader at his face. How many ami? Ning bufan spallops whispered, his voice barely a breath, as if you were on thebering cough becoming nothing but piliof bones. You are a thet when ye fee are not. You are not a first, nor will ye bet the last. Fielder scrimzoni as gamid with a gaslile. No. Ning bufan shukish additional bet the last. Fielder froze, his expression shifting dramatically, horror and disbelief flooding his gaze. Moreover, his own strength began to be siphoned away by Ning bufan. Fielder stare escalate he tempted to resist, but was utterly powerless. You. How cool do you? I apologize, master in truth, I uncover a door secret 3 years ago. I simply could not believe AO would turn against me, so I refrained from exposition Jew, but I never anticipated. Ning bufan shook his shade in disappointment, his expression of anguish. Thoth absorbed Fielder's powers, tears triumphed down his refined visage. At that moment, Heffel disillusioned with the entire world. Now, Thean libelief that kept them alive to sin them out time for revenge. Tokil. The fear of death twisteth Yilder's wrinkled face into a grotesque mask. Desperation finally surface in his eyes. Coldius Parim? After all, we have a shared master disciplement. Ning Bufan remained silent, merely shaking-ish slowly. Hisher twassel readied. In fear and despair, Thielder rapid lightrance, formed in Toad hurried husk, collapsing slowly. Ning Bufan lowered his gaze, the black cloth concealing, is cast down upon Thielder, lost in contemplation. Having absorbed his master's power, his strength surged, yet the she-art held not trace of fellation or hoy, only desolation and heart-wrenching pain. Headed not wish forth this. Ackling wind swept through, carrying with it Thessan toff blood. Uncertain how McTomy had passed, his expression transitioned from anguishancerau to an unsettling indifference. In that moment, it seemed a daceful emotion had fled from his she-art. As the sunset, casting gay bloody he crossed he horizon, Ning Bufan constructed an fearth for Thielder. Then, leaning on his word sheath staff, turned to leave. He was descending the mountain. A harbinger of death was about to descend upon the world. Tang Jing, era going to the heritode, I don't quantity, woo-woo. In the forest, young individuals were cornered by a mutated mountain rothicizofable. The young man named Tang Jing was battered and bruised, lying on the ground, gasping for breath. Inhishant, a standard military knife lay broken in two. The young woman, clad in a striking red attire, appeared alluring yet was noble with fear. Hirias fled with dread and despair as he approaching to the mountain rot. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The mountain rat emitted a shrill, eerie cry, launching itself toward them with sudden force. Help, the girls creamed front to quail. Boom. With a thunderous sound, the charging mountain rat called das if struck by a speeding vehicle, hurtling backward a crescento tree, wick splinter edge upon impact. Before them stood a woman clad in a black leather jacket, wielding a massive double-barreled shotgun. Brother, Yeeling, Airy UK? Fuma 9 Theliather jacketas getting siously. Little sister, you're a rivalis most fortuitous, Tangjing Sigedden relief. The young woman in red, Yeeling, embraced the leather-clad woman, her voix trembling with emotion Tangchien. I almost didn't Katosia, woo-woo. Yeeling, do not fear Thackrich hassle really been dispatched by him. Tankian declared proudly. Clatter. Suddenly, the mountain rot sprang back to its feet, cutting Tang Kaien's word short, her expression frozen in shock. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Now, the creature's cries were even more piercing, its sighs burning with rage. It had been enraged, a menacing gowrie enveloping the air. Tang Jing's complexion turned ashen, his voice trembling. Little sister, that beast survived dio your show tit must beat least stalevel 3 anomaly. We must flee. Boom. Within a 30 finning roar, Tankian fired again. This time, the mountain rot was prepared, deftly evading the incoming projectile with lightning speed, shrieking as it lunged toward the trio. Help. In their moment of despair, an extraordinary scene unfolded. Theon's aggressive mountain rot, as if it had seen a ghost, abruptly halted its assaultan turned to flay, vanishing without a trace. That woman and woman stood wide-eyed, stunned. It just ran away? As the trio grappled with their astonishment, a figure emerged in their Lenovsai Taman with his is covered in black cloth, his left sleeve empty, lean and gona staff as she proched slowly. The staff was peculiar, flay tandrezombling gasward sheath. Little did Theno, it was this very individual's presence that had saved their lives. The mutated creature Sin Weshan had become their worst nightmare if ter 5-8 years off slaughter at Ning Bufan Shans. Wherever Ning Bufan appeared, sensing his presence, unless face said with the top-tier anomaly is ortho and afraid of death, they wooed flayas ferris theirleg scood gritham. What manner of dangerous, how could a blind man wit him missing her appearance at Chaparrilus place? Tankian murmured incredulously, gazing at Ning Bufan's retreating figure. Stop him. Suddenly, yelling screamed, her voice piercing. In the next instant, a flash of Fretzer Jared Ford, blocking Ning Bufan's path. The Tang siblings were momentarily taken aback what was yelling Tring Toto? Chapter 3. In that nightmare Ning Bufan, how could it be you? You're still alive. Yiling stared incredulously at Ning Bufan, her face a mask of disbelief and shock. Didn't you die? Swish, swish. Two figures swiftly approached, leaving the Tang siblings astonished. Linger, do you know this person? Tang Jing inquired with curiosity. Yi Ling nodded, a hint of derision curling her lips. Jinggu, this is the infamous scoundrel Ning Bufan. who once intruded upon my cousin Yi Qian's bath to spy on her, then snatched away her life-extending pill, only to be expelled from the Fengqing Ghost Hunter Association, losing his eyesight and having his left arm severed. The Tang siblings gazed at Ning Bufan, who was missing his left arm and had his eyes covered with black cloth, and realization dawned upon them. He really is him, they scoffed in unison. Wait a minute, Tang Qian suddenly asked. Wasn't it said that he was dead? Even his own parents abandoned him. How could he possibly appear in this forbidden area of Weishan? Yiling, too, was intrigued. Looking down at Ning Bufan from her elevated position, she demanded, Ning Bufan, how on earth did a scoundrel like you find yourself here? Whoosh, a streak of sword light flashed without warning. The Tang siblings felt a wave of terrifying killing intent wash over them, sending chills down their spines. By the time they regained their senses, they saw a straight line of blood appear on Yiling's beautiful face, which slowly split apart with a loud pop. A perfectly healthy person was cleaved in two, collapsing to the ground. It was horrifying and bloody. The Tang siblings screamed, instinctively leaping back in terror. When they steadied themselves and looked at Yiling's bisected body, their faces turned pale, and their eyelids twitched violently. Brother, he killed Ling Jia. Tang Qian gazed at Ning Bufan, fear etched across her features. No, it's impossible. Tang Jing's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at his girlfriend's lifeless form. Yet he couldn't fathom that Ning Bufan could be the murderer. How could a one-armed blind man like him possibly kill Linger? Besides, didn't he even see him make a move? Tang Qian shared his disbelief, but there was no one else present apart from Ning Bufan. Brother, regardless of whether it was him or not, let's eliminate this scoundrel to prevent him from harming other women, she declared, her eyes flashing with fierce resolve. She raised her double-barreled shotgun, preparing to fire. Ning Bufan's cold, indifferent face revealed no emotion as he lightly flicked his index finger on the cane. Whoosh, a blade of light suddenly appeared. With a loud bang, both the gun and its wielder were split in two. Blood sprayed everywhere, a scene too gruesome to behold. Tang Jing, terrified to the core, felt as if his heart had been ripped from his chest. His mind went blank, yet his body instinctively turned to flee, screaming in horror. Whoosh! The sound of the sword's whistle tore through the air, slicing through Tang Jing's body from behind, which fell heavily to the ground. Also cleaved in two, Ning Bufan's cold and handsome face remained utterly unchanged as he continued to lean on his cane and walked forward, as if nothing had occurred. 3 days later, on a nearly abandoned highway overgrown with weeds and moss, Ning Bufan leaned on his cane, tirelessly advancing. His destination? Fengqing, the place where his nightmare began. His purpose? To kill, to end that nightmare. Suddenly, the roar of an engine and deafening music erupted from behind. An off-road vehicle sped towards him, blasting music. The driver was a short-haired girl in a black t-shirt and camouflage pants. Beside her sat a stunning woman in a white dress. The short-haired girl appeared ecstatic, as though under the influence of drugs, swaying her head to the music while intermittently belting out a blood-curdling scream of a song. The girl in white was terrified, her complexion pale as she exclaimed, "Shangnan, slow down. You're scaring me to death. Hee, beautiful Miss Yaxinxin, please trust my driving skills. I guarantee no one will die." The short-haired girl named Shangnan responded, accelerating the vehicle. Ah. Xiaxinxin screamed, her voice piercing. Brake, there's someone ahead. Shit, Shangnan exclaimed, suddenly alarmed. She spotted a figure walking on the road ahead. Without hesitation, she slammed the brakes. The screeching of tires echoed through the air, piercing their eardrums. Due to the slick moss on the ground, even the brakes couldn't halt their momentum, and the vehicle surged uncontrollably forward. Shangnan, losing her previous excitement and confidence, flushed red as she frantically spun the steering wheel. Screech. Crackle, crackle. The vehicle roared past Ning Bufan like a rampaging steel beast, its shrill cries filling the air, the gust of wind swirling his clothes. Yet he remained expressionless, his demeanor unchanged. It was as if the life and death moment had nothing to do with him. With a thunderous crash, the vehicle collided with a slope, finally coming to a halt. Ah. The two women shut their eyes, screaming as if in a contest to see who could scream the loudest. Xin, it's okay. We're fine. Don't panic, breathe. Shangnan was the first to open her eyes, soothing the frightened Xiaxinxin beside her. Though she uttered reassurances, her face was pale as a sheet. void of color, and she breathed heavily. Her back was drenched in sweat. She nearly lost her mind from fright. Fortunately, her driving skills were impeccable. They hadn't flipped the car, and despite hitting the slope, it wasn't severe enough to deploy the airbags. What infuriated Shangnan, however, was that the culprit was now brazenly walking ahead, not even sparing them a glance, as if nothing had happened. Shangnan, known for her fiery temper, could not tolerate such an affront. She kicked open the car door, seething with rage as she stormed towards Ning Bufan, shouting, "You bastard! Stop right there! Are you blind? This is a highway. Who gave you the right to walk here?" As she neared Ning Bufan and clearly saw his features, she was momentarily taken aback, her anger transforming into astonishment. He really is blind, not just blind, but also a one-armed cripple. How tragic. Ning Bufan seemed oblivious, his delicate features remaining icy as he continued forward, step by step, as if no one in this world could halt his pace at this moment. The still shaken Xia Xin also exited the vehicle. "Shangnan, don't stir up trouble. As long as we're okay, it's fine." She hurried over, fearing Shangnan might provoke a conflict. When she approached and observed Ning Bufan's pitiful state, her mouth fell open in shock, and her earlier anger dissipated, replaced by a flicker of sympathy. The two women stood in a daze as they watched Ning Bufan walk past them, gradually fading into the distance. "Shangnan, isn't it too dangerous for a blind man to walk on the road?" Xia Xin expressed her concern, wanting to call out to Ning Bufan, but her modesty held her back. This was the edge of the Weishan forbidden area. Even without encountering a vehicle, they could run into bizarre monsters. Xia Xin's tone grew anxious. Shangnan shot her a glance. "Your overflowing compassion won't do in this world. Let us get in the car and talk." But Xia Xin attempted to say more, but Shangnan firmly pulled her into the vehicle. The front end was crumpled, but it didn't hinder the car's operation. After reversing onto the main road, Shangnan pressed the accelerator, pursuing Ning Bufan. "Hey, I say, where are you headed? We can give you a ride." As the vehicle approached Ning Bufan, Shangnan slowed down and shouted out the window. "Shangnan, what if he is deaf too? How pitiful," Xia Xin said in a low voice, her gaze towards Ning Bufan filled with increased pity. Ning Bufan, unable to bear the sympathetic gazes directed at him, suddenly spoke, "Fengcheng." The two women were momentarily stunned. Xia Xin felt embarrassed, her cheeks flushing. "Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't know you could speak." Once these words left her lips, she sensed something was amiss and hurriedly added, "I didn't mean it that way, murder." The two words escaped his lips, and in an instant, a chilling wave of murderous intent enveloped them. Chapter 4. The two women save a life only to be ambushed. Shangnan sensed the overwhelming murderous aura emanating from Ning Bufan. Her complexion shifting dramatically, fear gripping her heart. Xin, this person is a lunatic. Let us not get involved, let us go." Terrified, Shangnan pressed the accelerator, and the vehicle roared away, as if fleeing for their lives. Ning Bufan paid them no heed and continued walking forward. An hour later, he arrived at the entrance of a tunnel, the smell of blood permeating the that moment. An off-road vehicle was parked by the roadside. The very same one Ning Bufan had encountered earlier. The ground was strewn with corpses, blood pooling everywhere, and the air was filled with the sounds of wailing. Among the bodies lay both human corpses and those of bizarre creatures. This was the edge of the Weishan forbidden area, where armed individuals often came to hunt mutated beings. Such scenes were not uncommon. A few people were busy tending to the wounded. Among them were two familiar figures, Shangnan and Xia Xin. "Xin, hurry and treat her. This person is on the brink of death," Shangnan exclaimed, urgently carrying a middle-aged woman and placing her down in front of Xia Xin, who was busy attending to other injured individuals. Xia Xin glanced at the middle-aged woman's gruesome chest wound and quickly knelt down, her delicate palm pressing against the injury. A faint white light flickered, and the wound visibly began to heal at an astonishing rate. Several onlookers watched this scene, a glint of greed flickering in their eyes. In a world where the bizarre had descended upon humanity, some had awakened special abilities, and Xia Xin was among those who had manifested the unique power of healing. She was also a young medical doctor. Such a beautiful woman with extraordinary abilities was something anyone would desire to possess. The injured woman, under the care of Xia Xin, soon regained her vitality. Yet Xia Xin's complexion grew paler, and she felt slightly dizzy. The continuous exertion of saving lives had taken a significant toll on her. Xin, please sit down and rest for a moment, Shangnan urged, guiding Xia Xin to a nearby seat. You two young ladies have worked hard. Please have some water, said a short-bearded man, appearing to be in his 50s, as he gratefully handed a water flask to the two girls. Shangnan hastily accepted the flask and helped Xia Xin take a sip. However, after just one mouthful, Xia Xin felt something was amiss and looked up at the short-bearded man with a shocked expression. Did you put something in this water? What? Shangnan was taken aback, suddenly standing up and shouting angrily at the short-bearded man and his companions, You scoundrels! We helped you save a life, and you dare to drug us. With a dull thud, the short-bearded man struck, delivering a knife-hand blow to Shangnan's neck. She collapsed to the ground but did not lose consciousness. Gritting her teeth, she glared at the group with fierce intensity. Heh, fifth uncle, this girl has some skill. She didn't faint after taking your hit. A young man with a sinister smile approached, his lewd gaze fixated on the two women lying on the ground. His eyes glimmered with increased greed, especially when he looked at Xia Xin. The others around him shared in the laughter. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? The group shouted, turning their heads in unison. A figure appeared in their line of sight. Just as they intended to kill to silence witnesses, they chuckled. Damn it, you scared me. Turns out it's a one-armed blind man. The young man named Xiao Song scoffed. Go kill him, the short-bearded man ordered coldly. Fifth uncle, do we really need to bother with a disabled blind man? Xiao Song replied dismissively. Consider it practice for killing, the short-bearded man said nonchalantly. Xiao Song suddenly understood and laughed. Fifth uncle, got it. I'll just practice a bit then. He advanced towards Ning Bufan, drawing a long knife. Ning Bufan continued forward, his expression unchanged, and suddenly flicked his finger lightly against the cane he was leaning on. Swish, a flash of sword light erupted, too swift for the naked eye to perceive. Xiao Song, oblivious, continued his advance, but his body was abruptly cleaved in two by an unseen force, crashing heavily to the ground. Blood stained the earth as his severed legs took several steps before collapsing. The short-bearded man and his companions stood in stunned silence, as if they had seen a ghost. Gulp point, one of them swallowed hard and trembled. Fifth uncle, how did Xiao Song die? The short-bearded man remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on the approaching Ning Bufan, his grip on the knife trembling slightly. The blind man instilled a sense of dread within him. All together, kill him! Suddenly, he roared, drawing his battle blade. Swish! A beam of sword light shot forth from Ning Bufan, sweeping across the group. In the next instant, the sound of bodies hitting the ground echoed incessantly. Everyone, including the injured, was cleaved in two by that single stroke of sword light. Some were severed horizontally, others diagonally, and yet others vertically. The scene was horrifyingly brutal. Unconsciousness had yet to claim Shangnan and Xia Xin as they witnessed this spectacle. Their minds blank with disbelief. This blind man was incredibly formidable. Moments later, Ning Bufan approached, lifting Shangnan and Xia Xin to their feet. The two women looked at him, their eyes filled with fear. Thank you for saving us. Xia Xin mustered the courage to express her gratitude. No need. My intention in saving you is purposeful, Ning Bufan replied, his tone devoid of any human emotion. Though his eyes were covered by a black cloth, the women felt a greater terror than they would from a man with eyes. Despair washed over them. Had they merely escaped from one wolf's den, only to enter another tiger's lair? Great hero. Please spare Xin. If you desire a woman, I can offer myself to you. Shangnan stammered, trembling as she tore open the collar of her garment, revealing her fair skin. What are you doing? Ning Bufan's voice interrupted sharply. I saved you. You will take me to Feng City, and we will owe each other nothing. His words made Shangnan freeze in her tracks. Realizing her actions, her face flushed with embarrassment as she quickly fastened her collar. Relieved that he could not see, but wait, if he can't see, how does he know I was undressing? Blushing, she looked at Ning Bufan with astonishment. How did you see? Sighing in relief, she subtly pouted. As long as he didn't see, that's good. Huh? Where did he go? The two women, momentarily distracted, noticed that Ning Bufan had vanished. He.s. in the car, the observant Xia Xin pointed out. The two hurriedly got into the vehicle. With Shangnan taking the driver's seat, now, darkness had enveloped the sky, On the desolate highway, a single car drove alone, its headlights piercing through the pitch-black surroundings. There was no light, no warmth of life, only desolation. Once, this highway was lined with bustling cities, but now it had become a forbidden zone for humanity. The cities long transformed into ghost towns. Curiosity piqued within Ning Bufan. How could two young women dare to drive down this road? They must either have water in their brains or be fools. Nevertheless, it was of no concern to him. Leaning back in his seat, he feigned sleep, remaining silent. Unable to suppress her curiosity, Shang Nan mustered the courage to break the silence. "Hey, why did you get in our car this time when you refused before?" "It's different," Ning Bufan replied coolly. "I dislike being indebted to others, nor do I enjoy having others owe me. Now, we are engaged in a fair exchange. Neither of us owes the other." Shang Nan muttered under her breath. "What a peculiar person." "What did you say?" Ning Bufan's brow furrowed. "Oh, nothing. I just meant to say that you have a heavy hand." Shang Nan remarked seriously. "The injured people are innocent. You shouldn't have killed them." In the darkness, Ning Bufan's icy expression grew even colder, a chill settling within the car, causing both women to shiver slightly. "Shang Nan, please stop talking," Xia Xinxin urged, sensing the tension in the air. Not one to back down easily, Shang Nan was about to retort when Xia Xinxin suddenly screamed. "Ah, Shang Nan, look ahead!" Shang Nan widened her eyes, peering into the distance. Under the glare of their high beams, when she finally discerned what lay ahead, piercing screams shattered the night. Echoing through the woods, the screech of emergency brakes rang out, disrupting the eerie silence of the night. Ning Bufan's brow furrowed, his grip tightening around the sword sheath. Chapter 5. Human or ghost? The car skidded several meters, coming to a stop. Shang Nan and Xia Xinxin peered through the glass, gazing at the road ahead, less than 50 meters away. Illuminated by their headlights, a horde of ominous creatures loomed, their skin mottled, and their faces as pale as parchment. "Shang Nan, I told you not to take this route. But you insisted. Warehouse, what do we do now?" Xia Xinxin's voice trembled with the threat of tears. Shang Nan swallowed hard. "Dida, don't be afraid. I'll call for help." She hurriedly fumbled for her phone, but in her panic, she repeatedly entered the wrong password, ultimately locking it. Wah. Shang Nan slammed her phone in frustration, sobbing uncontrollably. As the two women floundered in desperation, the rear car door swung open, and Ning Bufan stepped out. "Hey, what are you doing? You'll get killed." Xia Xinxin shouted anxiously. "Get back in the car." Ning Bufan ignored her, steadily making his way to the front of the vehicle. The two women stared at his towering figure, suddenly feeling a sense of security emanating from him. Roar, squeak. Upon seeing someone emerge, the grotesque creatures emitted a cacophony of unsettling sounds that sent shivers down their spines. The leader of the mutated beings, a monstrous gorilla, suddenly lifted its head, glaring at Ning Bufan with its crimson eyes. Its massive frame dwarfed Ning Bufan, who seemed like an ant in comparison, easily crushable with a single swipe. Yet, in that moment of eye contact, the gorilla let out a terrified shriek and turned to flee. The other creatures stood there, bewildered in the dead of night. Having caught the scent of humans, they had come seeking a feast, only to witness their leader bolt in fear. However, it wasn't long before the other creatures sensed something amiss. In the blink of an eye, they retreated like a tidal wave, scattering in all directions as if pursued by a vengeful specter. Inside the car, the two women were left in stunned silence, their expressions a mix of confusion and disbelief. One man had frightened away dozens of grotesque beings without uttering a single word. How was that possible? Even the top-tier hunters in the Association of Monster Hunters could not achieve such a feat. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, the thunderous roar of an engine echoed from the opposite direction. Moments later, multiple beams of headlights pierced through the darkness, racing toward them. The median barrier of the highway had long since disappeared, allowing the headlights to shine directly through the windows of Shang Nan's off-road vehicle, dazzling the two women. Upon spotting the off-road vehicle, the approaching cars came to a halt. 5 vehicles in total, and from the lead Hummer, several individuals jumped out swiftly. "Hurry over. Let us check if it's Shang Nan's car." Yes, look at that license plate. It's definitely Shang Nan's car. She's found." In an instant, excitement erupted among the group. Hearing familiar voices, Shang Nan hugged Xia Xinxin tightly, tears streaming down her face. "Xinxin, my brother is here to rescue us. We're going to be all right." "Ugh." Xia Xinxin echoed, and together they dashed out of the vehicle, exhilarated. Brother? Oh no. Shang Nin rushed over, embracing a sturdy young man and crying out in a petulant manner. I almost didn't get to see you. Just now, we were surrounded by dozens, no, at least 100 bizarre creatures. Thankfully, you arrived just in time to scare them away. Upon hearing this, Ning Bufan's brow darkened momentarily. He then silently slipped into the darkness, vanishing from sight. Hero, it's so dark. Where are you going? Wait. Xia Xinxin sensed something was amiss, but by the time she rushed over to call out to Ning Bufan, there was no trace of him left. The following day, dawn broke over Ping'an Town, the western entrance to Weishan. Weishan is one of the regions most plagued by strange creatures. The area had been cordoned off by the military, with a squad of monster hunters stationed there. After being rescued the previous night, Shang Nan and Xia Xinxin had spent the night here. Shang Nan's brother, Shang Hao, was a monster hunter in the station squad and also the leader of a small team. In a breakfast shop, Shang Hao sternly addressed Shang Nan, who was eating noodles. This won't do. Shang Nan immediately protested. Xinxin and I are heading to Fengcheng to attend our best friend's wedding, right, Xinxin? The siblings turned their attention to Xia Xinxin, who sat nearby. Shang Hao regarded her with affectionate eyes, causing her to blush and lower her head, nodding vigorously. Brother, why don't you escort us to Fengcheng? This is a rare opportunity. Shang Nan, fully aware of her brother's intentions, kept signaling him with her eyes. Shang Hao felt tempted, yet he was bound by duty and could not simply leave. Brother, what are you hesitating for? Shang Nan urged anxiously. It's the wedding of Ning Yifan, the heir of the Ning family in Fengcheng, and our best friend Yang Luyan. Not everyone is qualified to attend, and you could meet many influential figures, which would greatly benefit your future. It was an opportunity to be both a protector and to network with prominent individuals. Shang Hao found it hard to refuse, and just as he was about to agree, a figure burst in hastily. Captain Shang, there's an urgent mission. The newcomer, Li Shi, Shang Hao's deputy, informed him that Tang Jing, Tang Qian, and Tang Jing's girlfriend, Yiling, from the Tang family, one of the 5 great families of Fengcheng, had gone missing while training in Weishan. The team leader had ordered an immediate search. Shang Hao's expression tightened as he stood up. Xiao Nan, Xinxin, I'm sorry, but I can't go. I'll have someone send you to Fengcheng. I must head into the mountains immediately. No need to search. They are already dead. A sudden voice interrupted Shang Hao, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. Shang Nan and Xia Xinxin recognized the voice, instinctively turning to look behind them. Sitting at a table 2 away, a man was engrossed in his meal, a peculiar flat cane beside him. Hero, is that you? Xia Xinxin exclaimed, standing up in astonishment. It was Ning Bufan, who was also having breakfast there. How do you know they are dead? Have you seen them? Li Shi rushed forward, eager for answers. I killed them. Ning Bufan's response was succinct, his gaze lifting. Upon recognizing Ning Bufan's face, Li Shi's pupils dilated in horror as he took several steps back. Are you Ning Bufan? Li Shi had worked with Ning Bufan at the Fengcheng Monster Hunter Association and was well acquainted with him. Years ago, he had even been a witness in a plot against Ning Bufan. Are you human or a ghost? Li Shi stammered, nearly collapsing in fear. Ning Bufan retrieved a banknote from his pocket, placed it on the table, and slowly stood, his covered eyes expressionless as he faced Li Shi. I am both human and ghost. With that, he swung his cane violently, a flash of light cutting through the air. Time froze for a heartbeat. With a sickening thud, Li Shi's head fell to the ground, blood erupting like a fountain. The terrifying screams shattered the silence, and patrons in the shop screamed and fled in chaos. Although Shang Nan and Xia Xinxin had witnessed Ning Bufan's terrifying prowess before, they were still pale with fear. Dog guts. A thunderous roar erupted. Shang Hao, enraged at the sight of his deputy's gruesome death, was beside himself with fury. It was the first time he had seen someone brazenly murder a monster hunter in plain sight. I will make you pay. Shang Hao instinctively reached for his weapon, only to realize he wasn't on a mission and his gun was not at hand. No. Both Shang Nan and Xia Xinxin screamed, desperately holding on to Shang Hao to prevent him from confronting Ning Bufan. Brother, this is the man I told you about last night. The one who saved us. He killed several people with a single sword strike. Don't provoke him. Shang Nan was terrified that her brother might perish at the hands of this madman. Humph, get out of my way. Shang Hao, consumed by rage, brushed aside the 2 girls and scoffed. Your brother is not a lowly character. He is a captain. a 3-star monster hunter. With a clatter, he drew his sidearm, aiming it at Ning Bufan's head, gritting his teeth as he growled, "Give me a reason to kill you. Otherwise, I'll blow your brains out." Chapter 6. You Are a Devil. The shop was now empty of patrons, with only Ning Bufan and Sheng Hao standing off against each other. Ning Bufan's expression remained cold, while Sheng Hao's face was a mask of rage. If not for his position, he would have already pulled the trigger to avenge his brother. The members of the Fengqing Monster Hunter Association are all to die. That is all. Ning Bufan's voice was flat and emotionless, as if this were merely an everyday occurrence, not worthy of alarm. Having said this, he leaned on his sword cane and began to step towards the exit, entirely disregarding the weapon in Sheng Hao's hand. "Halt!" Sheng Hao's eyes blazed with fury as he issued a stern warning. "If you take another step, I will shoot. If you shoot, you will die." Ning Bufan remained unmoved, his voice icy. "You?" Sheng Hao, incensed, was about to pull the trigger when a figure dashed forward to block the gun's muzzle. "Sheng Hao, calm down. Don't shoot," Xia Xinxin pleaded urgently. Seeing the girl he admired defending another man ignited a blaze of jealousy within him. He had no idea that Xia Xinxin was trying to save him. "Xinxin, what are you doing? Are you trying to get yourself killed for a one-armed blind man?" Shang Nan rushed forward, pulling Xia Xinxin back, visibly displeased. In her mind, she had already considered Xia Xinxin as her brother's partner. How could she help another man? Xia Xinxin was sweating profusely, her teeth clenched as she whispered, "Shang Nan, you must stop your brother. I'm a doctor, and after observing him, I can conclude that this Ning Bufan is suffering from severe mental illness, autistic violent type schizophrenia, characterized by extreme aggression. This condition often stems from severe psychological trauma and is even more terrifying. Your brother's current behavior is very dangerous. Do you understand?" Shang Nan suddenly understood. Xia Xinxin was one of the youngest medical doctors, a genius in her field. Her words were not to be doubted. As memories of the past resurfaced, Ning Bufan's cold expression shifted slightly. His grip on the cane tightened, a chilling murderous intent emanating from him. Shang Nan, alarmed, rushed forward, shouting, "Brother, please stop talking. Let him go." "Xiao Nan, my brother died here. How can I let him go? Get out of the way." Sheng Hao forcefully pushed Shang Nan aside again. "Be why now?" Ning Bufan had already stepped out the door. Completely ignoring the threat posed by Sheng Hao's weapon, in a fit of rage, Sheng Hao turned his gun to aim at Ning Bufan's back, roaring, "Ning Bufan, I'll say it one more time. If you take another step, I will shoot." With a swift motion, Ning Bufan's cane swung back. The sword remained sheathed, yet the light from it cleaved through Sheng Hao's body. "No, brother." The heart-wrenching scream shattered the air. Piercing through the silence, Sheng Hao's body split in two, crashing to the ground, blood spilling everywhere in a shocking spectacle. "Something terrible has happened. A murder!" The crowd erupted in panic, screaming and fleeing. Xia Xinxin collapsed to the floor, her face ashen. Shang Nan knelt on the ground, staring at her brother's mangled body, crying out in near silence. "Why? Why?" Moments later, her tear-filled, bloodshot eyes glared at Ning Bufan, her voice filled with hysterical rage. "Devil, you are a devil. I will not let you go, never." Shang Nan roared, her heart brimming with hatred. The gratitude she once felt for Ning Bufan's rescue had vanished without a trace. "Monster hunters, clear the area for us." Just then, a commanding voice rang out. A group of individuals rushed in from the street. They wore wide-brimmed green uniforms, green bamboo hats, and were armed with standard-issue shotguns and Tang knives, official gear of the monster hunters. Someone had already alerted them to the events unfolding here. The public outrage over the murder of a monster hunter would not be taken lightly. Thus, a squad of monster hunters stormed in. Furious, but they were too late. Upon seeing the gruesome remains of Captain Shang Hao and Deputy Li Shi, they were filled with rage, drawing their sharp long knives to encircle Ning Bufan. "Who dares to kill my monster hunters? Who gave you the audacity?" the leader shouted angrily. Ning Bufan remained expressionless, continuing to walk forward, utterly dismissive of the threat. "Kill him!" The crowd erupted in fury, brandishing their knives to attack. With a tight grip on his cane, Ning Bufan poised himself. The tip of his cane revealed a razor-sharp sword, which spun in the air, creating a circular arc of light before returning to its sheath. In that instant, silence enveloped the scene. The hunters maintained their offensive stance, yet all motion ceased. An eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. Tap, tap, Tap. The solitary figure continued onward, stepping out of the encirclement formed by the hunters, gradually receding into the distance. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of heads plummeting to the ground sent chills down one's spine. All the hunters had met their demise. Those who witnessed this harrowing scene felt their hearts shatter, their terrified screams piercing the stillness of the air once more. Ning Bufan disregarded the noise behind him, resolutely exiting the town. For him, apart from the intent to kill in Fengcheng, everything else and everyone else held no significance. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Not far from the town, a sudden gust of wind howled behind him. As shadowy figures surged forth like a tempest, rushing towards him with blinding speed. Moreover, ahead on the road, a line of armed personnel stood ready, their weapons primed for action. Ping'an town was heavily guarded. Having killed the hunters and expecting to leave unscathed was tantamount to slapping the entire hunter association in the face. Soon, Ning Bufan found himself encircled once more. The leader of this group was a grim-faced middle-aged man. The commanding officer of the hunters stationed in Ping'an town, Captain Chinyo, a formidable 5-star hunter. The configuration of the hunters consisted of a squad of 5, with 5 squads forming a team. Totaling 25 individuals, excluding the deceased Shang Hao and others, nearly 20 had surrounded Ning Bufan. The hunters stationed here had all emerged from their posts, alongside hundreds of auxiliary soldiers. Chinyo fixed a cold stare upon Ning Bufan, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. At this moment, Chinyo's emotions were a tumultuous mix of anger and astonishment. He had come to understand the unfolding events. Initially skeptical, witnessing Ning Bufan's current state left him convinced. His severed arm, destroyed eyes. Indeed, this was the Ning Bufan punished by the hunters in Fengcheng years ago. To be frank, he deemed such a brutal punishment excessive. Captain Chin, this cripple? Did Shang Hao and the others truly meet their end by his hand? At that moment, a subordinate whispered to Chinyo, his incredulous gaze fixed upon Ning Bufan. The expressions of others mirrored his disbelief. With only one arm remaining, blind, and relying on a cane to walk. Could such a person truly be self-sufficient? Could he still kill, especially those formidable hunters? They had all emerged, even deploying auxiliary soldiers to intercept, all for this one cripple. How absurd, Captain Chun. Could it be that some fool miscommunicated the message? Chen Yu's expression darkened, yet having come this far, he felt compelled to inquire. He took a few steps forward, his icy gaze locked onto Ning Bufan. Tall and striking, he possessed a handsome visage. What a pity. Had he not become a cripple, he would undoubtedly have been a dashing young gentleman. You are Ning Bufan? Chen Yu spoke, longing to hear Ning Bufan affirm his identity. Ha? You, a cripple, speak so boldly. Who do you think you can kill? A voice rang out, dripping with scorn. Ning Bufan paid no heed to the mockery, merely beginning to count aloud, ha ha. The man, undeterred, continued to jeer. Let me help you count. 1, 2, 3. There, all done. Now kill me. Swish. The flash of a blade was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. A head soared into the air, blood raining down like a storm. With a thud, the severed head struck the ground, rolling like a ball. The mocking expressions on the faces of the crowd froze. Ning Bufan persisted in his counting. Chen Yu and the others, now comprehending the gravity of the situation, ceased their derision and disdain, drawing their long knives, their faces contorted with rage and murderous intent. Damn it, I misjudged. A burly man cursed, turning to Chen Yu. Captain, did you just see him draw out his sword? Chen Yu's forehead glistened with beads of sweat as he shook his head. I did not see it. The speed was too great that it seems Shang Hao and the others truly perished by his hand. Give the order, eliminate him. A fierce glint flashed in the man's eyes. Ning Bufan had reached the final number. Everyone, be cautious. Chen Yu bellowed, unleashing a punch. Drawing upon his strength, he could unleash his vital energy, manifesting a faint aura around his fist, capable of shattering boulders. However, as the blade flashed, that aura was rendered as fragile as paper. His fist sliced apart with ease. Retreat. Chen Yu screamed in terror, but it was too late. A sweeping strike halted all motion. Some hadn't even had the chance to draw their blades, their actions frozen in place. Clang. The sound of the sword returning to its sheath was melodious and crisp. Using the sheath as a cane, Ning Bufan continued forward. Upon reaching Chen Yu, he gently nudged him with his staff. With a dull thud, Chen collapsed, clearing the path. His body suddenly severed in two, blood gushing forth. In the next moment, those surrounding him began to fall, most of them grotesquely dismembered. The armed auxiliary soldiers ahead stood in shock. Bewildered by the sudden stillness of the hunters, realization dawned upon them. They gazed at the horrific scene of carnage, their minds reeling. "Open fire!" The leader shouted in a frenzy. Bang, bang, banged. In an instant, a cacophony of gunfire erupted. A torrential downpour of bullets, descending upon Ning Bufan like a horde of locusts. The long sword was drawn once more, this time firmly grasped in his hand. Whoosh, whoosh, whooshed. In a heartbeat, the blade danced through the air, annihilating everything in its path. In the sky, the fragments of the fallen locusts rained down like confetti. The sword surged forward, penetrating the throng of soldiers, clouds of crimson mist exploding forth. Cries of anguish were heard. All actions and sounds ceased entirely. Sheathing his sword, Ning Bufan's expression remained calm and detached. In the distance, the morning sun had risen, casting its rays upon the blood-soaked earth, illuminating the solitary figure that had begun to fade into the horizon. Casting a long, skewed shadow, that figure grew more distant, slowly vanishing at the end of the road. Boom, boom, boom. The roar of an engine echoed as a speeding SUV approached and came to a halt. Two women hurriedly exited the vehicle, Shang Nan and Xia Xinxin. Upon witnessing the gruesome scene before them, the sight of lifeless bodies strewn across the ground, the blood-soaked earth, left them in a state of shock. "They are dead, all dead." Shang Nan collapsed onto the ground, her face drained of color. "A devil, that is a truly wicked devil." Xia Xinxin, if not for her medical background, would have nearly vomited at the sight. Taking several deep breaths of the blood-scented air, she trembled as she spoke. "We must dissuade him. Otherwise, once he reaches Fengcheng, it will descend into a hell on earth." Her words jolted Shang Nan into action, who promptly retrieved her phone and dialed a number. Just then, the vehicle unexpectedly roared to life. "Xinxin, what are you doing?" Shang Nan exclaimed in shock. "Are you out of your mind? He will kill you." Rather than fear, Xia Xinxin appeared somewhat frenzied, eager to confront Ning Bufan, this highly dangerous individual. This would become the focal point of her research. Xia Xinxin did not halt, concerned that Shang Nan's involvement might lead to disaster, a disaster that could cost lives. Soon, news of the complete annihilation of the hunters in Pingyang town spread like wildfire. Within the Hunter Association, it was as if a minor earthquake had occurred. In an instant, the higher-ups were enraged. Naturally, the Fengcheng Hunter Association received the news as well. The president who had issued the punishment 5 years prior had since been promoted and reassigned. The current president was a stern middle-aged man. Gao Sanifeng died in the conference room. Gao Sanifeng scrutinized the association's higher-ups, his authoritative countenance grave and somber. All eyes were fixed on the large screen. Expressions varied. The image displayed was that of a young man clad in a black trench coat. His eyes were covered by a black cloth, his left arm empty, supported by a cane resembling a sword sheath. It was none other than Ning Bufan, a visage familiar to many present. 5 years had passed. Yet Ning Bufan's appearance had changed little. He remained strikingly handsome, though devoid of the youthful innocence and warmth he once possessed, replaced now by an icy detachment. "Vice President Yi, please elaborate on Ning Bufan's quest for vengeance." Gao Sanifeng directed his gaze toward a young woman with a refined countenance seated beside him. Yi Qian, a key figure in the Ning Bufan incident 5 years ago. Over the course of 5 years, she had rapidly ascended, now standing among the 3 vice presidents of the Fengcheng Hunter Association. 5 years ago, upon hearing that Ning Bufan's body had been stolen, she had been indifferent. It was merely a corpse. If it was taken, so be it. Little did she anticipate that a body could be revived. Yet, in this bizarre world, where the unusual had become commonplace, such occurrences were hardly surprising. Taking a deep breath to steady her racing heart, Yi Qian addressed the assembly earnestly. "President, the case from back then was a rigorously handled ironclad case by the former president, with a complete case file available for review. It should be beyond dispute." Gao Sanifeng frowned deeply. "What piques my curiosity is why such a cruel punishment was meted out. I have scoured all punishment cases within the Hunter Association, and you are the first example of such severity, lacking any regulatory basis. The most severe punishment is merely the death penalty. Ning Bufan's transgressions hardly warranted such a fate, yet he suffered a punishment far more brutal, worse than death. This raises significant doubts. I cannot say. That was the former president's decision. Yi Qian deftly deflected responsibility onto the former president, implying that if one sought answers, they should inquire of him. Gao Sanifeng's expression darkened, yet he was at a loss for words. President, the pressing matter at hand is to discuss how to eliminate this traitor, Ning Bufan, a middle-aged man interjected. Cheng Yong, who had overseen the enforcement division 5 years ago, had since been promoted to one of the vice presidents. He was the one who had personally executed Ning Bufan's punishment in those days. The individuals responsible for the Ning Bufan case were nearly all elevated in rank to varying degrees, which left Gao Sanfeng with profound suspicions regarding the underlying motives of the case. However, he found himself unable to revisit the past. The pressing concern was how to deal with Ning Bufan. Perhaps there had been issues with the case back then, but the fact remained that he had taken countless lives, sealing his fate with the death penalty. Very well, President Cheng, I entrust this matter to you, Gao Sanfeng declared, causing Cheng Yong's eyelids to twitch. Just as he was about to refuse, the following words brought him a sense of calm. The special team will accompany you. Every major city would have a special team of 5 to 6 members within the Hunters Association, each member boasting a minimum rank of 5 stars. They were either formidable martial artists or awakened individuals with extraordinary abilities, possessing immense power. While the special team in Fengqing may not have been the pinnacle, they were undoubtedly the nightmare of countless bizarre creatures. Even if Ning Bufan were to be deemed strong, he remained but a cripple. With the special team deployed, it would be akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut, ensuring absolute success. Cheng Yong immediately rose and vowed, "Rest assured, President, I will complete the task." In his heart, he was already sneering. Ning Bufan, if you had managed to escape death, you should have hidden away, keeping a low profile. Yet you dare to seek revenge. This time, you shall have no chance of survival. I wish to join as well, Yi Qian eagerly volunteered. With the special team involved, she sought to claim some unearned glory for herself. After all, it was Ning Bufan who had afforded her the position she held today. 5 years later, she intended to leverage him once more to further her own ambitions. You have other arrangements? Gao Sanfeng declined Yi Qian's proposal, turning earnestly to Cheng Yong. President Cheng, remember, I want him alive. The reason for deploying the special team was to capture him alive. He yearned to uncover the truth behind the case from years past. While he spoke of clarity, a cold smile lingered within. When the battle ensued, with weapons indiscriminately swinging, who could guarantee that they would seize him alive? After making the necessary arrangements, the meeting dispersed, and Cheng Yong prepared to leave. Yi Qian breathed a sigh of relief. The secretary, a young man in his 30s named Zhang Wei, had accompanied Gao Sanfeng to Fengqing and was an absolute confidant. Zhang Wei felt conflicted. He understood his superior all too well. Known for his integrity, Gao Sanfeng could not abide injustices. Zhang Wei had long been following the Ning Bufan case. President, are you truly considering reopening the Ning Bufan case? He was responsible for the annihilation of an entire squad of hunters. 100 deaths would not suffice as atonement, Zhang Wei said cautiously. Gao Sanfeng's expression darkened. That is a separate matter. Ning Bufan cannot escape the death penalty. He must die. However, the case from years ago must be rectified. Otherwise, other associations may follow suit, rendering the Hunters Association no different from those illegal organizations. Understood, Zhang Wei replied, momentarily stunned. I will attend to it right away. That very moment, on a secondary highway leading to Fengqing, Ning Bufan walked tirelessly, followed at a leisurely pace by an SUV in which sat Xia Xinxin. Like an insistent adhesive, she trailed behind, cautious not to draw too close. Ning Bufan was aware of her presence, but as long as she did not disturb him, he had little inclination to engage, continuing on his path. Xia Xinxin attempted to invite Ning Bufan into her vehicle, offering him a ride, but Ning Bufan stubbornly refused to owe anyone anything. Ignoring her entirely, as dusk descended, blurring the lines between day and night for the blind Ning Bufan. He had no plans to rest. He stopped at a roadside shop to purchase a bottle of water and a pack of biscuits. Withdrawing a banknote to pay, Ning Bufan paused, realizing he no longer used a phone, and how could a blind man possibly scan a code to pay? Wasn't that an unreasonable demand? The shop owner, infuriated, exclaimed, "Hey, you blind fool. After I've laid everything out, You decide not to buy. You must be toying with me. It serves you right to be a cripple. Ning Bufan halted, his grip on the cane tightening. The term cripple struck a nerve deep within him. A chilling aura of murderous intent enveloped the shop owner. She felt an inexplicable tremor within her, her pores erupting as if plunged into an icy abyss. Just as the tension reached its peak, a figure in white rushed forward, exclaiming, "Boss, I will pay for this gentleman's items, and please bring me some bread and water as well." It was Xia Xinxin. Appearing just in time, the shop owner, drenched in cold sweat, nodded in fear. "Oh, yes, yes." While the owner gathered the items, Xia Xinxin quickly stepped inside and whispered urgently, "Madam, apologize to that gentleman at once, or it may cost you your life." The shop owner, feeling flustered, retorted defiantly, "I refuse to believe that in broad daylight he dares to kill. Besides, he's just a cripple. Why should I fear him?" Xia Xinxin felt exasperated. It was futile to reason with someone so obstinate. The murderous intent surged once more. Ning Bufan raised his cane. "Wait," Xia Xinxin cried out, instinctively placing herself in front of the shop owner, trembling. "Mr. Ning, she is just an ordinary person." Before she could finish, 3 vehicles appeared, kicking up clouds of dust as they sped toward them. The screeching of brakes echoed ominously. The 3 vehicles halted in front of the shop, forming a semicircle around Ning Bufan. He turned his cold gaze toward the vehicles as the doors swung open, revealing a rotund middle-aged man stepping out with his entourage. It was Cheng Yong, the vice president of the Fengqing Hunters Association. Sensing the familiar aura of Cheng Yong, Ning Bufan's murderous intent shifted focus. Chapter 9. The annihilation of the special team. Cheng Yong's group disembarked, surrounding Ning Bufan with a total of 10 individuals, while the last vehicle remained stationary and still. "Ning Bufan, it has been quite some time." Cheng Yong approached with a forced grin. "Your survival has surprised us. Alas, you do not seem to appreciate the chance to cherish your life. Instead of hiding away, you come seeking revenge. Truly, you are the embodiment of defiance against fate." Laughable. Cheng Yong's laughter rang out, but Ning Bufan remained impassive, devoid of emotion. "Good day, officers." At that moment, the shop owner rushed forward, pointing at Ning Bufan, accusing him. "This cripple bought things without paying and even threatened to kill me. You must arrest him and throw him in prison." Seeing the shop owner's behavior, Xia Xinxin silently retreated behind her, observing like a bystander. With an accusation made, Cheng Yong's delight swelled. "Ning Bufan, you have sunk to a new low, even resorting to robbery against innocent civilians. You are a blight upon this world and ought to die without a burial. Have you finished?" Ning Bufan suddenly inquired. "Once you have, you may die." With a swift motion, he drew his sword, its blade soaring into the sky. Cheng Yong's expression shifted dramatically, his face contorting with rage as he bellowed, "Kill him!" The hunters behind him charged forward at his command. With a flash, the sword swept through the air, unleashing a torrential rain of blood. Each assailant was severed in half without exception. Cheng Yong's pupils dilated in disbelief as he witnessed his elite team being annihilated in a single stroke. The shop owner nearby collapsed in terror, losing control of her bodily functions as the gruesome scene unfolded. Thud, thud, thud. The corpses crumpled to the ground, painting the earth crimson. Cheng Yong stumbled backward, his face drained of color. "The special team has engaged," he shrieked in a frenzied panic, his voice echoing in the stillness. Suddenly, the final vehicle's door burst open, and 5 figures emerged like a whirlwind before Ning Bufan. Clad in golden, wide-collared uniforms and golden conical hats, they represented the most elite squad within the Hunters Association, the special team. Ning Bufan was acutely aware of their formidable strength, planting his sword into the ground and grasping its hilt with one hand. "Ning Bufan, you think you're invincible? Let us see how you fare against the special team. Prepare to die." Cheng Yong laughed maniacally. Ning Bufan's expression remained icy as he swung his sword at In the next instant. A dazzling light erupted. The special team sensed the danger and cried out in unison. Each member unleashed their ultimate techniques. One conjured raging flames, another summoned terrifying lightning, while others unleashed violent blades and torrents of swords. In an instant, these fearsome attacks converged upon Ning Bufan's sword light, crashing together with a thunderous roar. The clash reverberated like thunder, shaking the ground and kicking up a storm of dust. The shop owner and Cheng Yong were thrown back by the force of the impact. while Xia Xinxin and the onlookers were left agape, questioning whether this was truly a battle between humans. Moments later, the noise subsided, and the dust settled. The combatants gradually became visible. Ning Bufan sheathed his sword, standing there with an expression of indifference. The wind rustled his garments and the black fabric tied at the back of his head. Opposite him, the 5 members of the special team stood like wooden stakes. Motionless, however, blood began to seep from their bodies, some from their necks, others from their chests and waists. Thud. The first member collapsed, his head rolling away in swift succession. The remaining 4 followed suit, their bodies severed. All were obliterated. Those who witnessed this scene stood frozen in shock. Cheng Yong, paralyzed with dread, sank to the ground, his mind blank. The atmosphere thickened with an eerie silence. Step by step, Ning Bufan approached Cheng Yong. No, this has nothing to do with me. I am merely a vendor. Please, do not kill me. The shop owner, now covered in dirt and dust, had just risen when she found Ning Bufan standing before her, causing her to collapse once more in terror. The valiant hero exclaimed, "My apologies, esteemed guest. There is no charge for the items in my shop. Please take what you wished. I shall fetch it for you at once." The voice of the female proprietor trembled with emotion. In an instant, a flash of sword light sliced through the air, severing a head that rolled to rest at the feet of Cheng Yong. Not far ahead, Cheng Yong, the dignified vice president, was reduced to a quivering kneel. His trousers were thoroughly soaked, the pungent odor of urine permeating the air. Such a petty schemer, who had risen through deceit, now lay bare his cowardice. "Please, do not kill me," Cheng Yong stammered, witnessing Ning Bufan approach with the grim aura of death. Panic rendering him incapable of fleeing as he desperately pleaded for mercy. "I was coerced into framing you back then. It was all a conspiracy orchestrated by Yi Qian and the adopted son of the Ning family. Ning Yifan, if you seek vengeance, direct it towards them, not me woo-woo." Ning Bufan remained impervious to his pleas, drawing his sword from its sheath once more. The blade gleamed ominously, a palpable intent to kill radiating from it. "No, no, no." Cheng Yong, paralyzed by fear, prostrated himself, his head striking the ground repeatedly as he wept uncontrollably. "Lord Ning, spare my life. I still have my uses. The newly appointed president wishes to exonerate you. I can serve as a witness against Yi Qian and her ilk." Unnecessary. The 3 words, devoid of emotion, hung in the air. Suddenly, the sword light surged forth, a gruesome display of carnage ensued. The relentless blade cleaved through Cheng Yong's body as if he were mere vegetables being chopped. The sound of the sword returning to its sheath echoed, and at last, the carnage ceased. Cheng Yong lay on the ground, his eyes wide with terror, life extinguished. Ning Bufan turned, his cold visage directed toward the small shop. The onlookers in that direction fled in terror, as though pursued by phantoms. With a swift motion, a sword arced through the air. Moments later, a thunderous crash resounded as the shop was cleaved in 2. Collapsing into ruin, Ning Bufan sheathed his sword and strode into the encroaching darkness. Some bold souls cautiously approached to assess Cheng Yong's condition. Upon witnessing the scene, they immediately collapsed, retching. Cheng Yong's body lay in tatters, unrecognizable, as if shredded like a carrot under a butcher's relentless knife. With Cheng Yong's demise came the fall of a particularly small faction. News spread like wildfire, causing a stir within the Hunter Association. Panic ensued. If even the elite squad was utterly powerless, who could stand against such might? Only the masters could be called upon. President Nightingale witnessed the battle firsthand. No, it was hardly a battle, but rather a one-sided slaughter. In the office of the president of the Feng City Hunter Association, Secretary Zheng Wei was reporting to Gao Sanfeng about the alarming situation unfolding beneath them, sweat beading on his brow. Gao Sanfeng was left speechless. A single individual, and a cripple at that, could possess such formidable strength. He was now en route to Feng City. What were they to do? "President, perhaps we should evacuate Feng City," the secretary suggested anxiously. Just then, the phone on the desk rang. Gao Sanfeng snatched up the receiver. "Hello, this is Gao Sanfeng." "Hello, Instructor Wu." Upon recognizing the voice on the other end, Gao Sanfeng quickly rose, his tone imbued with respect. This was one of the most renowned instructors within the Hunter Association, a figure of immense prowess who had trained countless legendary hunters. What a bunch of useless fools you all are in the Feng City Hunter Association. Came a gruff voice from the phone, laced with anger. To mishandle a cripple so poorly is a disgrace. Keep a close watch on that cripple. I will come to confront him personally and ensure he does not escape. Furthermore, this incident must be kept under wraps. We cannot afford to lose face over this. Gao Sanfeng could only bitterly smile inwardly. The man was not fleeing. He was boldly advancing toward Feng City. The real question was whether their own people ought to leave. Chapter 10. A wedding turned funeral. After the phone call with Instructor Wu, Gao Sanfeng felt a mix of relief and dread. The good news was that the instructor would personally handle Ning Bufan. There was no doubt about the instructor's formidable strength. His intervention would be akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. The concern lay in the instructor's volatile temperament. Given that Ning Bufan had already slain numerous hunters, it was nearly impossible for him to grant any mercy, let alone a chance for exoneration. Without such a chance, incidents like Ning Bufan's would only repeat. Sighing, Gao Sanfeng felt the weight of the situation. After a moment of contemplation, he seemed to reach a firm decision, gritting his teeth and instructing his secretary. Xiao Zheng, prepare the car. Zheng Wei, puzzled, inquired, President, it's quite late. Where do you intend to go? Gao Sanfeng replied resolutely, to confront Ning Bufan. What? Zheng Wei exclaimed in disbelief, nearly leaping from his seat. No, President, this is absolutely out of the question. Gao Sanfeng glared, are you the president, or am I? Follow my orders. Zheng Wei's expression was one of despair. This was a perilous undertaking. Yet, he could do little against the president's command. The night had grown late. On the road to Feng City, Ning Bufan marched forward, undeterred by fatigue. Xia Xinxin, like a persistent shadow, trailed behind him. However, after a day of sleepless driving, she was gravely fatigued, her eyelids heavy with exhaustion, eye in the dark of night. A moment's distraction caused her vehicle to veer off the road. She screamed in panic as the car tumbled down the embankment. Fortunately, the drop was not steep, and after rolling, the car landed roof first. Xia Xinxin was terrified, her heart racing. Thankfully, she was unharmed, but as she attempted to exit, the door was jammed shut, refusing to budge. Help! Help! She cried out, desperately seeking a way to escape. Suddenly, a flash of razor-sharp sword light sliced through the air, creating a whirlwind that sent shivers down her spine. In the next instant, she felt a void in her vision, the stars above coming into view. The car's roof was severed cleanly by the sword light, lifting away as though it were a mere sheet of paper. With a loud crash, the car's roof was flung far from her. Xia Xinxin gazed at Ning Bufan, who stood beside the vehicle, as if witnessing a supernatural being. Despite the countless shocks he had delivered throughout their journey, this moment left her utterly astonished. Ning Bufan paid her no mind, simply picking up a bottle of water and a packet of biscuits that had scattered from the car. I saved you, thus I shall take these. A fair exchange, and we owe each other nothing. His calm voice cut through the tension as he leaned against the embankment to sit and enjoy the biscuits. Quickly, she scrambled to gather the scattered water and food into a large plastic bag before joining him on the roadside. As he savored his snack, a fragrant breeze wafted by, and Xia Xinxin cautiously sat beside him. Placing the bag of food between them, her voice tinged with nervousness, "These are for you." Ning Bufan paused, shaking his head in refusal. "You have saved my life. These items cannot possibly compensate for that. So they are rightfully yours." Xia Xinxin insisted earnestly, "You have saved my life once more. I cannot accept them in good conscience." Ning Bufan raised an eyebrow, appearing to consider her reasoning. Seeing that he did not reject her offer, she grew bolder. "Since you have said nothing, I shall take it as your silent agreement. These are yours." Ning Bufan, however, seemed preoccupied with a different matter, abruptly asking, "Is it true what you mentioned earlier about Yang Luyin marrying Ning Yifan?" At the mention of Yang Luyin, Ning Bufan's brow furrowed slightly. Before the age of 5, he and Yang Luyin had been inseparable childhood companions, bound by a promise of marriage. Who could have foreseen that they would now be on the verge of wedlock? Yet, with his return, that wedding was destined to transform into a funeral. A cold smile crept across Ning Bufan's lips at the thought, sending a chill through the air beneath the starlight. "However, since you killed Shang Nan's brother, she may not have the heart to attend," Xia Xinxin remarked, her tone growing somber and tinged with sadness. "Are you following me to seek vengeance for her brother? Ning Bufan's voice turned icy. A palpable chill emanating from him. And no. Xia Xinxin hastily waved her hands. I am a doctor, dedicated to healing, not killing. I follow you to offer my assistance. Ning Bufan regarded her with surprise. What can you possibly do to help me? Xia Xinxin hesitated. First, I must make it clear that, if I say anything, you must promise not to be angry. After a moment of silence, Ning Bufan nodded. Very well. With his consent, Xia Xinxin's courage swelled. I am a medical doctor. And I suspect you may be suffering from violent tendencies linked to a form of autism or schizophrenia. She faltered, unable to continue, as a wave of terror washed over her, freezing her heart. Why you promised you wouldn't be angry? Her voice trembled. Ning Bufan rose, gripping his cane tightly, and coldly declared, Stay away from me, or I cannot guarantee your survival. Ning sir, wait. Xia Xinxin implored, unwilling to relent. Listen, if my guess is correct. You have endured immense psychological trauma. I specialize in psychological medicine and can truly help you. Get lost? He bellowed, unleashing a terrifying gust that surged forth like a tempest. Ah! Xia Xinxin screamed as she was hurled backward. Landing heavily on the ground. Gasping for breath, Ning Bufan gripped his cane, nearly bending it out of shape. In that moment, the urge to kill surged within him. Do not follow me again. With that chilling remark, he stepped into the darkness. Xia Xinxin attempted to rise, but the pain coursing through her body rendered her helpless, forced to watch as Ning Bufan retreated. Suddenly, he halted. Show yourself, or die. His frigid voice carried a deadly intent that permeated the surroundings. Ha ha ha! A man's laughter echoed ominously. Continuing on, a man and a woman emerged from the shadows, each accompanied by a sinister beast. Behind the woman slithered a colossal two-headed azure serpent, while a gigantic spider trailed behind the man. The ominous presence of the Temple of Anomalies. A startled exclamation erupted from Ning Bufan's rear. Surprisingly from Xia Xinxin, that moment, she had struggled to rise, her appearance somewhat disheveled, her beautiful eyes wide with fear as she beheld the two figures and their monstrous companions. Her complexion paling as she instinctively recoiled. Chapter 11. The Temple of Anomalies. The Temple of Anomalies, the nemesis of the anomaly hunters. These hunters dedicated themselves to slaying bizarre creatures, while the temple, in stark contrast, worshipped the strange deity, considering themselves its subservients. They practiced unique techniques that enabled them to summon or raise these eerie beasts for combat, wielding formidable power. Of course, very few possessed the ability to summon and nurture these creatures. Those who could were invariably the elite of the temple. The sudden appearance of two such elites signified that the situation was far from trivial. Hee, Miss Xia, we meet again, the enchantingly sinister woman with the serpent chuckled, her laugh piercing the air. Accompanying her mirth, the two-headed serpent flicked its tongue and let out a chilling hiss. Xia Xinxin felt her scalp prickle, her body trembling uncontrollably, her once vibrant face now drained of color. Hee. The serpent woman laughed even more heartily, doubling over in amusement. Look at you, so terrified. Do we truly appear so fearsome? Enough, serpent woman. Let us focus on business, interjected the Spider-Man, his gaze dark and piercing as it fell upon Ning Bufan. With an air of arrogance, he inquired, Are you Ning Bufan? Do you have matters to discuss? Ning Bufan coldly retorted, And what of it? We hail from the Temple of Anomalies. It has come to our attention that you have made a habit of opposing anomaly hunters, having slain quite a number of them. Our goals align, hence I extend to you the honor of joining our ranks. The Spider-Man exuded pride as he continued, All you need do is express your submission, and you shall be granted the status of my servant. If you perform well, your future shall be limitless. No, do not join them. Xia Xinxin cried out in desperation, rushing to position herself behind Ning Bufan. They are an evil organization, the serpent woman quickly interjected, a sinister smile playing upon her lips as she regarded Xia Xinxin. Miss Xia, we are not an evil organization. It is the anomaly hunters who embody such wickedness. As I stated before, if you join us, you shall understand our sanctity. Come now, be my servant. Xia Xinxin, an awakener with healing abilities, though lacking in combat prowess, was akin to carrying a mobile blood bank, rendering her immensely valuable to various factions. Naturally, the Temple of Anomalies sought to recruit her. They had previously approached her, which explained her immediate recognition of them and her palpable fear. No, I will not join you. Xia Xinxin whimpered, seeking refuge behind Ning Bufan, as if in search of protection. The serpent woman erupted in laughter. Miss Xia, you cannot escape this time. That blind fool cannot protect you. How fortuitous, you shall both join us. Begone! Ning Bufan's voice sliced through the air, a chilling aura enveloping him, causing the clothing of the two adversaries to flutter. However, they were not as feeble as Xia Xinxin and remained unfazed. Ning Bufan's defiance ignited the Spider-Man's fury. If you refuse to submit, then you shall become sustenance for my divine spider, he bellowed with a sinister grin. Jure, devour him. With a chilling screech, the enormous spider lunged forward. Xia Xinxin instinctively shut her eyes, her terrified scream echoing through the night. Ning Bufan's expression remained icy as his fingers twitched, drawing his long sword, which transformed in midair into a dazzling arc of light. The spider's massive form soared through the air, and in a flash, a blade of light sliced through its abdomen. The creature was cleaved in two, one half suspended aloft while the other plummeted to the ground, a cascade of green ichor spilling forth. Yet the sword's momentum did not wane. It continued its deadly arc. The Spider-Man suddenly sensed the peril and released a deafening roar as a surge of power erupted from within him. Simultaneously, the serpent woman's pupils constricted, and she cried out, "Damn it!" She unleashed a powerful strike, warping the air with her force, while the two-headed serpent also launched its assault, transforming into a flash of azure lightning. Swish! A glint of sword light flashed past. Ning Bufan sheathed his long sword, his tall figure standing resolute against the night wind, his handsome visage as cold as ever, revealing no hint of emotion. With a thud, one of the serpent's heads fell to the ground, writhing yet seemingly still alive. The massive, headless tail, now devoid of command, instinctively struck out once more, resembling a colossal iron whip as it lashed violently toward Ning Bufan. Once again, Ning Bufan unsheathed his long sword, delivering a decisive slash. In that instant, sword chi surged, the enormous tail engulfed in a whirlwind of lethal energy. By the time the sword returned to its sheath, the great serpent had been reduced to a rain of shredded flesh. The Spider-Man's eyes widened in horror as he gazed at the indifferent Ning Bufan, struggling to utter a word before collapsing. His body severed in two. Why did you kill me? The serpent woman's voice quivered with fear and resentment. She felt wronged. It was not she who had attacked Ning Bufan, so why was she punished as well? Xia Xinxin opened her eyes, witnessing the unfolding scene, her heart racing. Do not follow me again. Ning Bufan's voice, laden with warning, drifted as he stepped through the bloodied remnants, moving away into the distance. Xia Xinxin stood frozen, wanting to voice her thoughts yet unable to muster the courage, silently watching as his solitary figure faded into the horizon. Suddenly, with a thud, Ning Bufan collapsed without warning, eliciting a startled scream from Xia Xinxin. Seeing him motionless, she steeled her resolve and cautiously approached. "Hey, are you all right? Wake up." Kneeling beside him, her instinct as a healer prompted her to examine him, finding no signs of external injury. Could it be internal damage? Closing her eyes, she spread her alabaster palms over his chest, radiant white light emanating from her hands as she sought to mend his wounded heart. Time passed slowly. Xia Xinxin's complexion grew increasingly pale as she depleted her strength. Yet Ning Bufan showed no signs of awakening. Though she could have given up, she gritted her teeth, persevering in her efforts until her energy was fully spent, collapsing atop Ning Bufan. Chapter 12. Walking with Wolves. When Xia Xinxin awoke, daylight had broken. To her astonishment, she found herself nestled within a makeshift tent constructed of branches and leaves. Startled, she quickly checked her clothing, relieved to find no signs of tampering with a rustling sound. She hurriedly crawled out of the tent. Outside, Ning Bufan sat with his back to her on a stone, seemingly in deep meditation, as still as a statue. "You are awake?" he remarked, his voice surprisingly devoid of its usual iciness. Almost gentle. "Are you all right now?" Xia Xinxin approached cautiously, her voice barely above a whisper. "What about your heart? I owe you a life." Ning Bufan interrupted her, his expression remaining as cold as ever. "We part ways here. Do not follow me. It is dangerous." "Wait. Your injuries are not fully healed. You still need at least 2 more treatments," Xia Xinxin urged urgently. Ning Bufan shook his head. "I do not wish to owe you twice more." "That?" Xia Xinxin faltered. Quickly, she formulated an argument. Aren't you headed to Feng City? I am too. We can travel together. As a girl in these wild mountains, I am frightened. Ning Bufan halted, furrowing his brow in contemplation before letting out a reluctant sigh. Very well, let us go. Xia Xinxin's heart soared with joy as she gathered her provisions and hurried to follow him. In her eyes, Ning Bufan was undoubtedly a wolf of great danger. As they journeyed towards Feng City, the man and woman walked side by side. Throughout the trek, Xia Xinxin meticulously observed Ning Bufan, whom she perceived as a patient in need of care, persistently seeking topics to converse about. Soon, Xia Xinxin discerned that Ning Bufan's inner world was not as frigid and callous as he presented. She sensed that he had endured profound trauma, compelling him to shut off his emotions and adopt a hardened demeanor. Ning Bufan, may I ask about your family? She felt bold enough to directly address him by name now. I have no family. Ning Bufan's tone grew cold once more. Oh, I am sorry. Xia Xinxin noted the shift and chose not to press further. Suddenly, the screech of tires echoed as a luxury vehicle approached. Halting mere meters before them, Ning Bufan's grip on his cane tightened, a surge of murderous intent radiating from him. Xia Xinxin felt as though she had plunged into an icy abyss, her hair standing on end as her beautiful eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of the approaching vehicle. She was quite intrigued by the origins of this business vehicle, which provoked such a strong reaction from Ning Bufan. The business vehicle belonged to the Ghost Hunters Association. Ning Bufan had previously been a member of the Fengqing Ghost Hunters Association and had ridden in this very vehicle. Sensing a familiar aura, the Fengqing Ghost Hunters Association and the Ning family were targets of his vengeance. This opportunity had presented itself on a silver platter. With a sharp click, the car door swung open, and a young man in the front passenger seat stepped out to open the rear door. Following him was a middle-aged man with a square face, accompanied by a sharp-eyed, deep-breathing woman in black. It was none other than Gao Sanfeng, the newly appointed president of the Fengqing Ghost Hunters Association, who had come to seek out Ning Bufan. Ning Bufan made no effort to conceal his whereabouts, and his conspicuous appearance, being one-armed and blind, made it easy for Gao Sanfeng to locate him. Gao Sanfeng was already aware of the punishment Ning Bufan had endured, but witnessing his condition firsthand sent a shudder through his heart. It was utterly cruel, and no wonder Ning Bufan had returned with such a fervor for bloodshed. The malevolent intent radiating from him at that moment was enough to convey the profound hatred he harbored within. Greetings, Ning Bufan. I am Gao Sanfeng, the new president of the Fengqing Ghost Hunters Association. Gao Sanfeng preferred to dispense with pleasantries and introduced himself directly. Xia Xinxin shrank back behind Ning Bufan. She hadn't yet completed her research, and she couldn't afford to let it all go to waste. Moreover, Ning Bufan still required her treatment. Observing Xia Xinxin's reaction, Gao Sanfeng furrowed his brow slightly. Yes, that must be the case. Gao Sanfeng exhaled deeply, striving to soften his tone as he turned back to Ning Bufan. Ning Bufan, you need not harbor such animosity towards me. I empathize with your plight and wish to uncover the truth behind the events of that year. Therefore, I hope we can sit down and have a proper discussion. Look, I've come alone. It's just the three of us here. Ning Bufan curled his lips into a sardonic smile. Truth? That is of no importance to you. And it holds no significance for me anymore. No, I believe it is very important, Gao Sanfeng replied firmly. You spent time in the Ghost Hunters Association. You should be aware of my reputation. I, Gao Sanfeng, cannot abide injustices. Ning Bufan had indeed heard of Gao Sanfeng's renown within the Ghost Hunters Association, a rare figure of integrity. Had he been present in Fengqing back then, perhaps the tragedy of that year could have been averted. Unfortunately, there are no what-ifs in this world. President Gao, I have already stated that it is no longer important. Ning Bufan's tone was equally resolute. Miss Xia's presence by my side is perilous. Take her away, I will resolve the matters at hand myself. The grievances from 5 years ago will soon reach a conclusion. Murder will not resolve your issues. Gao Sanfeng's voice rose sharply. Even if you were to kill everyone, your case from that year would not be overturned. You would still be deemed a scoundrel, a remorseless villain. Ha ha ha. Ning Bufan threw back his head and laughed. Yet, as the laughter subsided, his expression grew increasingly cold. I have become this way, living in a state worse than death. Do you truly believe I would care about such things? This? Gao Sanfeng was momentarily at a loss for words. Bufan, in truth, I possess a means to restore your eyes and hand. Xia Xinxin seized the opportunity, her tones suddenly earnest. For Ning Bufan, the prospect of regaining his sight and hand would undoubtedly be the most profound form of healing for his psychological wounds. Ning Bufan hesitated, his cold demeanor flickering with a hint of emotional turmoil. However, that flicker quickly dissipated, leaving him as indifferent as before. Xia Xinxin observed this and implored, "Bufan, please believe me. I truly can achieve this." Ning Bufan shook his head slightly. "There is no need. Tell me, it is better not to see the darkness and malice of this world." His heart had long since perished. Ning Bufan had come to Fengqing with a heart resigned to death. Asking him to abandon his vengeance was nearly impossible. The only solution was his death. Yet, the display of strength he had shown raised questions about the cost of achieving that. Gao Sanfeng, undeterred, earnestly urged, "Ning Bufan, you are being too extreme. I do not deny the evils in this world. But you must also recognize that there are many kind-hearted individuals and much beauty." Before he could finish, the thunderous roar of a helicopter filled the air. The sound of the helicopter's rotor blades created a cacophony. Looking up, they saw a helicopter soaring over a nearby hill, the gusts of wind it generated causing the surrounding vegetation to sway violently. "President, it seems to be the helicopter of the martial instructor." Secretary Zheng Wei exclaimed. In an instant, Gao Sanfeng's expression changed dramatically. It arrived far too quickly. This is bad. Chapter 13. This person must not be allowed to live. Gao Sanfeng was acutely aware of the martial instructor's temperament. Once enraged, no one could restrain him. Countless ghost hunters had perished at Ning Bufan's hands, many of whom were his former students. The annihilation of that elite team, which he had painstakingly trained, had left him seething with rage. "Ning Bufan, time is of the essence. You must come with me immediately for questioning," Gao Sanfeng urged gravely, having no time left for further explanations. "Rest assured, if you are innocent, I, Gao Sanfeng, will risk my life to ensure your innocence is restored." Ning Bufan's lips curled into a cold smile as he raised his gaze towards the helicopter above. "You brought them here, didn't you?" It was indeed he who had summoned them. With a swift motion, a long sword was unsheathed. "President, be careful," the woman in black behind him shouted, rushing forward to shield him. Nightingale had witnessed Ning Bufan's obliteration of that elite team in the shadows. She understood that Ning Bufan's sword strike was something she could not withstand. Yet she had to protect him. Fortunately, Ning Bufan's target was not them. The terrifying sword light shot skyward, cleaving towards the helicopter overhead. The massive iron machine was sliced apart as if it were mere tofu. As Gao Sanfeng and the others stood in stunned silence, the helicopter suddenly disintegrated in midair. "You dare!" At the moment of disintegration, a towering figure leaped down, plummeting from the sky. Following closely were 5 figures who jumped down as well, each deploying parachutes. While they descended safely, the disintegrating helicopter plummeted towards the ground. "Get out of the way!" Nightingale cried in terror. 3 figures transformed into shadows, hastily retreating from the scene. Xia Xinxin instinctively grabbed the hem of Ning Bufan's clothing, exclaiming, "Hurry!" Yet, Ning Bufan remained unmoved, his expression calmed. In the next moment, wielding his long sword, he swung fiercely. In an instant, a dense barrage of sword energy surged forth, engulfing the descending helicopter like a tempest. With a sharp sound, the sword returned to its sheath. The helicopter erupted in a deafening explosion, scattering metallic debris across the sky, which rained down like a shower of metal upon the astonished onlookers. Is this truly the work of a human? Gao Sanfeng and the others stood blankly, their minds racing. With a resounding crash, the ground trembled. The figure who had jumped first landed heavily on the ground, creating a massive crater with his feet. The sheer force of the landing left everyone utterly astounded. Martial instructor, Gao Sanfeng swallowed hard, struggling to regain composure after the shock Ning Bufan had inflicted, and rushed to greet him. Wu Lei, a top-tier martial artist, had served multiple times as the vice principal of the Ghost Hunters training camp, training countless students. "Martial instructor, are you unharmed?" Gao Sanfeng approached Wu Lei, braving the metallic rain. Wu Lei remained silent, initially filled with wrath and intent on slaying Ning Bufan. However, as he gazed at the unyielding figure standing amidst the falling debris, he found himself rendered speechless. Yes, he too was taken aback. This was the most profound shock he had experienced in his life. If this individual were an established powerhouse of many years, perhaps he could accept it. But Ning Bufan was merely a young man in his 20s. given the formidable strength he had exhibited. Should he continue to grow, he could potentially obliterate all ghost hunters. This was no idle threat. Thus, today, regardless of whether this young man had been wronged 5 years ago, it no longer mattered. For the future of the ghost hunters, this person could not be allowed to live. He must die. Martial instructor, martial instructor. Gao Sanfeng, seeing Wu Lei silent, anxiously called out to him multiple times. Get out of the way, Wu Lei bellowed. Instructor, at that moment. Several figures darted through the air. The 5 parachuting individuals rushed forward, each radiating formidable power and strength. Wu Lei locked his gaze on Ning Bufan, his eyes filled with a chilling murderous intent. Join me in exterminating this scoundrel, avenging our fallen brothers. Kill! The 5 roared in unison, their murderous intent palpable. Gao Sanfeng felt a surge of despair and shouted, Martial instructor, grant me a moment. If we are to kill him, it cannot be now. The case from 5 years ago has yet to be resolved. Let me investigate first. Get lost, Wu Lei struck out with a slap. Smack! Gao Sanfeng was caught off guard, stumbling back several steps. His face flushed with a mix of anger and humiliation. After all, he was the president of the city. Wu Lei's public slap to his face felt excessive. Wu Lei, do not overstep your bounds. Gao Sanfeng retorted, equally enraged. Wu Lei disdainfully snorted and coldly replied, Gao Sanfeng, do not forget your position. This man has slaughtered countless members of the ghost hunters, and the ghost hunters of Ping'an Town were annihilated, leading to numerous strange creatures breaking through their confinement, wreaking havoc among the populace. Should he not be killed? That is a separate matter, but the case from 5 years ago. Gao Sanfeng argued stubbornly. I have no concern for your case. All I know is that he must die today. Wu Lei clenched his fists and took a step forward, his murderous intent soaring to the heavens in an instant. The 5 individuals behind him also unleashed their own murderous aura, enveloping Ning Bufan like a cage, locking him in with an overwhelming force. Beside him, Xia Xinxin was so frightened that her very soul trembled. With so many powerful warriors converging their killing intent, she, a frail woman, could hardly withstand even the slightest ripple of it, though not feared. A tranquil voice resonated, infusing Xia Xinxin with a sense of calm, akin to a potent tonic for the heart. Gao Sanfeng knew he could not thwart Wu Lei's actions today and could only sigh helplessly, emphasizing, Instructor Wu, Miss Xia is innocent. Do not harm her. Humph, those who associate with this scoundrel cannot be good people. Let us kill them all. Wu Lei's command left Gao Sanfeng utterly stunned, his expression darkening to an extreme. Kill, the 5 shouted in unison, drawing their battle blades and transforming into fleeting shadows, akin to unsheathed swords charging towards Ning Bufan. A cold smile crept upon Ning Bufan's lips. Suddenly, he flicked his thumb. Whoosh! The long sword burst forth from its sheath. One hand gripping the hilt die-in, the next moment, the sword light swept out like snow. Swish! The upper halves of the 5 charging figures halted in place, while their lower halves, propelled by the inertia of their charge, flew forward several meters. Bang, bang, bang. Their severed bodies thudded against the ground, blood staining the earth. Only then did the detached lower halves react, collapsing one after another. 5 elite warriors, slain in a single stroke. Wu Lei and the others stood agape, their eyelids twitching uncontrollably. Chapter 14. The fall of a master due to the suppression of information. The outside world remained unaware of Ning Bufan's terrifying prowess, yet Wu Lei and Gao Sanfeng were acutely aware. The elite forces of Fengqing had been annihilated by Ning Bufan, showcasing his formidable strength. Thus, Wu Lei had brought the most powerful special elite team, composed entirely of instructors, whose strength surpassed that of Fengqing's elite forces by several folds. However, they were unexpectedly cut down by Ning Bufan's sword. At this moment, Wu Lei felt numb and began to panic. This small team could not be dispatched with a single strike, even by him. It meant he was not Ning Bufan's opponent. How did I ask this possible? Wu Lei found it difficult to accept. Ning Bufan had effortlessly slain 5 individuals with a single sword strike, showing no signs of stopping as the tip of his sword abruptly pointed at Wu Lei. Wait! Gao Sanfeng attempted to intervene but found it utterly futile. A glimmer of sword light suddenly magnified in Wu Lei's pupils. The hair on his body stood on end as his pupils constricted to the size of pinpricks. In a moment of peril, a thunderous shout erupted. He unleashed a terrifying force. The aura of a master warrior surged skyward, creating a whirlwind that disturbed the surrounding air. The specialized Tang saber of the hunter of anomalies gleamed with a white light, fiercely slashing towards that glimmer of sword light. Bang! The glimmer of sword light collided with the battle saber, the blade's radiance dissipating. Yet the specially crafted, hard battle saber shattered, and the sword light, undiminished, pierced through Wu Lei's throat. In that fleeting moment, time seemed to freeze. Wu Lei stood motionless, gripping the broken saber with both hands, his eyes wide in terror and disbelief, akin to brass bells. The saber he wielded had slain countless aberrant beasts, earning him great accolades, yet it could not withstand that singular glimmer of sword light. Thus fell a renowned master of martial arts. Gao Sanfeng's head buzzed, feeling as though reality had warped. It was only now that he recognized Ning Bufan's formidable nature. The members of the Fengqing Hunter of Anomalies Association had to flee. With the death of a master, the entire association would never allow Ning Bufan to escape unscathed. However, he still had one course of action. If they were to kill Ning Bufan, the most elite warriors must be dispatched. No more sending random individuals to deliver their heads, only to increase their casualties further. With a thunderous sound, Wu Lei's killing intent surged forth. Collapsing as a lifeless body, Ning Bufan's cold visage turned towards the dazed Gao Sanfeng, causing him to shudder, a chill running down his spine. "President, we must leave." Nightingale and Secretary Zheng Wei instinctively rushed forward to shield Gao Sanfeng. Zheng Wei took a deep breath, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, and addressed Ning Bufan. "Mr. Ning, our president harbors no ill will towards you. He wishes to rectify matters on your behalf, so we hope you will allow us to depart." Ning Bufan coldly replied to Gao Sanfeng, "You just harbored intentions to kill me." Gao Sanfeng pushed the two aside and sighed softly. "Ning Bufan, you have slain so many hunters of anomalies, and now you have killed one of our masters. This is a capital offense you cannot escape." "Capital offense?" Ning Bufan scoffed. "I have been dead for 5 years." As he spoke, he pressed his thumb against the sword hilt. "Secretary Zheng, take the president away." Nightingale shouted. Suddenly, her beautiful lips cracked open, revealing a row of terrifying fangs. Xia Xin, witnessing this scene, covered her eyes in fright. An aberrant beast. Ning Bufan was also somewhat taken aback. The duty of the hunters of anomalies was to hunt down bizarre creatures. He had not anticipated that Gao Sanfeng would bring an aberrant beast as a bodyguard. "President, let us go." Zheng Wei, seeing Nightingale transform, forcibly pulled Gao Sanfeng towards the business vehicle parked on the roadside. Screech. Amidst the horrific screeching, Nightingale underwent a transformation, black scales sprouting from her neck. The sleeves of her arms tore apart as barbed spikes emerged, densely packed, invoking dread. Ning Bufan initially intended to observe this creature, but noticing Xia Xin's fearful demeanor, he swiftly struck with his sword. Nightingale let out a piercing scream. Unable to complete her transformation, she crossed her arms in an X shape, her scales hard as iron rapidly growing. Although her scales could withstand ferocious bullet attacks, under Ning Bufan's strike, they merely produced a crisp sound, followed by an explosion of blood mist. Nightingale, Gao Sanfeng, just getting into the vehicle, cried out in anguish. Bang! Nightingale's body burst apart, split in two, her remains falling to the ground, dying on the spot. Gao Sanfeng gritted his teeth, pained, and closed his eyes, letting out a roar. Drive, boom. The vehicle roared to life, swiftly making a U-turn, spewing black smoke as it shot forth like an arrow. Ning Bufan did not pursue further. Though their positions were opposed, it must be acknowledged that Gao Sanfeng was a good officer. However, they knew the news might lead them to flee. But could they escape? Ning Bufan would relentlessly hunt them down, making them experience the terror of being alive. "Who?" Ning Bufan looked up, exhaling a breath icy to the core towards Fengqing. "Fengqing, I am coming. You shall await your demise." At that moment, in the office of Yi Qian, the vice president of the Fengqing Hunter of Anomalies Association, she felt a sudden chill run down her spine as she was on the phone. Knock, knock, knocked. At that moment, there was a hurried knocking at the door. Immediately, a young woman adorned in gold and silver, heavily made up, rushed in with an anxious expression. "President Yi, it's bad." Qin Yin, not bothering to apologize, urgently said, "President Yi, I just received news that President Gao left Fengqing last night with his secretary, supposedly to find that crippled Ning Bufan. He is determined to rectify matters. Qin Yin was both angry and afraid. That old fool. If he truly rectifies matters, won't we who falsely accused Ning Bufan be in deep trouble? Smack. Yi Qian slammed her palm onto the table, startling Qin Yin and halting her words. Yi Qian's expression was icy as she scolded. Mind your words. What false accusations? We acted for justice, to eradicate the scum. Qin Yin quickly nodded in understanding. Yes, yes. What shall we do? Humph. Yi Qian snorted coldly, a triumphant smirk curling her lips. I just spoke with the old president. This case cannot be overturned by Gao Sanfeng. It's a solid case. Qin Yin let out a heavy sigh of relief, smiling. That's good, but I still suggest we hasten to eliminate that scoundrel Ning Bufan to prevent future troubles. Rest assured, the old president does not wish for him to live. Reinforcements are already on their way via private jet and will arrive by noon. We must prepare for their arrival. Yi Qian's lips curved into an excited arc. Qin Yin? From now on, Fengcheng will be under our command. Qin Yin was momentarily taken aback, but suddenly, as if realizing something, her face lit up with sycophantic joy. You mean to say Gao Sanfeng is being ousted? And you will take his place? Ha, that is wonderful. Yi Qian slowly stood up, her expression one of a petty person relishing in triumph. Ning Bufan, you wish to seek revenge? Then I shall await you. I do not believe we cannot eliminate you with the combined strength of all Fengcheng. This time, there will be no chance for you to survive. With a resounding bang, her fist struck the table, producing a deafening roar. Chapter 15. The allure of that unruly demeanor, however, what awaited him was a cold command. Due to work requirements, Gao Sanfeng was reassigned from Fengcheng to a border city in the northwest. With Vice President Yi Qian temporarily assuming control of the Hunter of Anomalies Association in Fengcheng. Upon receiving this order, Gao Sanfeng trembled with rage. What nonsense work requirements? He was well aware that someone was plotting against him. President Gao, this is an urgent order. They need you there. Please depart immediately. I have already purchased your ticket, Yi Qian said with a smile. Leave now? Secretary Zheng Wei was somewhat incensed. Vice President Yi. This is too much. Yi Qian replied helplessly. I have no choice. This is an order from above. The Northwest urgently requires President Gao to oversee the situation. It cannot be delayed. You? Zheng Wei was nearly beside himself with anger. Xiao Zheng, do not speak further. Gao Sanfeng's countenance darkened. Having reached this point, he understood that further words would be futile. President Yi, before you depart, allow me to offer you a piece of advice. Ning Bufan has arrived. You should flee at once. Gao Sanfeng, still unwilling to see the entire association fall victim to Ning Bufan's wrath, urged caution. Yi Qian smiled. Flee? What a joke. Just as I have ascended to the position of acting president, would I allow a cripple to frighten me into retreat? What future would I have then? A promising future would surely dissipate into nothingness at that moment. Gao Sanfeng's heart was indeed venomous. He seemed intent on self-sabotage. President Gao, you should concern yourself with matters in the Northwest. Leave the affairs of Fengcheng to me. Yi Qian's voice turned icy as she commanded. Bring a car for President Gao? And take him to the airport. On the way to the airport, Zheng Wei voiced his concerns. President, judging by Yi Qian's demeanor, it seems she intends to confront Ning Bufan head-on. Should we not caution her? Even Master Wu, a renowned figure, fell easily before Ning Bufan. Silence. Gao Sanfeng snapped, his tone frigid. The affairs of Fengcheng are no longer our concern. Moreover, I find that woman's defiance rather appealing. The last remark elicited a cold smirk from his lips. Meanwhile, at the Ning family's headquarters, the foremost of the 5 great clans of Fengcheng, preparations were underway at their grand hotel for the upcoming wedding of Ning Yifan and Yang Luyan. Clad in a dapper white suit, Ning Yifan orchestrated the arrangements personally. Just then, a phone call came through, prompting him to rush outside. Not far from the entrance, a business vehicle awaited, inside which sat Yi Qian. Upon entering, Ning Yifan greeted her with an exuberant smile. President Yi. Congratulations. I just heard that old dog Gao Sanfeng has departed, and you have taken over as president. Truly delightful news, however. Ning Yifan's expression stiffened. The news of Ning Bufan had been tightly sealed by the Hunter Association, and he was oblivious to it. This? Ning Yifan's face shifted dramatically, and after a few moments of stunned silence, he shook his head vigorously. No, it can't be. Although his body was taken away back then, the doctors declared him dead. There is no way he could still be alive. With a cold countenance, Yiqian produced her phone and presented a photograph. And it was a man, blindfolded and leaning on a cane. With a severed arm, Ning Bufan. Ning Yifan recognized that face all too well. His pupils constricted, and his eyelids twitched uncontrollably. Good heavens, he truly is alive. A malevolent glint flickered in Ning Yifan's eyes as he sneered. Just a cripple. Living must be more unbearable than death for him. Ha ha ha. His handsome face twisted into a grotesque smile. He has come for revenge. Many of our hunters have perished at his hands. Yiqian's words halted Ning Yifan's smile, causing his hand holding the phone to tremble. How could this be? You hunters are all formidable individuals. A mere cripple, I could crush him with one hand. Ning Yifan could not fathom it. I do not believe it either, but the facts remain. Why Yiqian's icy gaze bore into Ning Yifan. Young Master Ning, this is no longer a matter of belief. It is time for you to fulfill your promise. When I assisted you back then, everything that belongs to Ning Bufan, including his woman, should now rightfully belong to you. You promised me half of the Ning family's fortune. Yiqian's tone was assertive and uncompromising. Ning Yifan's eyelids twitched, caught in a dilemma. President Yi, after my wedding with Yang Luyan, only then will Ning Xiao hand over the family business to me. We must wait just a few days. Wai Yiqian shook her head resolutely. I have no time to wait. I need funds to hire experts. This time, we must eliminate Ning Bufan to prevent future troubles. Otherwise, it will bode ill for both you and me. Ning Yifan fell into contemplation. To be honest, he found it hard to believe Yiqian's assertions. Was it worth expending vast sums to deal with a cripple like Ning Bufan? Perhaps she was merely fabricating an excuse for monetary gain. Presently, Yiqian only held the position of acting president. She had yet to be formally appointed. To remove the acting title would require substantial funds for maneuvering. How about this? I can initially provide 10 million, Ning Yifan reluctantly replied. Once I secure control of the entire Ning family group, I will fulfill my promises to you. Suddenly, Yiqian made a swift move, gripping Ning Yifan by the throat, her eyes flashing with fury and determination. Ning Yifan turned pale with fright. President Yi, what are you doing? Ning Yifan, are you begging for scraps? Yiqian retorted angrily. Listen well. I am not negotiating with you, nor am I jesting. Ning Bufan is currently ruthless. He has single-handedly annihilated the hunters in Ping and town, and my elite hunting squad has been completely wiped out. Including Vice President Cheng Yong. To kill Ning Bufan, we must enlist the aid of a master-level powerhouse. Do you think 10 million will suffice to secure such a figure? Do not bargain with me. I need 20 million, and it must be delivered before nightfall. Otherwise, I will ensure that everything you have gained as an adopted son will vanish into thin AI art. Wai Yiqian's fierce threat left Ning Yifan nodding frantically in fear. He, an adopted son, had worked tirelessly to achieve all that he had. He could not bear to see it all turn to dust. Yet, procuring 20 million in such a short time was a daunting task. After sending Yiqian away, Ning Yifan racked his brain for solutions. Just then, an urgent phone call interrupted his thoughts. Yifan, where are you? Dad is in trouble. Hurry to the hospital. The voice on the other end was that of his sister. Ning Wushuang, filled with panic. Ning Yifan was bewildered. What could have happened to warrant a hospital visit? After a frantic 10-minute drive, he arrived at the hospital. His father, Ning Xiao, appeared ashen, trembling, with blood that was as dark as night spilling from his mouth. Yifan, Dad is in critical condition. You must save him, Ning Wushuang cried, on the verge of tears. Yet, Ning Yifan felt helpless. To save him was beyond his capabilities. He had merely claimed credit for a feat that was not his own. Yifan, what are you waiting for? The doctors have given up. You must save your father, Lin Mei urged loudly. Suddenly, a sharp pain gripped her chest. She gasped in agony, collapsing. Mom, madam. The sudden turn of events threw the hospital room into chaos. With Ning Xiao still unsaved, Lin Mei's condition worsened. Soon, she was rushed into another room. After a thorough examination, the doctor turned grave. Miss Ning, young Master Ning, your mother's old ailment has resurfaced. The life-extending pill she took 5 years ago has nearly exhausted its effects. To save her, we will need to administer another life-extending pill. Upon hearing this, Ning Wushuang's hopeful gaze fell on Ning Yifan. Yifan, your parents' lives depend on you. Ning Yifan's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. Chapter 16. Tears of a Crocodile. Yifan. My dear son, Please save your mother. Lin Mei's weak voice pleaded from the hospital bed. I still wish to see you and Liu Yan's wedding. Taking a deep breath, Ning Yifun's mind raced with countless thoughts and ideas until finally, a brilliant scheme emerged. Gripping Lin Mei's hand tightly, he spoke earnestly. Mom, I will spare no effort to find a way to save you, even if it costs my life. However, the life-extending pill is exceedingly precious. 5 years ago, I begged for one, and the benefactor, moved by my filial piety, granted me a single pill. Obtaining another now would not be so easy. We would need to pay a great price. Ning Wushuang interjected immediately. No matter the cost, if it can save Mom, it's worth it. Yes, dear child, whatever it takes, just say the word. Lin Mei gasped. At least 20 million. The number left Ning Wushuang and Lin Mei gasping in shock. The Ning family is indeed affluent, yet producing 20 million in one go is no trivial matter. Mom, I understand that 20 million is a significant sum, but saving your life is worth it? Ning Yifan said, his eyes reddened. Even if it means the Ning family faces bankruptcy, it would be worth it. Yet, at this moment, I am not yet the chairman. I have no authority to mobilize such funds. Ning Yifan chuckled inwardly. Fortune favors me. The opportunity to seize control of the Ning family group is at hand. After a moment's thought, Ning Wushuang quickly concurred. Mom, Yifan is right. If it can save you. 20 million is inconsequential. I propose we transfer control of the group to Yifan immediately. After all, it will eventually belong to him. Lin Mei, without hesitation, agreed. Both she and her husband were incapacitated, requiring someone capable to manage the family affairs. As Ning Yifan was the designated heir, granting him authority was only a matter of time. In this critical moment of need, it was the most fitting decision. All right, summon the secretary and lawyer. Your father and I will transfer all powers of the group to Yifan. From now on, the Ning family shall rely on him. Ning Yifan could hardly contain his excitement, nearly leaping from his seat. He grasped Lin Mei's hand tightly, tears welling in his eyes. Mom, thank you for your trust. Those tears were not tears of gratitude, but rather the tears of a crocodile. How he relished this family of fools. An hour later, Ning Yifan signed the authorization papers for the Ning family group in the hospital. At that moment, he held the reins of power. Sister, stay with Mom and Dad at the hospital. I will rush to secure funds for the medication, he declared before hastily departing. He had no intention of acquiring any medicine. Instead, he headed straight to the group to convene a board meeting, dismissing those old-timers who had been at odds with him and replacing them with his own trusted allies. Subsequently, he began arranging funds to prepare for Yi Qian. The thought of handing over 20 million to Yi Qian made Ning Yifan feel somewhat pained. Good heavens, to deal with a cripple requires such a hefty sum, and what is this nonsense about hiring a master? In the office, Ning Yifan was decidedly displeased. Why Yi Qian? Oh Yi Qian, I now hold all the power in my hands and no longer require your assistance. 2 billion? Dream on. Ning Bufan. I shall send my own people to eliminate him. With this thought, he made a call to summon the most formidable expert from the Ning family, instructing him to capture Ning Bufan, ensuring he would be brought back alive. He wished to make the living Ning Bufan witness his splendid achievements, only to subsequently humiliate him to death. Once everything was arranged, darkness enveloped the sky. Yifan, have you found the medicine? Our parents are on the brink. Suddenly, Ning Wushuang burst into the office, her face etched with urgency. Ning Yifan, unhurried, pulled Ning Wushuang to sit on the sofa, pouring her a glass of water, and gently reassured her, don't worry, the medicine will arrive shortly. Drink some water and calm down. Once it arrives, we will head to the hospital together to save our parents. Ning Wushuang exhaled a long sigh of relief, taking the cup and draining it in one go. Upon seeing her finish the water, a fleeting, hardly noticeable smirk flickered in Ning Yifan's eyes. Yifan, my elder sister. Second sister and fourth sister are not home. It's just the two of us looking after our parents now. A girl, I lack the ability. I truly appreciate your help. Ning Wushuang looked at Ning Yifan, filled with emotion. However, before she could finish her words, a wave of dizziness struck her, and Ning Yifan's face began to blur in her vision. Suddenly, she felt an overwhelming illusion in her obscured sight. Ning Yifan's once obedient visage morphed into something sinister and grotesque. She had no time to ponder the cause. Her vision darkened, and she lost consciousness. Time passed, and Ning Wushuang was jolted awake by a surge of pain. She opened her eyes, despair consumed her. Her pupils threatened to burst, and her head buzzed incessantly. She found herself entangled with a man, both of them devoid of clothing, with her pinned beneath him as he was frantically. The man was none other than her beloved younger brother. Ning Yifan. No, this cannot be real. I must be dreaming. Ning Wuxuang desperately tried to convince herself, but the pain coursing through her body confirmed the horrifying truth. This was no dream, but a cruel reality. The piercing screams of a woman shattered the air. Ning Wuxuang summoned every ounce of strength and seized the man's shoulders, forcefully throwing him off her. Her nails left deep scratches upon his skin. Ning Yifan, caught off guard, was upended onto the ground, a sharp pain radiating from his shoulder. Ah! He couldn't help but cry out, glaring at the awakened Ning Wuxuang with fury. Their eyes locked, and in that moment, the warmth of their past sibling bond dissipated entirely. Ning Yifan, what are you doing? Have you lost your mind? I am your third sister. Ning Wuxuang screamed in hysteria, clutching the bedsheet to cover her body. Initially taken aback, Ning Yifan quickly regained his composure. What is there to panic about? I am now in control. Everyone in the Ning family is merely fish on my chopping board. Ning Wuxuang, I am no longer part of your Ning family. My surname is Long, and I share no kinship with you. Ning Yifan sneered contemptuously. For years, I have played the role of a dutiful grandson in your Ning family, constantly having to disguise myself and appear obedient. I have grown weary of it all. Today, I reclaim my power. The Ning family belongs to me, and you are all out of the picture. Ha ha ha. Unable to contain his excitement and exhilaration, Ning Yifan laughed maniacally. Ning Wuxuang felt as though she had been struck by lightning, her mind nearly shattering. You mean everything that happened before was a lie? You never considered yourself a part of the Ning family? No, it can't be. This is impossible. How utterly foolish. The truth is right before your eyes, and you still refuse to believe it. Ning Yifan marveled, his gaze fixed on Ning Wuxuang, his face a mask of mockery. In reality, Ning Bufan is your true family. Years ago, when that old fool Ning Xiao was bitten by a mysterious beast and poisoned, it was Ning Bufan who personally sucked the poison out to save his life, nearly sacrificing his own in the process. Also, that foolish old woman Lin Mei's life-extending pills were obtained through Ning Bufan's efforts. Upon hearing these revelations from Ning Yifan, Ning Wuxuang stood frozen. Her sanity slipping away. No, you lie. It cannot be like this. It just can't. She wept, tears streaming down her face. Of course, I cannot be blamed. Blame yourselves for being so naive, believing me so easily while doubting your true kin. Ning Bufan. He. Ning Yifan continued, reveling in his excitement. No, stop talking. Please, stop. Ning Wuxuang covered her ears, teetering on the brink of madness. No, I have not finished. Ning Yifan's exhilaration surged. 5 years ago, he was blinded and lost an arm at the hands of the Hunter Association. A masterpiece of my collaboration with Yi Qian to frame him. Ha ha ha. Ning Yifan laughed uncontrollably. Beast. You are a beast, not human. Ning Wuxuang screamed, heart-wrenchingly, as she hurled a pillow at him. Chapter 17. The Ning family reaps its bitter harvest. Ning Yifan effortlessly caught the pillow, laughing mockingly, his amusement unrestrained. Ning Wuxuang sobbed uncontrollably, mourning her own foolishness and regrets. Unfortunately, there are no pills for regret in this world. Ha ha ha. Ning Wuxuang, are you still dreaming? Your foolish parents cannot last much longer. There is no Ning Bufan to save them now, no one to suck the poison out, no one to obtain life-extending pills. Do they have any choice but to die? Ha ha. Ning Wuxuang felt utterly powerless. Collapsing in despair, only able to cry out in anguish, I hate you. I hate you. She raised her tear-filled eyes, gritting her teeth as she glared at Ning Yifan. Ning Yifan, I will expose your despicable true self. Even if my parents die, the world will know of your shamelessness, and you will be condemned by all. Bah! Ning Yifan scoffed disdainfully. Ning Wuxuang, you remain so naive and foolish, since I have revealed this to you. There is no way I will let you live. Not just you. To eradicate all potential threats and ensure the Ning family's assets truly belong to me, every last one of you must perish. Hearing this, Ning Wuxuang felt a wave of despair wash over her. No, Ning Yifan, you cannot do this. You must not. Bring her. Ning Yifan shouted with malevolent glee. The door swung open, and 2 burly men stormed in. Take this woman away and have your fun with her. My only demand is that she does not see the sunrise tomorrow." Ning Yifun's tone dripped with murderous intent. "Thank you, Chairman." The two men, grinning with excitement, lunged at Ning Wushuang, dragging her away. "Ning Yifun, you will meet a terrible fate. Let me go. You cannot do this. Even in death, I will not let you off." Ning Wushuang struggled fiercely, shouting, but it was all in vain. The Ning family was now reaping the dire consequences of their past actions. Ning Wushuang's screams faded into the distance. A triumphant smile spread across Ning Yifun's face. The more he thought about it, the happier he became. Ning Yifun. No, I should restore my true name now. I am Long Tianyi, a scion of the Long family, one of the 6 great hidden ancient clans. The Ning family is unworthy to even carry my shoes. Humph. Long Tianyi embraced his true identity. Indeed, he was of the Long family bloodline, albeit a bastard child born in secrecy. Had he not concealed his identity as an abandoned child, he would have been exterminated. He had worked tirelessly to grow stronger, hoping one day his family would acknowledge him and his noble lineage. Ning Bufan, I truly should thank you for being my good fortune. I eagerly await our meeting. At this moment, Ning Bufan found himself encircled by a group of individuals in the darkness. They were sent by Xia Xinxin's family, numbering over 30. Leading the charge were 2 young men, Xia Tao, the brother of Xia Xinxin. Xia Xinxin was still intent on continuing her research. After several days of effort, she had only just begun to pry open the tightly shut door of Ning Bufan's heart. Clearly unwilling to give up easily, Tao Gu, there's no need to waste words on this blind cripple. He must have bullied Xinxin these days. The shorter young man glared at Ning Bufan with a murderous gaze, as if Ning Bufan had stolen his wife. Damn it. How dare you kidnap Xinxin, brothers? Kill him. The short young man, enraged, shouted as he lunged at Ning Bufan. Kill him? The others echoed in fury. Ning Bufan's expression remained indifferent, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. Stop! Xia Xinxin cried out in panic, rushing to block the shorter young man. Zhao Quan, what are you doing? No one is allowed to strike. I was not bullied by him. Nor was I kidnapped. I willingly accompanied him to Feng City. Seeing Xia Xinxin defending Bufan, Zhao Quan's eyes turned green with fury. Xia Xinxin, you need to understand. We have a betrothal. You dare protect another man in front of your fiancé? What do you mean by that? Xia Xinxin shook her head. Zhao Quan, the betrothal was merely a joke from the adults back then. Modern times allow for free love. I have never acknowledged any betrothal. This statement shattered Zhao Quan completely. Xia Xinxin, you deny our betrothal for a cripple, meaning I am worth less than a cripple. Is that not an insult to me? Get away. I must kill him today. Zhao Quan, now completely irrational, pushed Xia Xinxin aside with force. Ah! Xia Xinxin cried out, falling to the ground. Xia Tao rushed forward to support her, glaring at Zhao Quan in discontent. Zhao Quan, what are you doing? Calm down. I cannot calm down. Zhao Quan's face contorted with rage as he seized a machete from one of his henchmen, his eyes bloodshot as he bellowed, Kill! Stop! Xia Xinxin exclaimed in terror. It was not the safety of Ning Bufan that concerned her, but rather the fear that he would effortlessly dispatch them all with a single strike. In a flash, the gleam of the sword flickered, and in the darkness, severed heads soared into the air, creating a deluge of blood. Xia Tao and the others were left dumbfounded as they witnessed Zhao Quan and the others' heads plummet to the ground like dumplings, thudding heavily upon impact. In an instant, 2/3 of the individuals present were decapitated. The headless corpses only reacted after their heads hit the ground, collapsing in a disarrayed heap. Xia Xinxin had grown accustomed to such horrors, but for Xia Tao and his companions, sheer terror rendered them speechless. It was all the fault of the Hunters Guild for keeping the truth under wraps. Had they known of this man's terrifying prowess, Zhao Quan and the others would not have ventured into such peril. After a long moment, Xia Tao swallowed hard, opening his mouth but finding no words to express his dread. His hand trembled violently as he clutched Xia Xinxin's. Sister, what is this? The demon, he stammered, his teeth chattering with fear. Xia Xinxin sighed deeply. Brother, we must leave at once. Yes, let's go. Everyone, hurry, now. Xia Tao dared not suggest taking his sister with him. Upon hearing Xia Xinxin's words, he felt as if he had received a divine pardon and bolted away. However, his legs shook uncontrollably, and he stumbled, falling to the ground in a disheveled heap. Quick, help me up. Hurry. We must go. His followers, equally relieved to escape, rushed to assist him. Wait. Ning Bufan's voice rang out, cold and commanding, freezing everyone in place, rendering them motionless. Their backs were drenched in cold sweat. Ning Bufan, blindfolded, turned his gaze toward Xia Xinxin. Go with them, or I shall slay them. This was a blatant threat, saturated with murderous intent. Xia Xinxin opened her mouth to protest, but Ning Bufan's thumb was already pressing against the sword's hilt. Very well, I will go with my brother. Please do not kill. Fear gripped her. This man was truly capable of annihilating Xia Tao and the others. Xinxin, we must leave now. Xia Tao was overwhelmed with terror. Each passing moment felt like an eternity of agony, and he longed to escape this nightmare. At that moment, the roar of engines shattered the silence. Ahead, beams of headlights sliced through the darkness, racing toward them. A cacophony of shouts broke the stillness of the night. A group of imposing men leapt from the vehicles. Ning Bufan's ears perked up. Amidst the chaos, he recognized a familiar voice. After all, he had spent 5 years in the Ning household, becoming acquainted with its members. The Ning family had sent reinforcements, as a sword suddenly sprang forth from its sheath. Ning Bufan's demeanor turned resolute. The Ning family, a total of 12 individuals, was led by an elderly man in his 50s, slightly hunchbacked. Upon seeing the carnage before him, the elder's expression remained stoic, as if he were accustomed to such scenes. He raised his head, illuminated by the vehicle's headlights, and gazed at Ning Bufan. Though his eyes were damaged and his left arm was empty, the striking features of the young man were unmistakable. It was indeed the young master Ning Bufan from 5 years ago. Regrettably, the Ning family had discarded him, branding him a pariah, much to the disdain of those who had once held him in high regard. Old man Ning Kuan, I have come to see the young master, he said, stepping through the blood-soaked ground toward Ning Bufan, bowing slightly. Ning Bufan's expression remained indifferent. What brings you here? Is it Ning Yifan? Ning Kuan inquired, nodding. Young master, please do not force us into a difficult position. You misunderstand. You need not concern yourself with such matters. Ning Bufan's sword shot skyward, slicing through the night with a fierce brilliance. Ning Kuan's pupils constricted as he bellowed, launching a punch imbued with white energy. The remaining members of the Ning family, who had not yet retreated, gasped in astonishment at the sight of this powerful display. His face momentarily lit up with excitement, as he secretly hoped Ning Bufan would meet his demise. However, that hope quickly faded. The blade effortlessly shattered the energy of Ning Kuan's punch, cleaving through his very being. Almost simultaneously, a flash of sword energy flickered among the remaining Ning family members. With a metallic clang, Ning Bufan sheathed his sword, standing resolutely against the night wind. Ning Kuan stared in disbelief at Ning Bufan, his expression a mixture of resentment and incredulity. How is this possible? Before he could finish, he collapsed to the ground. One after another. The others followed suit, their bodies cleaving in two. Xia Tao was once again left in shock, paralyzed as if all strength had drained from him. Out of the 12 members of the Ning family, only one remained, trembling in terror as his mind spiraled into chaos. The sound of footsteps echoed ominously, like the tolling of a death knell, causing the last standing member to crumble to his knees. Please, young master, do not kill me. I was forced to come with them. He sobbed, too frightened even to contemplate escape. Ning Bufan approached him, his sword sheath serving as a makeshift staff, pointing toward a nearby vehicle. Drive to Fengcheng. Speak a single word against it, and you shall die, of course. The man nodded fervently, feeling as though he had been granted a second chance. Soon after, he drove away with Ning Bufan. As Ning Bufan departed, Xia Tao and his companions nearly wept with relief, embracing one another in a fit of sobs. The god of death has finally left. Xia Xinxin urged, brother, quickly, let us get into the car and head to Fengcheng. Xia Tao, however, was paralyzed with terror. No, I refuse to face that monster again. It is far too frightening. Xia Xinxin attempted to protest, but Xia Tao forcibly dragged her into the vehicle, speeding away into the night. The next day, at 6 in the morning, after entering the city, Ning Bufan ordered the vehicle to stop. He wished to experience firsthand the city he had once protected. Stepping out, he walked deliberately down the street, feeling the familiar essence of the city, now transformed and unrecognizable. Behind him, the driver exhaled a sigh of relief. He could have escaped, but instead, he contemplated seizing the opportunity before him. With a determined grit, he slammed down on the accelerator. In the next instant, the car surged forward like an arrow, roaring with deadly intent toward Ning Bufan's back. Die! The man laughed maniacally. Ning Bufan's icy demeanor flickered. His thumb pressing firmly against the sword's hilt. In a swift motion, he slashed backward with his sword, creating a deadly arc of light. The vehicle erupted in a tremendous explosion, tearing apart as it crashed to the ground. The occupants meeting a fate worse than death. The commotion drew the attention of a few passers-by, who stood stunned at the spectacle before them. Oh my! Sister, come quickly. This is terrifying. The car is in 2 pieces. A petite woman gasped, covering her mouth in shock outside a bridal shop. What is happening? Several women rushed out, curiosity piqued. Among them was a tall woman dressed in a dazzling white wedding gown. Her exquisite beauty captivating all. If Ning Bufan had been able to see, he would have recognized her as Yang Luyin, his former fiancée, now to be wed to Ning Yifan. She had risen early to try on wedding dresses for the ceremony. As if nothing had transpired, Ning Bufan leaned on his sword sheath and walked steadily toward the Ning family's direction, guided by his memories. Unbeknownst to him, he was moving toward Yang Luyin. Yang Luyin soon noticed him. That blind man looks so familiar. Isn't he someone we know? The women murmured. Yang Luoyin's heart skipped a beat as she struggled to comprehend the sight before her. Clad in a faded black coat, his blindfold concealing his eyes and his left arm empty, he moved with a slow but determined gait, his once familiar face now bearing an icy countenance. Ning Bufan? She gasped in disbelief. No, it cannot be. How can he still be alive? Yang Luyin found it hard to accept. Sister, that blind man looks so much like someone. Her younger sister, Yang Lu Jiao, exclaimed, recalling her previous encounters with Ning Bufan. Oh my! It can't be, can it? Ning Bufan sensed something amiss and abruptly halted, slowly turning his head toward Yang Luyin. Her heart raced wildly. Chapter 19. The beginning of revenge. Ning Bufan merely paused for a moment before resuming his cold, indifferent stride, brushing past Yang Luyin and her companions, leaving them with nothing but the chilling image of his back. Sister, why are you covering your face? He can't see you at all with his blinded eyes. Yang Liujiao exclaimed loudly, and in a swift motion, she chased after him. Unyielding, Yang Liujiao suddenly grasped Ning Bufan's empty sleeve. Don't go. Tell me, are you really Ning Bufan? Her voice was tinged with urgency. As she clutched the vacant sleeve, tears welled up in her eyes, shimmering with unshed emotion. Ning Bufan is already dead, he spoke. You may call me Jian Wuqing. With that, a flash of sword light cut through the air. With a swift slash, the sleeve was severed, and Yang Liujiao was forcefully knocked back by a tremendous force. She gasped, stumbling several steps before regaining her balance. Gazing at the half-sleeve in her hand, watching the cold figure recede into the distance, and contemplating the name Jian Wuqing, a wave of sorrow and anguish surged within her. How tragic, she cried out, burying her face in her hands. Sister, why are you crying? Yang Luyin rushed over, discontent evident in her tone. A scoundrel like him deserves everything that has befallen him. There's no reason for your tears. I never imagined he was still alive. Truly, good people don't live long, while the wicked thrive for 1,000 years. Sister, do you really believe in that incident from 5 years ago? Yang Liujiao retorted loudly, her dissatisfaction palpable. The evidence is irrefutable. What is there to doubt? Yang Luyin shot back, her voice rising further. Moreover, your brother-in-law Yifan personally verified it. Do you not trust his word? I fear your mind has become muddled. Yang Luyin was exasperated. Humph. Yang Liujiao scoffed, Sister, I think it is you who has lost your senses. Insisting on marrying Ning Yifan, who is anything but a good person. Do not speak ill of your brother-in-law. Yang Luyin snapped, swinging her hand in anger. Smack! The sharp sound of her slap echoed, leaving 5 bright red imprints on Yang Liujiao's delicate face. You are utterly unreasonable. You disbelieve your brother-in-law and instead choose to believe a scoundrel. Yang Luyin fumed, her anger palpable. Yang Liujiao covered her stinging face, tears in her eyes as she glared at her sister. Gritting her teeth, I believe in him. What of it? It's none of your business. With that, the petite girl ran off in tears. Miss, The wedding is about to start. You should hurry and get your makeup done and put on your wedding dress. The bridesmaids urged anxiously. An hour later, Ning family manor. Although it was not the main venue for the wedding, it was festooned with festive decorations, radiating joy. The entire Ning family donned celebratory red attire, bustling about the manor, preparing for the wedding. Amidst the cheerful atmosphere, a figure suddenly appeared at the entrance, leaving those gathered momentarily stunned. The newcomer was blindfolded, leaning on a cane, and one sleeve hung empty, severed at the end. Was this a beggar come to demand a wedding gift from the Ning family? What a joke. Such a prestigious family, and a beggar thinks he has the right to show up? Two male servants, one stout and the other slender, charged forward with fierce demeanor. "Blind man, get the hell out of here!" The stout servant shouted, pointing menacingly at Ning Bufan from a distance. "Wait, he looks so familiar." "He seems to be." The thin servant, upon recognizing Ning Bufan, appeared as if he had seen a ghost. The stout one suddenly came to his senses, noticing Ning Bufan's familiar visage, and froze. Thud, a dull sound echoed as Ning Bufan's cane, no, sword sheath, was forcefully planted into the ground. His hand gripped the sword hilt, his expression as cold as ice, his intent lethal. "Ning family, our enmity must come to an end." He raised his head slightly, exhaling a breath of frigid air. "Revenge begins." Swish, a flash of sword light swept across, a head soared into the air, blood gushing from the severed neck. "Ah!" The slender servant let out a piercing scream. Reverberating throughout Ning family manor, a stroke of the sword silenced the wails abruptly. Ning Bufan had already appeared behind the thin servant. Bang! The body exploded, split in two, collapsing alongside the headless corpse of the stout servant. Blood stained the ground crimson. The commotion drew countless members of the Ning family, who rushed out in droves. Upon witnessing the scene before them, each one stood frozen in shock. A burly man, leading a group, charged out with great force. "What are you all standing around for? Clear the way!" The muscular man bellowed, pushing his way through the crowd. Before him stood a one-armed youth, blindfolded, gripping a bloodied longsword. The burly man was far from pleased. A bunch of useless fools. Terrified by a blind man, truly, puff. The longsword pierced through his throat, silencing him instantly. The burly man's eyes widened in terror. "You," with a swift motion, the longsword swept, and his head rolled away. In that moment, those behind him finally reacted, shrieking in horror, their cries echoing in despair. "He is killing people. Run! Quick! Inform the city guards. Tell young Master Yifun." The heart-wrenching screams mingled with cries and wails, creating a cacophony of chaos. Ning Bufan's expression remained icy as he pursued those who had burst through the gates, his sword swinging with intent. He could have slain them all with a single stroke, but he chose to take them down one by one, using this method to vent his hatred and fury towards the Ning family. Before long, corpses littered the ground, blood staining the festive red carpet, lanterns, and decorations, turning them an even deeper shade of crimson. Boom! A deafening sound erupted as the glass doors shattered, collapsing amid the terrified screams of the crowd. Those yet to be slain frantically fled inside. Ning Bufan, sword in hand, followed at a leisurely pace. Along the way, severed limbs and blood flowed freely. The Ning family, being a prominent clan in Feng City, had their own security team. After a brief moment of chaos, the guards finally rushed over. At the forefront was a grim-faced middle-aged man. Ning Hong by familial ties. Ning Bufan should refer to him as cousin. "Draw your weapons, aim at him," Ning Hong commanded, surveying the carnage and the devastation of the once festive decorations, his anger boiling to the surface. The guards, almost all armed, trained their weapons on Ning Bufan's back. Chapter 20. The Fall of Ning Family Manor. Ning Bufan turned, his cold visage meeting the multitude of gun barrels. As Ning Hong recognized Ning Bufan's face, his mind went blank. After a long pause, he inhaled deeply, incredulity lacing his voice. You are Ning Bufan? How is this possible? You are alive. Ning Bufan is dead. I am Jian Wuqing, here to settle the score with your family. Attack! The longsword surged forth with lethal intent. Fire! Ning Hong instinctively shouted in a frenzied tone. The guards, acting on reflex, pulled their triggers. Yet, no gunshots rang out. A flash of sword light zipped by, slicing through the throats of all present. It was so swift that they felt no pain. By the time they realized, blood was already gushing forth. Thud, thud, thud. Heads rolled from shoulders, landing at Ning Hong's feet. In an instant, the entire security team lay lifeless. Not a soul surviving. Ning Hong felt numb. The Ning family members, who had paused their escape to witness Ning Bufan's demise, were instead met with a scene of abject terror. Run! A demon. He is a demon. The screams erupted once more, the survivors fleeing in panic. Ning Bufan retaliated with his sword, each fleeing figure bursting apart, collapsing to the ground. Heads rolled, bodies were cleaved in half, and limbs were severed. The grand hall transformed into a hellish landscape, a scene too horrific to behold. Ning Hong's eyelids twitched violently as he could not help but roar. Ning Bufan, enough. You are also a member of the Ning family. How can you be so cruel? Ning Bufan smirked coldly, a hint of derision in his expression. Cruelty? Do you not know how your family treated me back then? Ning Hong opened his mouth, but words failed him. Cannot speak? Then there is no need to say any more. Ning Bufan thrust his sword with lightning speed. No, I am your cousin. You cannot. Puff. The sharp blade pierced his throat, twisted, and then cleaved. The head flew away, blood splattering across the ground. The hall was soon devoid of life. Ning Bufan's expression remained impassive, truly heartless. He did not halt his advance. His senses heightened, wielding the bloodied sword as he continued to hunt down any familiar presence of those who had once insulted him. At that moment, a plump woman, covered in grease, fled into the kitchen, forcing her ample body into a large cupboard, trembling with fear. She remembered how, when delivering meals, she served others lavish dishes while offering Ning Bufan mostly scraps, sometimes even spitting in the food during delivery. Once, she was caught in the act, and when Ning Bufan reprimanded her, Ning Xiao and Lin Mei defended her, claiming he was overreacting, thus letting the incident slide, which emboldened her further. Now, with Ning Bufan returning in a fury, killing anyone in sight, she knew she would not escape his wrath. Buddha, please let that wretched brat not see me. He won't find me. The fat woman clasped her hands in prayer, murmuring softly, her body drenched in sweat. Fear consumed her heart. Swish! Suddenly, within the shadowy confines of the cabinet, she glimpsed a fleeting glimmer of light that dashed past her body. Inside the cabinet, a crimson mist erupted, staining the narrow space and her own eyes with blood. She felt as if her body were slowly fracturing. How could this be possible? As the cabinet doors burst open, a rotund form tumbled out, split in two, its mangled remains collapsing onto the floor. The woman's eyes widened in shock, unable to comprehend that she had met her demise so unexpectedly. Ning Bufan approached slowly, standing before the corpulent woman. You cannot escape. None can, he uttered in an icy voice laden with the scent of death. Suddenly sensing a familiar aura, he turned and slashed his sword towards a specific spot on the wall. The blade of light cleaved through the wall and vanished. A few rooms away, beneath a table, a group of individuals huddled together. This place is so concealed that crippled blind man should be unable to find us, right? Rest assured, he certainly won't. This is young Master Yifun's room. That cripple was never even qualified to approach it back in the day, so he is unfamiliar with this place in the absence of sight. He cannot possibly locate us. Yes, we are safe here. We are quite clever to have hidden here. The group collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. Yet, at that moment, a sudden aura of death enveloped them, plunging them into an icy dread. With a loud crash, the wall behind them shattered. A brilliant light emerged, surging through their bodies and sending forth a cloud of blood mist. On the ground, blood splatters began to paint the surface red. The group was gripped by terror, despair, and disbelief. How could killing be executed in such a manner? In the kitchen, Ning Bufan observed his surroundings with an impassive expression, continuously unleashing sword light from his blade. It was only when he could no longer sense the familiar aura that he ceased. The estate was now riddled with sword marks, drenched in blood, and strewn with corpses. They were not present. Ning Bufan could not locate Ning Xiao, Lin Mei, or Ning Yifan and the others. A slight twinge of regret stirred within him. Yet, it mattered not. He could continue his search. The Ning family estate would be utterly annihilated. With this thought, he swung his sword, cleaving through the gas stove. A burst of sparks erupted, and in an instant, Flames roared to life. Ning Bufan exited the kitchen. Thick smoke billowed forth, and the flames rampaged uncontrollably. The fire quickly spread from the kitchen, howling violently in all directions. Ning Bufan, sword in hand, stepped outside, blood dripping from his blade, staining the ground crimson. Hurry, hurry, get out of the car. Surround the entrance. At that moment, several vehicles of varying sizes screeched to a halt at the entrance. Armed personnel poured out. It was the city guards of Fengcheng. The captain, a man in his 30s, gazed in horror at the devastation before the Ning family estate. Watching as the flames engulfed the premises, Captain, who could be so ruthless? It seems they intend to obliterate the entire Ning family. His subordinates clustered around him, their faces glistening with cold sweat. Just as the captain was about to respond, a figure emerged from the entrance, a blind man with a severed arm. Ning Bufan stepped out through the blood-stained doorway, his sword sheath still firmly planted in the ground, unmoving. Raise your guns. Everyone instinctively aimed their weapons at the figure. Wait for my command to fire. The captain's eyes widened as he beheld Ning Bufan, his eyelids twitching violently. Ning Bufan, it truly is him. 5 years prior, as the eldest son of the Ning family, many were familiar with him. Captain, he is blind and has lost an arm. How could he have slaughtered the entire Ning family estate? Someone expressed astonishment. His brutality speaks to the depth of his hatred for the Ning family. The captain's lips twitched. Such details are irrelevant. What matters is that we must apprehend him today. Delivering a grand gesture for young Master Yifun's wedding will surely benefit us all indeed. A crippled blind man posed no significant threat. The surrounding subordinates wore sinister smiles. As they spoke, Ning Bufan was already advancing toward them, a palpable killing intent enveloping them in that instant. Ning Bufan, halt! The captain stepped forward, pointing at Ning Bufan, his voice stern and commanding. Surrender and lay down your weapons. It is your only path to survival, or else. Ning Bufan unleashed a swift strike with his sword. The captain's pupils constricted, and he shouted, "Open fire!" The sound of gunfire echoed through the air above the Ning family estate. A torrential downpour of bullets tore through the atmosphere, accompanied by the howling winds of death, targeting Ning Bufan. Suddenly, a shield of sword light materialized before him, composed of a dense array of blades. The torrential bullets pummeled against the sword shield, instantly reduced to fragments. The onlookers stood in stunned disbelief. Fire! Fire! Voices cried out, fear escalating to its peak. The gunfire persisted, the barrage of bullets growing increasingly ferocious. Yet, it was all in vain. Ning Bufan stood there, expressionless and unmoving. Behind him, the flames of the Ning family estate soared skyward. The wind fueled the fire, and the fire intensified the wind in an instant. The inferno consumed everything, engulfing all in its path. In a matter of moments, the entire estate was engulfed in flames. The nearby crowd, witnessing this spectacle, could not help but scream in shock. Some attempted to approach for a closer look, but the incessant gunfire deterred them. The captain is dead. Cease fire. It's useless. Quickly, summon the Hunter Association. We must retreat. The vice-captain's frantic voice pierced the air, filled with despair. Hearing the order to retreat, the city guards, already shaken to their core, began discarding their empty weapons and fleeing. But it was too late. Ning Bufan pointed his sword forward. In that moment, the sword shield he had conjured transformed into a barrage of razor-sharp blades, raining down upon the crowd. The next second, blood erupted, and screams shattered the silence. The vehicles parked behind were reduced to mere heaps of scrap under the onslaught of sword light. With a swift motion, Ning Bufan sheathed his sword. Slowly, he raised his gaze toward a specific direction, murmuring softly, "Ning Yifun, it is your turn." News of the Ning family estate's destruction reached the Hunter Association in no time. President Yi, the Ning family estate has been obliterated. Ning Bufan is now heading toward the hotel where Ning Yifun's wedding is to be held. He will undoubtedly come here next. What should we do? In the president's office, an aide was reporting to Yi Qian. Should we assist Ning Yifun? Assist him? Yi Qian's expression turned frigid, her eyes flashing with anger. He offered 20 billion, yet only delivered 10 after taking control of the Ning family. He dares to challenge me. Hemph. Since he is so formidable, let him face Ning Bufan's revenge alone. As for us, let us set a trap and await Ning Bufan's arrival. A disdainful smirk crossed Yi Qian's face. Ning Bufan, I have prepared 3 masters for you. Do not disappoint me. Before she could finish speaking, her phone rang urgently. Wei Yiqian glanced at her phone, a playful smile curling her lips. The call was from Ning Yifan. Or rather, now he should be called Long Tianyi. President Yi, that damned Ning bufan has gone insane. He slaughtered the Ning family estate and set it ablaze. Neither my men nor the city guards can hold him back. Long Tianyi's voice crackled with urgency. Ning bufan was heading his way, and with the wedding imminent, it could not be disrupted. He had considered canceling the wedding, but that was utterly unrealistic. Numerous prominent figures had traveled great distances to attend, and to suddenly announce a cancellation would be impossible to justify, not to mention that Yang Luyin would never agree. You know I am preoccupied with the wedding and cannot deal with that scoundrel. I implore you, President Yi, to lend a hand. Rest assured, I will send the remaining 10 billion your way immediately. With no other option, Long Tianyi relented. Wei Yiqian's smile widened. Very well, transfer the funds. Hold on, I will have the finance department process the transfer right away. Long Tianyi had no choice. Within 5 minutes, the association's finance department notified him that the 10 billion had been received. Shortly thereafter, Long Tianyi's call came through. President Yi, the funds have arrived. When will your people make their move? Yiqian smiled slightly. I will dispatch them right away. Groom, rest assured and enjoy your wedding. Thank you. I hope President Yi can attend my wedding when you have the time. It would be an honor. Long Tianyi felt a weight lifted from his shoulders. After ending the call, an aide immediately remarked, President, I will go arrange for people to intercept Ning bufan. Did I say I would send anyone? Yiqian's cold question silenced the aide. What you just said on the phone, did I? Yiqian's eyes glinted with an icy light. Yes, President, you said nothing. The aide quickly nodded, inwardly sighing that Long Tianyi was on his own. At that moment, Long Tianyi stood impeccably dressed in a suit, adorned with flowers, embodying the image of a groom as he arrived at the hospital where Ning Xiao and Lin Mei were being treated. The couple had been placed in the same room. Mom, Dad, my wedding is about to commence. It wouldn't be right for you too, not to be there. In truth, Long Tianyi did not want the elderly couple to attend the wedding. However, the Yang family insisted that the parents of the groom and bride be present. Otherwise, it would be unacceptable to the guests. Yang Luyin stubbornly believed that a wedding without the presence of the in-laws would be incomplete. Thus, Long Tianyi had no choice but to come to the hospital in person. Yifan, my dear son, we too wish to attend your wedding, but in our current state, it is simply impossible. Lin Mei's weak voice echoed in the room. Ning Xiao's condition has worsened significantly. Although the doctors utilized expensive medication to stabilize him, he is merely clinging to life. Mom and Dad, you need not worry. I possess a miraculous remedy that will render you indistinguishable from a healthy person. If only temporarily. Long Tianyi retrieved a vial from his pocket, pouring out 2 black pills that exuded an unusual odor. Both Ning Xiao and Lin Mei, being well-informed individuals, were acutely aware of the considerable side effects associated with such so-called miracle drugs. Given their frail state, the aftermath of the drug's efficacy could very well lead to their immediate demise. The side effects of this medication are minimal, and I assure you that a life-saving antidote will soon be at hand. You truly need not fret. Under Long Tianyi's persuasive words, the 2 elderly figures, in a bid to support their son's wedding, swallowed the pills without hesitation. They bestowed upon this adopted son all their love. Even at the risk of their own lives. Half an hour later, all preparations were complete. The time was now 10 o'clock in the morning. The auspicious moment for the wedding had arrived. The grand hotel was filled with esteemed guests. And the ceremony commenced. Ning Xiao and Lin Mei made their entrance, radiating an almost ethereal glow, albeit with a pallid flush of illness upon their faces. The parents of both sides exchanged pleasantries, elevating the atmosphere to a fever pitch. Yet, unexpected joy soon followed. The illustrious warrior, Ning Tianjiao, arrives with a gift worth 100 million to congratulate Yifan on his joyous nuptials. The resounding voice from outside momentarily halted the lively hall. In the next instant, the crowd erupted into fervor. Ning Tianjiao, the eldest daughter of the Ning family, a warrior of the Hulong Pavilion, held a distinguished status and unmatched prowess. Long Tianyi's eyes flickered with surprise. His heart sinking. Why had she come when she had claimed to be unavailable? Before the moment could settle, another loud shout rang out. The internationally celebrated superstar, Ning Xinghe, brings a gift of 300 million to congratulate Yifan on his wedding. The hall erupted once more, the fervent atmosphere reaching unprecedented heights. However, Long Tianyi felt a deep unease. These two sisters were no ordinary individuals. Their influence was formidable soon. The two young women strode in under the gaze of all. The elder donned military attire, exuding an aura of valor, while the younger, clad in a splendid red gown, radiated elegance and grace, embodying the essence of a superstar with every gesture. "My daughters, we have missed you dearly." Ning Xiao and Lin Mei rushed forward, clasping their daughters' hands, tears brimming in their eyes. "Now, aside from our fourth child, Jiao Di, who is abroad, our family is almost entirely reunited." Long Tianyi forced a smile, pulling the bride, Yang Luyin, by her snowy white hand to join them. Elder sister, second sister, the newlyweds greeted with joyous expressions. "Our beloved brother, you have finally wed Lu Yin, marking your maturity. From now on, the Ning family shall be in your capable hands." The sisters offered their most heartfelt blessings. "Thank you, dear sisters," the bride and groom expressed gratefully, warmly ushering them to the stage. The crowd immediately surrounded the family with affection. "Sisters, I cannot express how delighted I am that you could make it. When we heard you couldn't attend, Lu Yin and I were disheartened for quite some time." Long Tianyi resumed his act. Ning Tianjiao smiled. "Your wedding is of utmost importance. My sister and I merely wish to surprise you." Long Tianyi's heart cursed under his breath. What a shocking surprise this was. "But where is our third sister, Wu Shuang?" Ning Xinghe questioned. Noticing her absence, a jolt of fear coursed through Long Tianyi. Indeed, he and Ning Mei had also noted her absence. "Don't mind that troublesome girl. She has always been unreliable and likely got caught up in something," Lin Mei interjected, attempting to redirect the conversation. "She will surely appear soon enough. Since everyone is gathered, let us commence the wedding without delay." Indeed, the crowd echoed in agreement. Thus, amidst the warmth of familial affection and blessings, Long Tianyi took Yang Liuyin's hand and approached the altar. "Step aside, I am Ning Wu Shuang, the third miss of the Ning family. Let me in." A sudden, jarring voice pierced through the atmosphere, halting everyone in their tracks. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Long Tianyi's complexion paled. Panic gripping him, at the entrance stood a disheveled woman, her hair unkempt and her clothing in tatters, almost unrecognizable. "Security, what are you doing? Why did you allow a beggar to enter?" Long Tianyi erupted, nearly leaping from the stage to confront them. "I apologize, young Master Ning. We will remove her immediately." The two security guards, trembling, grasped the woman and began to drag her outside. "Let me go. Mom and Dad, elder sister, second sister. I am Ning Wu Shuang. Yifan is a beast." Ning Wu Shuang cried out desperately. "How dare you impersonate me? I will end you." Long Tianyi, driven to rage, seized Ning Wu Shuang by the hair and kicked her fiercely out, with a resounding crash. Ning Wu Shuang's body was sent flying like a ragdoll out the door. The events transpired too rapidly for anyone to react. By the time they comprehended the situation, she had vanished beyond the threshold. "Close the door," Long Tianyi bellowed. Bang! The door slammed shut, isolating Ning Wu Shuang outside. A few security guards, seething with anger, seized her, delivering a series of harsh slaps before throwing her to the ground. The head of security, gritting his teeth in fury, spat, "Damn it, you nearly cost me my job. Drag her out and feed her to the monsters on the mountain." "Understood." The two guards, with ferocity, grasped Ning Wu Shuang by her hair and arms, dragging her away like a lifeless dog. Ning Wu Shuang struggled and screamed in vain. She had narrowly escaped a dire fate, only to arrive here to unveil Long Tianyi's true nature, yet found herself in such an unfortunate predicament. With her parents present and her sisters as well, they stood idly by, offering no assistance. Even if they failed to recognize her appearance, they should have known her voice. In that moment, despair enveloped her, leaving her profoundly disappointed. She finally understood the depths of Ning Bufan's previous anguish and hopelessness. "Hey, who the hell are you? Get lost." Suddenly, the security guards halting Ning Wu Shuang's progress were confronted by a young man with a missing arm and blind eyes, leaning on a cane. The newcomer was Ning Bufan. "Damn it, another beggar, and a blind one at that. You're really trying to ruin my life," the head of security fumed, storming toward Ning Bufan and bellowing. "Get this man out of here." Yes, without hesitation, several guards charged at Ning Bufan, rubber batons swinging violently. Ning Bufan's thumb twitched at the hilt of his sword. Swish! The sword was drawn, its brilliance blinding, and blood erupted in an instant. Time seemed to freeze as the world fell into a chilling silence. Bang, bang, bang. All the guards standing in front of Ning Bufan collapsed. Their shattered bodies and the sight of vibrant blood rendered the head of security paralyzed with shock. His eyes wide with terror, with a thud, he knelt before Ning Bufan, unable to suppress his overwhelming fear and trembling legs. Ning Wuxuang looked up, her eyes widening, disbelief etched across her features as she stared at the familiar face of the one-armed blind man before her. That handsome visage was too familiar. Recognizing him despite his blindness and disfigurement, she gasped, You are, Bufan, my brother." Ning Bufan's expression remained impassive as he suddenly kicked out, boom. Ning Wuxuang's body flew backward like a sandbag, crashing heavily against the closed door. With a thunderous sound, the door burst open, propelling her inside. As Ning Wuxuang crashed through the door, Ning Bufan stepped forward. "Please, do not kill me. I am just a worker. Please, do not kill me," the head of security cried, hastily stepping aside. Only when Ning Bufan passed him without delivering a fatal blow did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. Yet, soon he realized that his performance today would surely cost him his job. Damn it, it's all this blind man's fault. If he hadn't interfered, I would have been finished today. A glint of malice flickered in his eyes as he saw Ning Bufan's back turned. Unguarded, he abruptly unfastened a stun baton from his waist. Shouting angrily as he lunged at Ning Bufan's back with the crackling weapon, bang! In that instant, the head of security's skull exploded like a rotten watermelon, leaving a gruesome mess. Those inside the hall who witnessed the scene screamed in horror. Many women covering their eyes, trembling uncontrollably. This was a nightmare they would never forget. Ning Bufan appeared unaffected, his expression blank as he stepped into the hall. Upon seeing him, Long Tianyi felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His mind reeling, he fumbled to dial Yi Qin's number, only to find it switched off. In that moment, he realized he had been deceived by her. Now, he could only rely on himself. He swiftly dialed another number. Ning Bufan? How is this possible? A voice from within the hall exclaimed in disbelief. How can he resemble Ning Bufan so closely? He is not merely resembling him. He is Ning Bufan, having lost both his eyes and one arm. Who else could it be but him? Yet, did he not die 5 years ago? How is he alive and standing here now? You ask me how I know. Only the Ning family can answer that. All present, filled with curiosity, fixed their gazes intently upon Ning Xiao and his kin. At this moment, the Ning family wears expressions of shock and bewilderment, caught in a state of confusion. The return of Ning Bufan has left them utterly astounded. They even begin to question whether the figure standing before them is a ghost. In the hall, an eerie silence descends. It is the mournful wail of Ning Wuxuang. Already battered and bruised, she was struck fiercely by Ning Bufan, nearly losing consciousness, and has only just begun to regain her composure. "Father, mother, eldest sister, second sister, please look closely at me. I am Ning Wuxuang. Can't you recognize my voice? Why are you all so unresponsive? Why?" Ning Wuxuang raises her head, crying out in anguish towards Ning Xiao and his wife, as well as Ning Tianjiao and Ning Xing. It is Ning Xinghe, the second sister, who first regains her senses. Her eyes widen in disbelief as she stares at the disfigured and wretched Ning Wuxuang. In the next moment, she rushes forward to support her, her face a mask of shock. "Wuxuang, it's really you. How have you come to look like this?" "Third sister, is that truly you? Who did this?" "I will kill him." Ning Tianjiao charges forward, a warrioress aura unleashing, radiating a terrifying killing intent. Suddenly, she looks up, her gaze icy as it locks onto Ning Bufan, her words dripping with venom. "You did this?" Ning Bufan's expression remains indifferent as he grips the hilt of his sword, a chilling aura of murderous intent surrounding him. "No, eldest sister, it was not him." With an unexpected surge of strength, Ning Wuxuang stands up, her furious gaze directed at Long Tianyi. Having just finished a phone call, Long Tianyi is startled by the fierce look Ning Wuxuang directs at him. His anguished roar resonates throughout the hall, moving nearly everyone present. "Shut up, you ungrateful wretch, a beast worse than a dog." Ning Wuxuang points at Long Tianyi, her eyes nearly bursting with rage, her fingers trembling. This exclamation sends shockwaves through the crowd. Who in Feng City does not know how the Ning family dotes on this adopted son, especially Ning Wushuang, who has always been the most indulgent? It is inconceivable that she would utter such vile words. Ning Xiao and his wife, as well as the Ning sisters, are taken aback. Wushuang, have you lost your mind? How can you insult your brother on Yifan's wedding day, in front of so many people? Lin Mei is the first to voice her displeasure. You insufferable girl, apologize to your brother this instant. Ning Xiao joins in, his face a mask of fury. The guests gathered here are all prominent figures in Feng City. Ning Wushuang's behavior is a disgrace to the Ning family. Apologize? Ha ha ha. Ning Wushuang laughs, her laughter bordering on madness. Father, mother, do not pressure third sister. She may have been traumatized and is not in her right mind. Long Tianyi feigns concern, saying, Third sister, do not worry. I will ensure the doctors help you. Someone, quickly take my third sister to the hospital. Yes. Members of the Ning family step forward, attempting to escort Ning Wushuang away. Get away, all of you, get away. Ning Wushuang screams like a madwoman, causing those who approach her to hesitate in fear. I am not insane. Every word I speak is the truth. With fiery indignation, she points at Long Tianyi. This beast? He assaulted me, boom. The crowd erupts in shock, eyes wide with disbelief. This is undoubtedly a scandal of monumental proportions. The bride, Yang Luyin, looks at her groom with a face darkened with disbelief. Long Tianyi feigns a heartbroken expression. Flustered and at a loss, third sister, what nonsense are you spouting? We are siblings, the closest of siblings. This is common knowledge in Feng City. I have always treated you with respect, and our parents know this. I could never commit such a heinous act against you. His words garner nearly universal agreement among the onlookers. Yes, absolutely impossible. You ungrateful daughter, cease this madness, or I shall strike you down. Ning Xiao, enraged, lunges forward. Delivering a sharp slap, with a resounding crack, the disheveled Ning Wushuang, with her bruised face, bears the imprint of 5 fingers once more. Father, please calm down. Long Tianyi feigns urgency. Third sister may have been too greatly affected by trauma to speak coherently. This is not her true intention, so do not blame her. Indeed, father, please remain calm. The Ning sisters join in the pleas. Breathing heavily, Ning Xiao struggles to contain his rage. Ha ha ha. Ning Wushuang erupts into another fit of manic laughter. As her laughter subsides, she turns to the cold-faced Ning Bufan, tears streaming down her cheeks, morphing into sobs. With a loud thud, she kneels before Ning Bufan, weeping uncontrollably. Bufan, I finally understand the despair you felt back then. They would rather believe in an adopted son than their own flesh and blood. A cold smile tugs at the corners of Ning Bufan's lips. Are you not all cut from the same cloth? Indeed, I am as well. We are all deserving of death, all of us, sobbing wretchedly. Ning Wushuang cries until her voice is hoarse, and those around her fall into silence. Some begin to ponder. Could it be that Ning Wushuang speaks the truth? Long Tianyi, feeling a sense of dread, realizes he can no longer allow Ning Wushuang to continue her outburst. Father, mother, eldest and second sisters, third sister's condition is grave. She must be taken to the hospital immediately. Long Tianyi urges urgently. Fan, have someone take her away at once. Lin Mei insists frantically. Take her away. Do not allow her to further disgrace us. Ning Xiao adds angrily. With their parental decree issued, Long Tianyi bellows. Someone, drag my third sister away. Anyone who fails to act decisively will be dismissed. Yes. 2 burly men charge forward, ready to forcibly escort her out. Ning Bufan suddenly intervenes, raising his sword sheath like a staff to block their path. The sheath, stained with blood, carries a heavy scent of iron that makes the 2 men falter in their steps. Ning Wushuang, unwilling to be silenced before finishing her words, stands up once more, glaring at Long Tianyi with gritted teeth. Then casting a defiant gaze toward Ning Xiao and the others, I care not whether you believe me, but I will expose the true face of this beast. Ning Wushuang points at Long Tianyi. This beast? His real name is Long Tianyi. After being adopted by the Ning family, he has schemed and deceived us, making us despise our own brother. This beast has repeatedly and despicably claimed the credit for my brother Ning Bufan's achievements. Long Tianyi, panic-stricken, shouts with reddened eyes. You 2 fools, take this madwoman away. Do you still want to keep your jobs? The 2 burly men snap back to reality, gritting their teeth as they growl. Charge. Ning Bufan brings his sword sheath crashing down, bang bang. With two explosive sounds, the men collapse to the ground, clutching their shattered knees and howling in agony. Ugh. Their knees have been mercilessly crushed, the crowd pales. Horrified at the sight of their suffering, their faces twitching. Ha ha ha, Long Tianyi, are you so eager to have me removed because you fear I will expose your true nature? Ning Wushuang laughs, a triumphant gleam in her eyes. Today, you cannot stop me. Ning Wushuang, you ungrateful daughter, cease this nonsense. Lin Mei, already flushed with fury, becomes even more enraged, her teeth clenched as she screams. If you continue, I shall tear your mouth apart. Her sunny fan has always been the apple of her eye, more cherished than her own flesh and blood. Mother, please come to your senses. Ning Wushuang sneers. Do you think that the life-saving pill from 5 years ago was brought by him? No, it was Bufan who procured it. And eldest sister, do you remember that when you fought for the Long Pavilion, you were ambushed by the enemy? It was Bufan who saved you. Second sister, do you recall when you first entered the entertainment industry and were nearly drugged? It was Bufan who risked his life to rescue you. And let us not forget how he saved me from the fire point one after another. She recounts the deeds of their true brother Ning Bufan, only for them to be attributed to Long Tianyi, and they had all believed it. How tragic indeed. Ha ha ha. Tears of regret streamed down Ning Wushuang's face, her sorrow akin to pearls cascading from a broken string. Ning Tianjiao and Ning Xingha exchange incredulous glances, their faces awash with disbelief. You have lost your mind. You are speaking utter nonsense, Lin Mei shrieks. Ning Xiao trembles with rage. Ungrateful daughter, Ning Bufan. It is you, this wretched spawn. The old man glares at Ning Bufan with malevolence. You should have died 5 years ago. Why are you still alive, here to ruin our family's happiness? What wicked means have you employed to manipulate Wushuang, driving her to this mad state? Ning Bufan's expression was one of indifference, yet the corners of his mouth curled into a mocking, disdainful smile. Ning Bufan is dead. I am Jian Wuqing. With each word, Ning Bufan articulated a chilling proclamation. I have come today to settle the grievances between you and the Ning family on behalf of Ning Bufan. Father, please stop being so muddled. Awaken to reality. Ning Wushuang cried out in a fit of despair and fury. We are the ones connected by blood, while Long Tianyi is the outsider. By adopting him, you have invited a wolf into your home. I have already paid a grievous price for it. As she spoke, she violently tore open her clothing, revealing horrific scars upon her body, causing the onlookers to gasp in horror. I gritted my teeth, enduring their frenzied assaults countless times, until at last, they grew weary, allowing me to stealthily escape while their attention waned. I had thought that upon seeing you, I would be rescued, that I could expose this beast's true nature to the world. But I was mistaken. You do not believe me. Ha ha ha. Retribution, my retribution, indeed, ha 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 ha. Ning Wushuang's laughter grew increasingly deranged. Long Tianyi's eyes brimmed with tears of grievance, his acting skills impeccable. Yifan, do not fret. We shall not be swayed by his madness. Lin Mei hurriedly reassured him. You will always be our most exceptional and beloved son. Ning Xiao immediately concurred, affirming, your mother speaks the truth. We will not be deceived. Rest assured, Yifan. Upon hearing their words, Long Tianyi secretly reveled in triumph. Though his face wore a mask of grievance and sorrow as he gazed at Ning Tianjiao and Ning Xingha. Yifan, do not worry. We too will not believe him. The two sisters hastily expressed their stance, not waiting for Long Tianyi to speak. At this moment, Ning Wushuang's demeanor was indeed that of an unhinged individual, and her behavior was a stark contrast to her former self, making disbelief nearly impossible. It seemed the root of the issue lay with the resurrected Ning Bufan. He must have done something to Ning Wushuang. There exist peculiar substances and puppet arts that can control others for one's own gain. Ning Bufan, which method are you employing? Ning Tianjiao stepped forward, his icy gaze fixed upon Ning Bufan, the intent to kill brewing within him. Produce the antidote. Today, I may spare your remains. Long Tianjiao's murderous intent intensified. The methods of the Ning family to bring about death had remained unchanged throughout the years. The air around him was steeped in a chilling aura, devoid of any human emotion, exuding the essence of death. Even Ning Tianjiao, a veteran of the battlefield, felt a shiver in his heart, instinctively clenching his fists. "Master, madam, something terrible has happened at the manor." Suddenly, a panicked voice erupted from outside. An elderly man rushed in, his urgency palpable. "Uncle Zhong, what has transpired?" Ning Tianjiao quickly intercepted the frantic Qin Zhong. "Young Mississippi, the Ning family manor. It's been destroyed." The old man cried, tears streaming down his face. A heavy silence enveloped Ning Xiao and the others. "Old Qin, what exactly happened?" Ning Xiao hurriedly approached. "Master, the Ning family manor was engulfed in flames. Over 30 lives were lost. It was horrific. The Ning family manor has been destroyed. How could that be? Who would dare to do such a thing in Feng City?" Long Tianyi rushed forward, feigning outrage. In truth, he was already aware that Ning Bufan had obliterated the manor. Yet, he had suppressed this information, concealing it from everyone. His intent was to eradicate the Ning family entirely, and Ning Bufan had conveniently aided him in this endeavor. Besides, with his wedding approaching, he could not allow this incident to disrupt the festivities. "Old Qin, do not speak nonsense," Ning Xiao warned sternly. "Master, madam, I am not lying. You must see for yourselves." Qin Zhong produced his phone. Earlier, while overseeing wedding arrangements at the hotel, he had received word of the Ning family's destruction, accompanied by a video of the scene. Upon viewing it, astonishment washed over him, prompting his urgent rush to report as the video played. The sight of lifeless bodies strewn across the Ning family manor, drenched in crimson, amidst the raging inferno, filled the room with horror. No. Ning Xiao was the first to succumb to despair, letting out a pained wail. The manor represented the ancestral legacy of the Ning family. Now reduced to ashes, his heart bled for the loss. Feeling unworthy to face the ancestors. "Who did this? Who did this? I will kill him. I will kill him." At that moment, his eyes turned crimson, his fury palpable. Ning Tianjiao and the others were equally enraged. Their murderous intent surging. "I did it." A cold voice devoid of emotion interjected, taking up Ning Zhao's words. All eyes turned to Ning Bufan. "Silence!" Ning Tianjiao bellowed furiously. "Such brazen lies. What can a cripple like you possibly accomplish?" The crowd shared this sentiment, voicing their disbelief. "Young miss, reports indicate that it was indeed Ning Bufan who committed this act. Moreover, this information was relayed to young Master Yifan long ago, and the city guards have also reported it." Chun Zhong revealed, casting a puzzled glance at Long Tianyi. He could not fathom why young Master Yifan, having received this news, had chosen to remain silent. "Yifan, you were aware of this?" Ning Tianjiao turned her gaze toward Long Tianyi, as did the others. Long Tianyi hesitated before responding. "Elder sister, I heard the reports, but I was preoccupied with wedding preparations, and I found it hard to believe." This explanation seemed reasonable, redirecting the group's attention back to Ning Bufan. The cold smirk on Ning Bufan's face deepened. "Fortunately, I harbor no illusions about you Ning family members. It is clear you are all beyond redemption." He slowly drew his sword. The sound of the blade scraping against the sheath sent shivers down spines. Bloodstains still clung to the long sword. "Our enmity, Ning family, shall be concluded today." The chilling proclamation echoed as the sword was unsheathed. "All those unrelated to the Ning family, depart," Ning Bufan commanded fiercely. Yet, no one responded. Not a single person moved to leave. "Wait." Ning Wushuang, once more kneeling, crawled to Ning Bufan's feet, weeping. "Bufan, regardless of their actions, my third sister truly recognizes her mistakes. I beseech you to forgive me." Suddenly, with a swift motion, the long sword pierced through Ning Wushuang's chest. A collective gasp erupted, the sound deafening. The hall descended into chaos as the onlookers recoiled in terror, creating a vast space before the Ning family. Ning Wushuang's eyes widened, fixed upon Ning Bufan in shocked. "I have forgiven you," Ning Bufan uttered, his voice frigid. Ning Wushuang trembled, her throat convulsing as she managed a faint whisper. "Thank you. To DIY your hand at is my atonement." With that, she closed her eyes. With a flourish, Ning Bufan withdrew the sword, a spray of blood following. Ning Wushuang collapsed, coughing up torrents of crimson. Third sister, Ning Tianjiao, snapping back to reality, let out a furious scream. Her eyes filled with rage as she glared at Ning Bufan. "Ning Bufan, I will kill you." Just as she prepared to strike, a cacophony of footsteps erupted from outside, accompanied by booming laughter. "Ha ha ha, I have not arrived too late." What a splendid show of the Ning family's self-destruction! To the astonishment of the crowd, a grizzled old man with graying hair, flanked by a cohort of heavily armed men, stormed in. The thunderous footsteps resembled a tempest, as at least 30 individuals swiftly sealed off every exit of the hall, encircling everyone within. Some guests, now filled with panic, regretted not heeding Ning Bufan's earlier warning and attempted to flee, but it was too late. Long Tianyi, who had been on edge throughout the performance, finally exhaled in relief, the tension dissipating. "Old Yin, you have finally arrived," Ning Bufan greeted, striding forward amidst the astonished gazes of the assembly. He was Elder Yin Han, a guest elder from the Divine Dragon Manor. I have encountered him before. The Divine Dragon Manor? A chorus of gasps erupted, with many faces alight with excitement. That was one of the superpowers of the realm. Elder Yin Han nodded slightly to Long Tianyi. "Young Master Tianyi, I have not arrived too late, have I? Just in time. Ha ha ha." Long Tianyi laughed heartily. Listening to their exchange, the crowd was left in utter bewilderment. "Yifan, what is happening?" Ning Tianjiao inquired, her expression darkening as she sensed something amiss. "Silence." Long Tianyi bellowed, his icy aura surging forth, his demeanor shifting from benign to ferocious. "Listen closely. I am Long Tianyi, a scion of the Long family, one of the 6 ancient hidden clans. The Ning family is nothing but refuse, unworthy of even carrying my shoes." Long Tianyi's declaration sent shockwaves through the room, stirring disbelief and uproar. Ning Xiao and the others were left agape, momentarily at a loss for words. "Elder sister, just now, third sister mentioned that he is Long Tianyi." Ning Xinghe, her face ashen, interjected, "Could it be that everything third sister said was true?" Boom. The Ning family members felt as though struck by a thunderbolt, their minds rendered numb. Having raised a son for over 20 years, treating him as my own, providing him with everything he needed and more, only to discover that it was all a facade. Who could possibly accept such a betrayal? "Mother, are you all right?" Ning Xinghe exclaimed, rushing to support Lin Mei beside them. Ning Xiao spat out a mouthful of dark blood and collapsed to the ground, his face ashen, the blood itself a sinister shade of black. "Father!" Ning Tianjiao cried out in panic. The Ning family was thrown into chaos. Ning Bufan's expression remained impassive. He should have felt joy at this turn of events, yet his face betrayed no sorrow nor elation. "Ning Yifan, tell me the truth. Are your feelings for me also a lie?" Yang Luyin demanded, her disbelief palpable as she fixed her gaze on Long Tianyi. "Do not call me Ning Yifan any longer. That name disgusts me," Long Tianyi roared, his countenance fierce, causing Yang Luyin to flinch and retreat several steps. Fortunately, a couple behind her caught her, preventing her from falling. Yang Luyin's parents, incensed, glared at Long Tianyi. "What do you think you are doing? Did you not vow to cherish our daughter for a lifetime, to hold her as a treasure?" "Ha ha ha." Long Tianyi laughed with derision. "You and the Ning family are equally foolish. Did you believe everything I said? If I claimed you should eat dung and it would taste sweet, would you do it? You." Yang Luyin's parents nearly retched with fury. Taking a deep breath, Yang Luyin gritted her teeth and declared, "I care not whether you are Ning Yifan or Long Tianyi. From this moment forth, our ties are severed." She forcefully ripped the floral crown from her head and flung it to the ground. Stomping on it violently, "I deeply regret not heeding my sister's warnings. You are a hypocrite, a beast in human guise." With a fierce expletive, Yang Luyin grasped her parents' hands and shouted, "Father, mother, I refuse to marry him. Let us leave." Suddenly, 2 heavily armed men blocked their path. Long Tianyi shook his head with a smile. "Luyin, you are my deceased wife. How could you possibly leave?" "Deceased wife? What do you mean?" Yang Luyin's complexion changed dramatically, her beautiful eyes ablaze with fury. Long Tianyi stepped closer, a playful smile on his lips. "What I mean is, you and your parents will perish, and I will inherit the Yang family's assets in your husband's name. Do you comprehend?" At this revelation, Yang Luyin exploded with rage. "You are delusional." In her fury, she instinctively slapped him. The sound of her palm connecting echoed throughout the room. A scream erupted, but it was Yang Luyin herself who cried out, having been struck and sent sprawling to the ground. "Luyin, my daughter!" Yang Luyin's mother wailed as she rushed forward. Yang Luyin's father pointed an accusing finger at Long Tianyi, trembling with rage. You dog? How dare you strike my daughter?" With a swift motion, Long Tianyi retaliated with another resounding slap, sending Yang Liuyan's father reeling to the ground, his glasses shattered. Humph, old man, I dare strike you. What is your daughter to me? Long Tianyi's arrogance reached its zenith. He felt as though he controlled the entire scene, the sovereign of this moment. Ning Bufan stood quietly, though he could not see. He sensed that this was a performance worthy of appreciation. In this place, all enemies were destined to perish, and he was in no rush. Life is not solely about violence. Occasionally witnessing a captivating drama is an enjoyment in itself. Ning Yifan. Oh no, Long Tianyi. So this is your despicable and venomous true nature. Yang Liuyan rose, blood trickling from her lips, her eyes filled with resentment. With so many witnesses here today, do you not fear your reputation will be forever tarnished? Oh, I truly fear that, Long Tianyi replied, a sinister smile gracing his lips as he regarded the guests. The guests, meeting Long Tianyi's chilling gaze, felt a shiver run down their spines. Cough. Master Ning. Oh no, young Master Long, I assure you. I saw and heard nothing today. I was never here. I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave now. I must go as well. A swarm of guests rushed toward the exit. Yet the heavily armed men blocked the doors, showing no intention of letting anyone through. Ladies and gentlemen, none of you shall leave today, Long Tianyi declared, a smile plastered on his face. The crowd's expressions shifted dramatically, hearts pounding. Young Master Long, surely you jest. There are nearly 100 of us here, prominent figures of Feng City. Do you truly intend to keep us all? Have you considered the consequences? What do I care for the consequences? Long Tianyi chuckled as he turned to Ning Bufan. I have crafted an elaborate narrative for you. Ning Bufan returned seeking vengeance, slaughtering the Ning family and all the guests. Long Tianyi, rise up against the demon, and though I fail to rescue the guests, I slay the demon and avenge the fallen. As Long Tianyi finished his speech, the guests' faces contorted, pallid with fear. How utterly shameless and cruel, they thought. Ah, what a genius I am, Long Tianyi exclaimed with glee. In the end, I shall bear no consequences, instead becoming the hero who fought the demon. You. The guests trembled, rendered helpless. Everyone, remain calm, Ning Tianjiao said, her expression icy as she stepped before Long Tianyi. Do you take me, the war general, for a mere ornament? As long as I am here, your men are but a rabble. With a crack, Ning Tianjiao clenched her fist, her gaze fixed coldly on Long Tianyi. I offer you one chance. Was what my sister Wushuang said true? If it is, I shall strike you down. Long Tianyi shook his head in amusement. You foolish people, the truth is laid bare before you, yet you still refuse to believe, he mocked, laughter laced with scorn. Ning Tianjiao, a warrior unaccustomed to such derision, let out a fierce cry and launched a punch. However, to her disbelief, her strike lacked any formidable power. It was merely the weak blow of an ordinary woman. Long Tianyi easily caught her fist. The onlookers, who had briefly harbored hope, now felt despair wash over them. Could it be she is a false warrior? How is this possible? Why can I not summon even a hint of true power? Ning Tianjiao's face turned pale as fear gripped her heart, leaving her at a loss. Chapter 27. The utmost despair. Ning Tianjiao struggled in panic, attempting to free her fist from Long Tianyi's grasp. But it was futile. Sister, stop struggling. Long Tianyi sneered triumphantly. Earlier, I toasted you with a drink laced with powerful incapacitating powder. I expected you to notice sooner. I am quite disappointed. Ning Tianjiao trembled, her face cycling through shades of red and white in fury. You. How cruel. Regret flooded her as she realized her lack of vigilance against Long Tianyi had led her to this moment of reckoning. It's too late to realize my cruelty now. Long Tianyi laughed heartily. Do not blame me. Blame your own foolishness. You. You will die a terrible death, Ning Tianjiao screamed, spitting defiantly in Long Tianyi's face. Long Tianyi, enraged, responded, ungrateful woman, you seek death. With a violent twist, a sharp crack echoed as he contorted Ning Tianjiao's arm grotesquely. Ah! Her anguished scream pierced the air, reverberating throughout the hall. Sister! Ning Xinghe cried out in desperation. Ning Tianjiao was kicked to the ground, her cries heart-wrenching. Ning Yifan, you are too cruel, tears streaming down her face. Ning Xinghe shouted at Long Tianyi, though you are not blood-related, we have treated you as family. Why must you do this to us? Long Tianyi shrugged nonchalantly. I am sorry. You were merely stepping stones for my ascent. Once you are all eradicated, I will consolidate the Ning and Yang family's assets and swallow Feng City's various industries. In the near future, the entire Feng City will belong to the Long family, and I shall finally be accepted, reclaiming my heritage and achieving greatness. This was Long Tiany's ambition for over 20 years, a goal he had pursued with relentless determination. Young Master Tiany, the time has come. Make your move, Yin Han suggested. Long Tiany was growing tired of the chatter. Very well, let us proceed. A manic glint flashed in his eyes as he bellowed, "Kill!" No, the guests erupted in desperate cries. The Long family members unsheathed their weapons and charged. In the next moment, blades struck down, blood splattered, and the air filled with screams, wails, and curses. One by one, people fell, the ground rapidly stained crimson, transformed into a river of blood, as they witnessed the Long family's merciless slaughter. The Ning family members felt their hearts shatter with fear and despair. Only Ning Bufan stood there, his expression cold and unchanging, devoid of any emotion. He had no intention of intervening. He had already given the guests an opportunity to escape when he ordered them out. Unfortunately, none had heeded his warning, and thus they were doomed. Minutes passed, the screams gradually subsiding. The once bustling hall was now a scene of carnage, bodies strewn everywhere, blood flowing like a river. The entire space reeked of iron and death. A ghastly vision reminiscent of hell. Long Tiany had spared Ning Xiao and the remaining Ning family members, as well as Yang Luyin and her parents. At this moment, these individuals huddled together, their eyes wide with terror as they beheld the surrounding corpses and pools of blood. Ha ha ha! Long Tiany observed this group of frightened souls, his facial muscles twitching in amusement. Yifan, my dear, your mother has treated you with such kindness. How could you repay her in this manner? Wah! Lin Mei sobbed uncontrollably. Spewing blood in great heaves, Ning Xinghe frantically attempted to wipe the blood from Lin Mei, but there seemed to be no end to it. She had exhausted all the tissues in her bag. If this continued, it was likely she would bleed to death. Long Tiany approached with a smile. Sister, you needn't wipe any longer. Without the life-prolonging pill, the old woman is surely doomed. Ning Xinghe glared at Long Tiany with fury. She is your mother. No, no. If I had such a foolish mother, I would have surely ended my life by now. Long Tiany hastily waved his hands, his tone mocking. Originally, she could have lived a few more days, but after taking my special medicine, it drained her bodily functions, so she can only depart this world prematurely. You. Lin Mei was so enraged that she let out a great cry, spewing forth even more blood. Long Tiany quickly dodged, disdainfully brushing off the few stains of blood that had splattered onto his clothes. Xinghe, mother does not wish to die. You must help her find the life-prolonging pill in her desperate desire to survive. Lin Mei grasped Ning Xinghe's hand, pleading. Mother, it's not so easy to find the life-prolonging pill, Ning Xinghe replied, her voice tinged with despair. Lin Mei froze, and suddenly, as if a thought had struck her, her eyes brightened as she turned to Ning Bufan, who had been standing silently by. She swallowed hard. No, Bufan, my son. I was wrong all those years ago. I beg you, grant me a life-prolonging pill. I promise to treat you well from now on. I implore you, blood is thicker than water. You are flesh of my flesh. How could you stand by and watch your mother perish? That would be the utmost unfilial act, a blatant moral coercion. Ning Bufan sheathed his sword, reached into his pocket, and opened his palm to reveal a golden pill, exuding a fragrant aroma, which appeared before the onlookers. Lin Mei's heart leapt with joy. Yes, this is the medicine. This fragrance, good son, quickly give it to me. Ning Bufan remained silent, retrieving a green pill from his pocket. Now, in his palm lay one golden and one green pill. The nearly lifeless Ning Xiao suddenly grew agitated. That is an antidote. Quickly, give it to me, son. I too acknowledge my mistakes. Give me the medicine, and your mother and I will compensate you doubly, allowing you to reclaim your heritage in the Ning family. A cold smile flickered at the corners of Ning Bufan's lips as he clenched his fist, causing both pills to disintegrate into powder, which cascaded through his fingers. The ecstatic expressions of Lin Mei and Ning Xiao froze. In the next moment, Lin Mei let out a heart-wrenching scream. No, to present a glimmer of hope only to shatter it with one's own hands. to make one experience the depths of despair. Unfilial son, how could you treat us this way? Ning Xiao erupted with a tremendous fury, his voice spiraling into hysteria. I have never been your son. How can I be called unfilial? Ning Bufan's tone dripped with disdain as he turned his sight, concealed beneath a black cloth, toward Long Tianyi. Your obedient son? The one who brings you the greatest pride, stands before you. Just a moment ago, you were shouting to have me killed, wishing for my demise. Have you forgotten so quickly? At this question, the expressions of the Ning family members froze. After a brief silence, Lin Mei frantically shouted, I don't care. Regardless of anything, you are flesh of my flesh. Without me, there would be no you. If you do not save me, you are unfilial. The greatest unfilial act, humph. Ning Bufan shook his head, gripping the hilt of his sword, his voice turning even colder. I have said it before, if Ning Bufan dies, I am called Jian Wuqing, with a resounding hum. The sword sang as it was drawn once more. 5 years ago, when I was sent to the morgue, I vowed that my enmity with the Ning family ran deep as the sea. I would not rest until one of us perished. The murderous intent erupted violently as Ning Bufan stepped forward. No, Master Bufan, you cannot. That is your mother. The old steward, Chen Zhong, risked his life to rush forward and shield Ning Bufan. The long sword pierced through Chen Zhong's chest, blood gushing from his back in torrents. Lin Mei let out a piercing scream. Ning Xinghe and the others turned pale with fright. You all shall perish. Ning Bufan suddenly withdrew his sword, blood raining down in a torrent as Chen Zhong's lifeless body crumpled to the ground. No, stay back, Lin Mei cried out in terror, pulling Ning Xinghe to shield her. Chapter 28. Death is a luxury. Ning Xinghe beheld the murderous aura radiating from Ning Bufan, the sharp sword in his hand still dripping with blood. She lacked the courage to shield Lin Mei and instead, terrified, darted behind her mother, exclaiming, Mother, I'm afraid. Save me. I am still young. I have a bright future ahead. I cannot die. What? Lin Mei? Ning Dapu. Fan. At that moment, a low voice rang out. Ning Tianjiao, gritting his teeth against the pain, staggered over and knelt before Lin Mei, blocking Ning Bufan's path. If you must kill, then take my life. Spare the others, if you will. Ning Bufan shook his head, dragging his sword along the ground, producing a chilling scraping sound. Ning Tianjiao forced a smile, teeth clenched. I know we have wronged you, but the true instigator of our plight is Long Tianyi. If you must kill, why not start with him? Ning Tianjiao's furious gaze bore into Long Tianyi. Had it not been for his involvement, our family would not have descended into this bitter enmity. Long Tianyi was momentarily taken aback, cursing inwardly. Damn it. This woman has shifted Ning Bufan's wrath onto herself. Nevertheless, it mattered not. He was the master here. Crushing Ning Bufan would be as easy as squashing an ant. Ning Bufan slowly turned, his cold visage now directed at Long Tianyi. Long Tianyi chuckled. Ning Bufan, I had initially offered you the chance to deal with him yourself, but alas, you squandered it. I admit you possess some skill, but you are merely one man, a blind cripple at that. With so many of us, how do you intend to contend with me? You blindly heed the words of this woman, failing to grasp the reality of the situation. It seems you have inherited the foolish genes of your Ning family, utterly devoid of sense. Ha ha ha. Swish. Ning Bufan's expression remained impassive as he suddenly swung his sword. Watch out! Yin Han shouted, but it was too late. A bloody severed arm soared into the air. The sword was so swift that Long Tianyi remained oblivious. Still reveling in his triumph, his face brimming with glee, crack! The severed arm hit the ground with a splatter of blood. It was only then that Long Tianyi, slow to realize, screamed in agony, clutching the bleeding stump of his left arm. Kill him! Kill him! His frantic shouts reverberated through the building. Kill! Countless heavily armed men drew their machetes and surged toward Ning Bufan. He could have unleashed a wave of sword energy to annihilate them. But he refrained, instead charging forward to cleave them with his sword, allowing his thirst for vengeance to vent its fury, his adrenaline soaring. Kill! Kill! Blood splattered, severed limbs flew. The onlookers were left aghast. The 7 or 8 men who charged forth were swiftly reduced to lifeless bodies. Missing arms and legs, the faces of those around turned pale, their eyelids twitching uncontrollably. Long Tianyi was left dumbfounded. momentarily speechless, unable to fathom the strength of a mere blind cripple. Gulp. Yin Han swallowed hard, gritting his teeth as he bellowed. Use guns, shoot him dead. In an instant, at least 5 ominous-looking guns were trained on Ning Bufan, erupting in a cacophony of gunfire. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets, upon striking Ning Bufan's form, were instantly shredded by a sudden onslaught of sword light. In the blink of an eye, the sword light surged forth, and the shooters were instantaneously reduced to countless bloody remnants scattered across the ground. A horrific sight to behold. Another failure. The remaining individuals wore expressions of terror, instinctively retreating. Kill him. All of you. Attack. Long Tianyi screamed madly, his voice a frenzied roar. You worthless fools, are you also useless? From over 30 men, only a little more than a dozen remained. They exchanged glances, none daring to advance. Old Yin, command them to attack. Long Tianyi had no choice but to shout at Yin Han. You go too. Yin Han gritted his teeth, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Blind man, I underestimated you. But I refuse to believe that an 8th-tier martial artist cannot defeat you. Boom. With a resounding crash, the old man unleashed his potent aura, a terrifying force erupting, whipping up a nameless whirlwind around him, inflating his clothing. Charge with me. Kill him. Yin Han's eyes blazed red as he shouted. Yet before he could rush forth, a sword suddenly appeared above his head, descending with a savage force. The bone-chilling sound of slicing resonated, resembling a sharp knife cleaving through vegetables. Bang! Yin Han was brutally cleaved in half, his body collapsing into 2 lifeless halves. The crowd stood in stunned silence. Run? Someone, unable to withstand the overwhelming terror, broke down and fled toward the exit. Once one person ran, others quickly followed suit, a frantic swarm racing toward the door. This time, Ning Bufan did not pursue. Instead, he swung his sword through the air, unleashing a violent wave of sword energy that tore through bodies, erupting in clouds of blood mist. All were reduced to corpses. Piled high at the entrance, the people of the Shenlong villa were all dead. Long Tianyi's every reliance had crumbled. His face turned ashen as he collapsed to the ground, lost and despondent. How could this be? How could you be so powerful? He stared blankly at Ning Bufan, unable to comprehend the unfolding reality. The sound of footsteps echoed like the tolling of a death knell from the depths of hell. You don't come any closer. Long Tianyi cried out in terror. Ning Bufan, listen to me. I am of the Long clan's bloodline. If you kill me, the Long family will never let you off. Such a colossal force could easily reduce you to ashes with just a word. Moreover, I am not the instigator of this affair. It is the Ning family that has shown themselves to be callous and unworthy of your parents, unworthy of your kin. Even without me, there would be Zhang Tianyi and Li Tianyi. Swish! Ning Bufan had no interest in idle chatter and struck with a flash of sword light. No. A chilling scream pierced the air once more. Why eyes? Ah! Long Tianyi's eyes were slashed by the blade. Blood gushing forth, he clutched his eyes, emitting wails akin to that of a slaughtered pig. The torment I once endured, I now return to you. Ning Bufan's voice was devoid of emotion, as if he were merely a cold machine of slaughter. Of course, I must add some interest. The long sword struck again, severing the remaining arm, sending it soaring through the air. But it was not over. Another flash of sword light severed his legs, with both arms, eyes, and legs gone. He was left in a state of true disability, worse than death. You've killed me. Just kill me. Long Tianyi was utterly despondent in his current state. What meaning did his life hold? The Long family would not want this worthless cripple. Death is a luxury for you, Ning Bufan remarked, turning away to approach the Ning family and the Yang Luoyin family. The Ning family was already petrified, too afraid to even breathe. Upon seeing Ning Bufan approach them, they were gripped by terror, their hearts racing in fear. Luoyin, what do we do? Yang Luoyin's parents felt wronged. They had never wronged Ning Bufan in the past. If there was any grievance, it was with Yang Luoyin herself. She had been engaged to Ning Bufan, but had fallen for the adopted son Long Tianyi, desiring to marry him instead. This was no fault of theirs. Luoyin, it's all your fault. Hurry and plead with Ning Bufan not to kill us. He is too ruthless, woo-woo. I'm scared. Yang Luoyin's mother cried, tears streaming down her face. Yang Luoyin too was frightened. Woo-woo, Chapter 29. I have become heartless, yet am bound by moral coercion. Lu Yin, quickly apologize to Ning Bufan and say you are willing to marry him, urged Yang's father, as long as he spares us. Anything will do. Young Lu Yin felt a sense of collapse within. She dared not approach him, only crying endlessly, bringing her parents to the brink of explosion. Had they not been too terrified to rise, they would have forcibly dragged young Lu Yin to Ning Bufan. Ning Bufan ignored the Yang family, first approaching the Ning family. Ning Tianjiao sensed the aura of death emanating from Ning Bufan, and despite her battlefield experience, she could not suppress her trembling. Bufan, why so hasty to turn against your own kin? Are you truly going to kill us? I am your sister. Ning Tianjiao had forgotten that she had publicly declared more than once that she had but one brother. Ning Yifan. Ning Bufan was a stranger to her. Indeed, Bufan, we all know we were wrong. Please grant us a chance to rectify our mistakes. Ning Xinghe trembled, her eyes filled with a desperate yearning for survival. Ning Bufan scoffed, you do not regret your actions. You are merely afraid of death. No, we truly know we were wrong. Ning Tianjiao declared loudly. Pfft. The long sword pierced through Ning Tianjiao's body. Ah, the cries of those behind her, including Lin Mei, erupted in horror as they witnessed the bloody sword tip emerge. To leave you with a complete corpse is already the last vestige of my goodwill. Ning Bufan's voice was as cold as ice. Ning Tianjiao gazed at the sword that had pierced her body, knowing she was doomed. Fury and resentment swelled within her, and she glared at Ning Bufan with a venomous look. I am a warrior of the Dragon Guard. If you kill me, the Dragon Guard will never. Then you shall wait in vain. Ning Bufan withdrew his sword, blood spraying like a fountain from the wound. Ning Tianjiao collapsed to the ground, blood staining the floor crimson. What Dragon Guard, what fourth sister? Ning Bufan cared not. With Ning Tianjiao dead, Lin Mei found herself exposed to the tip of Ning Bufan's sword. Lin Mei, her face twisted in terror, stammered, You cannot kill me. I am your mother. If you kill me, it is patricide, an affront to heaven, a violation of human ethics. You will not only face divine retribution but will also be reviled by all, leaving a stench for eternity. Although Lin Mei was terrified, her mind remained clear. Ning Bufan stood before her, his expression shifting to one of mockery. Do you truly believe you require my hand to do the deed? That one sentence left Lin Mei in a daze. It dawned on her then that when Ning Bufan crushed the life-prolonging pills and antidotes, he had already severed her and Ning Zhao's last hope. The poison spread rapidly, and Ning Xiao lay on the ground, immobilized. Ha, ha, ha. A weak, raspy laugh escaped Ning Zhao's lips as he coughed up dark blood, staining his clothes. Retribution. Retribution indeed. Ning Zhao's faint voice echoed, Old woman, we brought this upon ourselves. We deserve to die. No, I do not wish to die. I cannot die, Lin Mei screamed hysterically, lunging at Ning Bufan, grabbing his pant leg, and looking up with red-rimmed eyes. Bufan, my son, my good son, I was wrong before. Please, grant me another life-prolonging pill. None left, Ning Bufan replied indifferently. Shaking his head, Madam Ning, your son is not here. Do not speak in vain. No, you are my son, and even if you deny it, you are of my blood. This is an unalterable fact, Lin Mei screamed frantically. Ning Bufan scoffed derisively. Madam Ning, where were your pleas when you wished for my death? I do not care. If you do not save me, it is an egregious act against morality, a crime against heaven. If divine retribution is to come, then let it come. Ning Bufan suddenly raised his sword. Lin Mei's pupils contracted to pinpricks. Beast, do you dare? Swish! The sword struck down, blood splattering as the hand that clutched Ning Bufan's leg was severed. Ah! Lin Mei's scream reverberated through the hall, shaking it to its core. Ning Bufan, expressionless, stepped on the severed hand and walked toward Ning Xinghe. No. Ning Xinghe's face turned pale, her terror reaching a peak. The Yang family behind her was equally terrified, their hearts racing in fear. Bufan, please, do not kill me. My second sister has wronged you. But I have not harmed you excessively. Woo-woo. Ning Xinghe wept bitterly. Ning Bufan remained silent. Indeed, in the past, Ning Xinghe had been so consumed with her dreams of stardom that she had rarely been home. Aside from that one time she had used Ning Yifan's influence to help her, she had not caused him much harm. Seeing Ning Bufan pause, a flicker of hope ignited in Ning Xinghe's heart. Who dares touch my woman? Suddenly, a powerful voice boomed from outside. Boom! A deafening crash echoed as the hall's doors were smashed open. Two figures sweeping in like a violent storm, radiating immense strength. When the storm settled, the two figures revealed themselves, an old man and a young man. The elder had a youthful appearance with snowy hair and a robust aura. The young man, fair-skinned and stunningly beautiful, indeed, he resembled a woman, wore male attire and spoke in a masculine voice. If not for his clothing, one might truly mistake him for a woman. Ning Xinghe's heart soared with joy as she leaped up, rushing toward the young man. "Kunkin, you've finally come, woo-woo." The handsome youth was none other than one of the most popular stars of the moment, Chao Kuan in the entertainment industry. He and Ning Xinghe were the most beloved screen couple, their chemistry undeniable. Though they had not publicly acknowledged their relationship, they were indeed a couple in private. Earlier, amidst her fear and helplessness, Ning Xinghe had already called for help from Chao Kunkin. The Chao family was a powerful martial arts clan, with master-level warriors at their disposal. "Xinghe, do not fear. Who dares to harm you? I will end him." Chao Kunkin embraced the beautiful girl who had dashed into his arms, soothing her tenderly. The elder, however, surveyed the hall littered with corpses and blood, his brow furrowing in distress. "This is too brutal. It resembles a slaughterhouse. Kunkin, how many people did you bring?" Ning Xinghe asked through her tears. "Just one," she replied, glancing at the old man, her brows knitting together. "Humph, I am a half-step-master. I can single-handedly annihilate the entire Feng city. Is that not sufficient?" The old man's face was grim. Ning Xinghe, having seen the world outside, understood the significance of a half-step-master. "That's wonderful, Kunkin. Quickly, kill that vile creature." Ning Xinghe released Chao Kunkin and pointed angrily at Ning Bufan, gritting her teeth. "Ning Bufan, the beast my mother lost years ago. First, they annihilated over 30 members of my Ning family, and now, in an act of utter defiance, they have slain my two elder sisters, and they seek to kill my parents and me as well." "What?" Both Zhao and Chao were taken aback, their minds struggling to comprehend the enormity of it all. To mercilessly target one's own kin, even one's parents, is this still humanity? It is a complete obliteration of humanity, worse than beasts. Old Zhao, such a despicable creature, there is no need for further words, execute him. Chao Kuan roared with a twisted visage. "You command, today, for the sake of justice in this world, I shall slay this vile creature." Old Zhao bellowed, launching himself into the air, transforming into a streak of light, and struck towards Ning Bufan with a single palm. The might of a half-step grandmaster is utterly terrifying. Before the palm even arrived, the air distorted, the whirlwind generated by the strike sweeping away everything in its path. Chapter 30. Madness. A bounty of 1 billion. Kill him, swiftly. Slay this illegitimate spawn. Even in death, I shall drag him along with me. Lin Mei screeched in a frenzy, resembling a madwoman. Kill him. Whenever there was an opportunity, she longed for Ning Bufan's demise. Silence. Ning Bufan's fury surged, and with a furious shout, he thrust his sword backward. Thud. The blade pierced Lin Mei's throat, and her voice was abruptly silenced. Everyone's minds froze, their scalps tingling, their eyes wide as saucers. Ning Bufan had actually attacked Lin Mei the next instant. Old Zhao's terrifying palm, a half-step grandmaster's might, descended upon him, casting a shadow over Ning Bufan's figure as if it were distorting. Swish! The dreadful imprint of the palm shattered the air, blood erupted in the sky. Old Zhao's body was cleaved in two, crashing to the ground before the horrified gazes of Ning Xinghe and others. All the winds of the palm and the terrifying aura dissipated into nothingness. The scene fell into a deathly silence. Ning Bufan slowly turned, facing Lin Mei, who clutched her throat and struggled for breath, asking each word with emphasis. "What did you mean by illegitimate spawn?" Lin Mei attempted to open her mouth to respond, but could only expel mouthfuls of blood. With a thud, she finally collapsed. Lifeless, Ning Bufan turned his attention to Ning Xiao. Ning Xiao was already on the brink of death, struggling to extend a trembling hand towards Ning Bufan, seemingly wishing to convey something. Sensing Ning Xiao's movements, Ning Bufan approached and knelt down. "If you have any last words, you may speak them. Lin Mei always hated you. Back then, she didn't hesitate to make you go missing because she is not your mother. Your mother is named Qin. The final name remained unspoken as Ning Zhao's hand fell, breathless. In that moment, the world plunged into true silence. Ning Bufan fell into contemplation. It seemed he finally comprehended certain matters from the past. No wonder Lin Mei despised him so, wishing for his death. It turned out he was the illegitimate child of Ning Xiao and another woman. Everything Lin Mei had done now made sense. If he were truly her biological child, no matter how much she disliked him, she would not harbor such a deep-seated hatred towards him, wishing to see him dead. Since Lin Mei was not his mother, he bore no psychological burden of matricide. As for Ning Zhao's incomplete revelation of his biological mother's name, Ning Bufan felt indifferent. After all, he had grown cold-hearted. He exhaled softly, slowly rising, his icy countenance facing the still dazed and terrified Ning Xinghe and Chao Kuan. You should not have died, however. Now, you must die. Ning Bufan's voice resonated in Ning Xinghe's ears, akin to a death sentence. No, Kuan, save me! Ning Xinghe screamed in despair. A flash of sword light surged forth, piercing through her body and erupting in a mist of blood. Chao Kuan was terrified, leaping up and fleeing in panic. Another sword light struck out, cleaving Chao Kuan in half as he ran. The upper half of his body flung away by the momentum, rolling several meters away in the hall. Only 3 individuals remained. Yang Luyin and her parents. All 3 had fainted from fear. Ning Bufan showed no interest in them. With a clang, he sheathed his sword. The imposing figure, infused with the aura of death, strode away. His next destination, the Hunter Association. It was only after Ning Bufan's figure vanished entirely outside that the unconscious Yang family members began to rise. Their fainting was feigned. In truth, they were relieved to have survived, embracing each other in tears. Lu Yin, we must never provoke Ning Bufan again. Perhaps we should flee Feng City, Yang's mother cried. Yang's father resolutely declared a decision. At the Hunter Association, upon learning that the Ning family had been obliterated by Ning Bufan single-handedly, even a half-step grandmaster had been exterminated, Yi Qian was drenched in cold sweat. Fortunately, with the strong support of the old president, 3 grandmasters had been stationed there, which provided her with considerable assurance. Otherwise, she would have fled long ago. The association had set up a comprehensive trap. Currently, apart from the 3 grandmasters, there were 10 ninth-tier warriors, and the remaining warriors added up to over 120. Such a formation was more than sufficient to eliminate a grandmaster. Ning Bufan's displayed power was formidable, but given his age, just over 20, he could not possibly be a grandmaster. Grandmasters were exceedingly rare in the martial world, typically achieved only by those in their 40s or 50s. Ning Bufan could not be one at present. Ning Bufan is heading our way. At his pace, he should arrive in a little over an hour. Originally fond of heavy makeup, Qin Yin had donned a military outfit today, fully armed and prepared to eliminate Ning Bufan to prevent future troubles. Back when she and Yi Qian conspired against Ning Bufan, given his ruthless vengeance, it was certain that it would be a fight to the death. We have over an hour. We still have time to prepare. Yi Qian's face was filled with murderous intent. Has the bounty been released? Rest assured, it has been announced. Anyone who kills Ning Bufan will receive a bounty of 1 billion. Mentioning the sum made Qin Yin wince. President, with our formidable lineup, do we really need to spend that much? What? Qin Yin nearly jumped up. 10.10 billion? President, that's excessive. Enough talk, follow my orders. Yi Qian's expression darkened. Even when hunting a rabbit, one must use full force. I do not wish for any slip-ups. The old president is keeping a close eye on us. If Ning Bufan lives, one day the stains of this case will be exposed, and you know the consequences. Moreover, considering Ning Bufan's combat prowess, even if we win this battle, we will suffer some losses. Let those others consume their strength. Isn't that a wise strategy? Yi Qian was a shrewd woman, her calculations ringing true. Very well. Seeing the fear in Yi Qian's demeanor, Qin Yin complied. The bounty of 10 billion was issued, sending countless individuals into a frenzy. Fortunately, time was limited. Otherwise, bounty hunters from all over the world would have swarmed in. Now, only those near Feng City could rush to seize this immense reward. Simultaneously, on the streets leading to the Hunter Association, a one-armed blind man leaned on a sword sheath as a cane. Taking slow steps forward, it was Ning Bufan. This road, once bustling with vehicles and pedestrians, was now eerily deserted, with not a soul in sight apart from him. The surrounding shops had tightly shut their doors. Clearly, this was the arrangement of the Hunter Association. Bang, bang, bang. As Ning Bufan walked, the doors of the shops suddenly burst open. A group of murderous assassins surged forth from either side, surrounding Ning Bufan from front and back. Just a cripple, worth 10 billion. What a stroke of luck, brothers, charge. The leading man shouted in exhilaration. In an instant, two figures launched the first assault. Ning Bufan's expression remained unchanged, his customary indifference apparent, until the attackers were nearly upon him. He suddenly swung his sword-sheath cane. Bang! Two loud explosions erupted, and two heads burst apart like rotten melons, blood and brains splattering everywhere. The group was left dumbfounded. The leading man widened his eyes. Momentarily stunned, then gritted his teeth and roared, "Damn it, we underestimated him. He has some skill. Attack together, boom!" The crowd surged forward like a tidal wave, charging at Ning Bufan. Ning Bufan did not draw his sword. He swung his sword sheath with ferocity. The sounds of explosions rang out repeatedly, heads bursting like brilliant flowers in the air. Use ranged attacks, shoot. The leading man's eyes turned red. This was utterly terrifying. Chapter 31. Men die for wealth. Bang, bang, bang. Gunfire erupted, bullets whistling through the air. Ning Bufan did not flinch or evade. The sword sheath struck out directly, leaving the crowd aghast, their scalps tingling in shock. The speed surpassed that of bullets, each movement too swift for the naked eye to capture. It was so fast that only the afterimage of the sword sheath formed an unyielding shield before Ning Bufan. When the leading man found himself beneath Ning Bufan's foot, all the assassins had already fallen, the ground littered with blood and shattered corpses. "Sir, spare me. We were wrong. Please, have mercy," the leading man begged in terror. Ning Bufan coldly lifted his foot, aiming it at the man's head. "No, please, don't." The man screamed in agony. "I tell you, I am from the Poison Dart Assassin organization. If you kill me, our organization will never let you go." Bang! The heavy foot came crashing down, the man's head exploding into a gruesome mess. Hurry, hurry! You two weaklings, move faster. At this rate, we won't even get a taste of the 10 billion. Just then, three figures came soaring down the street, racing towards them. The leader was a girl in black combat gear with a high ponytail, followed by two men. Phew. Sister, we've done our best. We can barely run anymore." The two individuals gasped for breath, exclaiming that they could no longer run, yet they were compelled to grit their teeth and persevered, a staggering sum of 1 billion. This reward was utterly outrageous. "Stop!" the girls suddenly shouted, urgently halting their advance. With a screech, the three of them came to a standstill. The two men bent over, hands resting on their knees, panting heavily. The girl, known as Big Sister, stared blankly ahead, her eyelids twitching uncontrollably. She had just caught sight of the numerous shattered corpses strewn across the ground. Witnessing Ning Bufan crush a man's skull beneath his foot, "Big Sister, why aren't we leaving?" panted a youth who resembled a thin monkey. "Aren't we here to fight for that 1 billion reward?" he gasped. Before he could finish his sentence, a hand suddenly covered his mouth. "Big Sister, why are you silencing the monkey?" questioned a short youth, barely measuring under 5'6", who had finally caught his breath. "Aren't we here to kill and claim the reward?" With a swift kick, the girl sent the short one sprawling, then turned to the front, revealing a broad smile. "Hee, handsome, we're just passing through. We'll be gone shortly." Before them stood Ning Bufan, drenched in blood, facing the trio with a chilling murderous intent. "Run!" the girl shouted, dragging her companions as they fled for their lives. Ning Bufan furrowed his brow but paid them no mind. Continuing onward. Once he vanished at the end of the street, the three emerged from their hiding spot. "That was close," the girl exhaled sharply, then turned to berate her two subordinates. "You two fools, I, the illustrious Yin Chichi, almost met my demise because of you." That blind man was terrifying. Luckily, I escaped in time. Yin Chichi patted her swollen chest, her delicate face pale with fright. "Big Sister, was he really that fearsome?" the thin monkey inquired. The two had been too busy gasping for air to pay attention. "You two go see for yourselves," Yin Chichi urged, pulling them toward the scene. Upon arrival, they beheld over 30 corpses, some mangled beyond recognition. Their heads gone. These were the elite assassins of the Poison Sting organization. Goodness, they were taken out so easily? The thin monkey and the short one trembled, a chill running down their spines, filled with apprehension. You two dolts, what are you still standing there for? Quickly, search the battlefield. They surely have plenty of valuable items on them. Yin Qiqi had already begun rummaging through the bodies for treasures. The two subordinates, regaining their wits, quickly set to work, proving adept at the task. After scouring the 30-odd bodies, their haul was substantial. Hee, we're rich. Hurry, let us catch up. There might be even more to gain. Yin Qiqi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Although the reward was out of reach, they couldn't leave empty-handed after coming all this way. Yes, her two subordinates promptly agreed, and the trio cautiously followed in Ning Bufan's footsteps. Ahead, less than 10 minutes after Ning Bufan had passed, two men armed with knives obstructed his path. In truth, there were four. One on the roof to the left wielding a portable cannon, and a sniper on the right aiming a gun. The scope trained on Ning Bufan's forehead. Brother, is a cripple really worth $1 billion? Is that for real? The young man asked the older man beside him. The bounty from the Hunteress Guild is no joke. We'll deal with him first. The middle-aged man replied, drawing his blade. However, at that moment, a fierce sword light surged toward them. The wind howled as Ning Bufan appeared behind them in an instant. Almost simultaneously, the left side cannoneer fired a shell, trailing a blazing tail toward Ning Bufan. Drawing his long sword, Ning Bufan propelled himself into the air with a flick of his toes, slashing through the air to carve a long arc with his blade. Seemingly cleaving the very fabric of reality in midair, the cannonball was split apart by the sword light, erupting in a deafening roar. At the same time, a bullet whizzed past Ning Bufan's figure. With a thunderous crash, the cannon wielder was cleaved in two, along with the rooftop beneath him. The sniper, in a panic, swung his gun around to aim at the airborne Ning Bufan, but before he could pull the trigger, a sword light swept across, sending his head flying in midair. Blood and his severed head soared together. Ning Bufan landed. Sheathing his sword, the two men behind him lay lifeless, their bodies now severed. The world fell silent. Ning Bufan's expression remained unmoved as he continued onward, his footsteps crunching softly on the ground. Big sister, that was incredibly powerful. Goodness, it was like slaughtering chickens. He even split the house in half. Is he even human? Once Ning Bufan had vanished, the three emerged from their hiding place. It was Yin Qiqi and her companions. The thin monkey stammered, drenched in sweat, his legs trembling uncontrollably as he clung to the short one. Liuzi, support me. My legs are giving way. I can barely stand. I'm also weak in the knees, Liuzi replied, his legs shaking even more. Big sister, shall we retreat? Yin Qiqi shot him a glare. What a coward. Those four are clearly no ordinary foes. They're laden with treasures. Now move. Under Yin Qiqi's command, the two subordinates reluctantly resumed their tasks. The trio trailed behind, scavenging while growing increasingly apprehensive. Almost every kilometer, they encountered more corpses and blood. The entire path was paved with carnage. Waves of attackers came for Ning Bufan, each more frenzied than the last, truly embodying the adage that men die for wealth. Ning Bufan's rampage was relentless, leaving behind naught but dismembered remains, a gruesome sight. As they continued, they were stunned upon reaching an open area. A solitary figure, blind and missing an arm, stood resolutely at the street's exit. Before them lay a vast expanse, densely packed with armored vehicles extending into the distance. The ominous steel tide was a sight to behold. The cannons and gun barrels mounted atop the vehicles were all aimed directly at Ning Bufan. Exuding a murderous aura, the lone, frail figure stood before this sea of steel, looking remarkably insignificant. This scene sent shivers down Yin Qiqi's spine. Goodness, this is terrifying. Chapter 32. One man, one sword, sweeping through the steel tide. The Hunteress Guild had truly spared no expense, conjuring such a terrifying force. Even masters would be unnerved. Kill, an unknown voice commanded. Run, get out of this area, Yin Qiqi screamed desperately, and the trio fled faster than rabbits. In the next instant, gunfire erupted. Rat-a-tat-tat, bang bang bang, boom. The cacophony of gunfire and explosions filled the air, as countless tongues of flame erupted from the muzzles, weaving a nightmarish tapestry of fire. akin to numerous whips lashing out at Ning Bufan. The artillery rained down, exploding in the vicinity where Ning Bufan stood, engulfing the diminutive figure in a storm of flames. The thunderous uproar drew countless onlookers, all pursuing Ning Bufan, who gazed in awe as he was consumed by the inferno. They sighed in resignation. The billion is out of reach. Under such intense bombardment, even a master would be reduced to ashes. The barrage continued for over 10 minutes before finally ceasing. What remained at the street corner where Ning Bufan had stood was a desolate wasteland. The surrounding structures obliterated, as the smoke gradually cleared. A vast pit emerged, and Ning Bufan's figure had vanished without a trace. Two possible fates awaited him, either turned to dust or buried beneath the rubble. The former seemed far more likely. At that moment, a command vehicle in the center opened, and an officer poked his head out, using binoculars to scrutinize the spot where Ning Bufan had been. It was now empty, a scene of utter devastation. Before modern weaponry, even the mightiest warrior is powerless. The officer smirked disdainfully, declaring loudly, "Report back. The target has been neutralized. Mission accomplished." "Yes." His subordinates responded immediately. In the Hunteress Guild. The president's office, Yiqian awaited news. "President, good news. We received reports that Ning Bufan is finished." Qian Yin burst in enthusiastically. Yiqian paused, unable to believe it was that simple. "Have you found the body?" "They've been blown to bits. What remains of a body?" Qian Yin chuckled. Yiqian's expression darkened. "Unless we see a body, do not jump to conclusions, President. If you doubt it, you can personally visit the command center. We monitored the entire process," Qian Yin boasted. Throughout it all, Ning Bufan was utterly powerless to resist. "Let us go." Yiqian immediately rose and strode toward the command center. In the command center's hall, a large screen displayed the live footage of Ning Bufan's attempted assassination. Several armored vehicles were slowly approaching the massive pit where Ning Bufan had been, preparing to investigate the situation. Suddenly, a beam of sword light erupted from the depths of the pit, unleashing a tumultuous wave of sand that surged like a tidal wave. Screams of terror erupted from the battlefield, with a thunderous crash. A vehicle was overturned, its hardened steel cleaved as if it were mere paper, crashing down in two halves. The sword light surged forth, rampaging into the following steel tide. Wherever it passed, the metallic wave was violently torn apart, as if a colossal iron plow had plowed through. "Defend! Quickly, defend!" The commander's frantic shouts echoed throughout the area. A figure soared from the pit, merging with the sword, transforming into a terrifying beam of light that shot towards the steel tide. "Fire!" The deafening roar of gunfire erupted as a torrential rain of bullets rained down upon the figure. Yet, the figure moved with such speed that it was impossible to lock onto the target. Ning Bufan descended into the steel tide, his sword slicing through the air, unleashing waves of lethal sword light that harvested everything in its path. The colossal steel monstrosity lay helpless beneath the glimmer of swords, its defenses rendered utterly ineffective as it was effortlessly sliced and torn apart, disintegrating into heaps of scattered components. The individuals within were reduced to mere shards of flesh, mingling grotesquely with mechanical debris, creating a scene of unparalleled carnage. The personnel in the command center, witnessing this spectacle, turned pale, drenched in sweat. The exhilaration they had felt moments ago morphed into sheer terror and disbelief. Yiqian entered. She caught sight of this gruesome tableau, her expression darkening to an extreme. "Is this what you refer to as the target being reduced to dust?" Her icy gaze swept over the gathered crowd. "This?" The onlookers bowed their heads, silenced by dread. Tan Yin wiped the cold sweat from her forehead with fervor. Everyone steeled themselves for battle. "It was our turn next," Yiqian bellowed. "Indeed." The group sprang into action, hastily preparing for the impending conflict. 10 minutes later, Ning Bufan swept through the torrent of steel before him, leaving nothing but a pile of scrap metal in his wake. The once grand metallic deluge had been transformed into worthless refuse. Surrounding him were remnants of corpses and debris from battle vehicles. Those lurking in the shadows, poised to claim rewards, were paralyzed with fear, no longer daring to pursue the promised billion. Clang. The sound of the sword being sheathed, though subtle, resonated throughout the area. Ning Bufan, unfazed, leaned on the hilt of his sword as he continued towards the association of hunters. No one could impede his stride. The wind whipped around him, causing his already tattered garments to flutter violently. My goodness, he is not human. He is a monster. No, even a monster would be unworthy of his sandals. He is truly a freak, utterly terrifying. Hidden at a distance, Yin Chi-Chi and her companions were so stunned that their minds echoed with exclamations of disbelief. Terrified, they dared not approach the battlefield to scavenge for spoils. Ning Bufan's brutal slaughter instilled fear in those desperate for wealth, clearing the path ahead. What was initially a 1-hour journey, hindered by constant skirmishes, had stretched into nearly 2 hours, until the familiar high-rise of the Association of Hunters finally came into Ning Bufan's perception. Recalling the tragedy from 5 years prior, veins on his forehead bulged ominously. In that moment, his murderous intent reached its zenith. Umitba, please halt, benefactor. Suddenly, a monk clad in robes stepped in front of Ning Bufan. Benefactor, I am Du Yi from the 10,000 Buddha sect. Today, witnessing your excessive bloodshed, I have come to enlighten you. Swish, the blade descended, sending a spray of blood mist into the air. Du Yi's hands, previously clasped in prayer, fell still as Ning Bufan, wielding his bloodied sword, strode past him. Behind him, Du Yi's eyes widened in shock as a line of crimson traced from his shoulder to his waist, before he collapsed with a thunderous thud, his body unrecognizable. You demon, dare you slay me? Master Du Yi, fellow disciples of the Buddha sect, join me in vanquishing this fiend. A dozen disciples roared as they charged forth. Ning Bufan surged ahead, his sword cleaving through the air, shredding flesh in a single strike. He decimated all 10, leaving no survivors. In the command center, the higher-ups of the association, observing the carnage through surveillance screens, felt their pupils dilate in horror, drenched in sweat. Initially brimming with confidence, they now found themselves in a state of panic. Yi Qian furrowed her brow tightly, her fists clenched. President, he is approaching swiftly, Tan Yin urgently warned from the side. Yi Qian inhaled deeply, suppressing her anxiety, and spoke with a fade of calm. The first line of defense. The demon-slaying array. Yes, soon, outside the association building, a formation of 50 hunters was established. Each bore a solemn expression as they watched the solitary figure of the one-armed, blind man advance step by step. Though he appeared lonely and frail, as he drew closer, an overwhelming sense of suffocation enveloped them, as if a mountain were bearing down upon them. Initiate the formation, the leader of the array bellowed. His voice echoing through the air. Kill, 50 voices united in a roar, their murderous intent shaking the heavens. Chapter 33. The flames of revenge. Ning Bufan listened to the thunderous cries of battle ahead, a smirk of derision curling at the corner of his lips. Just 100 meters away, thud. The sword sheath was driven deeply into the ground as the blood-stained blade was drawn with a terrifying rasp. Ning Bufan, recognizing that you were once a member of the Hunters, I offer you a chance to take your own life. Otherwise, swish, a terrifying beam of light, akin to lightning, surged forward. The leader who had spoken was instantly split in two. Blood and flesh scattering. In the next moment, Ning Bufan, sword in hand, charged into the throng. The flames of revenge ignited furiously. The wind billowed his blood-stained garments and the ends of the black cloth covering his eyes, creating a cacophony reminiscent of a vengeful cry. Kill, boom. The two sides collided with a force akin to crashing waves, sending up a torrent of blood. Both factions, consumed by bloodlust, fought mercilessly. Ning Bufan refrained from unleashing sword energy, opting instead to cleave through the crowd with his blade, venting his pent-up hatred. Blood drenched him entirely, rendering it indistinguishable whether it was his own or that of his foes. One by one, they fell, the ground rapidly turning crimson. The hunters found no avenue of retreat, with waves of them collapsing only to be replaced by others, pressing forward recklessly. Inside the command center, Yi Qian and her colleagues watched the massacre unfold on the screens, their eyelids twitching. Outside the building, numerous onlookers were paralyzed with horror at the brutality. After over 10 minutes, all 50 hunters lay defeated, leaving only the one-armed bloodied figure standing defiantly. 50 hunters, just like that. We're gone. President. Tan Yan's voice trembled. The first line of defense is lost. Yi Qian's eyes reddened. Her teeth clenched as she commanded, broadcast my message. Yes, a subordinate, trembling, handed a wireless transmitter to Yi Qian. She cleared her throat. Ning bufan. 3 words echoed through the building's loudspeakers. I am Yi Qian. I know you wish to kill me. I await you in the command hall. If you have the courage, come and slay me. Yi Qian's provocative voice reached Ning bufan's ears. The gathered individuals were taken aback, perplexed by Yi Qian's audacity. President, why are you provoking him? He has gone mad with bloodlust. Tan Yin could not help but inquire. Yi Qian switched off the transmitter, a glint of ferocity flashing in her eyes. Deploy all 3 masters and initiate the backup plan. The backup plan? Everyone gasped in shock. President, are we really going to blow up the entire association building? To lure Ning bufan into the depths of the building and then detonate it, ensuring his demise within. The stakes were too high. No one desired to activate it unless absolutely necessary. Did you not comprehend my orders? Yi Qian's expression darkened. President, Ning bufan withstood such ferocious artillery. Even if we demolish the entire building, we may not kill him, a subordinate lamented. Yi Qian replied sternly. It is possible he utilized some secret technique to evade the strikes. We will demolish the entire building and see where he hides. If that does not suffice, we shall employ even more potent explosives to raze this place to the ground. Yi Qian was resolute. Execute the orders immediately. All non-essential personnel must evacuate within 5 minutes. Yes. The command center erupted into chaos as everyone gathered their belongings to flee. Outside the building, Ning bufan looked up at the outdoor loudspeakers hanging from the roof and swung his sword down with ferocity. The blade glimmered like snow, infused with the wrath of revenge as it struck the building. Boom! The loudspeaker shattered, and the sword's light pierced the wall, causing it to explode. A dull thud echoed as someone collapsed. Run! A quick-thinking individual reacted, dashing toward the exit. Yet, in the next moment, countless sword beams, like the scythes of death, surged through the walls. Clouds of blood mist erupted. Those inside the office were instantaneously transformed into shattered corpses. This chaos unfolded throughout the building. The walls began to crumble under the relentless onslaught of sword light. Charge forth and slay him, initially intending to trap Ning bufan within layers of ambush. They had never anticipated his unconventional tactics, nor the sheer abnormality of his sword that allowed him to strike from outside. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless masters transformed into fleeting shadows as they fled the building. Boom, boom, boom. The doors of the building swung open, thundering footsteps echoing. Groups of hunters armed with broadswords surged forth, a dark tide rushing like an avalanche. Kill! Before the crowd could fully emerge, Ning bufan shot back like a streak of light. Bloodlight erupted once more. The impact was so powerful that he burst into the hall, leaving a trail of decapitated heads in his wake, blood staining the air. The densely packed throng was sliced through as if they were mere chaff. Those observing from the shadows were left trembling with fear. These hunters are not ordinary people. They are martial artists, many seasoned veterans against eerie beasts. Yet, in Ning bufan's hands, they fell as easily as grass. No, even faster than that. Disperse! A thunderous roar resounded. Finally, a master-level expert charged forth, glaring furiously at Ning bufan. You brat, I have come to kill you. With a whoosh, a gust of wind swept past the elder. As Ning bufan, a mere shadow, brushed past him, the sharp blade slicing through his waist. Ugh! The elder looked down in terror at his abdomen. The moment he lowered his gaze, his upper body fell to the ground with a thud. Note, the anguished scream pierced the heavens, heart-wrenching that a master, slain in a single stroke. The hunters, witnessing this, were engulfed in terror. The 2 masters following closely behind hesitated, as if struck by lightning. They quickly realized that their only option was to flee. The master's speed and retreat was astonishing, and in the blink of an eye, they vanished from sight. Yet, the 2 beams of sword light resembled lethal scythes, slicing directly across their necks. The inertia of their lower bodies propelled them forward. And in the blink of an eye, they had darted far away. However, upon applying the brakes, they collapsed, their vitality extinguished. Their heads rolled onto the ground behind their bodies, their eyes wide open, filled with disbelief and terror. 3 grandmasters had perished in an instant. The hunters, once filled with fear, now succumbed to despair. None retained the will to fight. They scattered in panic, their chances of escape dependent solely on fate. Clearly, their luck was not favorable. Ning bufan commenced a relentless pursuit. A one-sided slaughter ensued. The cries of agony reverberated throughout the world, blood staining the earth. Chapter 34. The lair has been destroyed. Yi Qian observed the carnage outside the building through the surveillance screen, her heart plummeting to the depths of despair. She had believed she had given Ning Bufan sufficient attention and had made ample preparations. Yet, she now realized she had gravely underestimated the situation. Flee! Without a moment's hesitation, she abandoned the others, hastily making her way to the underground garage with her 2 bodyguards. "President, wait for me!" Qin Yin shouted in terror as she chased after them. "Yi Qian, you scoundrel!" Qin Yan's voice was filled with rage. Suddenly, a tremendous explosion erupted behind them, the wall disintegrating, a cold killing intent and the stench of blood rushing toward them. Upon seeing Ning Bufan, drenched in blood and wielding a bloodied sword, advancing step by step, her pupils dilated in terror. "Help me!" she screamed desperately as she fled. The sound of a long sword piercing flesh resonated. The blade penetrated from her back, the bloody tip emerging from Qin Yan's chest. She ceased all movement, her fearful eyes fixated on her chest. At that moment, Yi Qian, through her phone's surveillance, witnessed Ning Bufan's sword piercing through Qin Yin, her pupils constricting. Immediately, her eyes turned crimson, and she let out a low growl. "Die!" The phone was merely a remote control. She pressed down with all her might. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening explosion reverberated, shaking the very earth. Yi Qian's phone screen was instantly engulfed in flames, a panorama of explosive fireballs. With the explosion, the surveillance was destroyed, and the footage vanished from her phone. "Ha ha ha." Laughter erupted from Yi Qian in the car. "Ning Bufan, I refuse to believe you can survive this. In the end, you shall perish at my hands." "Ha ha ha." Suddenly, the jarring sound of a ringing phone interrupted her laughter. Upon glancing at the number, Yi Qian's expression shifted and became exceedingly respectful. "Old President, greetings. Yi Qian, what is the status? Has the target been eliminated?" A voice, aged yet authoritative, resonated from the phone. Yi Qian hastily replied, "Rest assured, esteemed elder, the task you entrusted me with shall be fulfilled. Ning Bufan has likely been blown to smithereens. Did you see him die with your own eyes?" The aged voice grew slightly stern. Yi Qian dared not speak falsely and quickly added, "Not exactly, but I can assure you not assert certainty without witnessing it firsthand." The voice grew more severe. "Yi Qian, we cannot repeat the mistakes of 5 years ago. We all believed Ning Bufan was dead back then. Yet what was the outcome? You have 10 minutes to confirm. Even if he has been obliterated, there should be some remnants left. I demand a definitive answer in 10 minutes. Yi Qian felt utterly frustrated. Although she believed Ning Bufan might have perished in the explosion, what if she did not wish to place herself in even the slightest danger? At that moment, the building had turned into a sea of flames, reduced to a pile of rubble. Anyone trapped inside, not to mention a human, would have no chance of survival. Indeed, the Fengqing Hunters Association had been thoroughly dismantled. "President, given the circumstances, Ning Bufan is surely dead," one of the bodyguards stated as they escorted Yi Qian from the vehicle, gazing at the ruins and inferno ahead. Yi Qian recalled that when she pressed the detonation button, Ning Bufan had been in the underground garage, increasing the likelihood of his demise. Even if he had not been killed instantly, he would be crushed by the debris. How could she ascertain whether Ning Bufan was truly dead? Sighing, Yi Qian instructed, "Bring in a few excavators to clear the debris from the underground garage." "Understood." One bodyguard prepared to leave. A beam of sword light suddenly erupted from the rubble in the next moment. The sword light danced, shattering the debris. A cocoon formed of sword light emerged from the ruins. Once the entire cocoon had appeared, a figure became visible within it. Yi Qian and her companions stared in shock, their eyes wide with disbelief. Is this still a human? Just as they were momentarily stunned, Ning Bufan broke free from the cocoon. The familiar aura of Yi Qian instantly drew him in the next second. A beam of sword light shot toward them. "Be careful, President." The bodyguards were no ordinary men. Having survived countless battles, they were 9th-grade martial artists, just a step away from grandmasters. With a resounding crash, Yi Qian was violently knocked aside. The fierce sword light slicing through her bodyguard, sending blood spraying into the air. "President, run!" Another bodyguard drew a firearm and began firing frantically at Ning Bufan. Bang, bang, bang. a sword light suddenly cleaved through, slicing the bodyguard and his weapon cleanly in two. The cut remarkably smooth and precise. Wei Qian was paralyzed with fear. Though she had some strength, her youth and extensive resources had not prepared her for this moment. In Ning Bufan's presence, she felt utterly powerless. And in terror, she scrambled to escape. As she ran, a beam of sword light flashed beneath her feet. With a thud, Yi Qian fell heavily to the ground. Her right leg had been neatly severed at the knee. Blood pooling behind her, motionless, Yi Qian clutched the stump of her leg, emitting a heart-wrenching wail. The sound of footsteps crunching through the blood-soaked ground approached her. A cold, imposing figure drew near with deliberate strides. Yi Qian knew Ning Bufan was coming. "No, please, don't. Help me, help me." Despair engulfed her, her screams growing increasingly frantic. Unfortunately, who would dare to save her? Who could possibly rescue her? The phone lying nearby erupted with a deafening ring. She could no longer answer. A blood-stained foot stepped beside the phone. Ning Bufan picked it up, his eyes clouded. He relied solely on instinct to press the answer button. A familiar aged voice echoed. "Yi Qian? Confirm whether that damn Ning Bufan is dead or not." This voice was all too familiar to Ning Bufan. 5 years ago, the president of the Fengqing Hunters Association, Wei Xiangnan, had orchestrated the tragedy that befell him. "President Wei, you shall be disappointed. I am not dead, and as long as I live, he will not die." Ning Bufan's voice was as chilling as ancient ice. Each word transmitted through the phone's signal freezing Wei Xiangnan's very soul. "Ning Bufan, you." Wei Xiangnan's voice trembled with shock and fear. "Wait, your turn will come next." Ning Bufan hurled the phone to the ground and crushed it beneath his foot, then raised his sword, advancing toward the still wailing Yi Qian. "No, please don't kill me," Yi Qian cried out, her voice laced with desperation. Chapter 35. The grudge must end. Ning Bufan stood beside Yi Qian, sword in hand. Yi Qian, terrified of death, was pushed to the brink of panic. However, with one leg severed, there was no escape. "Ning Bufan, please don't kill me. I was coerced in the incident 5 years ago. It was not my intention to harm you, but rather someone behind the scenes forced us into this." Tears streamed down Yi Qian's face as she pleaded. "No, no." Yi Qian's spirit shattered. "The one who harmed you is Wei Xiangnan. He is the true mastermind. No, the one who truly sought your demise is your master." Yi Qian believed that revealing the truth about her master would shock Ning Bufan, but to her dismay, he remained eerily calm. He had already known of this matter. His master had gone to great lengths to ensure he mastered this sort of slaughter. "What I say is true. If you do not believe me, you can ask Wei Xiangnan." Seeing Ning Bufan's calm demeanor, Yi Qian thought he doubted her words. "Wei Xiangnan is now the head of the Southwest branch. He is in the headquarters in Qingzhou. I can accompany you to confront him." Yi Qian had calculated well. The Hunters Association was headquartered in Kyoto, with 9 major branches, each led by powerful figures akin to local lords. Wielding tremendous power and resources, if Ning Bufan were to confront Wei Xiangnan in Qingzhou, he would face a more formidable force. Should Ning Bufan perish, she would have a chance at survival. "I will go to find him. But you need not accompany me." Ning Bufan's words shattered Yi Qian's calculations. "My master is already dead. I killed him." Yi Qian's mind went blank, her senses dulled as she looked at Ning Bufan as if he were a monster. "You killed your master? How ruthless!" This person had transformed into a cold-blooded killing machine. Yi Qian, our grudge must come to an end." With a sudden thrust, Ning Bufan's sword pierced forth. "No help!" Yi Qian's scream echoed through the air. A heart-wrenching plea that pierced the heavens. Thud! The long sword penetrated her body with a chilling sound. Yi Qian's form was pinned to the ground. Yi Qian managed to utter a single word before blood spewed forth, staining her clothing crimson. Her desperate gaze fixed upon the sword embedded in her body, her expression shifting from fear to a grotesque snarl. Realizing her impending doom, she unleashed a fierce resolve, gritting her teeth and growling. "Ning Bufan, I am from the Yi clan. The Yi clan, the mightiest family in the world, has slain me. The members of the Yi clan will never let you go. I await your arrival below." "Ha ha Yi clan, what do I have to fear?" Ning Bufan scoffed coldly. Such audacious words. Suddenly, a loud shout interrupted Ning Bufan's remarks. Whoosh, whoosh, whooshed. In an instant, the sound of the wind howled. Countless phantoms, like specters, seemed to tear through the air as they approached. In the blink of an eye, 5 figures appeared not far from Ning Bufan. Simultaneously, the roar of engines could be heard nearby, as car after car sped towards this direction. Upon seeing the 5 individuals, Yi Qian initially felt elated, but her joy quickly morphed into despair. Why didn't you arrive sooner? She had already been pierced through by Ning Bufan's sword, clinging to a thread of life. Once the sword was withdrawn, blood would spout forth, and she would meet her demise. They were too late. Qianer, my dear granddaughter. The eldest among them, a white-haired old man, saw Yi Qian pinned to the ground by the sword. One leg severed, and his eyes immediately reddened with fury. Calm down, Chang Lao, you must remain composed. A middle-aged man urgently restrained Yi Chang Song. Qian Qian is in his grasp. You must stay calm. Yi Chang Song gazed at his granddaughter. Teetering on the brink of death, trembling with rage, he forcibly suppressed his fury, pointing at Ning Bufan, his face contorted in a snarl. You little rascal, if my granddaughter does not survive, I will annihilate your entire family. Ning Bufan's expression remained indifferent. No need for that. I have already wiped out my own family. Yi Chang Song. Grandpa, kill him. Avenge me. Yi Qian's eyes brimmed with malice, glaring fiercely at Ning Bufan. Before I die? I must see you. Perish. Ning Bufan shook his head, his cold tone laced with a hint of regret. You will not see that. What are you planning? Yi Chang Song suddenly realized something, his eyes wide with fury. Beast. How dare you? Swish. Ning Bufan withdrew his sword, and blood immediately gushed from Yi Qian's chest like a fountain. You little rascal, I will kill you. Yi Chang Song roared, transforming into a streak of light as he charged forward. Ning Bufan curled his lips into a disdainful smirk and countercharged with his sword. In an instant, the two had crossed paths. Ning Bufan continued his advance, heading towards the 4 individuals behind. Kill him. The 4 shouted in unison, but before they could launch their assault, a flash of sword light had already swept past. The world around them froze. Yi Qian desperately clutched her chest, striving to hold on to life and not exhale her last breath. Witnessing this scene, she let out a despairing cry. Grandpa. No. Not at this moment. Yi Qian was truly enveloped in despair and terror. Her grandfather was one of the few martial arts giants in the world, accompanied by formidable warriors. To be slain by a single sword strike like this was unfathomable. Just how powerful is Ning Bufan? Bang, bang, banged. Yi Chang Song was the first to fall, followed closely by the other 4. Collapsing to the ground, each wore expressions of disbelief and resentment. Damn it, it was all too easy. Ning Bufan turned towards Yi Qian. You possess a tenacious vitality. You may continue to call for help. Yi Qian's eyes widened in rage, her face contorted. Just how powerful are you? I do not know. Ning Bufan shook his head. Summon all the masters of your Yi clan. Only then will you understand. Yi Qian seethed, blood gushing from her mouth. Do not be arrogant. Even if our Yi family in the mundane world is wiped out, the powerful warriors behind the Yi clan can easily annihilate you. Just wait. The Yi clan, one of the 6 legendary hidden ancient clans, akin to the Long family behind Long Tianyi. These hidden ancient clans typically remain concealed, only operating through proxy forces in the mundane realm, such as the Shenlong Mountain Manor for the Long family and the Lingnan Yi family for the Yi clan. Very well, I will wait. Ning Bufan replied expressionlessly. You wait below. If your family comes to kill me, I will send your family down to reunite with you. Upon uttering these words, his sword gleamed as it swept towards Yi Qian's neck. Stop! A booming voice thundered as a car sped madly towards them. Ning Bufan remained unmoved, striking down with his sword. Yi Qian's head rolled off, landing on the ground. Amidst the furious roars, the car barreled toward Ning Bufan like a frenzied beast. Chapter 36. The Hunt for Ning Bufan. All-out assault. Ning Bufan stood resolute as the car charged towards him, unflinching, simply bringing down his sword. Boom! With a resounding crash, the car was cleaved in 2, rolling apart in opposite directions. In the driver's seat, a young man exuded a terrifying aura, breaking through the tumbling half of the vehicle and soaring into the air. Bang! A dull thud reverberated, shaking the earth and kicking up dust. A tall, robust man, appearing to be in his mid-20s with dark skin, stood before Ning Bufan like a small mountain, bloodlust radiating from his crimson eyes. You bastard, you killed the one I love. A streak of sword light suddenly sliced towards him. causing his pupils to constrict in terror. He had no time to resist. The aura of death enveloped him. Ding! A crisp sound echoed as sparks flew. The figure shot forth like lightning, blocking Ning Bufan's strike with the Tang Dao in hand. Ning Bufan was somewhat taken aback. Since descending the mountain, he had slain foes without encountering anyone capable of withstanding his sword. Although it was merely a casual strike, lacking even a fraction of his true strength. It wasn't something just anyone could block. At that moment, a bald elder stood beside the dark-skinned youth. Sweat drenched the young man's back, the feeling of having narrowly escaped death leaving him shaken. The desire for vengeance for the woman he loved evaporated, replaced by waves of fear. Cackling, several vehicles came to a halt. Soon after, more than 20 powerful figures surged forward, forming two orderly rows behind the dark-skinned youth and the bald elder. They wore matching attire, each adorned with a prominent dragon emblem in the realm. Only the members of the Shenlong Mountain Manor donned such garments. The dark-skinned youth was none other than Long Tianhe. And Yi Qian was his fiancé. He was also a cousin to Long Tianhe, the illegitimate son of the Long family. Young master, this individual, his strength is overwhelming. You must retreat. The bald elder gazed at Ning Bufan, his expression more serious than ever. Although he had managed to block Ning Bufan's strike just now, he sensed that it was not Ning Bufan's true power. He had exerted nearly all his strength. Gulp. Long Tianhe swallowed hard, his voice trembling. Elder too, just how strong is he? A grandmaster? No way, how could there be such a young grandmaster? The elder shook his head. If he were merely a grandmaster, I would not be afraid. He may be even stronger. What? Long Tianhe's mind went blank. Could it be, he is an unparalleled grandmaster, such a young unparalleled grandmaster? No, 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 he shook his head frantically. Unable to accept it, the bald elder beside him had devoted nearly 100 years to martial arts just to achieve the status of grandmaster. Ning Bufan appeared to be in his early 20s. It was already unfathomable to surpass a grandmaster. An unparalleled grandmaster was almost beyond the realm of humanity. In truth, the bald elder found it even more difficult to accept Ning Bufan's displayed strength. As a martial arts grandmaster, he understood how arduous it was to reach this level. He had nearly lost all his hair in the process. A grandmaster, a hidden expert who does not emerge, is almost the peak of martial prowess in this world. Now, suddenly, a youth in his 20s, stronger than a grandmaster, emerged. Who could possibly endure such a shock? Elder 2, do not be intimidated by his previous strike. Long Tianhe regained his composure. Perhaps that was his full strength, or he used some secret technique. Secret techniques can be powerful, but they often come with significant side effects if you unleash your full power against him. You will reveal his true form. The bald elder calmed down, considering Long Tianhe's words, which indeed made sense. Young master, you should step back. I will confront him. The bald elder tightened his grip on the Tang Dao, his gaze sharp as he fixed it upon Ning Bufan. Long Tianhe's pride and confidence had been thoroughly shattered, and he obediently retreated behind the elder, fearful of being caught in the crossfire. Beep, beep, beep. Just then, the blaring of car horns echoed. A dozen luxury vehicles, shrouded in dust, sped toward them, halting in the rear. The Tang family from Feng City had arrived. A loud shout rang out as a large group of people disembarked. Surrounding a middle-aged man in traditional attire who hurriedly made his way over, by estimation, there were at least 40 or 50 individuals. The Tang family of Feng City had mobilized nearly all their capable members. The head of the Tang family, Long Tianhe, recognized him due to his previous visits to Feng City with Yi Qian. Young master Tang, have brought all the elite of the Tang family to join you in vanquishing that scoundrel Ning Bufan. To avenge my son, daughter, and daughter-in-law. Ning Bufan had slain the Tang siblings, Tang Jing and Tang Qian, as well as Yi Ling during his descent from the mountain. This vendetta could not go unavenged. Initially, they had planned to let the Ning family and the Hunter Association deal with Ning Bufan, allowing the Tang family to partake in the spoils. However, upon realizing Ning Bufan's ferocity, they understood that both the Ning family and the Hunter Association had been eradicated. Just as the Tang family felt despair, the young master of the Shenlong Mountain Manor had arrived, accompanied by a grand master-level martial arts expert. The Tang family was immediately invigorated, gathering their elite forces to charge forth. To fight alongside the young master of the Shenlong Mountain Manor was a tremendous honor and an opportunity to ally with a powerful figure. Young master, all members of the Tang family are at your command from this moment on. The Tang family head expressed his loyalty with fervor. Understood. The head of the Tang family stood respectfully beside Long Tianhe, his heart racing as he gazed at the bald elder ahead, a grandmaster. Indeed, such figures are typically the stuff of legends, elusive as a mythical dragon. Today, however, he beheld one in the flesh. Ning Bufan, you have taken the lives of so many. You deserve a fate worse than death. The bald elder, burdened with the hopes of many, lacked the courage to strike first. Instead, he bellowed, you have made countless enemies. The hunters will not spare you, nor will the Yi family, or the Long family. Offending so many powerful factions leaves you no chance of survival. As I see you, a young prodigy of martial arts, I cannot bear to see your potential extinguished. Surrender, and I shall grant you a chance to live. The old man, too fearful to act, resorted to mere words. Ning Bufan curled his lips into a cold smirk. I merely wished to gauge the full strength of a grandmaster, which is why you are still alive. It seems I was mistaken. With a swift flash, a blinding swordlight sliced through the air. The bald elder's pupils constricted suddenly as he roared, his Tang knife glowing fiercely, preparing to strike. Yet, in an instant, the blade shattered, and the swordlight vanished into the old man's body. The world froze. The bald elder remained poised to strike, but time had run out for him. Ning Bufan's sword was too swift. Behind him, Long Tianhe and the others sensed an ominous premonition as they beheld the elder frozen in place, unable to react. The speed of that sword was beyond their comprehension, and they could not see that the elder had already been struck. It was only when a deafening explosion echoed that they realized the elder had fallen, his body cleaved in two on the ground. The shocking crimson of blood nearly caused their hearts to burst. Chapter 37. Beneath the swordlight, nothing grows. The bald elder lay defeated. A grandmaster felled in an instant. Long Tianhe and the Tang family members were left in disbelief, their understanding of martial arts shattered. Wasn't a grandmaster supposed to be an unrivaled powerhouse? How could he fall so easily? Gulping, the head of the Tang family swallowed hard, his complexion ashen, his voice trembling. Young master, call for help. Call for what? Long Tianhe shouted, get your people to charge at him and kill him. Before he could finish, he leaped into the air, soaring away as the young master of the Shenlong Mountain Manor. His strength was formidable. A pinnacle 9th-grade martial artist, unmatched among the younger generation. Naturally, he fled with incredible speed. However, a swordlight was faster. With a resounding boom, blood mist filled the air. A swordlight cleaved through the air from behind Long Tianhe, bisecting him and sending his remains crashing to the ground in a horrific display. Young master. The followers of the Long family cried out in anguish. Yet, in the next moment, as a swordlight surged into the crowd, their cries turned to screams. Help! Help me! The head of the Tang family regretted his decision to come and face death. Unfortunately, at that moment, the Tang family had neither the courage nor the capability to protect their patriarch. Under Ning Bufan's swordlight, nothing survived in mere seconds. All were obliterated, leaving only the head of the Tang family kneeling on the ground, weeping and urinating in fear. Ning, young master, spare me. I thought I was wrong. If you let me go, I will give you all the assets of the Tang family. I beg you, spare my life. With a swift thrust, the long sword pierced through his throat, silencing him instantly. Ning Bufan withdrew his sword and advanced toward the remnants of the Tang family. Since the Tang family sought his death, it was only fair that he extinguish them. As Ning Bufan's blood-red figure vanished, 3 figures stealthily emerged. Yin Qiqi and her 2 companions. My goodness, a single person has annihilated so many. That is terrifying. The thin, monkey-faced youth's pallor was ghostly, trembling all over. The short-statured Liuzi could barely articulate. So terrifying. Not human. Big sister. Let's go. Stammering, Yin Qiqi gazed at the vanishing solitary figure, her eyes sparkling with admiration. That man is incredibly handsome. So imposing. The 2 men were taken aback, then astonishedly exclaimed, Big sister, have you fallen for him? Enough. What are you 2 dawdling for? Clean up the battlefield. Yin Qiqi commanded, her gaze gleaming as she looked toward the corpse of the head of the Tang family. Wow, this is the head of a prominent family. The possessions on him must be worth a fortune. The thin monkey and Liuzi snapped back to reality. Quick, quick, clean up the battlefield. After scavenging the head of the Tang family, Yin Qiqi felt she had struck gold. With no further interest in scavenging from others, she declared, "You two continue cleaning up. I have something to attend to." The two men stood in the wind, watching her retreating silhouette with heavy hearts. This time, Ning Bufan did not walk slowly. Familiar with the Tang family's location, he moved swiftly. By the time Yin Qiqi arrived at the Tang family estate, it was already engulfed in flames. Another grand family had met its demise. Yin Qiqi sighed deeply. She held no sympathy for the Tang family. As a child who had escaped from an orphanage, she had tasted the bitterness of the lower class and had endured the oppression and mockery of prominent families. Once, in her struggle to survive, a wealthy young master had forced her to kneel and clean his shoes, only to throw her a filthy wad of cash after spitting on it. When Ning Bufan left the Tang family, he suddenly halted, his sword trembling slightly as a surge of killing intent erupted. Yin Qiqi, hidden behind him, panicked and jumped out, exclaiming, "Hero, calm down, calm down, hee. I'm a good person, a weak woman who means you no harm. Please don't harm me." Ning Bufan's voice was laced with cold menace. This was the second woman daring to follow him. The first, Xia Xinxin, had fortunately been taken away by her family. Yin Qiqi hesitated, her big eyes darting around before she quickly responded with a cheeky grin. "Hero, you must have misunderstood. I'm not following you. I'm just walking normally, nothing to worry about, hee." With a swift motion, a sword light flashed. The blood-stained sword was now pressed against Yin Qiqi's throat, enveloping her in murderous intent. Frozen in terror, Yin Qiqi became a statue, her breath caught in her throat. In that moment, she felt certain of her impending doom. However, after several tense seconds, the sword did not move. Her legs weakened, and with a thud, she knelt on the ground, raising her hands high, tears streaming down her face in a pitiful display. But Ning Bufan could not see this, and it was all in vain. "Hero, I grew up in an orphanage, suffering under the torment of the caretakers and the director. 10 years old, I managed to escape, only to endure all sorts of hardships in the world, having been a beggar, a laborer, even a thief." Yin Qiqi recounted her tragic life, tears and snot flowing freely. She believed that Ning Bufan, being a tragic figure himself, would empathize with her plight and perhaps spare her. Yet as she continued, her sorrow deepened, especially when recounting the time she nearly fell victim to a wealthy second-generation scion. Her cries became heart-wrenching. These were her true experiences, not mere fabrications. Perhaps Ning Bufan did feel a flicker of empathy, for miraculously, he lowered his sword. Yin Qiqi was so immersed in her tragic tale that she was oblivious to Ning Bufan sheathing his sword, still sobbing uncontrollably, mistakenly believing he was about to force himself upon her. Beep beep beep. It was only when the sound of a car horn broke through the tension that Yin Qiqi came to her senses. A luxurious vehicle had stopped nearby, and a stunningly beautiful woman stepped out. In red high heels, with long, slender legs clad in stockings, a form-fitting short skirt, and a black professional jacket that accentuated her curves, her exquisite makeup and striking features could leave countless men spellbound. Yin Qiqi, kneeling on the ground, turned her head to see the woman, her pupils constricting slightly. Wasn't this the wealthy heiress and CEO Yang Luyin, the one preparing to marry Long Tianyi today? Long Tianyi was finished, the wedding was off, so why was she dressed so provocatively and here now? To seduce Ning Bufan? But wait, Ning Bufan was blind. What good was her appearance to him? Yang Luyin, holding a stack of documents, stepped out of the car, her expression one of confusion as she took in the scene with Ning Bufan and Yin Qiqi. "What are you doing here?" Ning Bufan lifted his gaze toward Yang Luyin, his voice cold and indifferent. Though he had no interest in the Ning family's assets, he also did not want them to fall into the hands of others so easily. However, as a blind man, he could not read the documents. "I don't trust you," Ning Bufan stated bluntly. "Go fetch it for me to take a look." "Huh?" Yin Qiqi was taken aback, her eyes widening in surprise. "Me?" Chapter 38. Forced requisition. Yin Qiqi was momentarily stunned, struggling to process Ning Bufan's request for her assistance. "Yes, you," he affirmed seriously. "Oh, Okay. Yin Qiqi quickly responded, scrambling to her feet and hastening over to take the materials from Yang Liuyin's hand. Yang Liuyin felt a surge of disdain for the wild girl before her, yet in the presence of the blood-soaked Ning bufan, she dared not defy him. Who knew that in the next instant his sword might claim her life? Yin Qiqi opened the documents, her eyes widening in astonishment at the dense figures before her. Goodness, over 100 billion in assets. She hurriedly approached Ning bufan, her excitement palpable as she exclaimed, "Hero, I have reviewed these documents and agreements. They are flawless. Once you affix your signature, you shall become a billionaire. Will you sign? I can assist you." Yin Qiqi gazed longingly at Ning bufan, her heart racing as she thought, "Such sturdy legs. I must find a way to embrace them. If I can just hold onto this robust limb, I will indulge in a life of luxury and never again need to risk scavenging for the possessions of the deceased." Ning bufan turned to Yang Liuyin, stating, "In 2 days, aside from the Ning family's assets, liquidate as much of the Tang family's assets as possible. If anything remains illiquid, consider it a reward for you from the Yang family." "We shall be even, You won't take all this wealth?" Yin Qiqi felt a pang of regret, as if she had discarded a fortune exceeding 100 billion. Ning bufan paid no heed to Yin Qiqi and continued addressing Yang Liuyin. "Disburse 10,000 to this young lady. She shall assist me over the next 2 days. Yin Qiqi was taken aback once more, realizing she had been requisitioned, and rather forcefully at that. Did he even inquire if she consented? Yang Liuyin interjected, "Mr. Ning, should you have any needs, feel free to instruct me." "I can. No need," Ning bufan interrupted decisively. He wished to avoid entanglements with Yang Liuyin, intending to collect his funds and depart after 2 days. His next destination was the Qingzhou Hunter Association to settle his grievances with Wei Xiangnan in Qingzhou, at the office building of the Southwest Hunter Association, where the headquarters for various cities in the region convened. The evening had drawn its veil, however. The Hunter Association's building was ablaze with light as everyone toiled late into the night in the conference room. Aside from the president, all high-ranking officials had gathered. The atmosphere heavy and tense, each one silent as they awaited the president's arrival. In the president's office, a burly old man with salt and pepper hair stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing motionlessly at the dazzling city lights outside. A statuesque woman in her 30s, still possessing an air of elegance, cautiously approached from behind and whispered, "President, everyone is awaiting your opening of the meeting. The affairs in Fengqing require your directives." This old man was Wei Xiangnan, the former president of the Fengqing Hunter Association and the orchestrator of the tragic events 5 years prior involving Ning bufan. Wei Xiangnan exhaled softly, "Weiner, we erred 5 years ago." Jiang Weiner was taken aback, surprised by such an admission. This incident had long been a point of pride for Wei Xiangnan, a credential that had elevated his status. To hear him acknowledge a mistake today was utterly astonishing. 5 years ago, we should have eliminated that scoundrel Ning bufan without hesitation, leaving him no chance to breathe, which has now resulted in such considerable trouble. Wei Xiangnan was filled with regret. Jiang Weiner, realizing the misinterpretation of his words, understood that his admission of error did not pertain to the wrongful persecution of Ning bufan. Ahem, she coughed lightly to mask her embarrassment. "Summon Zhang Wan and Zhao Wu to my office. The rest may temporarily disperse." "Understood," Jiang Weiner acknowledged as she departed. Shortly thereafter, 2 middle-aged men entered the office under Jiang Weiner's guidance. One man donned glasses, exuding an air of refinement, while the other was the stark opposite, a burly figure with a menacing demeanor. Together, they represented the intellectual and martial prowess, having risen alongside Wei Xiangnan from Fengqing to Qingzhou. "Zhang Wan, discuss the matter regarding Ning bufan," Wei Xiangnan commanded as everyone took their seats, his gaze fixed on the strategist. "What else is there to say? We eliminate him directly," Zhao Wu interjected with a rough voice. "President, give the order, and I will lead the charge to annihilate him. How dare that ingrate seek revenge after we spared his life 5 years ago?" Wei Xiangnan shot a cold glare at Zhao Wu, prompting him to fall silent. Zhang Wen's expression grew serious. "President, we face 2 choices. 1, we exert every effort to kill Ning bufan. The other, we forsake all our current power. Go into hiding and let Ning bufan search for us in vain. Is there even a choice?" Zhao Wu exclaimed. "Of course, the first option," Zhang Wen sighed. "Then prepare for a fight to the death, or we may become the next Fengqing Association." Facing total annihilation with that, an oppressive silence enveloped the office. The thought of a grandmaster perishing at Ning Bufan's hands was terrifying. All eyes turned to Wei Xiangnan, awaiting his decision. His expression conflicted. Wei Xiangnan could not fathom relinquishing the power he had painstakingly acquired to hide like a coward. Let it be the first option, he finally resolved. Zhao Wu burst into laughter. Zhang Wen nodded, adding, President, Ning Bufan's next target for revenge will undoubtedly be us. Since we have resolved to eliminate him, we must first leverage external forces to expose Ning Bufan's numerous crimes, parricide, fratricide, and heinous acts against his own kin. An affront to heaven's justice, a beast unworthy of life, deserving of universal condemnation. This places us on the moral high ground. Next, they would announce a substantial bounty for his demise. Ensuring that Ning Bufan would be besieged by all, we must have a supreme grandmaster, or even a demigod, to intervene. As they spoke of demigods, all eyes turned to Zhao Wu. Zhao Wu, you must summon your master. Wei Xiangnan's voice bore an undeniable authority. Zhao Wu's lips twitched. Must it really come to that? The highest echelon above the grandmaster is the earthly immortal, an insurmountable pinnacle among mortal martial artists. Such reclusive masters seldom intervene. Only two are known to exist in the world, and even the so-called demigods are exceedingly rare, with only 10 recognized, including Zhao Wu's master, the celestial sage. Such beings are ancient, having lived for centuries, and are not easily persuaded to act. Zhang Wen spoke with unwavering conviction. We cannot afford to give Ning Bufan any opportunity. If we act, we must do so with our most formidable lineup to ensure his complete destruction. With no choice left, Zhao Wu acquiesced. President, we should also include the god-breaking pill in this bounty. At these words, the atmosphere shifted, with every face, including Wei Xiangnan's, paling in shock. That is unacceptable, Zhao Wu exclaimed. The god-breaking pill is a coveted treasure even among demigods. We have no chance of using it ourselves, so how can we offer it as a bounty? Truthfully, Wei Xiangnan was loath to part with it as well. He possessed only one, intended to use when he ascended to grandmaster status. To challenge for demigod or higher levels, becoming one of the elite standing atop the world. Yet, after Zhang Wen's compelling arguments regarding the stakes involved, Wei Xiangnan reluctantly conceded. Indeed, the announcement of the god-breaking pill as part of the bounty sent shockwaves through the martial community. Many reclusive experts emerged, rallying under the banner of ridding the world of this scourge. The uproar ignited by the god-breaking pill was beyond even Wei Xiangnan's expectations. Drawing out hidden masters, Ning Bufan's fate was sealed. Chapter 39. Half-siblings of different fathers in Fengqing. 2 days had elapsed for Ning Bufan. After consolidating the assets of the Ning and Tang families, Yang Luyin deposited the liquidated funds into a bank card and delivered it to Ning Bufan at the hotel. Mr. Ning, the combined assets of the Ning and Tang families surpassed 300 billion, but due to time constraints, most assets could not be liquidated. Currently, the total liquidated funds amount to 80 billion, all contained within this black card. Yang Luyin respectfully presented the card. 80 billion. Yin Qiqi eagerly snatched the card from Ning Bufan's hands, her eyes shimmering with excitement. Observing Yin Qiqi's avaricious demeanor, Yang Luyin felt a twinge of concern that she might misappropriate the funds. However, as the spokesperson for Ning Bufan, she dared not withhold the card from her. I will accept 80 billion, and you may handle the remaining assets as you see fit, Ning Bufan declared, displaying no interest in the other holdings. Yin Qiqi, now frantic, protested, Hero, please, that's over 200 billion. You cannot just give it away. Suddenly, Ning Bufan turned sharply to face Yin Qiqi. Although his eyes were concealed, she felt an intense shiver run down her spine. As though his gaze pierced through her. "Do not anger me. I was merely speaking casually," Yin Qiqi stammered, forcing a smile. "You may keep 1 billion as compensation for your assistance over these 2 days, after which we shall have no further ties." Ning Bufan's voice was cold and resolute. To someone accustomed to poverty like Yin Qiqi, 1 billion was an astronomical sum. Yet now, with 80 billion in hand, she considered 1 billion to be rather inconsequential. "Miss Yin, did you not hear Mr. Ning's words?" Yang Luyin interjected, unable to suppress her urge to remind the greedy Yin Qiqi. After ensuring Yin Qiqi transferred 1 billion, she returned the remaining card to Ning Bufan, feeling a sense of relief. She believed that Yin Qiqi's assistance was limited to booking hotels and purchasing some food, and a few thousand would suffice as remuneration. 1 billion seemed excessive, yet, Observing Yin Qiqi's countenance, she sensed dissatisfaction. Very well then, we part ways here, Ning Bufan stated, leaning on his sword cane as he exited the hotel. Yang Luyin rushed after him, hesitating momentarily before summoning her courage to inquire. Ning Bufan, or rather, Mr. Ning, are you heading to Qingzhou? She had surmised that Ning Bufan's next target for vengeance was Wei Xiangnan, who had ascended to Qingzhou. The distance from here to Qingzhou exceeded 500 kilometers. Walking would take an immense amount of time. I can drive you there. Uncertain why she felt compelled to offer, perhaps it was to atone for her past grievances against Ning Bufan, or perhaps it was gratitude for the assets he had provided her. Suddenly, a cacophony of screeching brakes echoed throughout the vicinity, brutally piercing the air. Bang, bang, bang. The car doors were flung open with a violent crash. A cadre of over 20 individuals clad in black, resembling bodyguards, disembarked from their vehicles, encircling the entrance of the hotel. A luxurious Rolls-Royce pulled up, attended by several bodyguards who assisted in opening the car door. An elderly gentleman, wielding a cane and dressed in a traditional Zhongshan suit, emerged from the vehicle, followed closely by a young couple. Upon closer inspection, one could discern a resemblance between the young woman and Ning Bufan. Witnessing this spectacle, Yang Luyin and Yin Qiqi instinctively recoiled, a hint of trepidation evident in their demeanor. Ning Bufan, however, appeared oblivious to the gathering, resolutely advancing forward. The elderly man, accompanied by the young couple, approached, prompting the surrounding individuals to part and create a passageway. As they drew nearer and beheld Ning Bufan's true visage, expressions of astonishment washed over them. Particularly the girl, who bore a striking resemblance to Ning Bufan, gasped in excitement, exclaiming, "Granduncle, he looks so much like mother." Hearing this, Ning Bufan's steps faltered momentarily as he turned his head curiously towards the girl. Though he failed to perceive any similarities, a delighted chuckle escaped the old man. "It seems he truly is your half-brother." Ning Bufan felt a jolt in his heart. Half-brother? This implied that the girl was his half-sister. In a typical scenario of siblings reuniting, one would expect tears of joy, yet Ning Bufan exhibited no signs of emotional fluctuation. His heart was as still as water. He had long since extinguished any feelings of affection for the world. He was, at present, a man devoid of sentiment. Before his demise, Ning Xiao had only managed to mention that his birth mother bore the surname Qin. Neglecting to provide her full name, he felt no regret, having even forgotten brother. The girl was visibly ecstatic, rushing toward him. "Xiaochan, wait." The young man urgently restrained her, speaking in a grave tone. "The person before you is a demon who has slain his own parents and siblings. You must remain calm." The rumors circulating in the outside world depicted Ning Bufan as a monster who had personally beheaded the Ning family, his cruelty surpassing that of even beasts, rendering him a fiend devoid of humanity. Qin Yuechan instinctively halted, a flicker of conflict and struggle crossing her striking face. "Qin Jian, you worry too much. With granduncle here, no one can harm Xiaochan," the elderly man asserted, his voice brimming with confidence and authority. Realization dawned on Qin Jian. Indeed, granduncle was a formidable figure, a half-step supreme master, one of the few martial arts giants in the world. With him present, who would dare act recklessly? "Brother, nothing will happen," Qin Yuechan fervently declared as she stepped closer to Ning Bufan. Her excitement palpable. "I am Qin Yuechan, from the Qin family of Tianhai. You are the child of Ning Xiao and our shared mother, Qin Fu, thus we are siblings." Qin Yuechan rambled on about Ning Bufan's lineage. He was merely the product of a one-night encounter between Ning Xiao and Qin Fu at a social gathering, resulting from a moment of drunkenness. "I'm sorry, but I have no parents," Ning Bufan interjected, cutting her off. If Qin Fu truly harbored any affection for him, he would not have ended up in such a predicament. Perhaps that incident was simply a blemish on her illustrious reputation. The sudden appearance of the Qin family today, claiming kinship, felt insincere. "Step aside. I have matters to attend to." His voice turned icy. "Ha ha ha, Qin Wanshan, is your Qin family this hypocritical?" A mocking laugh resonated through the air. Suddenly, two figures, one clad in white and the other in black, surged forth like twin tempests. Qin Wanshan halted, his expression darkening as he regarded the unexpected arrivals. The two middle-aged men bore an uncanny resemblance. Their attire identical save for the color, one in white, the other in black. "Granduncle, it's the black and white brothers." "This bodes ill," Qin Jian swiftly approached Qin Wanshan, his countenance grave. Our plan is in jeopardy. The infamous Black and White brothers, also known as the Black and White Impermanents, were renowned throughout the martial world. Being twins, they possessed a combined technique capable of contending with supreme masters. Damn it. Qin Wanshan seethed, his anger flaring as he gritted his teeth. Summon reinforcements. Ning Bufan must fall into our hands. Yes, Qin Jian replied, hastily retrieving his phone to discreetly call for assistance. Chapter 40. The name of the demon is not unfounded. Black and White Impermanence. What brings you here? My Qin family seeks to acknowledge kinship. What business do you have with us? Are you attempting to provoke my family? Qin Wanshan glared coldly at the Black and White brothers. His tone laced with menace. The Black and White brothers laughed heartily, their mockery palpable. Qin Wanshan, if your family truly sought to acknowledge kinship, my brother and I would leave without a word. Alas, that is not the case. The white-clad man spoke with disdain, his gaze fixed on Ning Bufan. Were it not for the divine destruction elixir, would you personally intervene for such a bastard? It is laughable. Your Qin family does well not to regard this bastard as a disgrace. The derisive laughter of the white-clad man was jarring. You speak nonsense. We have come to acknowledge kinship, Qin Yuechan retorted loudly, hurriedly attempting to explain to Ning Bufan, brother, do not heed their fabrications. I am sincerely here to recognize you as my brother. Get lost? Ning Bufan bellowed. Boom. A terrifying aura erupted, causing Qin Yuechan to shriek as her petite frame was violently hurled backward. Xiao Chan! Qin Jian gasped, rushing forward like lightning to catch her. Bang! The two collided forcefully, their combined strength sending them both tumbling to the ground. With a resounding thud, they crashed down, blood spurting from their mouths, painting the ground in crimson. The Qin family members stood dumbfounded. Qin Wanshan's expression darkened. His gaze towards Ning Bufan now devoid of warmth, replaced by ferocity and rage. You little wretch, do you dare to act recklessly before me? Ning Bufan's face remained impassive, his sword sheath embedded in the ground. His hand gripping the hilt, he sensed that the old man possessed considerable strength. Observing Ning Bufan's movement, Qin Wanshan's fury intensified. You dare draw your sword against me? Do not blame me for lacking familial compassion. I will slay you on the spot. Swish, the long sword was drawn, its blinding light slicing through the air as it aimed for Qin Wanshan. Enough with the prattle. Just kill me, Ning Bufan declared. Dog's courage. Qin Wanshan's wrath reached a boiling point as he shouted, his right hand sweeping out, a flying knife shooting forth from his sleeve, hurtling toward the incoming sword light with ferocity. Bang! The two forces collided. Distorting the surrounding air, crack! The sound of the flying knife shattering echoed, disintegrating into countless shards. The sword light dimmed slightly but continued its relentless advance towards Qin Wanshan. Qin Wanshan's pupils constricted, and he unleashed a rapid punch. His fist radiated, transforming into a dazzling ball of light as it surged forward, a true manifestation of vital energy. The Black and White brothers exchanged glances, their hearts racing. Qin Wanshan's strength was undeniable. Boom! The sword light and fist energy detonated, sending shockwaves rippling outward, toppling those in proximity. The Qin family's bodyguards cried out in alarm, being swept away. Qin Jian and Qin Yuechan, who had just regained their footing, fell once more. With a powerful sweep of his sleeve, Qin Wanshan unleashed a tremendous force, dissipating the shockwave and stabilizing his stance. Ning Bufan's lips curled into a faint smile. This is somewhat interesting. It seems you merit my full strength. Though his voice was soft and barely audible amidst the chaos, Qin Wanshan caught wind of it. Full strength? Are you insulting me? His fury was palpable. Whoosh, a streak of sword light, accompanied by a piercing shriek, sliced toward him. This strike was executed with full power. Ja? Qin Wanshan had no time for indignation. The sword's trajectory bore the weight of impending death, he roared, his entire being swelling as his internal energy surged. His fist radiated light, dazzling and blinding. Boom! Tragically, the fist energy had not fully manifested before it was cleaved apart by the sword light, disintegrating into nothingness. Blood erupted forth in an instant and the next heartbeat. Time seemed to stand still. Everyone stared in disbelief at Qin Wanshan, their eyes wide with fear and incredulity. This was a half-step supreme master. Surely he wouldn't meet his end here. Bang! with a resounding crash. Qin Wanshan's body collapsed heavily to the ground, lifeless. Moments later, blood began to flow from his body, creating a crimson stream that trickled across the ground. All present were left in stunned silence. The black and white brothers felt a chill race down their spines. One strike, and he was finished. And that was merely a fraction of his strength. What terror would be unleashed if he fully unleashed his power? Brother, we should leave, the black-clad man rasped. They had come for the divine destruction elixir. The reward was enticing, but one must live to claim it. Gulping, the white-clad man swallowed hard, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. There were rumors he could slay grandmasters. It appears to be true. We must retreat. The two exchanged glances, nodding in agreement before swiftly making their exit. Ning Bufan snorted, sharply swinging his sword toward the direction of their escape. Whoosh! The sword light, as white as snow, cut through the air with a shriek. No! The brothers sensed the impending doom closing in from behind, their terrified screams echoing. Prepare to counter. The brothers, sharing a telepathic bond, simultaneously turned and drew their blades in a desperate defense. Their speed was remarkable. Yet in their haste, they could not muster their full strength. Crack! The blades were severed beneath the sword light, which then cleaved through their bodies, unleashing a cloud of blood mist. Their agonized cries echoed as they fell. Their bodies gruesomely bisected, a sight too horrific to behold. The two individuals did not perish immediately. Instead, they collapsed to the ground, emitting harrowing cries that sent shivers of terror through the onlookers. They lamented their decision to have come here at all. The brothers, known as the Black and White Duo, felt utterly wronged. They had ventured here without even a chance to confront Ning Bufan, having uttered not a single word before fleeing, only to meet their demise. The notorious reputation of the fiend was indeed well-deserved. Thus, the brothers met their end amid desperate wails, and from that moment forth, the martial world would no longer know the Black and White Duo. The bodyguards of the Qin family trembled with fear, particularly Qin Jian. He had believed that accompanying his third grandfather would be an effortless opportunity to gain merit, but it turned out to be a death sentence. Everyone, attack together! Qin Jian cried out in horror, frantically issuing commands to the bodyguards. They exchanged apprehensive glances, none daring to advance. It was absurd. A powerhouse like Qin Wanshan, whom they revered as a deity, had been dispatched in an instant. What chance did they have? A bunch of useless fools. What good are you? Qin Jian roared in fury, seizing one bodyguard and hurling him towards Ning Bufan. He then pulled Qin Yuechan up, urging her to flee. Ning Bufan swung his sword down, cleaving the hurled bodyguard in two. Subsequently, the blade's light surged into the crowd. Run! The bodyguards fled in a frenzy. Alas, their speed was no match for that of the sword. Mere seconds later, over 20 elite bodyguards lay lifeless, their bodies sprawled on the ground. As Qin Jian and Qin Yuechan attempted to escape, Ning Bufan, wielding a bloodied longsword, blocked their path. There was no escape. A sense of despair washed over Qin Jian. Brother, just kill me. Qin Yuechan suddenly stepped forward, closing her eyes in hopeless resignation. Tears streamed down her beautiful face as she thought of the joyous reunion she had sought with her family, only to find herself facing such a tragic end. No, Ning Bufan, you cannot kill Xiao Chan. She has suffered enough. Qin Jian bellowed, forcibly pulling Qin Yuechan behind him. If you wish to kill me, then spare Xiao Chan. Go ahead and strike. Ning Bufan raised his sword. Chapter 41. The greed of humanity upon seeing Ning Bufan truly lift his sword, still stained with fresh blood, Qin Yuechan screamed, her face awash with tears as she implored Qin Jian. Brother, you are the only one who has treated me well in the Qin family. If you die, I cannot survive here either. It would be better to die. Just then, the long sword descended rapidly. Qin Jian's heart shattered. Unleashing a wretched scream, the sharp blade sent forth a mist of blood, and as a head soared into the air, crimson droplets rained down. No! Qin Yuechan cried out, witnessing the headless corpse of her brother fall to the ground. In rage and despair, she screamed at Ning Bufan, "You killed me! You killed my brother!" The second blade of light surged forth. Qin Yuechan closed her eyes in despair, awaiting the arrival of death. However, she felt a chilling sword aura sweep past her scalp, followed by an eerie silence. When she finally opened her eyes, Ning Bufan was nowhere to be seen. Only a flurry of her disheveled hair drifted down. Are you truly Ning Bufan's sister? a woman's voice echoed. It was Yang Luyin approaching. Qin Yuechan turned her head in a daze, her vacant gaze fixed on Yang Luyin. The resemblance between them was striking. They could easily be mistaken for siblings. No wonder you survived. Yang Luyin remarked, relief evident in her tone. It is a miracle that he did not kill you. Do not expect him to spare anyone else. Avoid provoking him in the future. Surviving this time does not guarantee your safety next time. After issuing this warning, Yang Luyin departed. Elsewhere, Yin Qiqi, having received a payment of 100 million from Ning Bufan, sought out her two subordinates, Shouho and Liuzi. Big sister, you look rather unhappy. Has Ning Bufan bullied you? They asked, frowning in concern. Yin Qiqi shot them an irritated glare. Do you even know who I am? Who would dare bully me? Ning Bufan not only did not bully me, he gave me 100 million. What? They exclaimed in disbelief. 100 million? No way. Big sister, are you pulling our leg? Liuzi nodded vigorously in agreement. They were accustomed to Yin Qiqi's tall tales but found it hard to believe such an astonishing claim. Do you think I'm joking? Come on, there's an ATM nearby. Let me show you. Yin Qiqi grabbed her bank card and headed towards the nearest machine, with Shouho and Liuzi following closely, curiosity piqued. Soon, they arrived at the ATM, and without hesitation, Yin Qiqi inserted her card to check her balance. The sight of countless zeros on the electronic screen left Shouho and Liuzi dumbfounded, their minds blank. Holy crap, it really is 100 million. We've struck it rich, they shouted in excitement, showering her with compliments. What? Why? They exclaimed in a panic. Yin Qiqi sighed, addressing them seriously. I feel like ever since I got this 100 million, my mindset has changed for the worse. I can't feel any joy and I don't know why, but it feels like I shouldn't have this money. Otherwise, I wouldn't be myself anymore. I can't predict what I might become at that moment. Yin Qiqi was consumed by anxiety and ultimately decided to return the money to Ning Bufan, and no matter how Shouho and Liuzi pleaded, it was futile. Big sister, let us discuss returning the money later. We're hungry. Why don't we grab something to eat first? Shouho suggested, seeing the argument go nowhere. Fine, let us eat first. I'll treat. Upon making her decision to return the money, Yin Qiqi felt a wave of relief wash over her, restoring her former boldness and optimism. Big sister, you're treating. Shouho grinned, gesturing for her to lead the way. Yin Qiqi took on her usual commanding demeanor, striding ahead. Suddenly, Shouho launched an attack from behind, delivering a powerful chop to Yin Qiqi's neck. Although Yin Qiqi was stronger than the two, this blow did not render her unconscious immediately. What are you doing? She gasped, turning in shock to glare at Shouho. Liuzi, do you want 100 million? If so, take action. Shouho shouted, sweat pouring down his face. Big sister, I'm sorry. Liuzi cried out, his eyes reddening as he struck Yin Qiqi hard on the back. With a stifled grunt of indignation, Yin Qiqi collapsed. Quick, the bank card. They seized her card and raced towards the bank. Liuzi, I initiated this. I'm taking the larger share. 60 million for me, 40 million for you. Shouho declared assertively, in a way. We split it evenly. Liuzi retorted adamantly, unwilling to accept a reduction of 20 million. If you don't agree, we'll part ways, and neither of us will get anything. You fine. Shouho gritted his teeth, albeit with a barely perceptible glint of malice in his eyes. They proceeded to transfer the funds at the bank, each walking away with 50 million. Once their share was secured, they dragged the unconscious Yin Qiqi to a hotel. Big sister is so beautiful. If she gets a makeover, she'd rival any star. Shouho mused, his expression a mix of lewd excitement. Liuzi appeared hesitant, saying, Shouho, I see this a bit excessive. Big sister saved our lives and helped us thrive. We wouldn't have made it this far without her. Taking her money and ruining her reputation seems unnecessary. Shouho smirked coldly. Liuzi, are you suddenly acting high and mighty? Just a moment ago, you didn't hold back when it came to dividing the money. Let me tell you, what's done is done, and it must be thorough. Otherwise, when she wakes up, she will definitely not let us off the hook. Thus, this woman must be silenced. A cruel smile flickered across Shouho's face. Before we take her out, let us enjoy ourselves. Otherwise, it would be a waste. If you want tea, I will. As he spoke, Shouho's hands began to rip at Yin Qiqi's clothing. Wait, Liuzi shouted, rushing forward. Shouho angrily retorted. Do you want to stop me? No, you're right. Since we're doing this, let us do it together. Liuzi said, swallowing hard as he looked at Yanqi. In a way, can you have all the fun? Shouho laughed. Great. Let us have a good time together. Ha ha. Soon, both men began to tear at Yin Qiqi's clothing. At that moment, the depths of human greed were laid bare. Though in a state of unconsciousness, Yin Qiqi seemed to sense something, tears of humiliation trickling from the corners of her eyes. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed as the door was kicked open. A strikingly handsome man with a blindfold and a severed arm appeared in the doorway, his murderous intent surging forth like a tidal wave. Chapter 42. Every wrongdoing has its consequence. Who? Shouho felt an icy chill wash over him, the violent rage within him instantly frozen, his pores bristling in terror. He hurriedly looked up, just in time to see a flash of sword light. A head tumbled like a rolling ball, tracing an arc through the air before plummeting, blood gushing forth. Liuzi let out a piercing scream, but it quickly ceased as a long sword pierced his throat, in the blink of an eye. Both men lay dead, their bodies sprawled lifelessly on the floor. Ning Bufan entered, standing silently by the bed, waiting for the unconscious Yin Qiqi to awaken. Time passed, and eventually, Yin Qiqi opened her eyes. She groaned in pain, feeling an unbearable ache in her neck and back. Rubbing her neck, she struggled to sit up, only to feel a chilling draft in front of her. A glance downward sent her into a panic, and a piercing scream filled the room. Her clothing had been torn apart, leaving her exposed and vulnerable. She hastily wrapped her clothing tightly around her body, still recovering from the shock, when her gaze fell upon two bloody corpses on the ground, and a scream erupted once more, even more chilling and piercing than before. Have you had your fill of screaming? A cold voice came from behind her. Yin Qiqi exclaimed, leaping off the bed and spinning around to see Ning Bufan standing at the head of the bed. Why are you standing here without a sound? Yin Qiqi questioned loudly, suddenly sensing something was amiss. Wait, you left Fengqing, didn't you? How are you here? Ning Bufan, without further ado, leaned his sword against the bedside and extended his hand toward Yin Qiqi, his tone frigid. My belongings. Yin Qiqi, somewhat bewildered, replied, What belongings? I don't know anything. Ning Bufan's expression darkened, and a murderous intent enveloped Yin Qiqi in an instant. She trembled violently, her face turning pale. Clarify, I truly do not have your belongings. Wait, let me think. Yin Qiqi was already drenched in sweat, her heart racing as if it might burst. Soon, she recalled something and frantically searched her person, ultimately retrieving an ancient jade pendant from her back pocket, hastily offering it. I'm sorry. I have a habit of stealing. Oh no. I accidentally took your belongings. Swish. The blade of the sword suddenly flashed, slicing through the air past Yin Qiqi's neck. All her movements froze as she stared wide-eyed in terror. Collapsing onto the bed, a thin line of blood began to appear on her snow-white neck. I'm dead. Yin Qiqi howled in despair within her heart. Yet, after lying there for a long while, it seemed she could still breathe. She was still alive. Am not dead? Yin Qiqi could hardly believe it. Trembling, she reached her hand toward her neck, finding only a faint scratch. I am truly alive. The overwhelming relief of surviving brought her to tears, sobbing uncontrollably. You are already dead. Your life is now mine. Ning Bufan's icy voice rang out again, devoid of any emotion, as if it were merely the mechanical voice of a soulless robot. Yin Qiqi ceased her crying, wiping her tears with force, her timid gaze fixed on Ning Bufan. What do you mean? From this moment on, you will do whatever I command. Ning Bufan's voice brooked no argument. When one commits wrongdoing, one must pay the price. This is the price you must pay. Yin Qiqi froze, realizing that it meant she had now become Ning Bufan's slave. Ning Bufan ignored her, striding over to pick up the jade pendant that had fallen to the ground. His hand pausing in midair, motionless. Yin Qiqi, with tear-filled eyes, curiously observed Ning Bufan's actions. Is this jade pendant very important to you? She asked, regretting her impulsive curiosity the moment the words left her lips. A professional habit compelled her to reach for items she noticed. It was one thing to take from others, but this was a god of death devoid of human emotions. Wasn't he that courting disaster? I once thought it was very important, but now, it no longer holds significance. With a firm grip, Ning Bufan crushed the pendant into dust. It was an item he had worn since childhood. Ning Xiaoxiao had once told him it was a gift from his mother, meant to be cherished. Initially, he had thought it was given by Lin Mei. Only now did he realize it was from his biological mother, chingo. At this point, both his biological and adoptive mothers held no importance to him. Prepare a vehicle. We are heading to Qingzhou. This was the reason Ning Bufan had spared Yin Qiqi's life. The journey to Qingzhou spanned over 500 kilometers, and walking would take an indeterminate length of time. Unable to see or drive, and with no one else to rely on, Yin Qiqi was his only option. Yin Qiqi clambered back up and adjusted her clothing. Remembering her state of undress earlier, she blushed and said, "What happened while I was unconscious? The two of them attempted to assault you. I happened to come across it and thus killed them," Ning Bufan replied nonchalantly, as if he were merely squashing a couple of ants. "You bastard!" Yin Qiqi seethed, her face flushed with anger. She hurriedly checked her trousers. Fortunately, while her clothing had been removed, her pants remained intact, indicating that the two beasts had not succeeded, as she sighed in relief. She quickly reached for her bank card, only to find it missing. Oh no. Her expression changed, and she immediately rummaged through the two corpses, retrieving their respective bank cards, which brought her a moment of relief. Yet, instead of feeling elated, she gazed at the two lifeless bodies, her heart aching as if it were being twisted by a knife. "Why? I saved both your lives. Why treat me this way? Is my kindness not worth a billion?" Listening to Yin Qiqi's self-talk, Ning Bufan roughly pieced together the situation. The nature of humanity is inherently ugly. It is best to view it with indifference. "You are foolish to pity them," he said coldly. "If they could betray you for a billion, then they would have done so over something else eventually. You should feel fortunate that you stopped the loss early." Yin Qiqi wanted to say more, but Ning Bufan had already stepped outside. "Consider this billion as your funding," he added. "All expenses for this trip to Qingzhou will come from that billion." Yin Qiqi dared not say more and complied. An hour later, Yin Qiqi procured a vehicle, driving Ning Bufan toward the expressway entrance to Qingzhou. At the toll station. The area was bustling with staff in yellow reflective vests, inspecting each vehicle entering the checkpoint. Yin Qiqi drove into the inspection area, queuing for their turn. A staff member approached and knocked on the car window. Yin Qiqi rolled down the window, and as the inspector was about to speak, he suddenly caught sight of Ning Bufan, the unmistakable figure of the blind man with a severed arm, seated in the passenger seat. He froze for a moment, then, as if he had seen a ghost, bolted away, pulling a whistle from around his neck and blowing it with all his might. The sharp, piercing sound echoed through the air, and the exit gate was immediately closed. "What is happening?" Those waiting to exit wore expressions of astonishment. Chapter 43. The ugly nature of humanity. "It seems to be aimed at us, or rather at you," Yin Qiqi remarked, turning to Ning Bufan. "What should we do?" Ning Bufan grasped the hilt of his sword. "Wait," Yin Qiqi urged, her cold sweat pouring down. "This may not yet have reached the point of murder. Let me negotiate." Yin Qiqi opened the door and got out of the car. Just as she did, a roaring engine was heard behind her. A small car sped towards them, coming to a halt. The door swung open, and a distinguished middle-aged man with a square face hurried over, accompanied by a young man in his 30s. Yin Qiqi watched the approaching figures warily, ready to question them, but was instead preempted by the man asking, "Is Mr. Ning Bufan in the car?" Yin Qiqi instinctively nodded. Hearing the familiar voice, Ning Bufan, though unable to see, instinctively turned his head toward the source of the sound. "Mr. Ning, hello? We finally found you." The familiar voice carried a hint of joy. Ning Bufan frowned, puzzled. "Gao Sanyong, weren't you reassigned? Can we talk inside?" Gao Sanyong inquired. Yin Qiqi, realizing the significance of Gao Sanyong, opened the rear door for him to enter, waiting outside with Gao Sanyong's secretary, Zheng Wei. "Speak quickly." "I'm in a hurry," Ning Bufan said. "I want to know the truth about the case from 5 years ago." Gao Sanyong's tone was serious and determined. "Does the truth even matter?" Ning Bufan scoffed. "It's meaningless. After we head to Qingzhou and finish the killing, everything will come to an end." "Mr. Ning, I must emphasize that murder does not solve problems," Gao Sanyong asserted gravely. "On the contrary, your actions have harmed the common folk. Just look at Fengcheng. Nearly all the hunters have been exterminated by you, leaving the region and its surroundings without any suppression against the monstrous beasts. In just a few days, incidents involving mutated beasts attacking people have surged, resulting in at least 100 deaths." "What does that have to do with me?" Ning Bufan interrupted coldly. "That is your concern. Not mine. If there's nothing else, you may leave the vehicle. You have yet to discuss the case from back then," Gao Sanyong insisted stubbornly. Since I've taken an interest in this case, if I cannot rectify it, I will never find peace. Ning Bufan fell silent for a moment, letting out a breath. Is it meaningful to rectify a case for a heartless murderer like me? That is a separate matter. Gao Sanyong replied sternly, a miscarriage of justice is a miscarriage of justice. It cannot cease to be one simply because you're a murderer. As for your killings, that is a capital offense, without question. However, I currently lack the power to bring you to justice. Otherwise, I would certainly arrest you. You are quite sincere and persistent, Ning Bufan sighed. Such officials are rare in this world. I shall grant you this favor. With that, Ning Bufan's expression turned serious as he began recounting the past. The subsequent events, as you may discern from the case files, reveal that the then president, Wei Xiangnan, disregarded all reasoning and failed to heed my pleas for explanation. Amidst the fervent testimonies of countless witnesses, I was stripped of my sight and had my left arm severed. Ha ha ha! At this juncture, Ning Bufan emitted a derisive chuckle. At that time, I could not comprehend why my colleagues, who had fought alongside me, turned their backs, launching a barrage of malicious slanders aimed at my utter ruin. Now, I grasped the grotesque nature of humanity. Yet, what followed unveiled an even more brutal manifestation of human depravity, that of the Ning family. The kin I once believed to be my own, the parents I would have sacrificed my life to save, utterly obliterated my existence. Ning Bufan recounted the horrors of the Ning family. Each word was spoken with remarkable calmness. Yet Gao Sanfeng felt the temperature around him plummet, ultimately succumbing to uncontrollable shivers. It was the palpable aura of murderous intent emanating from Ning Bufan. Outside, Yin Qiqi and Zheng Wei also sensed an unsettling chill. Their hearts trembling. After nearly an hour of discourse, Ning Bufan finally concluded. Gao Sanfeng was left astounded. He considered himself well acquainted with the baseness of human nature, having witnessed it countless times. Yet this revelation was a profound shock. Were it not for Ning Bufan's own words, he would not have dared to believe it. The depravity of the Ning family was astonishingly appalling. President Gao, this is merely my account. You may choose to believe it or not. Ning Bufan's tone remained unflinching. I believe you. Gao Sanfeng's voice was imbued with unwavering certainty. It would be beneath you to fabricate such a lie. Ning Bufan smiled, a genuine smile for the first time in 5 years. With that smile, the surrounding chill dissipated, vanishing entirely. Gao Sanfeng exhaled in relief and seized the opportunity to say, "Please refrain from going to Qingzhou. Rest assured, I will provide you with a satisfactory resolution regarding this case. Those who harmed you, including Wei Xiangnan, shall face justice." Ning Bufan's smile vanished. President Gao, had someone made such a claim before my descent, I would have granted you a chance. But now that the slaughter has commenced, it is impossible for me to halt, disembark. What transpires next is no longer of my concern. Clear the way for those ahead. In 1 minute, I shall proceed to slay them without hesitation. A frigid aura once again plunged the vehicle into a chilling atmosphere. Gao Sanfeng, undeterred, attempted to persist. "Mr. Ning, please listen to me. You have 58 seconds. The cold voice carried a hint of murderous intent. Ning Bufan's hand rested upon the hilt of his sword. Gao Sanfeng gasped in alarm, hastily exiting the vehicle and ordering the road to be cleared. She had heard the conversation within the car. She believed herself to be utterly forsaken, having endured torment in that hellish orphanage. Her life a tale of misery, yet compared to Ning Bufan, her suffering seemed trivial. The impending storm of bloodshed in Qingzhou was looming. No, I cannot allow Qingzhou to become a second Fengcheng. We must take action. Gao Sanfeng gazed at the departing Ning Bufan, her eyes gleaming with resolve. Zheng Wei sighed. "President, we cannot stop him." In that moment, the Qingzhou Hunter Association, led by Wei Xiangnan, swiftly received news of Ning Bufan's approach. "President, Ning Bufan is en route to Qingzhou, and he is driving. If unimpeded, he will arrive by tomorrow at the latest," reported the female secretary, Zhang Wanner, from the president's office. Wei Xiangnan's expression contorted with anxiety. To claim he was unperturbed would be a fallacy. He had received prior intelligence regarding the demise of the Qin family's half-step supreme master and the notorious Black and White brothers. Such power was terrifying. They were woefully unprepared. They required ample time. Furthermore, raise the bounty. In addition to the Breaking God pill, the reward shall be 100 billion. Zhang Wen continued. 100 billion? Where shall we procure 100 billion? Jiang Wanner interjected, unable to contain herself. This is no trifling sum. Funding must be allocated, yet securing such a vast amount is not a swift endeavor. Zhang Wen chuckled. Let us first issue the announcement in the name of the association. If someone truly manages to kill Ning Bufan, we can address the payout later. Agreed. Wei Xiangnan decisively affirmed. Increase it to 200 billion. Hiss. Zhang Wen and Jiang Wanner both gasped in shock. Are you out of your mind? President, there is a matter we must heed. Zhang Wen continued to strategize. Ning Bufan's slaughter of the half-step Supreme Master and the Black and White brothers must be kept under wraps. Otherwise, it will instill fear in many, dissuading anyone from daring to pursue Ning Bufan. Furthermore, Zhao Wu is gone to summon his master, which may require some time, and I wish to personally oversee the deployment to thwart Ning Bufan's actions and buy us time. Wei Xiangnan waved his hand. You have free reign over personnel and resources. Zhang Wen hesitated momentarily. President, this operation lacks morality. Should it be exposed, it could prove disastrous. Understood. Zhang Wen accepted the order and departed. As Jiang Wanner was about to leave, she was called back by Wei Xiangnan, his expression grave. Prepare a contingency plan. Find me a stand-in, if Ning Bufan arrives. Jiang Wanner froze, staring at Wei Xiangnan in bewilderment. Is it not a fight to the death with Ning Bufan? Remember, this must remain between us. Not even Zhang Wen or Zhao Wu can be privy to this, or you know the consequences. His tone bore an unmistakable threat. Jiang Wanner's heart raced, her expression shifting to one of astonishment. Yet she quickly regained her composure, promptly responding. Understood. That is good to hear. In dire circumstances, I shall ensure your safety. Do your job well. I will not treat you poorly, Wei Xiangnan reassured her. Yes. Jiang Wanner recognized that Wei Xiangnan's decision to confide in her indicated her status as his most trusted confidant. Indeed, no matter how capable one may be, it pales in comparison to the ability to navigate personal relationships, as exemplified by Zhang Wen and Zhao Wu. The reward of 200 billion and the breaking God pill for the assassination of Ning Bufan sent shockwaves throughout the world. This marked the highest bounty ever issued by the Hunter Association, unparalleled in history. In an instant, throngs of individuals, akin to wolves drawn by the scent of blood, rushed towards Ning Bufan with fervor. To slay Ning Bufan, they could cloak their actions under the guise of justice, harboring no moral qualms. Night fell. This night, the darkness was thick and the winds fierce, on a high bridge leading to Qingzhou. Silhouettes flickered in the obscurity, as an abundance of explosives had been installed on the bridge. Brothers, all is set. Retreat. The figures swiftly withdrew, concealing themselves on a hillside at the bridge's edge. Boss, it's all set. As soon as Ning Bufan's vehicle passes here, we'll detonate it, ensuring his obliteration. The 200 billion and breaking God pill will be ours. Ha ha ha. The group was euphoric. The bounty announcement from the Qingzhou Hunter Association had only recently been released, and many were still unaware. Even those who were aware could not rush over immediately. The few of them were among the first to arrive in the vicinity, seizing this monumental opportunity. The rest would be left to wallow in their failure. Just contemplating that generous reward sent shivers of excitement through their bodies. Boom. At that moment, the roar of an approaching vehicle echoed ahead. In the darkness, two beams of high beams pierced through the night like swords from afar. Unmistakably visible. Hey, here he comes. Ning Bufan made no effort to conceal his presence, boldly seeking vengeance. Consequently, locating his path was far from difficult. Yin Qiqi drove at a speed of 100 miles per hour. Stop. Suddenly, Ning Bufan commanded in a low voice. What? This is a highway. Can we just stop? Stop, Ning Bufan reiterated, his voice icy, enveloping Yin Qiqi in a frigid grip. Startled, Yin Qiqi shivered and hastily eased off the accelerator. She dared not slam on the brakes on the highway, as she began to slow down. A car sped past from behind, narrowly brushing by them. An enraged voice shouted through the wind. What the hell? Trying to kill me? Can't you drive properly on the highway? Yin Qiqi gasped in fright, instinctively yanking the steering wheel. Below was an abyss. Both of them would have plummeted. Yin Qiqi felt wronged. This is a highway. Why stop? We almost had an accident. What? Whereas the murderous intent? Yin Qiqi was bewildered. The door beside her was blocked, leaving her no option but to exit through the sunroof. In the darkness, she stood atop the car. Braving the wind. Curious, Yin Qiqi stepped out to watch him, unsure of his intentions. Damn it, Why isn't he coming over? At the opposite end of the bridge, a man with a night vision scope surveyed Ning Bufan's direction, cursing in frustration. Suddenly, through the night vision, he witnessed Ning Bufan draw his sword. The blade glimmered ominously in the darkness. In the next instant, a wave of deathly aura surged forward. "Not good," the man shouted, instinctively attempting to evade, but it was too late. The air was rent with an ear-piercing shriek. Where the sword light passed, blood, mist, and earth were sent flying. The surrounding individuals were still trying to comprehend the unfolding chaos when their leader and those behind him were cleaved in two. Their bodies reduced to bloody fragments. Holy crap, can one kill like this? That distance is over 1,000 meters. A blood-curdling scream echoed across the hillside, shattering the night. The one controlling the remote detonator, panicking, pressed the detonation button with all his might. Boom! The horrifying explosion shattered the stillness of the night. A fireball erupting on the overpass. Boom! Rumble. The consecutive explosions were earth-shattering. In an instant, the entire overpass was engulfed in a fiery inferno. The flames illuminated the darkness, staining the sky crimson. The vehicles traversing the bridge were immediately consumed by the blaze. Yin Qiqi stared in shock at the scene before her, gripped by terror. Her back was already drenched in sweat. Having narrowly escaped a calamity, Yin Qiqi patted her racing heart, still shaken with lingering fear. Little did she know, danger was about to strike once more. On the highway behind her, a vehicle suddenly barreled towards them at a staggering speed of over 120 miles per hour. Upon seeing the inferno engulfing the elevated bridge ahead, the driver instinctively swerved wildly to avoid disaster. Thus, the car, akin to a monstrous steel beast, veered off the main road, hurtling towards Yin Qiqi and Ning Bufan's vehicle like an unleashed arrow. Yin Qiqi let out a piercing scream, realizing she had no time to dodge. Chapter 45. The Ambushers Annihilated. Overwhelmed with despair, Yin Qiqi could only await the arrival of death. Suddenly, a terrifying beam of sword light descended with a thunderous crash. Boom! With a deafening roar, the rampaging vehicle was cleaved in two by the formidable sword light, exploding into fragments. Shards of debris shot towards Yin Qiqi's feet, rendering her immobile with fear. Moments later, calm returned. The false alarm left her breathless as she slowly raised her gaze, her astonished eyes fixed upon the imposing figure standing atop the vehicle. Ning Bufan's expression was indifferent. Without warning, he drew his sword again, the sharp light slicing through the flames towards the distance. On the hillside at the bridge's end, several survivors hurried down, fleeing the scene. They could hardly believe that Ning Bufan was capable of such lethal prowess. Expecting a windfall, they found themselves instead offering their heads as tribute. Yet, the sudden onslaught of sword light pierced through their bodies without warning, a mist of blood enveloping the night. The ambushers were obliterated. Ning Bufan leaped down from the car's roof, his brow furrowed as he surveyed the wreckage of the elevated bridge ahead. Change course. Use your phone to live stream our route. This time, we won't take the highway. His words sent a chill down Yin Qiqi's spine. He was a madman, deliberately inviting danger upon himself. The car retreated, violently crossing the median to turn around. With no option to continue on the highway, they could only resort to ordinary roads. Yin Qiqi activated the live stream, intentionally directing the attention of those frenzied killers towards them. Damn it, how arrogant! They clearly held no fear of us assassins. Accelerate. Tonight, I shall claim the head of that Ning. The various assassins, incensed, converged from all directions towards Ning Bufan's livestream location. In an instant, the night road was filled with an array of vehicles racing towards a single destination. At 11 o'clock at night. Fatigue began to weigh on Yin Qiqi as she spotted a small village ahead. Mr. Ning, shall we take a break at the village up ahead? I'm utterly exhausted, she implored. Just moments ago, exhaustion had nearly caused her to veer off the road. Ning Bufan nodded slightly. Overjoyed, Yin Qiqi accelerated towards the village. However, mere 500 meters from the village, a pungent scent of blood assaulted her senses. The phone, propped up for live streaming, suddenly lost all signal. This place was blocking communication, severing outside contact. Something felt amiss. Yin Qiqi slammed on the brakes, peering through the windshield ahead. In the next moment, she was utterly frozen, her face draining of color. On a stone tablet, two blood-red characters read, "Lee Village." The main road passed through the village's heart, flanked by the homes of its inhabitants. Under the glow of streetlights, the ground was littered with blood and dismembered corpses one after another. Grotesque beasts tore into the remains. The sound of bones crunching sending chills down her spine. These monstrosities ranged from rats as large as pigs to terrifying wolves the size of bulls, and even unknown creatures adorned with numerous eyes, each one more fearsome than the last. With such a multitude of aberrations, it seemed the entire village had been slaughtered. This was not a forbidden ground for gathering beasts, even if they existed. There would be hunters to suppress them. Such a large-scale massacre of a village was unimaginable. Where were the hunters? As she pondered, a voice faintly emerged from the darkness nearby. Leader, gathering so many beasts here to devour the entire village is too cruel. Aren't we hunters meant to protect them? Silence. This is not our fault. Blame that devil Ning bufan. If we don't let these beasts feed, how will they assist us in killing him? Thus, these villagers did not perish by our hands, but by Ning bufan's. Hearing this exchange, Yin Qiqi's mind went blank as if struck by thunder. Had she not witnessed it herself, she would have never believed that such atrocities could be committed by hunters sworn to eradicate beasts and protect the populace. The very purpose of their existence had been twisted into a heinous scheme. Hey, leader, look, a car over there. Could it be Ning bufan? Someone spotted the vehicle 500 meters away. The atmosphere grew tense. In the next instant, a shrill whistle pierced the stillness of the night. The beasts gnawing on the corpses raised their heads, emitting a cacophony of horrifying shrieks. The creatures on the street began to converge. From within the villagers' homes, even more beasts emerged, some with severed heads clamped in their jaws, a gruesome sight. As Yin Qiqi observed the growing horde of beasts under the streetlights, her skin crawled. She turned to Ning bufan, her voice trembling. What should we do? There are too many beasts. Should we run and seek refuge? Drive forward, Ning bufan replied coolly, offering only those 3 words. Yin Qiqi's complexion turned ghostly pale, nearly devoid of color. But compelled by Ning bufan's command, she steeled herself and pressed the gas pedal, slowly advancing towards the village. At the entrance of the village, a group of hunters had gathered, their vigilant gazes fixed on the approaching vehicle. Behind them, a throng of beasts amassed like a tidal wave. Bolstered by the presence of the beasts, the leading man with a horse-like face commanded his subordinates to investigate. Go see if it's that devil Ning bufan. Understood. 2 hunters brandished their standard Tang knives, gripping them tightly as they stepped out to signal the vehicle to stop. As they neared within 5 meters, Yin Qiqi brought the car to a halt. Stay in the vehicle, Ning bufan instructed as he stepped outside. The moment he exited, the beam of a flashlight illuminated him. The distinctive mark of his severed arm and blind eye made it impossible for anyone unfamiliar with him to not recognize him. A piercing scream shattered the night. It's Ning bufan. The devil has arrived. As the 2 men shrieked in terror, they turned and fled in a frenzy. Whoosh! The sharp whistle rang out again, louder and more urgent than before. Roars, screeches, and hisses erupted from the beasts, igniting chaos. Retreat! Let the beasts take over! The leading horse-faced hunter shouted, retreating swiftly. Outsiders were oblivious to Ning bufan's terror. Within the ranks of the hunters, however, the truth was well known. Masters fell before him as easily as chickens, and they were no match for him. As he watched the hunters attempt to flee, Ning bufan's lips curled into a sinister smile in an instant. He vanished from sight, transforming into a blur that darted forward in the next moment. The sound of his sword echoed through the night sky. Blood sprayed forth as the cries of beasts filled the air. 2 colossal snake heads were shredded into pieces, while the leopard's claws were severed, and the sword light cleaved through its massive body. The sword's momentum did not wane, carving a path through the throng of beasts. Leaving a trail of carnage in its wake, the hunters who witnessed this spectacle stood dumbfounded, their eyes twitching in disbelief. Damn it, he was too powerful. However, it matters little. There remains that colossal bird above. As long as Ning bufan meets his demise, all will be well. By the way, what has become of Ning bufan? Is he alive or dead? At this moment, Ning bufan has vanished from the ground and is now perched upon the back of the giant bird. Below, the bird's talons have been severed, leaving only its bare, bloodied legs. A mournful wail reverberates through the skies as it frantically beats its enormous wings, soaring into the heavens, in a desperate attempt to dislodge Ning bufan from its back. The colossal bird ascends almost vertically, with a sword deeply embedded in the creature's back. Ning Bufan clings to the hilt, stabilizing himself. The bird, in agony, emits another heart-rending cry. The hunters gaze upward at the bird's steep ascent, their bodies drenched in cold sweat as they listen to its anguished wailing. Higher, ever higher. Even if the bird were to perish, the fall from such a height would surely be fatal for Ning Bufan. The leader, a man with a horse-like visage, growls in frustration. Yet, after ascending approximately 100 meters, the brilliance of the sword once again erupts in the sky. Those with keen eyesight can see the bird's head detach from its massive body. Plummeting down amidst a torrential rain of blood, panic ensues. The faces of the hunters turn ashen, their bodies trembling. Soon after, the colossal bird ceases its ascent and begins to descend. The tremendous creature, as it falls, generates a terrifying force capable of obliterating everything below. Run! The hunters scream in terror, desperately fleeing from the area where the giant bird is about to crash. With a thunderous roar, the bird plummets from the sky like an airplane crashing down. The buildings beneath are reduced to rubble, the streets collapse. Most tragically, the creatures below are turned into mere pulp. The swirling dust forms a tempest that blots out the sun. The hunters manage to escape swiftly, yet still find themselves engulfed by the sudden storm of dust, with the slower ones being thrown into the unknown darkness amidst their screams. Outside the village, the vehicle is overturned, and Yin Qiqi, along with the car, is tossed aside. She must be suffering from internal injuries. It is terrifying. In such circumstances, can Ning Bufan possibly survive? Time drags on. Eventually, the surrounding world falls silent, and the dust storm begins to dissipate. After a prolonged period of recuperation, Yin Qiqi, enduring her pain, struggles to crawl out from the overturned vehicle. Although the dust storm has subsided, the air ahead remains thick with haze, and the encroaching darkness obscures her view of the situation. Ning Bufan? Yin Qiqi's voice trembles. You aren't dead, are you? For a fleeting moment, a thought of fleeing this place crosses her mind. Yet, she ultimately wishes to ascertain Ning Bufan's fate. Suddenly, with a swift motion, she draws a whip from her waist. This is her weapon, which she typically wears as a belt for convenience. Taking a deep breath, she tightens her grip on the whip, steeling her resolve as she cautiously steps into the swirling dust. Over the years, she has learned a few survival skills in this chaotic era, enabling her to navigate through life unscathed. Abruptly, a terrifying hissing sound erupts from the darkness as a massive serpent's tail stirs the dust. Sweeping violently toward her, Yin Qiqi screams, lashing out with her whip. Crack! The whip strikes the serpent's tail, having no effect whatsoever, leaving her hand numb instead. The tail continues its assault. It is as thick as a barrel. Should it strike her petite frame, she would surely be cleaved in two in her final moments. Yin Qiqi emits a desperate shriek, awaiting the inevitable approach of death. Whoosh! A flash of sword light slices through the air. The enormous serpent's tail, under the sword's might, is severed cleanly as if it were mere tofu, crashing to the ground in two pieces and gushing forth blood like a fountain, splattering Yin Qiqi's face. Ah! She cries out in horror, stumbling backward. Just as she is about to fall, a strong hand catches her, steadying her. In terror, Yin Qiqi screams again, but upon seeing it is Ning Bufan, she freezes in shock. You're unharmed. How wonderful! Overwhelmed with relief, she throws herself into Ning Bufan's arms, bursting into tears from the thrill of having survived. Ning Bufan, lacking in sentiment, pushes her away, his expression frigid. Stay in the vehicle and don't cause trouble. After saying this, he grasps the long sword embedded in the ground. Yin Qiqi, feeling aggrieved, wipes her tears away and mutters, "The car is overturned. How can I stay?" Ning Bufan says nothing further, his tone softening considerably. "Follow me." He turns and strides into the depths of the lingering dust. Yin Qiqi tightens her grip on her whip, cautiously trailing behind him. For reasons unbeknownst to her, she feels less anxious at this moment, instead experiencing a surge of excitement and anticipation. The silhouette of his upright figure offers her a profound sense of security. Hiss! Suddenly, a chilling hiss pierces the darkness. Yin Qiqi's skin prickles with fear. Ning Bufan swiftly strikes with his sword. The hissing ceases, and the surroundings return to tranquility. Along the way, Ning Bufan annihilates every surviving mutated beast with ruthless efficiency. You few, go inside and confirm whether that demon Ning Bufan is dead or not. At this moment, A voice of command echoes from the darkness nearby. Yes, the few figures cautiously venture into the mist, approaching Ning Bufan and Yin Qiqi. Yin Qiqi grips her whip tightly, her eyes fixated on the shifting shadows ahead. Chapter 47. The fourth miss, clever as a demon leader, those who went in Haven Tea made a sound. I have this unsettling premonition. Perhaps we should retreat. On the outskirts of the village, the remaining 8 hunters gather together. Gazing upon the obliterated village and the annihilated creatures, dread fills their hearts, and no need for confirmation. A detached voice intones. Ning Bufan emerges from the dissipating dust with Yin Qiqi at his side. The pupils of all present dilate in horror, their scalps tingling. Retreat. The man with the horse-like visage turns and flees, disregarding any death orders. The 8 figures simultaneously pivot and sprint away. However, a flash of sword light cleaves through the ground like an iron plow. Engulfing them in a storm of dust in a single stroke, the blood mist erupts from the 8 individuals, who then collapse, transformed into shattered corpses. Yin Qiqi swallows hard, her eyelids twitching uncontrollably. It is utterly terrifying. Yet, Ning Bufan remains unfazed, as if he has merely crushed 8 ants beneath his feet, striding directly toward the approaching vehicles of the hunters. Let us find a place to rest for the night and continue our journey tomorrow. Ning Bufan instructs before boarding the largest vehicle. Yin Qiqi retrieves the keys from the corpse and takes her place in the driver's seat, driving the vehicle out. This moment, within the headquarters of the Qingzhou Hunter Association, Wei Xiangnan, worn from days of sleeplessness due to Ning Bufan's impending revenge, has fallen asleep at his desk. Suddenly, the office door is kicked open, startling him awake. Who is it? Wei Xiangnan exclaims in irritation. Who dares to kick down the door of the president's office? Upon recognizing the figure at the entrance, his expression shifts dramatically, his body stiffening, his thoughts grinding to a halt. Standing at the door is a young man with a severed arm and blind eyes, exuding a terrifying aura of murderous intent. Ning Bufan. How did you get here? Wei Xiangnan stutters with fear. Ning Bufan says nothing, slowly drawing the long sword in his hand. The blade glimmers crimson, stained with the blood of countless victims. Still fresh. No, don't kill me, someone, quickly. The long sword transforms into a streak of light, piercing through Wei Xiangnan's throat. No, I don't want to die. Help. The ear-splitting scream echoes throughout the entire office building. President, what is happening? Is there an assassin? A few individuals rush into the office, only to find Wei Xiangnan slumped on the floor, gasping for breath. Under the bright lights, they can see the sweat pouring down his forehead and face. They quickly assist him into a chair. President, are you all right? Secretary Jiang Wanner rushes in, alarmed. Having experienced a moment of panic, Wei Xiangnan realizes it was merely a nightmare, nearly scaring him to death. It's all right. Just a bad dream. He waves dismissively. Everyone, please leave. Wanner, stay. Yes. The others depart, and Jiang Wanner pours a glass of water for Wei Xiangnan to calm his nerves. Wanner, where is Ning Bufan now? After finishing the water, Wei Xiangnan recalls the dream in which Ning Bufan pierced his throat with a sword, causing his throat to tighten and his spine to chill. Hello, Vice President Zhang. Jiang Wanner quickly hands the phone to Wei Xiangnan. President, Vice President Zhang is on the line. Vice President Zhang is Wei Xiangnan's strategist, Zhang Wan. Wei Xiangnan eagerly takes the receiver, anxious for the latest report from Zhang Wan, who had personally been dispatched to thwart Ning Bufan. President, I have 2 pieces of news, one bad and one good. Zhang Wan's voice comes through. The bad news is that our operation in Li Village has failed. All our personnel and the beasts are dead. This revelation leaves Wei Xiangnan's face ashen, cold sweat breaking out anew. This operation, which cost the lives of an entire village, was intended to provoke the beasts into action. Among them, the most formidable beast had reached the level of a king. Equivalent to a human mastered, a beast of such caliber possesses combat capabilities far exceeding those of a master. The totality of their failure is utterly unexpected. Huff. Wei Xiangnan takes a deep breath, attempting to quell his rising anxiety. What is the good news? The Yi family, the family behind Yi Qian, has intervened. Zhang Wan's tone carries a hint of excitement. The individual responsible for the operation is the mysterious 4th miss of the Yi family. Yi Yaoyao. Is she? Wei Xiangnan stands abruptly, his face flushed with excitement. The legendary Yi Yaoyao, clever as a demon. With her involvement, I can rest easy. In that moment, the dread that had plagued Wei Xiangnan dissipates, granting him a newfound sense of tranquility. Oh, indeed. Wei Xiangnan suddenly recalled something, his expression darkening. The matters concerning Li Village must not be divulged. Otherwise, we shall all face ruin, our reputations shattered beyond repair. It is preposterous that a distinguished monster hunter would conspire with deceitful beasts at the expense of an entire village. A scandalous act. Should the truth emerge, our doom would be inevitable, rest assured. President, I will publicly declare that the entire populace of Li Village fell victim to that murderous fiend, Ning Bufan, whose madness knows no bounds, mercilessly slaying even the elderly and the young. Zhang Wen has already prepared a slanderous announcement, which will soon be disseminated. Wei Xiangnan felt quite satisfied. At that time, Ning Bufan would become the target of universal scorn, an enemy to all, branded as a monster and a beast devoid of humanity. The task of eradicating Ning Bufan would no longer rest solely upon my shoulders. Meanwhile, in Li Village, less than 20 minutes after Ning Bufan and Yin Qiqi had departed, several vehicles arrived at the village entrance. A dozen individuals disembarked, surrounding a woman as they entered the village. Clad in black, her face concealed by a black veil, her true visage remained hidden. Yet, her tall and slender figure, with alluring curves, was striking. Long, dark hair was secured at the back of her head, cascading like a waterfall, fluttering in the wind, giving her an ethereal quality. Even without seeing her face, her physique and aura could easily captivate countless men. How could the fourth young lady, such a formidable being, meet her demise? A group of onlookers gasped as they reached the site of the fallen giant bird. Its massive body had completely obstructed the road, rendering vehicles incapable of proceeding. They could only take a detour, spread out and search for any survivors. The woman commanded, her voice gentle yet authoritative. She was Yi Yaoyao, renowned for her cunning intellect, as mentioned by Zhang Wan, and was a cousin of the deceased Yi Qian. Yes, several figures transformed into shadows and vanished. Fourth young lady, we have scoured the entire village. Both beasts and humans lie dead, with none remaining alive. Did Ning Bufan do this alone? Someone asked in astonishment, staring at the colossal creature in the road, swallowing hard. This behemoth must be at least a king-level beast. How could he have killed it? The crowd exchanged glances, uncertain of whom to question. Fourth young lady, we found a survivor. At that moment, two individuals rushed forward, carrying a foul-smelling young man from the darkness. The stench is unbearable. This man must have hidden in a cesspit to escape alive. Stop! Don't come any closer! A bodyguard shouted fiercely beside Yi Yaoyao. It's fine. Yi Yaoyao replied nonchalantly, frowning as she approached the young man, demanding, tell me what you witnessed. Was it a blind man who slaughtered the entire village? No, that's not it. The young man shook his head, terror and rage filling his eyes. It was the monster hunters. They lured the beasts to devour our entire village. You must expose this. Avenge us, he broke down, recalling the gruesome fate of his family, weeping uncontrollably. Kill. Two words escaped Yi Yaoyao's lips, her expression devoid of emotion. What? You? The young man tried to protest, but a sharp sword had already pierced his throat. His eyes widened in disbelief and fury as he fixed his gaze upon Yi Yaoyao. Listen well, it was Ning Bufan who annihilated your entire village. Yi Yaoyao scoffed coldly before turning to leave. The young man collapsed in a pool of blood, his eyes forever wide open. The village's sole survivor was no more. Chapter 48. Please, Sword Immortal. Fourth young lady, the vehicles can't proceed further. Should we continue the pursuit? After dealing with the last survivor, an aide inquired about Yi Yaoyao's next course of action. Why pursue? To meet our demise. Yi Yaoyao retorted icily, her gaze fixed upon the massive creature blocking the road, her delicate brows furrowing. This made her realize that their enemy was formidable. I want all available information on Ning Bufan, including details about those close to him. Everything. Her tone was uncompromising. Understood. Knowledge of both friend and foe ensures victory, and she must discover Ning Bufan's weaknesses to strike decisively. Using her privileges, she activated satellite positioning to lock onto Ning Bufan's location. Also, clear the road. A series of commands were issued, and everyone sprang into action. Several female technicians sat at their desks, rapidly typing on keyboards. Images and texts flickered across the computer screens. Soon, the target was locked. Fourth young lady, We have located Ning Bufan, one aide reported excitedly. The night is too dark. The image is unclear. Activate night vision. Yi Yao Yao approached the screen. Within it, she saw Ning Bufan's vehicle parked beside a hillside road. Inside, a weary Yin Chi was resting, while Ning Bufan sat atop the car, motionless, as if in deep meditation. His sword sheath lay across his legs. So, this is Ning Bufan, Yao Yao murmured to herself, having seen his image countless times, now gazing upon him in the flesh. Can he really rest like that? Her subordinates wondered in amazement. There are always some peculiar individuals in this world. However, we cannot allow him to rest. A glimmer of coldness flashed in Yao Yao's eyes. Broadcast his location. There will be those who are interested. Understood. Her aides grasped her intent and complied immediately. Wait. Yao Yao suddenly interjected. Also announce another message. Whoever kills Ning Bufan, I, Yao Yao, shall reward them with 1 billion. With that, the bounty for Ning Bufan's head surged to 3 billion. A staggering sum. Her aides gasped in shock. If they could, they would have eagerly taken up arms to sever Ning Bufan's head for such wealth. Time slipped away as night deepened. Ning Bufan remained seated atop his vehicle, resembling a statue. Suddenly, a large net descended from above, enveloping him in an instant. Ha ha ha! Excited laughter echoed through the night. A group of individuals surged from the shadows of the trees. Brothers, we have succeeded. 200 billion. No. 300 billion is ours, boss. Will this net capture him? Of course. This is a golden silk cocoon net. Each strand is incredibly resilient. No weapon capable of severing this golden silk has yet been devised. Before the words could fully escape his lips, Ning Bufan, ensnared in the net, made a swift motion. Whoosh! The blade of his sword flashed, effortlessly slicing a gaping hole in the golden net, as if cutting through tofu. The leader's laughter abruptly ceased, a look of embarrassment freezing on his face as those around him turned to stare. Did you not say no weapon could sever the golden silk? Why does it seem as if your golden silk is made of tofu? Brothers, charge! Kill him! The unimaginable fortune is ours. The leader of the group, momentarily flustered, let out a furious roar, his eyes filled with madness. However, before his shout could fade, the sword light swept across. He heard no sounds of his brothers charging. Instead, he witnessed their heads rolling one by one. Soon after, his own head fell with a thud. Every last one of them fell, not a single survivor. One sword, instant death. Ning Bufan sheathed his sword and resumed his meditation atop the vehicle, as if nothing had transpired. Inside, Yin Chi slept soundly, oblivious to the commotion. What a terrifying sword strike! Outside the entrance of Li Village, in a camper van, those watching the screen were awestruck by Ning Bufan's display of swordsmanship. Over 20 individuals fell in an instant, the speed so astonishing that they likely had no inkling of how they had perished. Fourth young lady, this man possesses extraordinary swordsmanship. If we are to confront him, we must invite a master of the sword. A trusted aide advised Yao Yao solemnly. Why Yao Yao, eyes fixed on the screen, pondered deeply. Let us observe further. At that moment, at the base of the hillside where Ning Bufan was situated, several vehicles arrived at the fork in the road. One path led up the mountain, while the other branched off elsewhere. Boss, which path should we take? Fool, the one named Ning is on the mountain. Naturally, we ascend the mountain path. Hurry up. If we delay, this fortune may be snatched away by others. Brothers, accelerate up the mountain. With a roar, the vehicles thundered forth, surging toward the ascent. Suddenly, a beam of sword light descended from above. Where the light passed, the ground was furrowed deep, like a plow cutting through soil, stones flying. What is that? The driver shouted in terror. Before his exclamation could finish, the sword light sliced through the center of the vehicle, continuing onward to cleave the cars trailing behind. Boom! The speeding vehicle erupted into two halves, tumbling to either side of the mountain road. The night was pierced by horrifying screams. The following vehicles met the same fate. All severed at various angles. In an instant, every car attempting to ascend the mountain was rendered unusable. The survivors scrambled to their feet, their terrified gazes fixed upon the mountain above, the earlier excitement and exhilaration now replaced by overwhelming dread. Brothers, we cannot handle this fortune. Retreat. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Sword lights rained down, leaving no survivors. Those watching the scene unfold on their computer screens broke into cold sweats. How could Ning Bufan eliminate these individuals from such a distance? His strikes were merciless, leaving not a single soul alive. Wai Yao furrowed her brow, sighing with regret. He is indeed talented. However, those who have slain my Yi family must die. Otherwise, I would have welcomed him into our fold. Fourth young lady, ordinary individuals cannot defeat him. Should we continue directing others to their deaths? An aide questioned uneasily. Continue, Yi Yao replied, her expression icy. We cannot afford to let him rest. I refuse to believe he is made of iron, able to maintain peak fighting prowess without respite. After all, it was not her own people facing death. She merely sought to exhaust Ning Bufan's strength. Indeed, the subordinates had no choice but to comply. Someone, go summon the Mad Sword Immortal. Wai Yao's command left everyone in a state of shock. The Sword Immortal, referring to himself as an immortal, may not be the legendary type of celestial being. Yet in comparison to ordinary individuals, he is akin to a divine figure. The status of a Sword Immortal is immensely prestigious, accompanied by a great deal of arrogance. Not just anyone can summon him. Fourth miss, this seems excessive, does it not? Someone cautiously remarked. Ning Bufan is indeed formidable, but there is no need for the Sword Immortal to intervene. Many a villain has met their demise due to underestimating their opponents. I understand, Wai Yao coldly retorted. I commanded you to go. So go to Sword Immortal. We cannot summon him, one subordinate lamented. Their ranks were far too insufficient. Just say that we have encountered a young swordsman here who claims to be unrivaled in swordsmanship, slaying sword immortals as if they were mere dogs, and I assure you he will come. Wai Yao was well aware of the Mad Sword Immortal's character, claiming to be invincible among sword immortals. He sought only to defeat the solitary one in his lifetime. His arrogance knew no bounds. Of course, he had the prowess to back it up. He had never suffered defeat against any challenger. Now, with a young swordsman emerging who was even more arrogant than him, it was certain he would not tolerate it. The subordinate understood. The subordinate promptly left the carriage. Wai Yao gazed at Ning Bufan on the screen, a strange smile curling at the corner of her lips behind her veil. Ning Bufan, I have summoned the Sword Immortal for you. Do not let me down. Chapter 49. The eruption of a cataclysmic battle the following day. Dawn broke. Yin Qiqi had slept soundly the night before and awoke feeling invigorated. However, she soon realized the carriage was eerily empty. She was all alone, with no sign of Ning Bufan. Her expression shifted dramatically as she called out, Ning Bufan. This fellow wouldn't have run off, leaving me stranded in this desolate wilderness, would he? Hastily, she pushed open the carriage door. The moment she stepped out, a heavy stench of blood assaulted her senses, and the sight before her left her utterly stunned. The mountains remained unchanged, yet the world outside had transformed. Corpses lay strewn everywhere, rivers of blood flowed. Yin Qiqi questioned her own sanity, wondering if she had awakened in hell. Yet, looking up at the clear blue sky, it hardly resembled a hellish landscape. Ning Bufan, where have you gone? Have you abandoned me, you scoundrel? Yin Qiqi felt tears welling up from her fear. What is all this noise? I'm up here, a familiar, indifferent voice rang out. Yin Qiqi jumped in surprise, quickly turning her head upwards, and upon seeing Ning Bufan perched atop the carriage, she was overwhelmed with joy and relief. For reasons unknown, the mere sight of Ning Bufan dispelled her fears, replacing them with a profound sense of security. It seemed that as long as he was present, even if the sky were to fall, he would bear the brunt of it, allowing her to remain unafraid. All along, she had perceived Ning Bufan as a heartless and fearsome devil, coercing her into submission. Now, she suddenly realized that he was not as terrifying as she had thought. What happened here last night? Yin Qiqi gasped, her voice trembling as she surveyed the horrifying scene around her. Nothing much. Someone attempted to kill me, and I retaliated, Ning Bufan replied nonchalantly. Yin Qiqi inwardly scoffed. You speak so lightly of it. Perhaps you should take a look at the situation around us. She recalled that Ning Bufan was unable to see. Suddenly, Yin Qiqi felt a twinge of envy. There were indeed benefits to being unable to see. Let us continue on our journey, Ning Bufan instructed, finally rising to his feet. I, the Mad Sword Immortal, have come, Ning family brat, to slay you. A thunderous roar echoed like a clap of thunder, sweeping through the air. Yin Qiqi's heart raced, and she hurriedly covered her ears. Yet, the sound still resonated in her ears, leaving them ringing. "A sword immortal," she murmured, her voice quivering. "This is a legendary existence. How could they possibly come here?" Ning Bufan's expression remained calm as he turned towards the source of the voice, a flicker of excited battle intent crossing his handsome features. After descending the mountain, he had yet to encounter a worthy opponent. Finally, someone formidable had arrived. Below, a figure clad in white emerged, stepping gracefully upon the treetops. His form was as swift as lightning, akin to a fleeting shadow. Wherever he passed, it was as if a tempest had swept through. In the blink of an eye, a middle-aged man in flowing white stood atop a tree 100 meters away from Ning Bufan, a sword sheath slung across his back, and an unknown azure bird perched on his shoulder. The mad sword immortal squinted at Ning Bufan, scanning the gruesome scene around him, his eyes glinting with a palpable murderous intent. In truth, the scene below was even more horrific when he had first arrived. "You are Ning Bufan?" The mad sword immortal's gaze was piercing, his tone frigid. A crippled individual capable of stirring the winds of the world indeed possesses remarkable abilities. However, you are a soulless murderer, and the righteous of the world cannot allow your existence to persist. Today, I, the mad sword immortal, shall rid the world of you. "Hold on," a voice thundered, interrupting the mad sword immortal. From the mountainside, another figure rushed forth, a red silhouette flashing as it swiftly approached, standing atop another treetop. A monk clad in a red robe declared, "Umitba, this humble monk has come to assist." Having encountered the mad sword immortal, it was Master Dunin. Much to the delight of Yi Yao Yao and her companions watching the surveillance screen. This was a peak grandmaster of the 10,000 Buddha sect. Simultaneously, in the Qingzhou Hunter Association, the scene was captured via satellite surveillance. Wei Xiangnan watched in excitement as the two top-tier powerhouses faced off, his face flushed with exhilaration. "President, even if Ning Bufan survives this, he will be gravely injured, right?" Secretary Jiang Wanner exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Wei Xiangnan smiled faintly. "Let us wait and see. If he dies, that would be even better. If he survives but is gravely injured, our people will immediately move in for the kill." "Understood." Jiang Wanner promptly departed to relay the message. As Ning Bufan sensed the arrival of the two formidable figures, a powerful aura emanated from them. A faint smile appeared on his face. After absorbing his master's power, he was uncertain just how strong he had become, and he desperately needed a point of reference. Unfortunately, since descending the mountain, no one had been able to withstand even 1/10 of his power. These two should suffice. "Master Dunin, you also come to rid the world of evil?" The mad sword immortal regarded Dunin with surprise. "Umitba," Dunin chanted, "I, out of compassion, take it upon myself to eradicate evil and deliver all beings from suffering. Therefore, I shall indeed rid the world of this menace. Furthermore, this fiend has slain my disciple, Dune, so I must seek justice." Ning Bufan recalled that he had indeed killed someone named Dune from the 10,000 Buddha sect. "Sword immortal, might we allow this monk to take revenge for his disciple?" The mad sword immortal furrowed his brow and shook his head. "Master, there is a proper order to matters. This fiend has boasted of slaying sword immortals as if they were mere dogs. As a sword immortal, how can I endure such humiliation? Today, I shall slay him beneath my sword, proving to the world that sword immortals cannot be insulted." Although his words were filled with righteous indignation, he inwardly scoffed. That bald monk is calculating well. If you kill Ning Bufan, will the god-breaking pill still belong to me? For someone of his caliber, 300 billion is not enticing, but the god-breaking pill is a necessity. Dunin, unwilling to yield, insisted, "Umitba, I too must." Whoosh! A flash of sword light, sharp as snow, sliced through the air, abruptly interrupting their verbal sparring. Ning Bufan unleashed a full-powered strike, causing the air to ripple as if it were being cleaved. Both Dunin and the mad sword immortal's expressions shifted dramatically. "Ha!" they both exclaimed simultaneously. The mad sword immortal had no time to unsheath his sword. He pressed his fingers together and slashed, releasing a keen sword light. This was the essence of a sword immortal. One need not wield a sword to embody one. Anything nearby could be transformed into a weapon, albeit with diminished power. Dunin unleashed a massive golden palm strike. Boom! A resounding crash echoed through the forest, shaking the very air. Two figures flew backward. Dunin and the Mad Sword Immortal. Ning Bufan stood atop the carriage, unmoving, his indifferent expression betraying a flicker of disappointment. Those watching the scene unfold on the surveillance screen were left dumbfounded. How could this be? Two top-tier powerhouses, and they seem so weak. Nonsense. How dare you say the Mad Sword Immortal is weak? It was Ning Bufan's despicable and shameless ambush that was the cause of this, so how could it be counted? Indeed, utterly shameless. The Mad Sword Immortal was renowned, boasting many fans. These fans could not accept the weakness of their idol and began to hurl insults at Ning Bufan. On the battlefield, Dunin and the Mad Sword Immortal tumbled over 100 meters before finally coming to a stop, precariously perched on another treetop, taking a while to regain their footing, appearing somewhat disheveled. The small bird on the Mad Sword Immortal's shoulder circled in the air, screeching fiercely at Ning Bufan. Both old men were aware that someone was observing their performance. This disheveled appearance was devastating to their image. Shameless, resorting to an ambush. The Mad Sword Immortal was enraged, removing the sword sheath from his back and slamming it down forcefully. The sheath opened, revealing a magnificent golden sword in his grasp. The golden sword light radiated, enveloping the Mad Sword Immortal in a heavenly glow, exuding an aura reminiscent of divinity. The fans were filled with fervor. This was the true Sword Immortal in their hearts. A despicable scoundrel may gain a temporary advantage through treachery. But now that the Mad Sword Immortal was prepared, let him face the consequences. Dunin, not to be outdone, removed the massive beads from his neck, which also emitted a dazzling golden light, an imposing presence. Both powerful figures were incensed, their weapons drawn. The long-anticipated cataclysmic battle was about to unfold. Chapter 50. The Fall of the High Monk before Ning Bufan. The sword sheath pierced through the carriage roof. The long sword lay concealed within the sheath, a strong hand gripping the hilt, poised for action. The mountain breeze caressed his strikingly cold visage. The wind tousled his long hair, fluttered the dark ribbons that obscured his eyes and were bound at the back of his head, and stirred the hem of his garment along with the empty sleeve of his left arm. Just moments ago, one strike of his power had failed to vanquish two opponents. This time, he resolved to employ 20% of his strength. Are you prepared? Unleash your strongest technique. A moment later, a detached voice echoed, reaching the ears of the two esteemed masters opposite him. In that instant, the intent to kill surged forth. Dunan and the Mad Sword Immortal exchanged a glance, each detecting a hint of gravity in the other's eyes. Together, they would execute a lethal strike. In perfect unison, they nodded, each unleashing their most formidable attack. 10,000 swords returned to one. The Mad Sword Immortal abruptly raised his finger to the heavens. In an instant, the clear sky transformed ominously. What was once a serene expanse became a tempestuous gale, followed by a terrifying sight above. Swords, an overwhelming multitude of them. Those before the monitoring screens gaped in shock at the deluge of blades. This was indeed the Sword Immortal. The sheer number of swords was beyond counting, surely numbering in the thousands. Dunan did not falter, as all the Buddhist beads in his possession radiated a brilliant golden light. The next moment, the beads broke free from their string, their golden luminescence morphing into a series of 12 palm prints. Golden Buddha's demonic destruction palm. Attack, boom. The 12 golden palms surged forth simultaneously. The force unleashed created a tempest akin to a tornado, causing the very void to shudder violently. Attack. The Mad Sword Immortal directed his golden sword towards Ning Bufan. In that fleeting moment, the dense sword aura in the air coalesced into a colossal vortex. Guided by the Mad Sword Immortal's golden blade, transforming into a dragon of sword energy that roared towards Ning Bufan. The atmosphere trembled under the weight of this horrific onslaught. Those watching the monitors were left agape, their jaws nearly unhinged in disbelief. The shock within them roiled like a tempest. Yin Chi-Chi, witnessing this scene, was overwhelmed by terror even before the attack reached her, collapsing to the ground in despair. Her eyes clenched shut. The hem of Ning Bufan's garment and the empty sleeve of his robe fluttered wildly in the wind. Yet he stood atop the car without budging an inch, only the corners of his mouth curling into a faint smile of excitement. Buzz! The long sword was drawn, its ringing echoing through the mountains. In the next heartbeat, the sword light erupted forth, manifesting as a semicircular blade of light with a diameter stretching a full kilometer. His sword's brilliance lacked the earth-shattering might expected and appeared almost unremarkable. The spectators before the monitoring screens wore expressions of disdain and triumph. How could such an unremarkable assault hope to contend with the terrifying attacks of the two masters? Under the gaze of countless onlookers, in an instant, the two forces collided. Thunder rumbled. The clash echoed like a clap of thunder, shaking the very heavens. The shockwaves from the confrontation surged outward, rippling through the void like waves. Fortunately, the battle took place atop a mountain. Had it occurred in a city or on the ground, the resulting shockwave would have obliterated everything in its vicinity. Amidst the furious clash of power, a mist of blood filled the air. Dunan was the first to falter, spewing forth a mouthful of fresh blood. The golden palm prints formed by the Buddhist beads exploded, bang, bang, bang. The sounds of the explosions were relentless. Akin to a string of firecrackers, the mad sword immortal panicked, letting out a bellow, unleashing his ferocity. The dense dragon of sword energy surged with even greater ferocity, as if intent on shattering the entire void. Yet no matter how fervently he tried, he could not crush that arc of the sword. The arc advanced inch by inch, dimming with each progression, yet it continued its relentless advance. Those observing this scene shifted from shock and elation to fear and disbelief. How could this be? No, no, the mad sword immortal is invincible. He must hold firm. Alas, reality proved cruel. As Dunan's final palm print shattered, he lost all capacity for resistance. The mad sword immortal was left to stand alone. The speed of the sword arc's assault intensified. Every heart present raced in trepidation. Ning Bufan, somewhat disheartened, shook his head. 20% power, and he had expected a more balanced confrontation. Disappointed, he deemed there was no further need for struggle. He raised his long sword once more, preparing to unleash his second strike. Despairing cries erupted. The mad sword immortal was even more despondent. Could he truly not withstand a single strike? What would he use to block the second? Even his head would be of no use. Master, assist me! The mad sword immortal gritted his teeth, desperately calling for help. Whoosh! A shadow raced down the mountain in a frenzy. The voice trailed behind. Amitabha. My Buddha is merciful. I shall not slay the pitiful disabled today, but should you commit further misdeeds, this monk shall assuredly take your life. Holy hell! The mad sword immortal was stunned. To hell with your compassion. You are blatantly fleeing. He fled. The esteemed monk Dunan. Just like that. What kind of dignified monk is this, devoid of any sense of face? A cold smile of derision graced the lips of Ning Bufan as he suddenly thrust his sword forward. The sword light shot forth like a streaking comet. Dunan fled. He sensed the breath of death behind him, letting out a roar, his robes billowing as golden light erupted. The sound of the sword light piercing through flesh echoed. A burst of blood mist exploding from his back and chest. All resistance was futile. Dunan, filled with bitterness, plummeted from the sky. Entombed in the thicket below, he was dead. Those witnessing this scene fell into a collective silence. The mad sword immortal, too, was engulfed in despair, the sword arc now less than 10 meters away. His dragon of swords, formed from countless blades, was rapidly disintegrating in the collision, vanishing before their very eyes. Ning, my friend, in this battle, I concede. You have triumphed. The two powerful figures, burdened with high hopes, saw this so-called epic clash conclude so hastily in defeat. Many struggled to accept the reality. Suddenly, the mad sword immortal threw back his head and roared, unleashing the full force of his being. The remaining sword energy transformed into a terrifying torrent, crashing violently against Ning Bufan's sword arc. A deafening explosion rang out as the sword light and the sword dragon erupted into a shower of fragments in the air. The mad sword immortal retreated in a frenzy, blood mist swirling around him. He halted, relying on the trunk of a great tree for support, and cried out, Ning Bufan, we shall battle again another day. I take my leave. Without daring to linger, the mad sword immortal became a streak of light, desperately fleeing down the mountain. The mad sword immortal had fled. Those before the monitoring screens closed their eyes in anguish. Do you think yielding will allow you to escape? Ning Bufan snorted coldly, striking out with his sword. Whoosh! The sword light, like a runaway steed, thundered ahead, its speed so swift that its afterimage could not be captured by the naked eye. Seemingly vanishing into the void, Chapter 51. The Fall of the Sword Immortal. The mad sword immortal, having learned from Du Nan's misstep, had left a means of escape. Sensing death closing in behind him, he roared, unwilling to part with his weapon, and hurled the golden sword backward. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted, the force of the impact shaking the entire hillside. The golden sword blocked Ning Bufan's lethal strike. Yet shattered inch by inch, a treasured sword was annihilated. The mad sword immortal's heart bled, but at this crucial moment of escape, he had no time to mourn, howling in rage. Bluebird, transform! Cawed out a bird call resonated through the skies. The azure bird that had accompanied the mad sword immortal erupted into a magnificent transformation. In an instant, a terrifying behemoth took form in the that moment. Yin Chi-Chi, having just awakened from her fright, gazed in awe at the colossal azure bird blocking out the sun above her, utterly dumbfounded. This creature dwarfed the giant bird she had seen the previous night, if that had resembled an aircraft. This one was akin to two, its size utterly daunting. The spectators at the monitoring screens could see nothing else. The screen was filled entirely by the enormous azure bird, with only half its body visible. Its head obscured, a strange beast. This was a creature of great mystery, at least of level 9. Someone shouted in excitement. Nonsense! How could level 9 accompany a sword immortal? It must be a king-level strange beast. Above level 9. King level? Gasps of astonishment surged. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the transformed azure bird flapped its enormous wings, conjuring a terrifying wind dragon that surged towards Ning Bufan, ready to crush him. Wherever the wind dragon passed, trees were uprooted. The countless corpses littering the ground were swept into the air. These objects formed a terrifying barrage, hurtling towards Ning Bufan. Yin Chi-Chi once again shut her eyes in terror, letting out a desperate scream. Beneath such a horrific assault, she felt utterly insignificant. Not only her, but even the car beside her would be torn to shreds. The onlookers, witnessing such an exaggerated attack, felt their hearts stir back to life from their earlier stupor. Even if they could not kill Ning Bufan, they would at least ensure he suffered greatly on the car's roof. Ning Bufan maintained his usual cold demeanor. The frenzied wind dragon swept towards him. A wall of sword energy formed, encircling a 10-meter radius, capable of enveloping both Yin Chi-Chi and himself. Boom! In the next moment, the sword energy barrier was swallowed. From the outside, it appeared as though Ning Bufan had been consumed by the wind dragon, formed of corpses, dust, and trees, disappearing from sight. From within, the space surrounding Ning Bufan was pitch black, the walls battered by an incessant barrage, the air filled with piercing howls and scraping sounds. Yin Chi-Chi screamed. Burying her face into her pants, Ning Bufan furrowed his brow, disappointment etched upon his face. How could a solitary orphan who had navigated the world possess such timidity? Yet he failed to consider that she was, after all, a girl, who had witnessed such a terrifying scene, let alone a woman. Even among men, few could maintain their composure under such circumstances. It seems that the demon surnamed Ning is doomed now. That storm could tear him to shreds. Before the surveillance screen, many individuals could not help but shout in excitement. Even the frenzied sword immortal, who had already fled to the foot of the mountain, ceased his escape and rushed to another peak to witness the unfolding events concerning Ning Bufan. He saw Ning Bufan engulfed by the storm, a glimmer of excitement and exhilaration flashing in his eyes. Damn, had I known, I should have let the bluebird attack first. The frenzied sword immortal murmured to himself, filled with regret. Remembering that his treasured sword had been destroyed only added to his anguish. Soon transforming into a furious indignation. Minutes later, the wind dragon began to weaken. Bluebird, do not stop. Continue the assault. The frenzied sword immortal bellowed from a distance. Having experienced Ning Bufan's terrifying prowess, he understood the necessity of relentless and fierce attacks. Caw! Another long cry reverberated through the sky. The bluebird flapped its wings once more, stirring up an even more ferocious gale, forming a more terrifying wind dragon. Soon, on the slope where Ning Bufan stood, everything that could be swept away was almost entirely annihilated, leaving behind a barren hilltop. Eventually, the wind dragon could no longer carry anything else to launch an attack. Ning Bufan emerged from the storm. A wall formed by his energy swords enveloping him, Yin Chi-Chi, and the vehicle beneath them, utterly immobile. The prior terrifying assault had failed to shake them in the slightest. It's fine. The crowd was rendered speechless. Run! The frenzied sword immortal's expression changed drastically as he turned and transformed into a streak of light, racing towards the distant horizon. Whoosh! The long sword in Ning Bufan's hand suddenly flew from his grasp, transforming into a fearsome streak of light that shot forth. Its speed was incomparably faster than that of the frenzied sword immortal, and in the blink of an eye, it vanished from one end and reappeared at the other. No! The frenzied sword immortal sensed the breath of death rushing towards him from behind and let out a desperate cry. Bluebird, save me, caw! The bluebird emitted a piercing cry, abandoning its attack on Ning Bufan, pivoting its massive body to prepare for a rescue. Thud! The long sword pierced through the frenzied sword immortal's body, emerging from his chest and creating a torrential downpour of blood. The frenzied sword immortal's body plummeted from midair. The frenzied sword immortal had fallen. The ability to manipulate from a distance was terrifying beyond measure. Those who witnessed the demise of the frenzied sword immortal trembled with horror. Caw, caw! The bluebird, witnessing its master fall, released a mournful wail that echoed across the sky. Whoosh! After slaying the frenzied sword immortal, the long sword abruptly turned and shot towards the bluebird. Startled, the bluebird screeched in fear, rapidly shrinking in size. Swish! The long sword grazed past the bluebird, sending forth a cloud of blood mist and a flurry of feathers. Fortunately, it had diminished its size. Otherwise, that strike would have pierced through it entirely. A hint of interest crept onto Ning Bufan's lips. Truly, it is a king-level cunning beast. He tilted his head, addressing the bluebird coldly. Submit or perish. Make your choice within 3 seconds. As he spoke, the long sword hovered above the bluebird, locking onto it. Kill! Ning Bufan uttered the word with icy resolve. Gulp! The bluebird let out frantic pleas for mercy. Thud! The long sword descended mercilessly, puncturing it cleanly from above. It was too late to beg for mercy. Ning Bufan grasped the hilt, delivering another swift strike. Cawed! A chilling wail pierced the air. The colossal bird's body split in two, accompanied by a torrential rain of blood, crashing down from the heights. A tremendous sound reverberated, shaking the earth to its core. Those before the surveillance screen were engulfed in a deathly silence. All dead. At the headquarters of the Qingzhou Monster Hunters Association, Wei Xiangnan sat before his laptop, his expression still dazed as the surveillance footage vanished from the screen. The terror of death lingered in his heart, refusing to dissipate. President. Secretary Jiang Wan'er called out several times, her concern finally rousing Wei Xiangnan from his stupor. Taking a deep breath, his face pale, he waved his hand with difficulty, forcing out a hoarse voice. Contact the Southern Wilderness Army. Mobilize 100,000 troops. We must halt Ning Bufan's advance. Cough, cough, cough. Chapter 52. The Wolf Extermination Plan. The battle concluded. Ning Bufan sheathed his sword, noticing Yin Qiqi, still shaken, her breath quickening and unstable. Not yet having regained her composure, he couldn't help but shake his head. He should not have brought a woman. Women only hinder one's speed in drawing a sword. He leaped from the vehicle, striding forward. Hey, aren't you taking the car anymore? Yin Qiqi, regaining her senses, hurriedly inquired. The car can't go any further. Also, you are free now. Ning Bufan's words made Yin Qiqi shudder. She froze, and instead of feeling joyful about her newfound freedom, she felt an urgent need to chase after him. However, when she pursued and beheld the scene below the mountain, she was utterly stunned, her mind blank. From a high vantage point, the entire mountain path was littered with shattered vehicles and corpses. A blood-red road stretched endlessly ahead, nearly impossible to fathom. Just how many cars and people had come to kill Ning Bufan last night? And how many had Ning Bufan exterminated? It was terrifying. Yin Qiqi stepped back, her gaze towards Ning Bufan now tinged with fear. Ning Bufan ignored her, his figure flickering as he transformed into a streak of light. Racing down the mountain road, Miss Yin Qiqi. Suddenly, a voice called from behind, and a woman in black, appearing to be in her 30s, materialized before her. Who are you? Yin Qiqi took a step back, eyeing the woman warily. The woman in black suddenly transformed into a black shadow, lunging forward and striking her, rendering her unconscious. When Yin Qiqi regained consciousness, she found herself lying on the sofa of a camper van. She sat up abruptly, her vigilant gaze scanning the individuals before her. The black-clad woman who had captured her was also present, respectfully standing behind another black-clad woman in front, whose figure was alluring and elegant. Her face concealed by a veil, yet her large eyes were beautiful and piercing. Who are you? What do you want? Yin Qiqi endeavored to steady herself. Miss Yin Qiqi, do not be afraid. As long as you cooperate, we will not harm you, Yao Yao said with a gentle smile. Tell me everything about Ning Bufan. Realizing they were after Ning Bufan, Yin Qiqi hesitated. I don't know much. I was abducted by him to serve as a tool. Subsequently, she saw no reason to withhold the truth and recounted her experiences with Ning Bufan. Thank you for your cooperation. After Yin Qiqi finished speaking, Yao Yao instructed her subordinates to take her away. Fourth miss, what she said aligns closely with our investigation. It should be credible, one of the women who had captured Yin Qiqi remarked. This woman holds little value compared to that Xia Xinxin. At least Xia Xinxin has spent considerable time with Ning Bufan. Upon hearing Xia Xinxin's name, Yao Yao inquired solemnly. Has she been captured? Our team has already gone. They are in the process of capturing her and will soon provide news. The woman assured. Excellent. Yao Yao nodded in satisfaction. Keep Yin Qiqi for now. She may prove useful later. Understood. That moment, in the largest city within the territory, Tianhai, at a CAF. Shangnan, you called me out for something? Xia Xinxin, clad in a white dress, sat across from a short-haired woman, exuding elegance and sweetness. Shangnan shot her a disapproving glance. What? Am I not allowed to invite my best friend if there's nothing going on? A glint of coldness and hatred flashed in Shangnan's eyes. The wolf you mentioned is Ning Bufan. You understand me? Xia Xinxin nodded with a smile. As expected of my best friend. He is the murderer of my brother. Shangnan's words caused Xia Xinxin's smile to freeze. The atmosphere grew heavy with tension. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Xia Xinxin apologized hastily. Ha. Shangnan sneered disdainfully. Xia Xinxin? No need to apologize. After all, it was my brother who died, not yours. Those words only deepened Xia Xinxin's guilt and self-reproach. I'm truly sorry. Before she could finish, she suddenly sensed something amiss. Several patrons around them stood up, positioning themselves behind her, glaring coldly. You all. Xia Xinxin quickly realized, her eyes widening in disbelief as she looked at Shangnan. You're all in cahoots? Shangnan huffed through her nose. Xinxin. I apologize. To avenge my brother, I must inconvenience you. Xia Xinxin sprang to her feet, angered. Shangnan, we are the best of friends. Bang. A palm strike landed on Xia Xinxin's neck, causing her to go limp and collapse into the arms of one of the assailants. Miss Shangnan, thank you for your assistance. We shall take her with us. The newcomers expressed their gratitude to Shangnan. I'll come with you. I must contribute to killing Ning Bufan. Cold ruthlessness filled Shangnan's eyes. The newcomers chuckled. No problem. Welcome to the Wolf Extermination Plan. No. It's the Wolf Extermination Plan. With a hint of amusement, a camper van sped down the highway. Yao Yao reclined on a plush sofa. Listening to reports from her subordinates, her interest piqued. She scrolled through texts on her phone, immersing herself in the story of Walking with Wolves. Upon finishing, she smiled. Not bad. This is incredibly useful for understanding Ning Bufan. It turns out he is an autistic, violent, and schizophrenic individual. Quite dangerous indeed. Xia Xinxin even saved Ning Bufan. She could prove to be very valuable to us. Yao Yao beamed with delight, as if she had discovered Ning Bufan's weakness. Suddenly, the vehicle jolted violently, coming to an abrupt halt. Fourth miss, you should look ahead. One of her subordinates stammered. Intrigued, Yao Yao peered through the windshield, her brow furrowing sharply on the road ahead. A figure clad in a black trench coat ambled along. Leaning on a cane, with a black cloth blindfold tied at the back of his head, its trailing ends dancing in the wind. Ning Bufan? How could it be? Everyone's eyelids twitched violently. The atmosphere inside the vehicle became instantly tense. Some instinctively glanced anxiously at the car behind them, for within it, Yin Qiqi was being held captive. Yao Yao observed Ning Bufan, feeling a sense of frustration. Could it be mere coincidence? Although their final destination, Qingzhou, aligned, they had taken a significantly longer route to get here. It was unexpected that Ning Bufan had also traversed this path and was ahead of them. It was plausible for Ning Bufan to have taken a direct route rather than a detour. But the key question remained. How had they crossed paths? Fourth miss, what should we do? Her subordinates were slightly panicked. They had witnessed Ning Bufan's terrifying prowess firsthand, and it was indeed alarming. Why Yao Yao glared. Her voice cold. What is there to panic about? We Haven T confronted him directly. Even if we stood before him, he wouldn't recognize us. Drive past boldly. Understood. The driver, receiving the command, accelerated toward Ning Bufan. Leading the way was an SUV, followed by Yi Yao Yao's RV in the middle, and at the rear was a business vehicle containing Yin Chi. The SUV and the RV smoothly passed Ning Bufan without incident. Just as the business vehicle was about to brush past him, an unexpected event transpired. Ning Bufan suddenly raised his sword sheath horizontally, blocking the center of the road. With a screech of tires, the business vehicle came to a sudden halt, nearly colliding with Ning Bufan's sword. The occupants inside broke into a cold sweat, especially the driver, whose face turned pale. Chapter 53. Under fire. Yi Yao Yao and her companions had underestimated Ning Bufan's abilities. He did not rely on sight but on perception that a blind person possesses far superior sensory awareness than the average individual. For a master like Ning Bufan, his perception was even more formidable. Hidden within the car, Yi Yao Yao was easily detected by him. Yin Chi was firmly restrained by two individuals inside the vehicle, her mouth covered to stifle any sound. Their actions were, in fact, a death wish. Initially, Ning Bufan sensed Yin Chi but was uncertain if she was a hostage, perhaps merely hitching a ride with Yi Yao Yao. If that were the case, he had no reason to intervene further. However, now he sensed that Yin Chi was indeed being abducted. With a swift motion, without uttering a word, his sword was drawn, its blade flashing brilliantly. "Run!" shouted the terrified individual in the passenger seat. The driver slammed down on the accelerator, intending to surge forward, but with a deafening bang, the front wheels of the vehicle were lost, causing the car to crash heavily onto the ground, its front elevated and rear lowered. The airbags in the front seats deployed explosively. "Fourth miss, this is bad. The business vehicle has encountered an accident," reported a subordinate from the RV, which had already passed. Wai Yao Yao maintained a calm demeanor, commanding, "Act as if nothing has happened and accelerate." Yes, there was no saving the business vehicle now. They had to abandon it. Wai Yao Yao suddenly felt a wave of helplessness. In this first confrontation, she, known as the shrewd fourth miss of the Yi family, could only flee in disgrace. It would be embarrassing to admit. Yin Chi was rescued, but the occupants of the business vehicle were annihilated. The car cleaved in two. "Thank you for saving me." Upon seeing Ning Bufan again, Yin Chi felt a mix of emotions. Having uttered that phrase, he continued on his way. Yin Chi hurried after him, calling out, "Hey, aren't you even going to ask why they kidnapped me? They did it to target you." "Not important," was Ning Bufan's only response. A cold sweat broke out on Yin Chi's forehead. How could this person regard everything as unimportant to him? The solution was simple. Kill. If Yin Chi truly assisted others in targeting him, she would be considered an enemy. Against an enemy, he would show no mercy, not even a hint of leniency. As dusk descended, Ning Bufan entered a small town. It was eerily quiet. So still it felt as if he had stepped into an empty city devoid of life. The entire town was deserted. Ning Bufan paid it no mind, silently traversing the streets. Suddenly, he sensed the presence of three individuals. "Grandpa, Grandma, I beg you, please come with me. That killer named Ning Bufan is about to enter the town. If we don't leave now, it'll be too late." A young man's anxious voice echoed. The people of Lichuan village had been entirely slaughtered, with not even an ant spared. The young man implored the two elderly figures. Upon hearing this, Ning Bufan realized these individuals were hiding from him. The massacre at Lichuan village had been falsely attributed to him, aiming to tarnish his reputation and make him a public enemy. A disdainful smirk curled at the corners of Ning Bufan's mouth, for he was utterly indifferent. "Grandson, you go on ahead. We old folks have lived long enough. We are not afraid of that monster. If we must die, we'll die in our own home, not going anywhere." An elderly voice spoke with a frail tone. "Yes, we won't go anywhere. We'll die in our own home." The old woman echoed her agreement. The young man, nearly in tears, was about to say more when he suddenly caught sight of something, his pupils constricting in terror. In the street, a blind man with a severed arm, dressed in black, was advancing step by step toward them, leaning on a cane resembling a sword. It was him. The monster was coming. The young man watched in horror as Ning Bufan's legendary figure approached, unleashing a scream of fear. "Grandpa, Grandma, run." Without a moment's hesitation, he grabbed the hands of the two elderly people and bolted toward the edge of town. Yet, just a few steps in, a chilling shriek echoed from above. "What is that?" The three looked up in astonishment. The sky was not yet completely dark, and they could still make out shapes. Above them, a flurry of black dots rained down like a torrential storm, some trailing fiery tails. "Are those dot artillery shells?" The young man shrieked in despair. "It's over." Boom, boom, boom. In the next instant, deafening explosions engulfed the surroundings. From above, the entire town transformed into a fiery inferno, resembling the apocalypse. "President, we've arranged for an hour of bombardment. Even if we can't kill Ning Bufan, we can at least injure him." In the office of the Chingo Guild of Monster Hunters, President Wei Xiangnan and his trusted associates were watching the explosive scenes on the surveillance screen. Their faces illuminated with glee. Quite a spectacle indeed. "Ha ha!" Wei Xiangnan exclaimed joyfully. "Zhangwen, your efforts are commendable, but let us not leave any evidence for the media. We can pin the Lichuan village incident on Ning Bufan, but such intense bombardment to obliterate a town cannot be attributed to him. We must avoid any blunders. Ning Bufan kills with a sword, not with such ferocious artillery." Zhangwen smiled confidently. "Rest assured, President, we've utilized Ning Bufan's identity as a killer to frighten the townspeople into fleeing. It's foolproof." "That's good." Wei Xiangnan nodded in satisfaction before gritting his teeth. 1 hour isn't enough. Let us extend it to 2 hours for added security." The cost of extending the bombardment. Zhangwen hesitated. The 20 billion bounty was still in the process of securing funding, and resources were tight. "Don't be afraid to spend. If funds are lacking, I'll find them myself," Wei Xiangnan declared emphatically. "Understood." With the president's orders, Zhangwen complied immediately. The bombardment continued for 2 full hours. When it finally ceased, the entire town lay in ruins, with not a single intact tile or brick remaining. Countless homes were devastated. Report: bombardment complete. No sign of Ning Bufan emerging. Under such intense artillery fire, no living being could survive. Even 9 lives would not suffice. Ning Bufan was likely reduced to ashes. They laughed. Inside the observation vehicle on the outskirts of the town, the personnel responsible for monitoring were jubilant, nearly celebrating their victory. "Don't let your guard down. Dispatch 2 special teams immediately to investigate the situation. We must confirm Ning Bufan's status." "Understood. Special teams, follow me." Chapter 54, Devil or Hero. The deployment of 2 special teams merely to verify a situation was a significant undertaking. The entire southwest branch of the Guild of Monster Hunters governs over more than 50 primary cities. With the destruction of the Fengqing team, only 9 special teams remained. Confronting Bufan. All 9 special teams were dispatched to Qingzhou. The 2 special teams infiltrated the town, now reduced to ruins, from different directions. "Young man, thank you for saving us." Beneath a pile of rubble, after a flash of sword light, several individuals emerged. It was Ning Bufan, along with the elderly couple and their grandson Ian. The moment the bombardment struck, Ning Bufan had rushed forward, using his sword energy to shield them from disaster. Though he believed himself to be devoid of compassion, he ultimately could not turn a blind eye to those in peril. The family of 3 could hardly fathom that they had been rescued by the legendary killer. An unfathomable twist of fate. "Let South leave this place quickly," Ning Bufan stated with an impassive expression, turning to walk away, leaning on his sword sheath. The family watched his retreating figure, filled with confusion and disbelief. "Grandson, didn't they say this man was a killer? He wouldn't spare even an ant. How could he save us?" the elder queried, puzzled. The young man scratched his head, equally perplexed by the situation. "Hey, there are people over there. How is that possible?" A sudden exclamation broke the air. In the blink of an eye, 5 shadowy figures materialized, swiftly approaching. Clad in wide-collared uniforms, wearing conical hats, with short firearms at their waists and wielding Tang knives. The nearly fully armed hunters stood before a family of 3. Upon recognizing the hunters, the family rushed towards them, their excitement palpable. The hunters' rallying cry was to protect the common folk. Their presence was akin to that of saviors. "Officers, it's wonderful that you've arrived. Please, help me get my grandparents out," the young man implored urgently. 2 hunters instinctively moved to assist the elderly, but were halted by the commanding leader. How did you get in here? The captain, a man in his 40s with piercing eyes, demanded. We never left, the young man explained. Impossible, the captain retorted, skepticism overtaking him. With such fierce bombardment, you shouldn't have survived in here. His gaze bore down on the three with intensity. The young man hesitated, longing to mention that a murderous fiend had saved them, but the words failed him. However, the elderly man, unburdened by restraint, spoke candidly. Someone saved us? It's the so-called murderous fiend. What? The special team gasped in shock. The captain's face paled. Realizing the gravity of his statement, the old man wondered why they reacted so strongly. Old man, are you implying that the murderous fiend is still alive? The captain stepped forward. His demeanor grave. The elder nodded, fear evident in his eyes. He isn't dead. Where is he? Someone demanded hastily. The young man quickly replied, he went that way, pointing in the direction Ning Bufan had just departed. Report immediately, the target is still alive. Alert the surrounding teams to exercise caution, the captain bellowed as if facing an imminent threat. Yes, a communications officer swiftly acknowledged, sending out the alert. In the office of the president of the Chingo Hunter Association. The atmosphere was tense. President, a recent report has confirmed that Ning Bufan is alive. Secretary Zhang Wanner rushed in, her expression fraught with urgency. Wei Xiangnan's face contorted with disbelief. After 2 hours of relentless bombardment, how could he possibly have survived? This was a fruitless endeavor. What was worse, 3 civilians had remained and were saved by Ning Bufan. Zhang Wanner furrowed her brow at this realization. Bang! A loud crash startled Zhang Wanner. Wei Xiangnan slammed his palm on the table, frustration evident. What are you doing? Wasn't it ordered for everyone to evacuate? Now, 3 civilians are left inside and have been rescued by Ning Bufan. If word gets out that he is not only alive but a hero as well, where will that leave our reputation? Just then, another figure burst in. A man named Zhang Wan. President, I've heard that 3 individuals did not evacuate and were saved by Ning Bufan. They cannot be allowed to live, he declared urgently. A heavy silence enveloped the office. Wei Xiangnan glared at Zhang Wan, his expression darkening. Are you suggesting we eliminate them? Zhang Wan clenched his jaw. A glint of ruthlessness in his eyes and nodded. President, this is not the time for compassion. Even the slightest chance must be extinguished in its cradle. Wei Xiangnan fell silent for a moment. A chilling resolve forming in his gaze. Let the subordinates take action. Additionally, all hunters on the town's perimeter are to withdraw. Do not throw away your lives. Understood, Zhang Wan replied, accepting the orders. Soon after, the special team in the town received their command to eliminate the family of 3. The captain hesitated, torn between duty and morality. Their mission was to eradicate the beasts and protect the people. Yet they were now ordered to kill innocent civilians. This contradicted their very principles. But this was a direct order from President Wei. Captain, this is not going to be easy, one subordinate lamented. The captain gritted his teeth, a fierce determination flashing in his eyes. We exist to obey orders. Kill. With that, his blade drew forth with deadly precision. The air filled with the sound of slicing steel, and blood erupted as the 3 fell to the ground. The young man, not yet lifeless, gazed up at the hunters in disbelief. You are the true murderers. With a swift motion, the captain delivered a final blow, severing the young man's head from his body. Observing the captain's ruthless execution, the team exchanged uneasy glances, their expressions grim. He was killed by Ning Bufan. This has nothing to do with us, the captain coldly stated, wiping the blood from his blade. Withdraw! The team retreated quickly, but barely had they covered any distance when the captain's earpiece crackled with the voice of another team leader. Old Gong, I've spotted Ning Bufan. Interested in teaming up to take him down and make a name for ourselves? The excitement in the other's voice was palpable. Gong, the captain frowned. Have you lost your mind? He is a being even the sword immortal could not defeat. Do you truly believe that? His retort silenced his counterpart. The few who witnessed the battle on the surveillance screens were a select few. Most only heard tales recounted by others. Old Gong, a young man in his 20s, and a cripple at that. How strong could he possibly be? To claim he could face a master is an exaggeration. The voice continued, even if he is a master, with the combined strength of our 2 special teams, victory is assured. This is a chance for glory, Old Gong. Will you seize it? Gong hesitated. but there are no orders. Orders mean nothing when you're outside. Why concern yourself with them? The other voice retorted. Growing impatient, if you won't, I will go alone. Wait. Gong gritted his teeth. I'll join you. I'll be there shortly. With their plans set, the two special teams prepared to launch an assault on Ning Bufan. Chapter 55. Total war. As night fell, the town lay in ruins. Streetlights were obliterated, plunging the area into darkness. For Ning Bufan, who was blind, this posed no challenge as he continued his path forward. In the shadows, two teams encircled him, drawing ever closer. 500 meters, 100 meters, 50 meters, they were nearly upon him. Yet Ning Bufan appeared oblivious, focused solely on his own stride. Old Gong, we are close now. He hasn't noticed. He seems rather unremarkable, came a mocking tone through Gong's earpiece. Just as the words left the speaker's lips, a blade of light descended from above. Thud. The sound of a blade piercing flesh echoed in Gong's ears. Alarmed, he shouted, Attack! Kill him! Whoosh! The 5 members of one team transformed into terrifying phantoms, as if tearing through the fabric of reality, charging towards Ning Bufan. Swish! A sharp beam of light swept across their path, and the assailants were cleaved in two, blood and flesh scattering. The sounds of collapsing bodies echoed ominously. Retreat! On the other end, 4 figures emerged from the darkness, fleeing in the opposite direction. This was another special team. The captain, who had previously been chattering incessantly, was now swiftly dispatched. Only 4 members remained, their morale shattered as they witnessed Gong's team's demise, now seeking only to escape. You come to kill me, if I do not die? You shall. Ning Bufan's expression was icy as he swung his sword with sudden ferocity, the blade slicing through the darkness like snow. Whoosh! With a single sweep, he severed the 4 from behind. Half of their bodies crumpled to the ground. Not yet dead, but their agonizing screams pierced the night, sending chills down the spines of all who heard. Ning Bufan remained indifferent, sheathing his sword before continuing on his path. 2 special teams had been annihilated. Damn it, who allowed them to act on their own? This is unforgivable. Bang. Wei Xiangnan furiously smashed a teacup to the ground, seething with rage. The unauthorized actions of the 2 special teams had led to their total obliteration, and his heart bled for the loss. With only 10 special teams under his command, including one already lost in Fengqing, 3 teams were now gone. How would he suppress the beast tide in the southwest region? The dire consequences would lead to an outbreak of beasts, and he would soon be forced to resign as the president of the southwest branch. Calm down, President. At this point, we must find a way to deal with Ning Bufan. Zhang Wen urged. At his pace, he could reach Qingzhou in 2 days without rest. 2 days? Wei Xiangnan's eyelids twitched violently, his expression darkening further. Is there any news from Zhao Wu? Has he managed to contact his master? Zhang Wen shook his head, indicating there was no update. Wei Xiangnan nearly smashed a second teacup in frustration. Just then, the ringing of a phone interrupted him. Hello, this is Wei Xiangnan. What? That scoundrel Gao Sanyong? Is he intent on opposing me? After the call ended, Wei Xiangnan's face darkened, a palpable coldness emanating from him. President, what has happened? Zhang Wen inquired, concerned. What trouble is Gao Sanyong stirring? Gao Sanyong has gone to the Kyoto headquarters, accusing me of misconduct during my tenure in Fengqing, fabricating cases, taking large bribes, etc. He demands the reopening of the Ning Bufan case from 5 years ago and has requested our arrest for investigation. Zhang Wen's face turned ashen. This implicated him as well. Has that old fool lost his mind? To scheme against us at such a critical juncture? Zhang Wen was greatly agitated, yet he had to compose himself. President, we are at a pivotal moment in dealing with Ning Bufan. This matter must be handled meticulously. Otherwise, it will be detrimental to us. We are caught in a precarious situation. I suggest we play our trump card and request Elder Qin's intervention. Zhang Wen spoke with utmost seriousness. The Association of Hunter-Sorcerers operated under a cabinet system, composed of 5 members, with the head of the cabinet being the president. To attain the status of an elder was to reach the pinnacle of power within the entire association. Given the gravity of the situation, Wei Xiangnan did not hesitate and promptly picked up the phone to dial a secret number. After a short while, the call connected. Elder, this is Wei Xiangnan. Someone is slandering me at the headquarters. This matter, just as Wei Xiangnan began to speak, an aged yet authoritative voice interrupted him. I'm already aware of your situation. The president has notified us to convene an emergency cabinet meeting tonight to discuss your issue. Upon hearing this, Wei Xiangnan was drenched in cold sweat, his heart racing. He hastily explained, "Elder, you know me. I have always been diligent and above reproach. Spare me the grandiloquent rhetoric." The elder's voice cut him off again. "I need a simple answer. Can you resolve the issue with Ning Bufan? If you can eliminate him, all your troubles will dissipate. I shall advocate on your behalf in the cabinet." Wei Xiangnan's spirits lifted, and he assured, "Rest assured, Elder, I will ensure that Ning Bufan meets a fate most dire. With your assurance, I can speak freely on your behalf." The elder's voice suddenly turned grave. "However, let me be clear. If you fail to deal with Ning Bufan and the situation escalates, even if you do not perish at his hands, the association's prison will be awaiting you." "Yes, I understand." Wei Xiangnan concluded the call, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. "President, what news do you have?" Zhang Wen inquired anxiously, a chill creeping down his spine. Suddenly, he gritted his teeth, a glint of madness flashing in his eyes. "I shall take care of this. Leave it to me." Meanwhile, in a meeting room in Kyoto. The hour was late. Gao Sanfeng, accompanied by his secretary Zheng Wei, anxiously awaited the outcome. He had submitted his reports and materials, and the president had taken the matter seriously, convening an emergency cabinet meeting to discuss it. Hours passed as Gao Sanfeng chain-smoked, the ashtray beside him overflowing with cigarette butts. Finally, just after the clock struck midnight, a man in his 50s, with a stern demeanor, entered carrying a briefcase. It was one of the 5 cabinet members. Li Tingshan. "Elderly, what is the verdict?" Gao Sanfeng sprang to his feet, not allowing the elder a moment to catch his breath before inquiring. Li Tingshan, with a serious expression, replied, "Sanfeng, the case concerning Ning Bufan has been classified. There is no need for a retrial." Wei Xiangnan's handling of it was sound. How could it be sound? Gao Sanfeng's face darkened. "Elder, my materials clearly indicate that this is a miscarriage of justice. I refuse to believe the cabinet cannot see this. Whether it is a miscarriage of justice is inconsequential." Elder Li's expression remained grave. "Sanfeng, you must understand the importance of adaptability in both life and work. We are not in our youth anymore. Do not be so obstinate. Moreover, Ning Bufan is a monster, a parricide, a matricide, a village slaughterer, a merciless killer. How can we justify not executing him? How can we answer to those of our comrades who have perished at his hands?" As he spoke passionately, Li Tingshan's face flushed with anger. "To exonerate such a person would invite the scorn of the world upon us. Do you not fear being drowned in the spittle of the masses?" Gao Sanfeng sighed helplessly. "Elder, regarding Ning Bufan's parricide and matricide, the facts are not as they are portrayed as for the village massacre. I believe there are discrepancies that require further verification." "Enough," Li Tingshan interrupted, his face contorted with fury. "You must clarify your stance. Are you defending a cold-blooded fiend? Have your morals been devoured by dogs?" Gao Sanfeng was at a loss for words. "Do not say another word. The meeting has reached a resolution to eliminate Ning Bufan. The headquarters will dispatch a quasi-deity to take action." "What?" Gao Sanfeng turned pale. "Elder, given Ning Bufan's temperament, should the headquarters intervene and fail to eliminate him, he will undoubtedly turn his sights on us after dealing with Wei Xiangnan in Qingzhou. The consequence would be an all-out war between the hunter-sorcerers and Ning Bufan." The mere thought of such a scenario filled Gao Sanfeng with dread. Li Tingshan snorted dismissively. "One man against the entire hunter-sorcerers? What nonsense are you speaking? Does Ning Bufan even have the capability?" Gao Sanfeng grew frantic. "Elder, you have not witnessed the terror of Ning Bufan. A master can slay with a single sword stroke. If such a person engages us in total war, even if we ultimately defeat him, the losses we would incur would be catastrophic. How many of our comrades have perished at his hands? Thus, he deserves death. 1,000 deaths would not suffice to atone for his sins." Li Tingshan clenched his teeth, his eyes cold with murderous intent. "I refuse to believe a quasi-deity cannot defeat him." Gao Sanfeng sighed, helplessly closing his eyes. Since the cabinet had made its decision, he felt powerless to alter it. "Sanfeng, the meeting has also resolved to relieve you of all your duties. Your future assignments will depend on your performance." Li Tingshan spoke icily. Boom! Gao Sanfeng felt as though he had been struck by lightning. His mind blanked. It was over for him. "Gao Sanfeng, this is the fate of opposing me. This time, you are thoroughly finished." He chuckled darkly. The results of the cabinet meeting were promptly communicated to Wei Xiangnan, filling him with elation. The ominous clouds that had loomed over him in recent days dissipated, a double blessing. Gao Sanfeng had been stripped of all his duties, and the headquarters would dispatch a quasi-deity to eliminate Ning Bufan. Wei Xiangnan announced this news, causing the entire association to erupt in excitement. A quasi-deity, a being nearly at the pinnacle of martial arts, was a true giant in the realm of martial arts. The following day, at dawn, Ning Bufan tirelessly continued his journey towards Qingzhou. Along the way, he encountered few who sought to kill him. Those who did appear were swiftly dispatched without mercy. However, his every move was being monitored by satellites overhead, a clear indication that those employing such surveillance were no ordinary folk. Xia Xinxin, do you see? Ning Bufan will arrive in Qingzhou tomorrow, and soon the streets will run red with blood. Many have already perished, and we wish for no more deaths. Thus we require your assistance. In a spacious office, Zhang Wen addressed Xia Xinxin, pointing at the screen displaying Ning Bufan's movements. Standing beside him were Yi Yaoyao and Sheng Nan. Xia Xinxin's former best friend, Sheng Nan, had joined the hunter-sorcerers and allied with Yi Yaoyao to hunt down Ning Bufan. I will not kill. Do not force my hand. Xia Xinxin vehemently shook her head. Zhang Wen lost his patience and bellowed, bring her in. In disbelief, Xia Xinxin watched as 4 individuals were ushered into the room. Her parents, brother, and beloved nanny. Mom, dad, brother, Aunt Rong. Xia Xinxin cried out, her fury directed at Sheng Nan. Sheng Nan, you may do as you please to me, but my family is innocent. Why have you captured them? Aware of her moral failing, Sheng Nan averted her gaze from Xia Xinxin and coldly replied, Xinxin, cooperate, and I assure you your family will be unharmed. How can I cooperate? You know I am a doctor. My duty is to save lives, not to take them. Xia Xinxin screamed in fury. Sheng Nan, if you have any shred of conscience, release my family immediately. Your lack of cooperation leaves me powerless. Sheng Nan turned away, ignoring Xia Xinxin. You. Xia Xinxin trembled with anger, unable to fathom that her once close friend could treat her this way. Miss Xia, I have no time for your nonsense. Zhang Wen interjected, his eyes glinting with malice. I will ask you one last time. Will you kill Ning Bufan? No, I will not. Xia Xinxin's response was resolute. Refusing a toast, you will be forced to drink a penalty. Zhang Wen suddenly produced a dagger, seizing the nanny. Xia Xinxin screamed in terror. What are you doing? Stop. With a thrust, the dagger pierced the nanny's throat, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Aunt Rong. Xia Xinxin wailed, her heart shattering in agony. Her parents and brother were left in a state of horror, sobbing uncontrollably. Though veiled, Yi Yaoyao's eyes revealed a hint of surprise as she observed Zhang Wen's ruthless demeanor. Zhang Wen, despite his refined appearance, was capable of such brutality. He dropped the lifeless nanny, pressing the bloodied dagger against Xia Xinxin's mother's throat. His face contorted in rage as he threatened, Miss Xia, if you do not comply, your mother will be next. No, please, Xinxin, save your mother. Xia Xinxin's mother cried, terror-stricken, I will comply. Xia Xinxin broke down in tears. That's more like it. As the clock struck 10 in the morning, Ning Bufan continued his relentless journey towards Qingzhou. Suddenly, a car horn blared from behind him. A vehicle caught up and stopped in front of him, and a familiar voice called out, Bufan. Ning Bufan halted in his tracks. There was only one person who could call him by that name, Xia Xinxin, the one who had once saved his life. Xia Xinxin stepped out of the driver's seat. Was this a mere coincidence? Ning Bufan found it hard to believe. Just as he was about to speak, another car pulled up beside him, and out stepped a familiar figure, Gao Sanfeng. President Gao, have you not given up yet? Ning Bufan coldly inquired as he watched Gao Sanfeng approach. Haha, Mr. Ning, I am no longer the president. I am merely an ordinary man now. Oh? Ning Bufan was momentarily taken aback. Can we have a conversation? Although Gao Sanfeng had been stripped of his official position, certain matters remained unclear to him, preventing him from achieving inner peace. Ning Bufan too wished to ascertain Gao Sanfeng's true intentions. The two sat facing each other on a patch of grass by the roadside. Bufan, President Gao, you may eat while we talk. I have brought an abundance of delicious snacks. Xia Xinxin enthusiastically placed a bag of biscuits, bread, and bottled water between the two. Zhang Wen and others in the surveillance feed, upon seeing the food, were instantly filled with excitement. This time, not only could they eliminate Ning Bufan, but also the detested Gao Sanfeng, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. President Gao, I'm pressed for time. Please get to the point. Ning Bufan urged, I want to know about the massacre in Li Village. Was it your doing? Gao Sanfeng went straight to the heart of the matter. Ning Bufan found it peculiar that a man who had already been dismissed would still concern himself with such issues. Gao Sanfeng, momentarily frozen with a biscuit in hand, exclaimed, "The hunter of anomalies! How could they commit such an atrocity? If you don't believe me, what is the point of my words?" Ning Bufan coldly retorted. "If there is nothing else, you may leave." "Wait." Gao Sanfeng hastily gulped down some water. "Please elaborate." "I believe you." Ning Bufan recounted the events in Li village in detail, upon learning that the hunter of anomalies had sacrificed a villager to a monstrous beast. Gao Sanfeng was left in shock, his mind buzzing at that moment. His faith in the hunter of anomalies began to crumble. "And there is another town where they used artillery to reduce it to ruins in their attempt to kill me." Ning Bufan continued. Gao Sanfeng swallowed hard. "What I heard was that you destroyed the entire town and exterminated a family of 3 who couldn't escape in time." Ning Bufan chuckled, a chilling smile. "You can verify that for yourself. I am not so bored as to waste my efforts demolishing an empty town." With that, he casually grabbed a biscuit and popped it into his mouth. Finally eating. "Let us see if you survive." In front of the surveillance screen, Yi Yao Yao and the others trembled with excitement at the sight of Ning Bufan eating. Their faces flushed with exhilaration. A heart that had been suspended in anxiety finally found relief. "Mr. Ning, do you find it normal that this Miss Ya has encountered you here?" Gao Sanfeng's gaze suddenly darted to Xia Xinxin inside the car. Upon mentioning Xia Xinxin, Ning Bufan turned his head, suddenly sensing something amiss, and leapt to his feet in the next instant. He rushed to the passenger door and yanked it open forcefully. The wave of metallic scent filled the art in the driver's seat. Xia Xinxin lay slumped over the steering wheel, biscuit crumbs scattered around her, dark blood dripping from the steering wheel. "What happened?" Gao Sanfeng sensed the urgency and rushed over. Upon seeing Xia Xinxin's condition, his expression changed. There's a note that a piece of paper lay on the passenger seat. Gao Sanfeng swiftly picked it up. The ink was still fresh, as if just written. "What does it say?" Ning Bufan's voice remained calm, though anxiety gripped his heart. Gao Sanfeng immediately read aloud, "Bufan, I'm sorry. They have kidnapped my family, killed our maid, and forced me to poison you. I cannot bear to watch them die. Nor can I poison you, so I must take my own life. If you ever meet my parents, please tell them their daughter is unfilial and sorry for not being able to be with them. Bufan, I know you have suffered greatly and harbor hatred for the world, but believe that there is always light in existence. You must live well." As he finished reading, Gao Sanfeng's eyes turned red. Ning Bufan's typically icy demeanor twitched, his clenched fists trembling. A terrifying murderous intent radiated from him, causing Gao Sanfeng to shudder uncontrollably. This jolt brought him back to his senses, and he shouted, "Quick! Save her!" Gao Sanfeng tossed the note aside, darting around the front of the car towards the driver's seat. "What are they doing?" Shang Nan could no longer contain her curiosity. The satellite surveillance could not penetrate the interior of the vehicle, leaving them in the dark about the situation inside. The monitoring was too distant. They could see the visuals, but could not hear the conversations. With a loud bang, Gao Sanfeng forcefully opened the car door, urgently assisting Xia Xinxin out, shaking her while calling out, "Miss Xia, wake up." Once outside the car, the monitoring screen revealed the scene. Zhang Wan and the others stood in stunned silence. Gao Sanfeng shook Xia Xinxin desperately, but she showed no response, causing his heart to plummet. Anger filled him. He never anticipated that the Hunter of Anomalies Association would stoop to such despicable acts. Suddenly, with a flash, Ning Bufan appeared before Xia Xinxin like a ghost. His sword was drawn. Gao Sanfeng's pupils constricted in fear as he shouted, "What are you doing? Wait!" Thud. The sound of a sharp blade piercing flesh echoed. Gao Sanfeng was frozen in shock. Zhang Wan and others, witnessing this moment through the surveillance screen, were equally stunned. "No, don't, Xinxin." Shang Nan covered her face, weeping uncontrollably. She had intended to use Xia Xinxin to kill Ning Bufan in revenge for her brother, but never imagined Xia Xinxin would die. "Ning Bufan, you must die. You deserve death now." All her pent-up hatred was directed at Ning Bufan. After Ning Bufan's sword pierced the area beside Xia Xinxin's heart, he twisted the blade slightly, causing the wound to widen and dark blood to surge forth. Under the pain's stimulus, Xia Xinxin gasped in agony, awakening. At the very moment she opened her mouth, Ning Bufan withdrew his sword, flicking his wrist, A black pill shot from his sleeve and directly into Xia Xinxin's mouth. The movement was too swift for the surveillance to capture. Gao Sanfeng, supporting Xia Xinxin, was caught off guard, and by the time he reacted, a sword suddenly lunged toward him. Gao Sanfeng's soul nearly left his body. What in the world was happening? Thud! The sword pierced Gao Sanfeng's shoulder. Ah! With a scream, both Gao Sanfeng and Xia Xinxin collapsed to the ground. Ning Bufan's actions left those watching the surveillance screen in a state of shock, but deep within, his murderous intent surged like a tide. Those responsible must pay. I have already injected Xia Xinxin with toxic blood and given her an antidote. Xia Xinxin is in your care. I shall take revenge on her enemies. With a resounding click, the sword returned to its sheath. In the next moment, he abruptly raised his head, his murderous intent palpable. Zhang Wan and the others, who had been watching the surveillance screen, suddenly felt as though Ning Bufan's gaze was piercing through to them, causing their scalps to tingle with fear. Chapter 57. A myriad of schemes, shattered by a single sword. Ning Bufan suddenly lifted his head, as if he were staring directly at Zhang Wan and the others through the surveillance screen. Though his eyes were obscured by a black cloth, the chilling glare emanating from them sent shivers down their spines. It was as if Ning Bufan could see through the monitoring device and detect their presence. Hiss! The group shivered almost in unison, feeling a chill run down their spines, instinctively retreating. With a loud clap, Yao Yao rushed forward and forcefully shut off the monitor. Ning Bufan's figure vanished. She took a deep breath, feeling utterly terrified. Even through the surveillance screen, she could sense Ning Bufan's overwhelming murderous intent. Fourth miss, your plan has failed. Zhang Wan steadied his nerves, feeling somewhat dejected. Yao Yao was filled with a sense of powerlessness. Known for her cunning intellect, she often employed a myriad of schemes to render her opponents hopeless. Yet, at this moment, facing Ning Bufan, she felt utterly at a loss, and no matter how intricate her plots, he remained indifferent, effortlessly dismantling them with a single sword strike. This gambit has failed. Let us move on to the next plan. Yao Yao felt a sense of frustration. Wait, now that Xia Xinxin is dead? Her family has lost their value. Can we let them go? Shangnan suddenly interjected. Let them go? What are you thinking? Zhang Wan replied coldly. Kill them all. Shangnan's face turned pale as she shouted. Why? Xia Xinxin has already paid with her life. Why not spare her family? Because they defied our orders and failed to complete the task. It's that simple. Zhang Wen's eyes flashed with cruelty as he turned to Yao Yao. Fourth miss, you captured these people. It is up to you to decide whether they live or die. But let me remind you, engaging in such business is inherently perilous, and eliminating witnesses is the best course of action. After finishing, Zhang Wen strode away, eager to report to Wei Xiangnanda. Yao Yao shouted. Bring in the Xia family. Execute them all. Yes, came the response. No. Shangnan cried out, rushing to grab Yao Yao, pleading. Fourth miss, I have already caused Xia Xinxin's death. I cannot bear to have her parents meet the same fate. Please spare them. Slap. Yao Yao struck Shangnan hard across the face. Shangnan let out a cry. Tumbling backward, her face numb and blood trickling from her mouth. Miss Shang, when we captured Xia Xinxin's family, you showed no mercy. Why play the benevolent now? Yao Yao sneered derisively. We have no choice now. This family must die, or it will lead to endless troubles. Ultimately, you will be the first to suffer. After scolding Shangnan fiercely, Yao Yao roared again. Bring Miss Shang away. Keep a close watch on her. Yes. Two burly men rushed in, unceremoniously dragging Shangnan out as if she were a mere dog. Shangnan was confined in a room. Shortly thereafter, 3 bodies were brought in and thrown onto the ground. They were none other than the corpses of Xia Xinxin's parents and her brother. With a thud, Shangnan collapsed to the ground, her face ashen. They were dead. Xia Xinxin's family had perished because of her. No, she could not blame herself. It was Ning Bufan's fault. It was all his doing. Ning Bufan, I will surely kill you to avenge Xia Xinxin's family. Shangnan roared in her heart. Miss Shang, our fourth miss has said that out of consideration for you, these 3 individuals will be left with intact bodies for you to handle. The arrival spoke coldly. The fourth miss also mentioned that since you have boarded our ship, you should accept your fate. Otherwise, the consequence for your family will be the same as yours, a threat, stark and unadorned. If Shangnan wavered, then it would not only be her life at stake, but that of her entire family. Shang Nan raised her head and gritted her teeth, declaring, "Tell your fourth miss that I am serious about killing Ning bufan." "Very well." The visitor nodded in satisfaction and turned to leave. It was 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Along a road leading to Qingzhou, the figure moved swiftly along the path, his speed reminiscent of a racewalker in competition. Ning bufan was hastily making his way toward Qingzhou. This moment, fury burned in his chest. A murderous intent frantically accumulating within him, demanding release. He had initially intended to run straight to Qingzhou and unleash his wrath, quelling the flames of vengeance. However, the distance was too great, and running would exhaust him too quickly. Thus, he was forced to maintain a speed akin to that of a racewalker. In truth, relative to the average person, this pace was already exceedingly rapid. Look, that person is walking so fast with his eyes covered. And he hasn't even fallen. How astonishing! Who are you trying to fool? Walking blindfolded and still moving quickly? I don't believe it. Wait a minute. No way. Passers-by exclaimed in surprise as they witnessed Ning bufan swiftly dart past them. Their astonishment palpable. Ning bufan disregarded the onlookers, vanishing from one end of the road to the other in an instant. His speed left some feeling flustered. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Umitba, please halt. This road is impassable." A chant resonated from ahead. Ning bufan finally came to a stop. 100 meters away, a group of bald monks stood in the middle of the road. Blocking his path, in front were 3 elderly monks clad in red robes, while behind them loomed 18 arhats wielding monk staffs. "Ning Shizhu, this humble monk of the 10,000 Buddha sect has been awaiting your arrival for quite some time," spoke the tallest among the 3 elder monks, his voice icy. "Once more, it is the 10,000 Buddha sect," Ning bufan replied, his tone even colder. A sudden tolling of a bell echoed. Ning bufan instinctively turned his gaze toward the depths of the forest to his left. Recalling the source of the sound, that was the location of the 10,000 Buddha sect, a place he had visited once before. To be precise, it was the southern 10,000 Buddha sect, a branch established later from the northern sect. With a resounding blast, the ground erupted. Ning bufan's sword sheath sank into the earth as he gripped the hilt of his sword. "You southern 10,000 Buddha sect? Today shall be your end." Ning bufan was infuriated. The consequences would be dire. This marked the 3rd time the 10,000 Buddha sect had attempted to ambush him, and they must be eradicated. "You think you alone can extinguish the 300 years of our 10,000 Buddha sect's legacy? What a joke." One monk on the left laughed heartily. With a swish, the sword light suddenly erupted, slicing through the art. "Be careful." An urgent palm strike surged forth from the monk who felt the terrifying sword light, his expression shifting drastically. "Damn it, I've never seen a strike come so swiftly." Barely a word exchanged. He hastily thrust out a palm in response. Boom! A deafening explosion resonated as the 2 palm strikes shattered almost simultaneously, the sword light dissipating in tandem. Ning bufan paused momentarily, a glimmer of interest sparking within him. Finally, a formidable opponent had appeared, capable of withstanding 2/3 of his attack's might. Impressive, thought the monk, his expression turning grave. Having heard tales of Ning bufan's prowess, claiming he could slay masters as easily as one would a dog, he had initially been skeptical. Now, he was a believer. 18 arhats, the 10,000 Buddha extermination array. The monk bellowed, refraining from further chatter. This was the signature formation of the 10,000 Buddha sect, allowing for an unlimited number of participants to combine their strengths for an assault. Whoosh! The 18 arhats darted forward like lightning, their figures resembling a whirlwind as they surged toward Ning bufan. In an instant, the 18 arhats took their positions within the formation, surrounding Ning bufan. Chapter 58, Madness. One against a sect. The 4th miss. Master Dujia is an unparalleled master, flanked by 2 grandmasters, and with the addition of 18 arhats forming the extermination array, it should be enough to contend with a demigod, right? Ning bufan surely cannot be their match? On a distant hilltop, Zhang Wen and Yao Yao stood at the summit, surveying Ning bufan through binoculars. Behind them stood a throng of subordinates. Zhang Wen spoke, a moment of silence following as she sighed regretfully. The 10,000 Buddha sect has still not taken Ning bufan seriously enough. His ability to kill the Mad Sword Immortal and Dunin indicates that even if he is not a demigod, he is close enough to warrant the full might of the sect to eliminate him. A demigod so young? Zhang Wen gasped. unable to believe it. Fourth miss, you Haven T developed a psychological shadow from Ning bufan. Have you? Ning bufan, today this humble monk will utilize the extermination array to transform you, the murderous demon, for the sake of the world's populace. Kill, Master Dujia roared, his murderous intent roaring. The three high monks transformed into three nearly invisible afterimages, launching themselves toward Ning bufan. Kill! At the same moment, the 18 arhats echoed the cry, their murderous intent shaking the heavens. Swish! Ning bufan abruptly drew his sword, spinning his body 360 degrees as a circular blade of light emanated from him as the center. With a clang, the long sword returned to its sheath. In the next breath, the long sword was drawn once more. With a swift slash, three fierce beams of sword light sliced through the air. The speed was astonishing. Zhang Wen and Yao Yao, their eyes widened through their high-powered binoculars, failed to notice the flurry of actions Ning bufan had accomplished in the blink of an eye. Unleashing so many strikes. All they observed was the simultaneous release of the circular sword light and the three beams of light. Pft, pft, blood mist erupted from the 18 arhats. They had barely taken half a step forward when their upper bodies grotesquely collapsed to the ground. Some had their heads severed cleanly, blood and skulls flying through the air. Simultaneously, the three beams of sword light rushed toward the three high monks attacking Ning bufan. The speed was too incredible. The three monks were taken aback, shouting in unison as they unleashed their attacks in defense. Bang, bang, bang. Three explosive sounds erupted in the air. The three figures, propelled by the force of Ning bufan's strikes, were sent flying and crashed heavily to the ground. Stumbling backward, Master Dujia spat a mouthful of blood, the crimson mist swirling around him. The other two did not even have time to bleed before their bodies exploded upon impact, becoming a gruesome mess of flesh and blood. When Master Dujia finally steadied himself, he was horrified to realize that in the mere span of that moment, he was the last one standing. What a farcical extermination array! No matter how grand its name, it crumbles before absolute power, he thought. How can one fight against this? I must flee. With a whoosh, Master Dujia, unable to contain his shock, reached the pinnacle of his speed. Faster than he had ever been in his life, in the blink of an eye, he disappeared, fleeing for his life toward the 10,000 Buddha sect. Swish, behind him, Ning bufan transformed into a beam of sword light, pursuing him relentlessly. Tio escape is impossible. Is the battle truly over? Zhang Wen trembled, the binoculars slipping from her grasp and crashing onto her foot without her registering any pain. On the mountain path, two figures raced upward, one behind the other, both sprinting frantically. Yet it was evident that Master Dujia was expending every last ounce of his strength, while Ning bufan appeared to be strolling leisurely, unhurried. He could easily slay Master Dujia. Yet he refrained. There was only one explanation. He needed Master Dujia to guide him into the 10,000 Buddha sect, challenging the entire sect single-handedly. Is madness. No, it is terrifying. Yao Yao felt her heart tremble. At the entrance of the 10,000 Buddha sect, several disciples guarding the mountain saw a figure hurtling toward them at incredible speed. The pace was so rapid that they could not discern who it was, prompting them to shout, "Who goes there? Open the gate, Master Dujia." The disciples recognized the voice of their master. Though unaware of the events transpiring, they hurriedly opened the gate. As the gate swung open, Master Dujia's figure had already raced to the entrance. Just as he stepped through, a cloud of blood mist erupted violently. Master Dujia halted, rooted to the spot at the threshold, blood gushing uncontrollably from his mouth. "Master, thank you for leading the way," a cold voice echoed from behind. With a hiss, Master Dujia's head was severed from his body. The disciples at the mountain gate witnessed the decapitated head of Master Dujia flying through the air, along with a geyser of blood. Their pupils dilating in horror. A heart-wrenching scream of terror pierced the heavens. Master Dujia's headless body stood momentarily before toppling to the ground, lifeless. Quickly, sound the alarm. A formidable enemy approaches. The chilling cry reverberated through the skies. Shaking the mountain gate, dong, dong. Various alarm bells rang out, their resounding echoes reverberating throughout the area. It had been years since the 10,000 Buddha sect had heard such a fierce alarm in an instant. Chaos erupted within the sect. Running footsteps, howls of rage, and curses filled the air. Ning bufan, with his bloodied long sword in hand, stepped into the gates of the 10,000 Buddha sect. Behind him lay the corpses of several gatekeeping disciples. He made no effort to stop the ringing of the bells. This was precisely what he desired, to draw everyone out. Who dares to offend the 10,000 Buddha sect? Roars of fury erupted in succession. The first group of disciples appeared before Ning Bufan. The leading monk was taken aback upon seeing Ning Bufan approach with a terrifying aura of slaughter. A blind, one-armed cripple attacking our sect? What nonsense is this? Who is ringing the alarm? The leading monk demanded. A long sword pierced through his throat. Ning Bufan had appeared before him without warning, executing a swift strike. By the time Ning Bufan stood in the plaza before the 10,000 Buddha sect, he had transformed into a figure drenched in blood. The blood trailing from his sword formed a crimson thread that flowed incessantly downward. Behind him, a trail of corpses lay scattered. The path he had taken had morphed into a blood-soaked route. I will report to the sect leader. You all attack together. Quickly, kill him. Some disciples sought an excuse to flee, turning to escape. Others exchanged fearful glances, hesitant to advance. Yet, a few brave souls, filled with righteous indignation, charged toward Ning Bufan with a roar. With a swift motion, the sword light transformed into a crimson hue. The blood-red blade swept across the battlefield, leaving a multitude of fallen bodies in its wake. Severed as though they were mere stalks of wheat, a scene of unparalleled brutality. Through the lens of the telescope, Zhang Wan, upon witnessing this gruesome spectacle, felt his heart race with terror. He had always considered himself a cunning and ruthless individual, a killer without remorse. Yet, in comparison to Ning Bufan, whose single strike summoned a torrential rain of blood, he felt utterly overshadowed, having never before encountered such merciless slaughter. Amitabha, the practitioner bears too heavy a sin of killing. Relinquish the blade and become a Buddha at once. Goodness, goodness. A sudden chant resonated throughout the vicinity, overpowering the frantic clangor of alarm bells and the anguished cries from the plaza. The crowd erupted in joyful exclamations. The master had arrived. Chapter 59. The life and death battle of the Buddhist sect. With the announcement of the master's arrival, hurried and chaotic footsteps echoed through the air. On the steps of the Buddhist hall, rows of monks wielding staffs emerged, forming a defensive formation on either side. Leaving a clear passageway in the middle, a dozen or so monks clad in robes hurried forth, led by a tall and slender figure wielding a golden staff. Master Dooku, the current head of the southern 10,000 Buddha sect, a renowned enlightened monk. The elite of the sect, from the master downwards, had finally shown themselves. Observing this through the telescope, Yi Yaoyao let out a sigh of relief and turned to Zhang Wen beside her. Inquiring, Vice President Zhang, you are in such close proximity to the southern 10,000 Buddha sect and often in contact. Do you know the strength of Master Dooku? Zhang Wan, visibly agitated, replied with a slight tremor in his voice. I am not clear on the specifics of his strength, but he is formidable. He has not faced defeat for over 20 years. While undefeated, there must be some measure of his power. Yi Yaoyao furrowed her brow. Have you not inquired about the fates of those who were defeated? Zhang Wen offered a helpless smile. For the past 20 years, anyone who has challenged Master Dooku has vanished without a trace. There is no one left to ask. Why? Yaoyao was taken aback. They all perished. But does not the Buddhist sect preach compassion? Did Master Dooku truly eradicate them all without exception? Zhang Wen shook his head. I do not know. They simply disappeared. Fourth Miss, questioning this is futile. What matters now is whether he can slay Ning Bufan, Zhang Wen stated with gravity. Wai Yaoyao fell silent, her gaze fixed on the direction of the 10,000 Buddha sect through the telescope. Her heart filled with anticipation for the impending clash in the plaza before the Buddhist hall. Ning Bufan stood alone, sword in hand, a solitary figure against the overwhelming force of the 10,000 Buddha sect. His expression as cold and indifferent as ever. Master Dooku and his followers stood upon the steps, their eyes ablaze with fury as they beheld the carnage below, corpses and blood strewn across the ground. Amitabha, goodness, goodness. Master Dooku suppressed his inner wrath, chanting a mantra to calm himself before directing his gaze at Ning Bufan, his aged face darkening. You are Ning Bufan, are you not? In this southwestern region, Ning Bufan had gained infamy. His distinctive features, his severed arm and blind eye, rendered him easily recognizable, even to those who had never encountered him. There was no need for further inquiries. Ning Bufan's expression remained impassive. Come at me all at once. I wish to save time. Such audacity. Do you truly believe there is no one in our Buddhist sect? A voice erupted in outrage. With a swift motion, the blood-red sword light surged forth. Be careful. Boom! A cloud of blood mist exploded, and those who had shouted in fury were instantaneously cut down, leaving no room for reaction. Kill! The massacre commenced. Ning Bufan wasted no breath, nor granted others a moment to speak. A torrential downpour of sword light transformed into a violent rain of blades, hurtling towards the crowd of monks. Form ranks. Slay him. The 10,000 Buddha sect had no choice but to respond. Countless monks roared as they charged forward to form their ranks. However, beneath the onslaught of sword light, they fell like leaves before a tempest, their formation never even taking shape. Limbs and torsos were scattered amidst the carnage. The scene drenched in blood. What is happening? Shouldn't there be some exchange of words before the combat begins? Why has it turned to slaughter so swiftly? Zhang Wan, observing the unfolding bloodbath through the telescope, could not help but swallow hard on the battlefield. Monks surged forward fearlessly, one batch falling only to be replaced by another, stepping over the bodies and blood of their fallen comrades, repeatedly engulfed by the sword light. 100, 200, the southern 10,000 Buddha sect, with nearly 1,000 members, had around 600 residing within the sect, excluding those who were away or laymen. Now, these disciples lay in heaps beneath Ning Bufan's blade. The plaza transformed into a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The high monks, witnessing this scene, felt their eyes redden with rage. Stand aside. I shall take this demon's life. A thunderous shout echoed as a powerful high monk leapt into the air. His staff imbued with tremendous force, aimed at Ning Bufan with devastating intent. With a single strike, the air shattered. The high monk's body was cleaved in twain mid-air, blood and flesh scattering, the staff sent flying from his grip. A demon! He is a demon! The terrified, wailing cries reverberated through the skies. They were, after all, human, and in this moment, fear crept into their hearts. The high monks' faces darkened, shock coursing through them. Truly, as the legend spoke, Ning Bufan was unfathomably powerful. Altogether, a collective roar erupted as 5 high monks joined forces, unleashing a terrifying wave of power that seemed to threaten to collapse the very void itself. However, when a sword light swept through, all their assaults crumbled, blood and severed heads flew through the air. The 5 high monks met the same swift demise, cut down by a single stroke. This is unbearable. Zhang Wan could no longer watch. He lowered the telescope and closed his eyes in despair. This was no battle. It was a one-sided massacre of wolves upon sheep. Wai Yao Yao, however, remained composed, her gaze fixed on Master Dooku through the telescope. Even as Ning Bufan wreaked such havoc, the master, instead of intervening, stood passively observing as his disciples rushed to their doom. This was not the demeanor one would expect from an enlightened monk. It was decidedly unnatural. After more than 10 minutes, the battle reached its grim conclusion. Ning Bufan stood amidst the carnage, drenched in blood, confronting Master Dooku, who remained immobile on the steps. The 10,000 Buddha sect had dwindled to a mere fraction of its former strength. Only a handful trembled behind Master Dooku, their expressions reflecting sheer terror. Who could have foreseen that this conflict would become a life-and-death struggle for the Buddhist sect? Amitabha. Master Dooku sighed softly, a note of regret in his voice. Life and death are but illusions, all dharmas are suffering. Life and death are not too. All is void. As disciples of my Buddhist sect, to face this demon with such cowardice is profoundly disappointing. Upon hearing these words, the remaining disciples exchanged glances, their expressions conflicted. To eliminate demons and uphold the path is our sacred mission, Dooku continued. The Buddha said, If I do not enter hell, who will? What are you still hesitating for? As he spoke, a chilling aura enveloped those remaining. The few who still stood firm exchanged desperate glances before one among them let out a furious roar and charged at Ning Bufan. With one leading the charge, the others followed suit, shouting to mask their inner dread, their eyes gleaming with fervor as they surged forward. Ning Bufan, unwilling to waste time, struck out with his sword, the blade. As pure as snow, carved through the air, tracing a half-arc through the void, resembling a calm lake disturbed by ripples, erasing all in its path. the sword light swept across the bodies of the Buddhist disciples. Aimed at Master Dooku on the steps. Master Dooku's expression remained serene. As the sword light approached, he raised his left hand and, uttering a mantra, struck towards the incoming attack. Bang. The sound was not loud. Merely a subdued thud, yet the sword light vanished. Ha! A true master. Master Dooku is formidable. Yao Yao, witnessing this moment through the telescope, could not contain her excitement, her body trembling with exhilaration. Zhang Wan, who had been engulfed in despair, suddenly felt a surge of hope and hastily raised the telescope to peer at the 10,000 Buddha sect once more. Chapter 60. Ultimately, not a sweeper monk Ning Bufan sensed Master Dooku's palm, neutralizing his attack, and felt a flicker of surprise. Although the sword's energy had dwindled to its last vestiges, it was not something an ordinary person could easily dispel. In truth, Master Dooku was not as composed as he appeared. Within him, blood and chi surged tumultuously, and had he not forcefully suppressed it, he would have likely coughed up blood by now. You have the right to compel me to exert 30% of my strength. Ning Bufan's fighting spirit surged. This was the strongest opponent he had encountered since descending the mountain. Wait! Master Dooku shouted, forcefully repressing the boiling energy within him. Practitioner, the disciples of my Buddhist sect have already been nearly annihilated. How about we end the karmic ties between you and the sect here? If anyone else had been present to hear these words, they would likely have their worldview shattered. Master Dooku had refrained from engaging earlier due to a gnawing premonition that he would perish if he did so. Thus, he had intended to let others exhaust Ning Bufan before stepping in himself. Yet, the harsh reality was that all his disciples had perished, and Ning Bufan showed no signs of having been worn down. He had dispatched them with alarming swiftness, hardly exerting any effort at all now. Only the path of seeking peace remained. As for the noble declarations of eradicating demons and upholding the path, if I do not enter hell, who will? Such sentiments were mere rhetoric to placate the masses. The hard truth was that preserving one's own life was paramount. Swish, with this strike, 30% of his strength was unleashed. The sword energy tore through the air, producing a piercing sound. Crack! Master Dooku was compelled to unleash all his true strength, his staff crashing down upon the fierce sword light. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted, sending a figure hurtling backwards. With a resounding crash, Master Dooku's body broke through the walls of the hall, rumbling. Amidst the thunderous cacophony, the walls collapsed, revealing a vast courtyard within. Master Dooku crashed down to the ground, blood pouring from his mouth, his staff having slipped from his grasp and fallen beside him. Was he defeated just like that? From a distance, as Yao Yao's flickering hope was ignited, it felt as if a bucket of icy water had been thrown over her, leaving her chilled to the bone. Zhang Wan, too, wore a dejected expression, unable to suppress his frustration as he gritted his teeth and cursed, "Damn it! Just how strong is he? Let us depart. There is no longer any need to continue observing. The South Wanfo sect has met its demise," he sighed in despair and set down the telescope. "Wait, there's someone else," Yao Yao suddenly exclaimed. Zhang Wan, intrigued, once again raised the telescope to peer through it. Ning Bufan sensed that Dooku had not been swiftly dispatched, which took him by surprise. Another sword strike was unleashed. This time, it wielded enough power to succeed. Dooku, in utter despair, closed his eyes, awaiting the arrival of death. Suddenly, a broom appeared before him. With a resounding clash, the sword light struck the broom, erupting into a cloud of dust. The broom disintegrated into powder, yet it effectively blocked the sword light. Ha! A master, truly a master. Zhang Wen shouted excitedly as he witnessed this scene through the telescope. A mere broom managed to thwart Ning Bufan's lethal strike. How formidable must this individual be? Yao Yao also felt an immense thrill. Ning Bufan was momentarily taken aback. Amitba, echoed the voice of the Tsanglong. A frail, gray-robed monk wielding a bear broom appeared before Dooku. This was the legendary sweeping monk. Zhang Wen was ecstatic, practically howling with excitement as if he had consumed several kilograms of chicken blood. Dooku gazed at the monk's arrival, particularly at the bear broom, his eyes filled with astonishment. When did such a terrifying powerhouse join the sect? As the sect leader, he was entirely unaware of this monk's identity. A mere sweeper, such a lofty sect leader would hardly pay any attention. Little benefactor, your hands are stained with blood. Would you spare the sect leader of my Buddha sect, reducing your karmic transgressions, to avoid the suffering of falling into the 18 layers of hell? The old monk's aged voice resonated as he pressed his palms together and implored Ning Bufan. What are you to speak to me? Ning Bufan's lips curled into a cold smile. Whoosh, a dazzling sword light surged forth with tremendous force, this strike wielding 30% of his strength. Save me, Dooku cried out in a heart-wrenching plea. Amitba! The old monk's voice contained a terrifying energy fluctuation, causing the air around him to twist and form a swirling vortex. In the next moment, the sword light descended. Crash! A withered hand emerged from the vortex. Slapping outward, boom! A deafening explosion ensued as the air burst apart. The old monk's robes billowed wildly, the ground beneath him shattered, and he soared into the AIR.AT. That moment, the dust and debris danced wildly. He stood firm, not retreating a single step. A master, a true master. Zhang Wen trembled with excitement as he watched the battle unfold through the telescope. This situation seemed secure. No, Ning Bufan has yet to unleash his full power. Yao Yao's words froze Zhang Wen in place. This is getting interesting. Ning Bufan's fighting spirit surged, his true energy flowing wildly. The longsword resonated with a soft hum as it absorbed the influx of true energy. Whoosh! After receiving Ning Bufan's strike, the old monk's complexion turned pale, a bloodstain marring his withered palm, revealing white bone beneath. He took a breath, calming his turbulent blood, striving to maintain an appearance of composure, and spoke. Benefactor, when will the cycle of vengeance end? If you cease your assault today, I, the impoverished monk, assure you that our grievances will be resolved. Otherwise, if my South Buddha sect faces annihilation, the North Buddha sect will not spare you. Buzz! In the next moment, the sword light erupted. Master, receive this strike wielding 40% of my strength, and you may live. Ning Bufan suddenly slashed downwards. Swoosh! The sword energy surged like a rainbow, reaching its peak velocity. The old monk's expression changed drastically. Amid blood mist exploded from the old monk's body. Dooku, who had not hidden behind the monk, let out a desperate scream as his body was torn asunder by the sword light. Split in two, the speed was so swift that the old monk had not even completed his chant before meeting his end. The true energy that had been brewing within him instantly dissipated into nothingness. Clang! Ning Bufan sheathed his sword, indifferently turning away and stepping through the blood beneath him as he made his exit. Bang! A resounding explosion erupted behind him as the old monk's body burst apart. Blood and flesh scattering, he was ultimately not the legendary sweeping monk. On a distant mountaintop, Zhang Wen and Yao Yao stood pale-faced, frozen in shock, unable to react for quite some time. The surroundings were enveloped in a deathly silence, punctuated only by the mournful wails of the mountain wind, as if lamenting the demise of a sect. The South Wanfo sect has fallen. Zhang Wen sighed dejectedly and slowly lowered the telescope. One man, one sword, obliterating a first-rate sect. How absurd! Would anyone believe such a tale if spoken aloud? Yet, this was no longer important. What mattered was how to halt Ning Bufan's advance, should the demigods remain absent. Chingo would run red with blood. In that moment, panic surged within Zhang Wen, igniting thoughts of escape. Vice President Zhang, has your demigod arrived? Yao Yao suddenly inquired, her expression grave. Her voice trembled with urgency. Contact them immediately. Has Zhao Wu's master been summoned? The response came. He can arrive by tomorrow. Tomorrow? Yao Yao shook her head. At Ning Bufan's current speed, he could reach Qingzhou tonight. Tonight? It's over. Zhang Wen's face turned ashen. Chapter 61. 1 against 100,000. Yao Yao observed Zhang Wen, the foremost strategist underway Xiangnan, panicking, and felt somewhat helpless. 3 Incompetent cobblers cannot rival Zhuge Liang. Both were cunning individuals, yet when united against Ning Bufan, they found themselves utterly powerless, having failed in multiple schemes. Truly, do not panic, Yao Yao reassured. The Hunters Guild promised to send a quasi-god to assist you, did they not? I will also request that the Yi clan dispatch a demigod to arrive as swiftly as possible. Zhang Wen was taken aback, then elated. If the Yi clan can send a demigod, that is splendid news, with the addition of Zhao Wu's master and the quasi-gods sent by the guild. If this lineup cannot vanquish Ning Bufan, then we might as well prepare ourselves for slaughter. The most pressing matter now was to buy time. Zhang Wen urgently reported to Wei Xiangnan and began making arrangements. Fourth miss, it has been arranged. 30 kilometers away, the South Wilderness Army of 100,000 is stationed to obstruct Ning Bufan's advance. After concluding the call, Zhang Wen introduced the plan to Yi Yaoyao. Yi Yaoyao frowned slightly. 100,000 is a considerable number, yet the South Wilderness Army is not a martial force. Most are merely ordinary people trained as soldiers. Without firearms, they are no different from civilians. However, firearms hold little significance against a powerful warrior. Especially crafted Tang Dao would be far more effective. They will not be able to stop him. Wei Yaoyao shook her head. I understand they cannot stop him. Zhang Wen responded. But their numbers are vast. Even if 100,000 pigs stood still, it would take time for Ning Bufan to slaughter them. He can sever swords and deplete his stamina significantly. This realization sent a tremor through Yi Yaoyao's heart. She understood this was a plan to use 100,000 people as cannon fodder to feed Ning Bufan's sword. It was cruel. Though Ning Bufan would be the one to wield the blade, the true architects of their demise would be decision-makers like Wei Xiangnan and Zhang Wen. Regrettably, the people would only blame Ning Bufan for the slaughter, directing their hatred solely toward him, rather than toward Wei Xiangnan and his ilk. Yi Yaoyao chuckled softly and said, You, President Wei, are quite formidable to have persuaded the South Wilderness Army to take action. However, if these 100,000 are annihilated, how will you account to the god of war of the South Wilderness? Zhang Wen smirked ominously. That is not for us to consider. One thing is certain. The god of war of the South Wilderness will not spare Ning Bufan. Huh? Wei Yaoyao smiled. Clever move. There are 5 great gods in the world, and the god of war of the South Wilderness is one of them, possessing unfathomable power, at least at the quasi-god level, perhaps even brushing against the true realm of terrestrial immortals. Should such a figure become enraged and engage Ning Bufan, it would undoubtedly result in an extraordinary clash of titans. 30 kilometers away, a vast encampment lay along the essential route to Qingzhou. The surrounding residences had all been evacuated, designated a no-go zone. A few days prior, 100,000 troops of the South Wilderness Army had stationed themselves here. At this moment, a command was issued to prepare for battle. The massive army swiftly set up positions and established a blockade, awaiting the enemy's arrival. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Ning Bufan's figure appeared outside the perimeter established by the South Wilderness Army. The iconic silhouette of a one-armed, blind figure was quickly detected by the forward sentries. Commander, we're here with 100,000 troops to stop a cripple. Isn't this a bit ridiculous? A sentry remarked incredulously as he observed Ning Bufan approaching through his telescope. The commanding officer's expression darkened. Enough of your nonsense. We do as instructed by our superiors. Notify everyone. Once the target enters range, open fire without seeking confirmation. Understood. The orders were rapidly disseminated. 500 meters. 300 meters. Closer, ever closer. Open fire. A commanding shout rang out from the forward position, signaling the commencement of the attack. Rat-a-tat-tat. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, flames erupted from the mountaintops. A torrential downpour of bullets streaked through the air, forming terrifying fiery whips that lashed down upon Ning Bufan. Unfazed, Ning Bufan continued his advance, a dense aura of sword energy suddenly surrounding him. The violent rain of bullets struck against the sword energy, obliterating upon contact. Report to the commander. The forward position has identified the target and opened fire, yet we cannot halt his advance. Requesting artillery support. Relay the orders. Artillery, lock onto the target position and fire at full strength. Yes, boom, boom, boom. Subsequently, the path Ning Bufan traversed was engulfed in a barrage of artillery fire. The one-man versus 100,000 confrontation had erupted in full force. At the command center of the Qingzhou Hunters Guild. The monitoring screen displayed the intense scenes of the skirmish, the entire battlefield obscured by the relentless bombardment. Wei Xiangnan sat alongside the guild's high-ranking officials, intently watching the conflict unfold. However, just as he spoke, amid the cannon fire, a beam of sword light shot up at a 60-degree angle into the sky. Adjust the monitors, lock onto that sword light. With the command given, satellite surveillance was activated. High above, that beam of light came to a halt. As the monitoring magnified the image, it became clear that it was not merely a sword light, but Ning Bufan's sword. Some are puzzled, questioning why Ning Bufan would send his sword soaring 1,000 meters into the sky. Soon, they would understand. As a shocking and terrifying scene unfolded, buzz, a piercing sword cry reverberated through the vast expanse. Below, among the 100,000 troops, everyone heard this dreadful sound. Many looked up at the sky. In the next breath, their pupils dilated in astonishment. As the sword cry echoed, from that singular sword as the epicenter, one sword transformed into a myriad. A dense wave of sword chi spread outward, quickly filling the heavens with suspended blades, buzzing. The sword cries were incessant, shaking the very void. With each sound, the blades in the sky expanded outward in concentric circles. Moments later, the sky was obscured by a multitude of blades, casting a shadow over the 100,000 troops below, enveloped by the suspended swords. Yet, this was not the end. The swords in the sky continued to materialize. This time, it was an increase in density. Originally, there was a certain gap between the swords, but as the density increased, the space between them rapidly diminished, until they became impenetrable. Above the heads of the 100,000 soldiers, sunlight was entirely obscured. A true eclipse had arrived. The central area was engulfed in darkness, as if night had fallen. Standing below and gazing upward, it was as if the skies were thick with ominous clouds, though these were not clouds but a multitude of swords. Should these swords fall, given their density, not even an ant could survive beneath them. Shocked, everyone was paralyzed. How many swords were there? 100,000, 1,000,000. Wai Yao Yao and Zhang Wan, from a hidden mountaintop, beheld this dreadful sight through binoculars, their skin crawling in fear. When the mad sword immortal once unleashed the 10,000 swords unite, she was taken aback. Now, compared to Ning Bufan, it seemed like mere child's play. The 100,000 troops were doomed. Despair echoed in Yao Yao's heart. Retreat, quick, retreat. Above the southern wilderness army, urgent orders to withdraw echoed through the skies. The commanders shouted hoarsely, in a frenzy. This was not a mere opponent. How could they fight? The front line had long ceased its gunfire, with the suspended blades casting a shadow over the sun, reminiscent of an apocalypse. Who dared to fire? They were too stunned to move, as the retreat horns sounded. Those who regained their wits fled in panic, scrambling to escape the area shrouded by the overhead blades. Ning Bufan stood upon the pockmarked ground, remnants of artillery fire around him, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth, as he pointed upward at the mountain of swords, suddenly pressing downward with force. The sound of death was unleashed. Fall, Chapter 62. The nightmare of the apocalypse descends. Fall. This utterance was light, akin to the judgment of the king of hell. A call from the most feared harbinger of death within the depths of people's hearts. The nightmare of the apocalypse descended. Boom. From a height of 1,000 meters, the colossal mountain formed by the boundless sword chi crashed down. At that moment, the void below seemed to collapse. No, no. Despairing and terrified screams, cries, and wails filled the world. Piercing, jarring, and tragic. Boom. With a thunderous roar that shook heaven and earth, the ground trembled, and a storm of dust erupted skyward. Forming a terrifying dust storm, on the surveillance screens, the entire display was consumed by the tempest. Crackle, crackle. The monitoring footage twisted violently before shutting down one after another. In the command center of the Chingo Hunter Association, silence prevailed as they gazed at the now blank screens. A terrifying atmosphere spread throughout the venue. If there had been any confidence in facing Ning Bufan's arrival before, at this moment, nearly everyone's morale shattered. Including Wei Xiangnan's. How could they fight? In the highest level conference room of the Kyoto Hunter Association headquarters, all cabinet members, including the president, had gathered. They had just been watching the monitors. That stunning scene left them in a state of shock, cold sweat beading on their foreheads. After a long pause, a dignified elder clad in dark formal attire spoke from the head of the table. Let us hear your thoughts, President. May I speak? A tall elder chimed in. It was Li Tingshan, who had previously submitted a proposal for Gao Sanifeng. Two options lie before us. Point 1 is to negotiate, which would require us to follow Gao Sanifeng's suggestion, apprehending Wei Xiangnan and others immediately, and reopening the investigation into the Ning Bufan case from 5 years ago. I object. A slender elder interjected vehemently. It was Chen Zhong, an elder on good terms with Wei Xiangnan. Such actions would be a slap in the face to our association, effectively disgracing all present. Old Chin, I haven't finished my point. Li Tingshan replied, his tone laced with irritation. Secondly, we must exert all effort to eliminate Ning Bufan. By all effort, I mean deploying our strongest lineup, leaving him no chance to retaliate. Otherwise, our losses will be even graver. Is1 quasi-god not enough? Chen Zhong retorted. Li Tingshan shook his head. From Ning Bufan's previous strike, this battle has escalated to a high-level conflict. Sending anyone below demigod level is tantamount to suicide. I propose that at least 5 demigods and 2 quasi-gods be dispatched. Upon hearing this, the room erupted in chaos. The Hunter Association had only 8 demigods in total. With even fewer quasi-gods, merely 3, Tio suggests sending 5 demigods and 2 quasi-gods was almost absurd. A man in his 50s, the youngest among the council members, spoke up. This is too exaggerated. Li Tingshan's expression turned grave. Even a lion uses its full strength to catch a rabbit. We cannot afford to underestimate our opponent. Once the association chooses to act, given Ning Bufan's demonstrated ruthlessness, we will be embroiled in a fight to the death. Should we fail to eliminate Ning Bufan, our Hunter Association will face catastrophic consequences. Even we council members may find ourselves as his fallen foes. This is no mere alarmist rhetoric. As his words echoed, the conference room fell into a stifling silence. Had they not witnessed Ning Bufan's power firsthand, these lofty elders would have scoffed at such claims. But now, no one dared to dismiss it as a joke. President, the decision to fight or negotiate rests with you. All members turned their gaze towards the president. The president furrowed his brow tightly. Let us decide by vote. Everyone, damn it, old fox, trying to make us all share the blame. Those in favor of negotiation, raise your hands. The room fell silent. After a moment, only one hand was raised. Li Tingshan's the other 4, including the president, remained motionless. 1 vote in favor of negotiation. Now, those in favor of elimination, raise your hands. After a brief pause, Chen Zhong was the first to raise his hand. The remaining members hesitated. This was a significant risk. If they failed, the blame would be unbearable. 1 vote against 1. The president's face was practically a mass of wrinkles. I am in favor. An elder with glasses sitting next to Chen Zhong raised his hand. Elder Qin, what about you? The president looked toward the youngest council member. After a moment's hesitation, Elder Qin raised his hand. All right, 3 votes in favor of elimination, 1 for negotiation, and 1 abstention. What is this, an abstention? The members stared in astonishment at the president. What the hell, you want to dodge the blame on both sides? The president, unfazed by their scrutiny, continued to announce. According to the principle of majority rule, the association will choose to eliminate Ning Bufan. Immediately notify 5 demigods and 2 quasi-gods to head to Qingzhou. The decision was final. This would be a divine battle. Night had fallen in the Qingzhou Hunter Association branch building. All prior plans to encircle and kill Ning Bufan were shelved. Killing was out of the question. With 1 sword strike, they would be obliterated. Before overwhelming power, all strategies and perfect plans were rendered worthless. President, I have already arranged a substitute for you. When shall we depart? In Wei Xiangnan's office. His secretary Zhang Wanner spoke urgently. The car is ready. We can leave quietly right now. Zhang Wanner was in a state of panic. Naturally, who wouldn't be at this moment? Had it not been for Wei Xiangnan's strict orders to keep watch over the association building, many would have fled by now. Hello, I'm Wei Xiangnan. Elder Qin, good day. Wei Xiangnan stood up, his excitement palpable. The support of the elder was crucial at this moment. Fleeing was never the best option. One might escape temporarily, but could they run forever? What? 5 demigods, 2 quasi-gods, ha. Wei Xiangnan burst into laughter. The top experts of the Hunter Association were mobilizing. He had nothing to fear. Thank you, Association, especially for the elders' support. I am truly grateful. Once he hung up, the previous fear dissipated entirely. Zhang Wanner was astonished by the association's resolve. Her jaw nearly dropped. Soon, this news spread to all members of the association. Long live the association! The oppressive and fearful atmosphere among the hunters evaporated, replaced by jubilation. With such a formidable lineup, who could rival them, unless a terrestrial deity appeared? However, in today's world, there were only 2 terrestrial deities. And Ning Bufan was certainly not one of them. Shortly thereafter, more good news arrived. Zhao Wu's master had been summoned and would soon arrive, adding another demigod to their ranks. The Yi family announced they would dispatch a demigod. Then, the Shunlong Mountain Manor declared they would also send a demigod. The Baiman Buddha sect similarly announced they would contribute a demigod. At this moment, the total number of demigods reached a staggering 9. A spectacle to behold. Ha ha ha, Ning bufan, come, if you don't come, you're a coward. Within the Hunter Association, some were shouting wildly, report, report, Ning bufan. He.s. here. Suddenly, someone rushed into the association building, the alarm ringing throughout the floor. The boisterous shouts abruptly ceased, faces turning pale. No, he can't have arrived so soon. Chapter 63. Everyone, follow me to death. Ning bufan arrives so quickly. Even if the demigods and quasi-gods dispatched by the association had wings, they wouldn't be able to reach him in time. Though those formidable individuals bore the character for deity, they were merely representatives of a certain tier. They were not the legendary celestial beings capable of instantaneous travel to distant realms. Ultimately, they were simply stronger individuals. Within the confines of the association's building, the jubilant cheers from earlier had abruptly morphed into a cacophony of wails. An announcement echoed. Attention, all personnel below the rank of master. Evacuate the association building immediately. The broadcasted message was akin to a divine revelation. Those fearful for their lives scrambled frantically to escape, leaving their belongings unattended. All individuals within a 20-kilometer radius of the association building were ordered to withdraw at once, with the caution that those who failed to do so would bear the consequences of their own lives. The phrasing suggested imminent death rather than mere repercussions. In an instant, a mass retreat commenced. Warner, summon my substitute. We must depart, Wei Xiangnan commanded as he issued the evacuation order, preparing to flee himself. However, Jiang Warner appeared conflicted, her expression troubled as she stood frozen. Did you not hear my words? Wei Xiangnan snapped, displeased. Others could escape, but he could not. As the chief responsible person here, his abandonment in the face of crisis would result in grave consequences. Thus, he could only rely on a substitute. One that bore a striking resemblance. President, I'm sorry. The substitute fled in fear for its life. Jiang Warner stammered. What? Wei Xiangnan was taken aback, utterly stunned. How could it abandon him at such a critical moment? What kind of incompetence is this? Wei Xiangnan bellowed, his face flushed with anger. I apologize, President, Jiang Warner replied, her voice tinged with desperation. Apologies are of no use. Think of a remedy. Wei Xiangnan roared, wishing he could strangle this unreliable woman. The only solution is your twin brother, Wei Xiangbei? Jiang Warner hesitantly suggested. Wei Xiangnan froze in the next moment. He suddenly gripped Jiang Warner's delicate neck with fierce intensity, glaring at her with fury. You dare to involve my brother? President, let me explain, Jiang Warner pleaded, terror etched across her face, her complexion drained of color. It was your brother who insisted on this, and he is more suitable than the substitute we found, with almost no flaws. Silence, Wei Xiangnan roared, his aged eyes glinting with fierce red light, leaving Jiang Warner trembling in fear. Do not mention this matter again. His voice brooked no argument. He was not a benevolent man, but his bond with his twin brother was genuine and profound. At that moment, on the outskirts of Qingzhou City, along the main road leading into the city, Ning bufan stood resolutely at the center, clad in bloodied garments. Behind him lay a multitude of corpses. The members of the Hunter Association bravely obstructed his advance, yet they were akin to moths to a flame, falling as lifeless bodies. Qingzhou, at last, I have arrived. Ning bufan raised his gaze to face the horizon. Though his eyes were blind, his perception extended far beyond. Wei Xiangnan, are you prepared? He took a step forward, entering Qingzhou City. Tension surged among the hunters as 5 demigods and 2 semi-divine beings dispatched by the headquarters rushed towards Qingzhou in the swiftest aircraft available. Surveillance blanketed the city, with a particular focus on tracking Ning bufan's movements. Simultaneously, this divine confrontation prohibited any spectators, sealing information tightly. The mobilization of such powerful forces against a blind and maimed individual would be a disgrace, regardless of the outcome. Thus, the matter must remain concealed. Though Qingzhou was vast, even as Ning bufan stepped into the urban expanse, traversing on foot to reach the Hunter Association would inevitably take time without obstacles. To regain his strength, he slowed his pace. Having exerted considerable energy in a prior battle, particularly in vanquishing 10,000 troops with a single sword stroke, fatigue began to set in. To ensure he was prepared for the forthcoming fierce battle. He sat on a stone bench in a park, retrieving provisions and a water pouch. The city lights sparkled brilliantly, yet the surroundings were eerily deserted, shrouded in silence. All civilians had been evacuated. Ning Bufan replenished his energy. Subtle warrior presences began to emerge around the park. "Captain, shall we not take action?" a low voice inquired from the shadows. "Our special team's mission is to delay his advance and buy time. Not to sacrifice ourselves needlessly at this moment. Gentlemen, in this battle, the demon we face offers no chance of survival upon engagement. If you have any parting words for your families, now is the time." The calm voice carried a hint of solemnity. "We have all prepared our farewells." The cold night breeze swept through, echoing with a sense of melancholy. The special team watched Ning Bufan eat, as if awaiting the countdown to death. The atmosphere thick with despair. Though they had steeled themselves for inevitable demise, who would not desire to prolong their lives? Yet, only 5 minutes remained. Upon finishing his sustenance, Ning Bufan rose, gripping his longsword. "Gentlemen, the time has come for self-sacrifice. For justice and our sacred mission, follow me to death." His voice resonated. With a swift motion, numerous figures surged forth from the darkness, blocking Ning Bufan's path. A total of 15 warriors from 3 special teams stood ready, each wielding a shield in their left hand and a standard Tang sword in their right. The shields were designed to withstand Ning Bufan's sword energy, preventing instant annihilation. "Charge!" Ning Bufan uttered no further words as he drew his sword. "Kill!" A thunderous roar erupted as the first team launched their assault. Simultaneously, from the shadows behind Ning Bufan, several figures resembling dark hawks descended from a tree in the park, brandishing blades with lethal intent. Ning Bufan remained expressionless, gripping the hilt of his sword and sweeping it horizontally. Whoosh! The sword light gleamed like snow, tearing through the air. "Shield!" The charging warriors hastily raised their shields, bracing against the incoming sword light. Crafted from special materials, the shields were impervious to armor-piercing rounds, and they believed they could withstand Ning Bufan's strike. Bang! The clash between sword light and shield produced sparks. All the assailants staggered, their arms numb. Yet they seemed unharmed. "Ha! We blocked it, brothers! Kill!" the team leader exclaimed with exhilaration. However, the moment the words left his lips, the shield in his hand shattered, and the sword light sliced through their bodies, causing a mist of blood to erupt. All fell still. The shields, though formidable, were insufficient against a single strike. Thus, a second strike followed closely, with the 2 attacks separated by no more than 0.01 seconds. As they collapsed, they witnessed the comrades who had attempted to ambush from behind being cleaved in 2. Their bodies falling lifelessly. Second team, third team, charged together. The remaining 2 teams rallied with furious cries. As the special teams charged to their deaths, Ning Bufan's expression remained frigid. He had underestimated the shields, requiring an additional strike against the special teams. He wasted no more time, unleashing a powerful strike with 3/10 of his strength, the air around him resonating with a tearing sound. Crack, crack, crack. The eerie noise filled the air. Second team, brace. Third team, advance. The roars thundered. The second team, unarmed, positioned themselves as human shields, clashing their combined shields against Ning Bufan's lethal swordlight, buying time for the third team to strike. The third team leapt into the air, soaring over the second team's heads, racing towards Ning Bufan with utmost speed. Meanwhile, another special team descended from the shadows behind Ning Bufan, executing a pincer attack. Bang! The double-layered shield shattered, followed by a crimson mist as bodies were cleaved in 2. The sheer force propelling the remains several meters away, a scene of gruesome carnage. With a single stroke, they were obliterated. Kill! The third team's members, seizing the opportunity created by the second team, finally entered striking range, their Tang swords descending in unison. Yet, the blades only descended halfway before clattering to the ground. Clang! As Ning Bufan sheathed his sword, corpses lay scattered around him. He remained impassive, as if nothing had transpired. Stepping forward, Why do you not kill me?" A feeble voice emerged from behind. A pallid man, missing his right hand, staggered to his feet. His right arm, once wielding a weapon, had been severed at the shoulder. Captain Sun gazed at Ning Bufan's back, a flicker of malice crossing his eyes as he forcefully kicked a knife from the ground, catching it with his left hand. "You shall die!" The roar reverberated through the night. With his left hand wielding the knife, Captain Sun became a streak of lightning, aiming a vicious stab at Ning Bufan's back. Whoosh! Ning Bufan countered with a swift stroke of his sword. Bloodied arms and the knife soared into the night sky. Ning Bufan gripped his sword hilt, his expression icy to the core. Is it worth it? Heh. Captain Sun forced a smile, blood oozing from his mouth as he exerted his last ounce of strength to utter, "You inhumane beast that should be eradicated, even in death, still glorious." Ning Bufan smirked derisively. Do you truly believe you represent justice, that your death will etch your name in history? Little do you know, you are merely a pawn, used by despicable individuals as cannon fodder. You are far more pitiable and tragic than I. Swish! The sword cleaved, sending his head soaring into the air before it thudded to the ground, staining the earth crimson. This battle had resulted in the total annihilation of 5 special teams. Along with the previously obliterated 3, only 2 teams remained at the base in the southwestern region, the Hunter Association base. Personnel below the rank of Master had evacuated, yet the higher-ups, including those of Master rank and above, were required to remain. This moment, the command center's monitoring screen displayed the swift annihilation of 5 special teams, leaving several high-ranking officials pale and filled with trepidation. Only the president, Wei Xiangnan, maintained an air of composure. President, reinforcements have yet to arrive. We only have 2 special teams left, and there is no one else we can dispatch. One anxious executive exclaimed. What shall we do? The gaze of the assembled high-ranking officials turned towards Wei Xiangnan. Though his heart raced, he could not afford to show it. A facade of calm enveloped him as he replied in a measured tone. What is there to panic about? Ning Bufan is on foot. It will take him at least 2 hours to reach us, by which time our reinforcements should arrive. And no sooner had he spoken than someone cried out in sheer terror. This is bad. He has increased his speed. A collective shiver ran through the room as all eyes darted back to the monitoring screen. Indeed, Ning Bufan was now running by in the blink of an eye. He had moved from one camera feed to the next. The technician responsible for the monitoring frantically switched between different angles, creating a chaotic scene. Anxiety gripped the crowd, cold sweat trickling down their brows. At this pace, he would undoubtedly reach the base within half an hour. President, we must devise a solution. Otherwise, we should retreat, some of the bigwigs urged in a panic, with a few contemplating escape. Wei Xiangnan's icy gaze fixed on the balding man who suggested retreat, and he uttered a chilling command. Bring him here. Those who fear for their lives and attempt to flee in the face of danger shall be executed. What? The room fell silent, the color draining from their faces. President, you can't be serious, the balding man stammered, his complexion paling. 2 knife-wielding hunters entered, expressionless as they seized the man's shoulders. What are you doing? Let go, he bellowed. President, I was merely voicing my thoughts. Surely this is not a capital offense. Execute him. Wei Xiangnan's murderous intent intensified. With a swift motion, a sharp blade pierced the balding man's body, eliciting gasps of disbelief from all present. You dare to kill me? He gasped, incredulous. Wei Xiangnan gestured impassively for him to be taken away, leaving a gruesome trail of blood in his wake. The conference room fell into a profound silence, the faces of the high-ranking officials reflecting sheer horror. They struggled to comprehend the drastic transformation of their president, who now exuded a chilling ruthlessness. Listen closely. We are in a state of war. Anyone who dares to suggest retreat and disrupt our morale will meet the same fate, Wei Xiangnan declared, a deathly threat hanging in the air. The surrounding individuals fell silent, none daring to voice another word about retreat. Report. Ning Bufan will arrive in 10 minutes, came a voice, shattering the stillness like a stone cast into a placid lake, sending shockwaves through the assembly. President, reinforcements have yet to arrive, and Ning Bufan is on his way. What shall we do? Surely you must have a plan. One desperate voice implored. Why the haste? The president remains calm. He must have a strategy, another chimed in sycophantically, eyes filled with hope as they turned to Wei Xiangnan. Rising to his feet, he surveyed the room with an indifferent gaze. What is there to fear? Relay my orders. All hunters of master level or higher are to step forward to confront the enemy. The room fell silent, incredulous expressions etched on their faces. What kind of strategy is that? President, given Ning Bufan's strength, even if we all go out, we are merely offering our heads on a platter. A voice cautioned solemnly. Look, Ning Bufan has been intercepted. Suddenly, The technician monitoring the screens exclaimed with excitement. Everyone rushed to the screen. Isn't that Commander Zhao Wu? Ha! Zhao Wu has summoned his master. The demigod has arrived. Our demigod is here. Haha, let us go, everyone. Let us slay the fiend. A master-level senior bellowed. His voice booming with vigor, and before anyone could react, he charged forth, eager not to miss the chance to slay Ning Bufan and make a name for himself. Slay the demon. In the next moment, the association's base erupted with thunderous roars, countless powerful presences surging forth 0.5 kilometers away from the Hunter Association base. On an empty street, Ning Bufan stood beneath a streetlight, his expression indifferent as he faced forward. Opposite him stood four figures. At the forefront was an elder clad in a white martial arts uniform, his flowing white hair giving him an ethereal presence. He was flanked by a pair of haughty young men and women. And beside him stood a burly middle-aged man, none other than Zhao Wu, one of Wei Xiangnan's right-hand men. This elder was the master summoned by Zhao Wu, the revered Tianming Zhenren, a pinnacle demigod and a superlative powerhouse. In the eyes of the world, a martial artist who transcended the supreme master level was akin to a deity, belonging to the realm of super-strong beings. The two young disciples behind him were Tianming Zhenren's most cherished true disciples. Martial arts prodigies. Master, this is Ning Bufan, Zhao Wu introduced, his gaze towards Ning Bufan akin to that of one observing a corpse. He was acutely aware of the terror that a peak demigod represented. No matter how formidable Ning Bufan was, he was but an ant in the presence of his master. Bastard. A thunderous reprimand erupted, a terrifying aura enveloping Zhao Wu, nearly bringing him to his knees. Master, what is the matter? Zhao Wu stuttered, drenched in sweat from the sheer pressure. Zhao Shixiang, did you travel such a distance to summon your master merely to deal with a cripple? This is an affront to my master. The young man stepped forward, coldly chastising Zhao Wu. Though he referred to Zhao Wu as Shixiang, his demeanor conveyed nothing but disdain. Adopting a condescending air, Zhao Wu, drenched in sweat, fell to his knees with a resounding thud. Panic-stricken, Master, I meant no disrespect. It is said that Ning Bufan can effortlessly slay grandmasters. We merely sought your presence to stabilize the situation. What is so impressive about slaying grandmasters? The young man scoffed. Turning to Tianming Zhenren, Master, if you remain here, grant me but a minute, and I shall take his head. Very well, Tianming Zhenren nodded in agreement. The young man, wielding a sword, approached Ning Bufan and declared, Blind man, I grant you the first strike. Do not claim I bullied a cripple. Shixiang, allow me to handle this. I fear you may be accused of bullying a cripple, the young female disciple interjected eagerly, looking at Ning Bufan with derision. After all, as a girl, others would hesitate to mock me. The young man paused, then burst into laughter. Indeed, Shimmy, you are quite right. It shall be your honor to make the first move. Very well, the female disciple agreed, smirking as she glanced at Ning Bufan. Hey, blind man. You, in a flash, Ning Bufan's sword light sliced through the It appeared as though he had only drawn one sword. Yet the speed was so swift that it effectively unleashed two strikes. The twin beams of sword light, suffused with the essence of death, surged forward. The young man and woman barely had time to react, their pupils dilating as the sword light pierced through their bodies. With a resounding thud, blood mist erupted. The sword energy continued its relentless advance toward Tianming Zhenren behind them. You dare? Tianming Zhenren roared, slamming his palm down. The sword light shattered under his might. However, his two prized disciples had yet to even draw their swords, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Their bodies cleaved in two, all present were stunned into silence. At the command center of the Hunter Association, the few remaining administrative officials, including Wei Xiangnan, were equally dumbfounded by the sight. The once formidable demigod's true disciples had been so effortlessly dispatched. Tianming Zhenren found it almost surreal. His most cherished disciples had just been obliterated. Bastard. A roar reverberated through the air, the sound echoing to the heavens. A terrifying aura surged forth, winds howling violently. Zhao Wu, still reeling from shock, was caught off guard by the explosive force emanating from Tianming Zhenren, sending him hurtling to the ground with a pained cry. You wretch, I will have your life to avenge my disciples. The elder's rage transformed his visage into a monstrous guise. Without the strength, why pretend to be formidable? Ning Bufan's indifferent voice resonated as he unsheathed his sword once more, delivering a powerful slash. This strike bore 3 parts of his strength, the same that had felled the sweeping monk of the Wanfo sect. The sword light sliced through the air with a sharp whistling sound that sent shivers down spines. Tianming Zhenren was infuriated. Ning Bufan clearly regarded him, a divine being, with utter disregard. Kill! With a fierce roar, Tianming Zhenren unleashed another palm strike toward the incoming sword light. A thunderous clash ensued as the sword light and palm shadow collided, creating a resounding explosion. The shockwave from the powerful gust surged outward, tearing at the clothing of those present. Cries of anguish erupted as Zhao Wu, having just risen, was once again sent flying by the residual force. Feeling utterly humiliated, despite being Wei Xiangnan's foremost warrior, a master-level powerhouse, he found himself repeatedly caught in the crossfire like a mere child witnessing adults clash. This battle drew the attention of many. As the involvement of a demigod was a rare occurrence, in a monitoring room within the city, Yao Yao and Zhang Wen observed the unfolding events on the screen, both filled with excitement. Finally, someone could stand against Ning Bufan. And this was merely a demigod. Many more demigods and even quasi-deities were on their way. How would Ning Bufan contend with them? Fourth miss, I must go to the scene. Zhang Wen suddenly declared. Why Yao Yao looked at him in surprise. What business does a mere clerical worker have at the scene? Have you not seen how Zhao Wu has been utterly humiliated? Zhang Wen replied earnestly, the Hunter Association faces a crisis. Asked the vice president, how can I remain indifferent? Even as a mere staff member, I possess the determination and courage to stand with the association, even if it means sacrificing my life for the cause at that moment. An aura of sanctity seemed to shimmer above Zhang Wen's head, exuding a sense of righteousness. Why Yao Yao twitched her lips. Her heart filled with disdain. It is merely a desire to claim a share of the credit. Fourth miss, I take my leave. Zhang Wen hurriedly departed, his demeanor betraying a palpable urgency. He feared that if he delayed, the monumental achievement of the day would become entirely disconnected from him. Bang, bang, bang. On the battlefield, the sound of clashes reverberated. Ning Bufan and the celestial mystic had exchanged blows numerous times. The celestial mystic appeared somewhat disheveled, his once pristine white training garb now torn in several places. In contrast, Ning Bufan stood resolutely in the night breeze, his demeanor as indifferent as ever. You possess a modicum of skill. Following yet another clash, Ning Bufan spoke with a nonchalant tone. It was indeed the first time he encountered someone capable of shattering several of his sword strikes with merely 30% of his strength. Gather! With a thunderous shout, a terrifying aura erupted. The celestial mystic clenched his iron fist in midair, the brilliance of his fist illuminating the surroundings, akin to a radiant bulb. The essence of his energy solidified into a fist, exuding sheer terror. At that moment, a group of formidable hunters from the Association of Hunters had surged forth. Upon witnessing the celestial mystic's fearsome fist radiance, they gasped in awe, their eyes filled with reverence. Kill! Roaring like thunder, the terrifying fist radiance transformed into a shockwave, piercing through the air with an annihilating force directed towards the diminutive figure across from him. Those who beheld this spectacle widened their mouths in astonishment. Is this still a human? No, this is a deity. The cold visage of Ning Bufan was illuminated by the oncoming fist radiance, rendering it a ghostly pale. He sheathed his sword, his slender fingers gripping the hilt tightly in that fleeting moment before the fist radiance struck. His hand moved, unsheath and slash, buzz. The sword emitted a resonant hum that echoed through the heavens. With 40% of his strength, it was the most formidable strike since his descent from the mountain. Slash! The gleaming sword light cascaded like snow, plummeting from the heavens to violently cleave through the incoming fist radiance. Boom! Chapter 66. The Fall of a Deity. Boom! Following the earth-shattering explosion, a terrifying shockwave ravaged the surroundings. Retreat! Retreat quickly! The hunters who had just charged in cried out in terror, scrambling to escape. Within 100 meters, lampposts and buildings were swept away, leaving devastation in their wake. Beyond that radius, chaos reigned. Those monitoring the situation were horrified to find the surveillance footage shaking, the signal warping and flickering momentarily. After a considerable time, the battlefield finally fell silent, the dust settling. Cough, cough, cough. The the group of hunters was left covered in dust and debris. Those who had fallen scrambled to their feet, coughing incessantly, unaware of how much dust they had inhaled. Zhao, Commander Zhao, is your master all right? Someone urgently inquired of Zhao Wu. Nonsense, how could anything happen to my master? If anything, it is that cripple Ning bufan who should be worried. Zhao Wu waved his hand, dispersing the dust before him, gazing towards the battlefield ahead. The area where Ning bufan and the celestial mystic stood was already in utter disarray. The concrete ground lay shattered, fissures crisscrossing the surface. Ning bufan regarded the old man across from him, his brow furrowing slightly. He is indeed somewhat formidable. Ning bufan exhaled softly. To slay a peak demigod, it seems I must utilize 50% of my strength. With this thought, his sword trembled in his hand, light once more igniting. Suddenly, the celestial mystic spat out a mouthful of blood, staining the air. He had attempted to hold on, but ultimately could not withstand it, resulting in his blood being expelled. Gasping for breath, the celestial mystic's face turned pale. Who exactly are you? In that moment, he was astonished. For one of such youth to overpower him, a peak demigod, was utterly unfathomable. How could there exist such a prodigy in this world? Why had he never heard of you before? He was not only shocked but also deeply curious. He had encountered many martial arts geniuses, yet none like this, unless they hailed from a hidden sect or one of the 6 ancient clans. With this thought, his expression shifted, and he roared in anger. Zhao Wu! Hearing the shout, Zhao Wu rushed to the front. Master! Master! Who is he truly? The old man gritted his teeth, his voice fierce. He felt betrayed by his disciple. Zhao Wu, under the old man's fierce gaze, felt a surge of panic. Master, he is merely a discarded pawn of our association of hunters. As I have previously mentioned, the celestial mystic looked towards Ning bufan, his expression still one of disbelief. Such talent exists within your association of hunters, yet you treat him as a pawn? Who was the fool responsible for this? The mention of fool caused the faces of those monitoring the screen to flush with indignation. The headquarters of the Association of Hunters in the capital. All cabinet members had congregated in a conference room, their eyes glued to the surveillance screen. The assassination of Ning bufan, this so-called divine battle, was being closely observed by all senior officials. Chief, our men have yet to arrive in Qingzhou. Is there still time to extend an olive branch? Li Tingshan, not wishing to be labeled a fool, proposed once more. Oldly, can the resolution passed in our cabinet meeting be casually overturned? Qinzhong, supporting Wei Xiangnan, interjected. Li Tingshan ignored him, his gaze fixed on the president at the head of the table. Let us continue to observe. Oldly, there is no need to dwell further on the resolution already established. The chief cast a stern glance at Li Tingshan. With a resigned sigh, Li Tingshan turned his attention back to the battlefield displayed on the monitor. On the battlefield, Zhao Wu was hastily explaining. Master, 5 years ago, this lad was not this formidable enough. I have no desire to inquire or concern myself with your trivial matters. The celestial mystic interrupted Zhao Wu, turning his gaze to Ning bufan. Young man, our strengths are comparable, and continuing this fight is futile and meaningless. I shall no longer involve myself in your affairs. I bid you farewell. Those who heard this were taken aback, some scoffing. If our strengths are indeed comparable, why do you flee? Zhao Wu exclaimed in panic. Master, what shall we do if you leave? Without you, Ning bufan would easily dispatch them as if they were mere chickens. Depart, the celestial mystic bellowed. Boom! A formidable aura erupted, sending Zhao Wu flying several meters away, crashing to the ground, leaving him unable to rise for some time. Receive this strike from my sword, and you may leave alive. Ning bufan's voice was cold as he gathered his energy around the sword. The celestial mystic glared at Ning bufan, feeling somewhat disgruntled. He acknowledged that he could not kill Ning bufan, but receiving a strike from him should be entirely feasible. After all, he had endured so many strikes already, sustaining only minor injuries. What significance did this hold? Could it be? The celestial mystic suddenly grasped something, understanding. This battle was certainly being monitored by the higher-ups of the Association of Hunters. Ning bufan intended to save face and intimidate the members of the association, deliberately putting on a performance. Very well, if this is merely a performance, he would just need to expel a few more mouthfuls of blood to grant Ning bufan the necessary face. Though it might cost him some dignity, It was far better than perishing here, agreed. The celestial mystic nodded, proclaiming, "Draw your sword." Shhk. A chilling sound reverberated through the void. A blade of light, accompanied by an eerie, strange sound, descended with a vicious slash. The sword light tore through everything, as if the very darkness before Ning Bufan had been cleaved apart. Upon witnessing this strike, the celestial mystic was struck with fear. The aura of death enveloped him, instilling a sense of terror. This is no mere performance. This truly seeks his life. Roar. Realizing too late, the celestial mystic let out a beast-like howl, unleashing all his energy. His true essence erupted violently, radiating a brilliant white light, resembling a luminescent entity in the night. Simultaneously, he thrust both palms forward, forcefully striking against the incoming sword light. This was his strongest defense and most powerful attack. In an instant, Ning Bufan's strike, imbued with 50% of his strength, descended. Bang! The palms collided with the sword light, producing a deafening explosion, bloody fingers and crimson droplets flying through the air. The next moment, the sword light descended upon his body. Boom! A shattering sound echoed. The defensive radiance formed from the celestial mystic's true essence crumbled. The sword light slicing through his body, unleashing a torrential rain of blood. The world suddenly fell silent, as if time itself had frozen. Those present, as well as those watching the surveillance screen, were left in a stupor. A peak demigod had fallen. This marked the first demise of a demigod since the arrival of the enigmatic world and the rise of martial arts. No, it cannot be. The celestial mystic himself could not accept that he would perish at the hands of a young prodigy. However, as his body erupted, splitting into two bloody halves upon the ground, his fall became an undeniable reality, leaving him unable to close his eyes in death. The night wind suddenly surged, sweeping through the dust with a mournful howl. As if lamenting the fall of a demigod. Master? Master? No, this cannot be. Zhao Wu was nearly driven to madness. My master is a deity. How could he possibly die? No, no. Zhao Wu was unable to accept the cruel truth before him. Commander Zhao, run! Some astute individuals regained their senses and shouted loudly. If even a demigod could perish, what chance did they, mere mortals, have? Flee! Others screamed in terror, desperate to sprout wings and flee. Yet, just as they began to escape, a sword light cleaved through their bodies from behind. Bang! Bodies exploded, flesh and blood scattering. Chapter 67. Reinforcements have arrived. The divine battle commences. Spare me, spare me, Ning Bufan. Lord Ning, I beg you, spare me. I was wrong. Zhao Wu knelt before Ning Bufan, weeping uncontrollably. They are all dead, every last one of them. Now, he was the only one left alive. Commander Zhao, summon forth the ruthlessness you displayed 5 years ago when you severed my arm. Ning Bufan's expression remained indifferent. It is not your style to kneel and beg for mercy. No, Lord Ning, I was wrong. I am, in fact, but a mere dog to Wei Xiangnan, coerced into this role by his hand all those years ago. Zhao Wu wept bitterly, exclaiming, to blind you and sever your hands is his intent. If you must harbor hatred, let it be directed at him. I am but a knife, uninvolved in this matter. Spare me, he pleaded. I am willing to act as a witness against Wei Xiangnan and Yi Qian for their collusion in framing you. In a desperate bid for survival, Zhao Wu cast the blame for past events upon Wei Xiangnan and the deceased Yi Qian. The surveillance footage could capture only the images, devoid of sound. Yet, the sight of a high-ranking member of the association, kneeling before Ning Bufan in abject sorrow, elicited grim expressions from the association's leaders. At this moment, their focus shifted from Zhao Wu to a far graver concern. Ning Bufan possessed the capability to slay demigods. This suggested that Ning Bufan was at least of demigod caliber, perhaps even a quasi-deity. The prospect of such a young quasi-deity was terrifying. The several esteemed elders of the association were now drenched in cold sweat. It was in this instant that some began to regret their previous decisions. Chairman, I believe we should heed Elder Li's words. Our forces have yet to arrive in Qingzhou, and it is not too late to cancel the plan to encircle Ning Bufan. Proposed a member named Yuan, adjusting his spectacles as he hesitated before the assembly's president. Qian Zhong's expression darkened. Yuan had previously supported him wholeheartedly, so why the sudden change of heart? Chairman, that is unthinkable. Chen Zhong retorted vehemently, if we were to do so, what face would the Hunting Ghosts Association have left? Countless elites have perished at the hands of Ning Bufan, and now we not only fear avenging them but seek to placate him instead. What would the outside world think of us? How would they perceive us? His words plunged the assembly into silence. The chairman's countenance fluctuated between despair and resolve. Finally, he clenched his fist and spoke coldly. Speak of placation no more. With 5 demigods and 2 quasi-deities, it is inconceivable that we cannot eliminate Ning Bufan. Dispatch orders for our forces to hasten to Qingzhou. Additionally, contact the god of war from the southern wasteland. Let us hope he intervenes personally. With 100,000 soldiers of the southern wasteland having fallen to Ning Bufan, he cannot be unmoved. At this juncture, Ning Bufan had already severed Zhao Wu's hands, blinded him, and even amputated his legs, reducing him to a second-long tianyi. Ning Bufan, you are merciless, Zhao Wu lamented, his current state rendering him a living death. Kill me, just kill me. Zhao Commander, did you ever consider your own cruelty when you struck me? Ning Bufan mocked, a smirk gracing his lips. What, is it permissible for you to be ruthless towards others, yet not allow others to be ruthless towards you? I thought I at least spared one of your hands and left your legs intact. Zhao Wu howled, his eyes bloodshot and streaming. Ning Bufan chuckled. So, I should thank you for your mercy that I apologize, but I must collect interest. With that, he strode forward, leaning on the scabbard of his sword. Let this executioner languish in torment until his blood runs dry. The base of the Hunting Ghosts Association lay just ahead. He was arriving. At this moment, the high-ranking officials lingering at the association's base were thrown into chaos. Chairman, think of a solution quickly. When will the headquarters reinforcements arrive? A throng of individuals was as frantic as ants on a hot stove. Wei Xiangnan, too, felt a surge of panic. Having finally attained such a position of power, he was unwilling to meet his end. Amidst the turmoil, the command center's grand door was flung open, and a woman burst in. It was the chairman's secretary, Jiang Wanner. She bore good news. The headquarters elite reinforcements had arrived at the airport and would reach the base in 10 minutes. 5 demigods, 2 quasi-deities, not a single one missing, Jiang Wanner announced loudly. Moreover, the god of war from the southern wasteland is en route. The revelation sent the room into a frenzy. This formidable assembly rendered Ning Bufan, even if he were a deity, seemingly undaunted. Wei Xiangnan exhaled deeply, a flicker of excitement gracing his weathered face. Previously, he had feared Ning Bufan's approach, but with the headquarters support arriving and the god of war from the southern wasteland poised to intervene, there was little left to worry about. Instead, this presented a golden opportunity to eliminate the tyrant Ning Bufan and claim glory for himself. Perhaps he could even ascend further in power. Just then, another figure rushed in, an advisor named Zhang Wan. Chairman, I've heard the headquarters reinforcements have arrived, he exclaimed, hastening to Wei Xiangnan's side. Is the god of war from the southern wasteland coming too? Wei Xiangnan nodded in affirmation. Zhang Wan beamed. Then I can rest easy. Otherwise, I would miss out on this tremendous accomplishment. Meanwhile, Ning Bufan had already sensed the location of the Hunting Ghost Association's base. Throughout his journey, no one dared impede his advance. Suddenly, 2 figures appeared before him. A young woman clad in a blue robe with an ice silk mask, and a short old man with a black mask. Ning Bufan continued his stride, drawing his sword to strike. He no longer wished to waste a single minute. Those who obstruct me shall perish. Wait! The blue-robed woman cried out. Get back! The old man bellowed, seizing the woman and vanishing in an instant. The sharp flash of the sword cleaved the air, tearing through the ground like an iron plow, scattering dust and debris in a frenzy. Hey, are you mad? Can you let us finish our words? We aren't here to confront you. We wish to assist you, the woman shouted in exasperation. Ning Bufan turned again, swinging his sword with even greater speed. By the heavens! The old man cursed, his eyes wide with fear as they both narrowly evaded the lethal strike. Ning Bufan's expression hardened, having dodged 2 successive attacks with 3/10 of his power. It was evident they were experts. With 4/10 of his might, Ning Bufan's aura surged, his sword trembling as it absorbed powerful energy. Mr. Ning, we mean you no harm, the masked elder called out. We come to inform you that the Hunting Ghost Association has dispatched 5 demigods and 2 quasi-deities aboard the fastest private jet to Qingzhou. Additionally, the god of war from the southern wasteland is en route, along with demigods from the Yi clan, Divine Dragon Manor, and the northern 10,000 Buddhist sect. If you remain here, You will face a divine battle, a veritable onslaught of deities. Certain death awaits. The old man spoke rapidly, prompting Ning Bufan's sword to cease its tremors. Good heavens! The two, witnessing Ning Bufan's sudden calm, breathed a sigh of relief, having been terrified. Who are those two? They were told not to allow spectators and to seal off the battlefield. How could anyone get in? Someone shouted in anger from the monitoring room of the Hunting Ghost Association. Unknown, they are masked, likely to conceal their identities, came the response. Issue orders. They must be detained. Understood. The Hunting Ghost Association relayed the urgent command. Mr. Ning, we recognize your strength, but against so many deities, unless a terrestrial god intervenes, all shall perish. The blue-robed woman spoke gravely. Come with us, and we can ensure your survival. Who are you? Ning Bufan's expression remained indifferent. You are not yet one of us. It is not convenient to reveal our identities now. Come with us, and you shall know in due time. Please, make your decision swiftly. The woman appeared increasingly anxious. Suddenly, a deafening roar reverberated through the night sky. The woman and old man were startled, quickly looking upward. 3 bright lights soared towards them through the night. In an instant, 3 massive silhouettes materialized before the eyes of the old man and the woman. They were 3 helicopters. This is bad. They are coming. We must leave, the old man shouted. The blue-robed woman, undeterred, yelled to Ning Bufan, Ning Bufan, what are you waiting for? Come with us, now. Ning Bufan drew his sword with a swift motion. Strike! The blade gleamed like snow. 3 arcs of light cleaved the darkness, shrieking as they surged towards the helicopters. Bewhy the heavens! The eyes of the blue-robed woman and the old man widened in shock. Chapter 68. The Fall of 2 Deities. The sword cleaved through the helicopter. All who witnessed this spectacle were astounded. It was a sight unprecedented in their lives. In truth, they were merely unaccustomed to witnessing such feats. For this was not Ning Bufan's first time striking down a helicopter. On the rapidly flying helicopter, blades of light and fists of power erupted forth, meeting the oncoming sword strikes. Boom, boom, boom. 3 explosive sounds resonated in the night sky. The shock waves rippled outward, violently shaking the helicopter. It seemed poised to plunge. Countless figures leaped from the heights to go. The masked old man seized the blue-robed woman, forcibly dragging her away, and they vanished like a gust of wind into the encroaching darkness. Just as they departed, the sound of figures landing echoed above. Thud, thud, thud. Each descent caused the earth to tremble violently. We've arrived. The deities from headquarters have landed. Long live! In the command center of the Hunting Ghosts Association. Everyone erupted in jubilation. Wei Xiangnan's gaze was fixed intensely on the screen, watching the deities descend from the sky, his body trembling with excitement. Ning Bufan, let us see how many you can take down this time. Perhaps too caught up in his exhilaration, Wei Xiangnan bellowed, bring forth the microphone. I wish to address him. Yes, Zhang Wanner handed a microphone to Wei Xiangnan, her own hand trembling with excitement. It was her first time witnessing the arrival of so many deities. History was being made in Qingzhou, and it was impossible to remain unmoved. This would be a tale to boast about for ages to come. Ning Bufan, I am Wei Xiangnan. Wei Xiangnan cleared his throat, his voice booming through the loudspeaker and reaching Ning Bufan's ears. You, the beast named Ning, 5 years ago I showed you mercy and spared your life, yet you repay kindness with malice. Returning today to wreak havoc upon the world, slaying mothers and fathers, and slaughtering innocent lives. What a pitiful display of inhumanity, worse than beasts, deserving of extermination by all. Upon hearing the voice of Wei Xiangnan, Ning Bufan's fury erupted like a volcanic explosion, his handsome visage transforming into an expression of sheer ferocity. Wei Xiangnan, you wretched cur, today marks your demise. With a thunderous roar that reverberated through the heavens, he charged forth like a comet toward the base, disregarding the figures descending from the helicopter. Block him! A commanding shout pierced the air as a shadow imbued with a terrifying aura soared upwards. Launching a powerful punch from behind. Roar! Ning Bufan bellowed, swiftly turning to unsheath his sword in a decisive slash. Boom! The punch shattered, yet the sword's light surged forward unrelentingly. The pursuer's expression shifted as another fist was thrown. With a deafening explosion, the sword's brilliance finally dissipated, while the figure was sent staggering back several meters before coming to a halt. In that brief moment of respite, 2 more figures darted in front of Ning Bufan. obstructing his path. Demon, the divine presence has arrived. Surrender without delay. One of the long-haired men proclaimed, Death. The veins on Ning Bufan's hands bulged as he unleashed a powerful strike with his sword. Caution, a voice cried out. The long-haired man, wielding a Tang Dao, hastily drew his blade to counter the incoming sword strike. Bang! The clash of blade and sword erupted, sending shockwaves through the air. The knife's brilliance shattered, yet the sword's radiance pressed on. Aid me! The long-haired man, now stricken with dread, realized he could not muster a second defense in time. A companion beside him swung a blade downwards. Bang! The assailant was pushed back, but managed to block Ning Bufan's strike. Exhaling in relief, the long-haired man felt a sudden chill as his pupils constricted. A fleeting shadow transformed into a whirlwind, howling towards him like a specter. Hiss! The long-haired man shouted in terror, his battle blade slicing through the air with ferocity. The blow barely grazed the shadow, which had already zipped past him, carrying with it a bloodied head. Blood sprayed into the air with a thud. The head hit the ground. A demigod has fallen. Those observing on the monitors gasped in horror. Rising in shock, the microphone that Wei Xiangnan had grasped, intent on provoking Ning Bufan further, fell to the ground. Just like that, a demigod had perished. No. In the conference room of the Kyoto Hunter Association headquarters. Upon witnessing the demise of a demigod on the screen, the president cried out in anguish. Demigods are the pillars of the association, the strongest deterrents against both aberrant beasts and rival factions. The loss of such an individual would significantly diminish the association's strength and influence. The swift fall of one is, without a doubt, catastrophic news for the entire Hunter Association. Most dreadfully, should more than 3 demigods perish in this conflict, the president would be held accountable. Quick, issue commands, do not engage individually. We must encircle and eliminate him. The president's voice echoed desperately in the conference room. We cannot afford to lose another demigod. Yet before his orders could be relayed, the monitor displayed Ning Bufan cleaving through another demigod's form. The body exploded, flesh and blood scattering. The 2 demigods who had sought to block Ning Bufan's path were annihilated. With a resounding crash, the president collapsed to the floor, his complexion ashen. He felt as if his position was on the brink of collapse. Should another fall, he would be forced to abdicate. In that moment, regret washed over him. But it was too late. Relay the orders hastily. The conference room was once again filled with frantic cries. After dispatching 2 foes, Ning Bufan surged toward the base building, his momentum unstoppable. Wei Xiangnan sighed. Everyone was paralyzed in fear, their hearts racing with trepidation. They could not withstand him. It was utterly hopeless. What shall we do with the 2 esteemed ones? The remaining 3 demigods looked toward a man and woman clad in golden battle robes. The golden attire was a distinctive insignia of the Hunter Association's quasi-gods. The male quasi-god commanded, "We shall take the offensive. You will provide support. Onward, kill." The remaining 5 figures transformed into streaks of light, dashing forth, especially the 2 golden figures, moving with such speed that they became blurs to the naked eye. Stay back. The male quasi-god pursued Ning Bufan, swinging a golden battle knife with tremendous force. The golden blade radiated a destructive aura, stirring up a storm of dust as it charged forward. Ning Bufan, consumed by rage, turned to unleash a slashing strike with his sword, exerting 50% of his strength. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted, and both figures were sent reeling. The male quasi-god was thrust back several meters, as was Ning Bufan. Quasi-gods are not to be compared with demigods. They are truly formidable. As Ning Bufan regained his footing, a 5-meter-long golden whip, glistening with wicked barbs, lunged toward him like a venomous serpent. Sensing the danger, Ning Bufan maximized his perception and allowed the whip to descend, unleashing a cocoon of interwoven sword energy that enveloped him. The whip collided with the cocoon, sending sparks flying as the barbs shattered and fell away. Slash! Ning Bufan brought his sword down, its sharp light tearing through all obstacles. Break! A golden blade descended, shattering the sword's light. The male quasi-god stood before the female quasi-god, a deep gash visible on his shoulder, exposing bone, with blood gushing forth. Ning Bufan had no intention of lingering. He turned and bolted towards the base building. At this moment, nothing was more urgent than eliminating Wei Xiangnan. Pursue! The male quasi-god shouted, transforming into a golden arrow as he shot forward. The others followed closely, akin to hawks swooping through the shadows, relentlessly pursuing the fleeing figure ahead. Chapter 69. Divine Battle. Ning Bufan moved swiftly, soon standing before the entrance of the base. The Jiangju branch's headquarters, the stronghold of the Hunter Association in the southwest, was a place he had frequented often. President, Ning Bufan has arrived. What should we do? In the command room, upon seeing Ning Bufan reach the front gate on the monitor, panic swept over everyone. The remaining 2 special squads stationed at the entrance were equally tense. Ning Bufan could slay demigods. They, a special squad composed of so-called elite geniuses, were merely lambs to the slaughter before him. Yet, driven by duty and belief, they would charge forward at the command, even at the cost of their lives. What are you panicking for? Wei Xiangnan bellowed. Look at your pitiful state. Do you possess any semblance of high-ranking composure? Each of you is so fearful for your lives, it is a disgrace to the association. Wei Xiangnan's furious tirade was both a display of anger and a mask for his own deep-seated terror. Everyone listened. This is our base, and we must stand together against any threat. Wei Xiangnan's voice thundered through the hall. The atmosphere was suffocating, leaving those present feeling as if their spirits had been extinguished. Do not worry too much. We have 2 quasi-gods among us, and they will surely be able to slay Ning Bufan. Wei Xiangnan continued, rallying their spirits. Even if the heavens should crumble, I shall stand firm as your president. Should death come, it shall find me before any of you. At that moment, Wei Xiangnan exuded confidence, unyieldingly embracing the prospect of death. The panicked crowd found some solace in his words, their emotions steadying somewhat. You all stay here and observe. I shall lead a special squad to confront Ning Bufan personally. This declaration startled everyone. President, that is far too reckless. Someone urgently cautioned against it. Recklessness is necessary. Who else but the president can take this risk? Wei Xiangnan declared resolutely, his spirits soaring high. Some began to regard him with newfound reverence. I will accompany you, President. Zhang Wen rushed forward, sensing that the old man was acting strangely. But who could predict Ning Bufan's ferocity? Wei Xiangnan placed a reassuring hand on Zhang Wen's shoulder, speaking earnestly. Vice President Zhang, you must remain here. If I should fall, you must take my place and continue to lead. Zhang Wen's eyelids twitched, his face contorting with despair as he pleaded. President, you are far more vital than I. Allow me to go, and you stay. Enough. This is not the time for heroics. It is settled. Wei Xiangnan forcefully interrupted Zhang Wen, summoning his secretary Zhang Waner as they hurriedly departed. There are still 2 special squads outside. Wei Xiangnan took one with him, leaving the other to guard the entrance. No-one is permitted to leave without my command. Outside, Ning Bufan stood before the tightly shut doors of the association's base. The door, constructed from a unique material, could withstand artillery fire, making it nearly impossible to open by sheer human strength. However, Ning Bufan, wielding his long sword, struck the door with tremendous force. What madness is this? Attempting to breach the door with a mere sword? Observers at the monitor were momentarily taken aback, their expressions tinged with disdain. Yet, as cracks began to appear in the door, that disdain swiftly transformed into shock. Followed by panic, Zhang Wen, drenched in cold sweat, could no longer remain seated and rushed towards the door. Vice President Zhang, the president has commanded that no one is to leave without his permission. The special squad stationed at the entrance replied coldly, this. Zhang Wen cursed inwardly, realizing Wei Xiangnan, the cunning old fox, had likely fled himself, leaving others as mere fodder. At the entrance, Ning Bufan's first strike had not breached the door. He abruptly withdrew his sword, inhaling deeply as he prepared for a second strike when several figures charged at him from behind. Whoosh, 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 violent arcs of blade light sliced through the air with piercing shrieks. 3 blades converged, their momentum awe-inspiring, arriving in an instant. Slash! Ning Bufan swung his sword in response. Bang! The 3 blades shattered, yet the force of the impact forced Ning Bufan back several paces, nearly causing him to collide with the already cracked door. This strike was executed in haste, and facing the combined might of 3 quasi-gods, he found himself at a disadvantage. Let us slay him thus. Those watching on the monitor erupted in exhilaration. Damn it! Ning Bufan's fury ignited. If he could not shake them off, then he would kill them. Boom! A thunderous roar emanated from within him. A terrifying intent to kill erupted, and a wave of overwhelming power radiated from his form, causing the long sword in his grasp to emit a piercing hum. The murderous intent surged like a tidal wave, wreaking havoc upon his surroundings. "Do not hold back, everyone. Attack together," the leading male demigod bellowed. Wielding his sword with great force, the others followed suit, unleashing their formidable assaults. Ning Bufan sheathed his long sword, only to draw it again with sudden ferocity. In an instant, the gleam of his sword dispelled the darkness. Tearing through the void, with 60% of his strength, he unleashed a slashing strike. The sound of flesh being cleaved echoed chillingly, sending shivers down spines. In the next breath, the brilliance of his sword collided with the onslaught of all the gods. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted from the ground, shaking the heavens. The sword's radiance shattered, obliterating every attack. A violent shockwave swept through, annihilating all in its path. The two demigods were hurled back at least 50 meters before coming to a halt. The three demigods were flung 300 meters away, crashing to the ground, blood gushing from their mouths. The onlookers were left in stunned disbelief. One man, wielding a single sword, had reduced the combined might of 5 god-level warriors to this state. A prodigy? No, a freak. Ning Bufan felt the impact as he was slammed against the door behind him, splintering it in several places. A trickle of blood slowly seeped from the corner of his mouth. He chuckled, a sinister smile creeping upon his face, sending chills through those who witnessed it on screen. Instinctively sensing that calamity was imminent, with a sharp sound, Ning Bufan sheathed his sword once more. His slender fingers gripped the hilt, the veins on the back of his hand bulging ominously, as if preparing to unleash a grand attack. "Get up, collective assault!" the anxious male demigod shouted desperately. The female demigod was the first to respond. Rising with her golden whip glowing with radiant light, the three half-gods scrambled to their feet, disregarding their injuries as they rushed forward. 70% strength. Slash! Ning Bufan roared. Whoosh! The long sword was drawn, unleashing a cascading torrent of blinding white light. In that moment, the snow-white sword light resembled a terrifying iron plow, stirring up a whirlwind of dust that rolled forward relentlessly. The gods, witnessing this horrifying brilliance, felt their pupils dilate in shock. Kill! The male demigod unleashed a primal scream, pouring every ounce of his strength into a devastating strike. The others followed suit, exerting their utmost power in a final blow. Boom! The roar of thunder echoed, resonating through the heavens. The shockwave from their collision and the rising dust engulfed all on the battlefield. Blood mist erupted amidst the dust, staining it crimson, transforming it into a shroud of red haze. The surveillance footage distorted wildly under the strain of this catastrophic clash, momentarily vanishing from view. All those observing were on their feet, fixated on the trembling screen, their hearts lodged in their throats, sweat pouring from their brows. Unconsciously, some were already drenched in perspiration. Chapter 70. When the celestial beings do not appear, who can compete? On the battlefield, the swirling dust began to settle, a profound silence enveloped the area. Suddenly, from this eerie stillness, a thunderous voice boomed through the night sky. Ning Bufan, the time of your demise has come. I, a half-god from the Shenlong mountain villa, have come to slay you, and I, a half-god of the Yi family, am here to claim your head. Umitba, I, a monk representing the North Wan Buddhist sect, have come to redeem this demon. 3 voices rang out in succession, akin to thunderclaps reverberating across the expanse. 3 more half-gods have arrived. Ning Bufan, weren't you quite formidable? Let us see how you fare now. An observer shouted in excitement. With a thud, a figure descended from the heavens. Landing on the battlefield, upon witnessing the scene, he was momentarily taken aback. Before the association's base, a young man with a severed arm and blind eyes, blood-stained clothing, stood motionless, gripping a long sword. Not far across from him stood a man garbed in a specially made golden battle robe for the hunters. His hands poised in a slashing motion, also unmoving. The man, drenched in blood, had his golden robe soaked red, as if steeped in blood. Just behind him lay a similarly bloodied woman, blood gushing from her mouth. One arm obliterated. Further away, 3 silver-robed hunters lay on the ground, convulsing, equally bloodied and in a more dire state. Without needing to inquire, He recognized these individuals as gods of the Hunters. 5 gods, along with 2 demigods. What on earth was happening? The newcomer, a half-god from the Shenlong mountain villa, was momentarily dazed by the sight. The one-armed, blind young man before him must be the infamous demon Ning Bufan. How could one person have dispatched 5 gods? The half-god from Shenlong mountain villa turned pale with shocked eye. In the next instant, a horrifying scene unfolded before him. With a deafening blast, the male demigod's body exploded, disintegrating into 2 bloody halves that soared through the air, splattering some blood onto the half-god's face. 1 demigod had been obliterated. The half-god from Shenlong mountain villa stood in stunned disbelief. Soon, clarity returned. I was merely passing through. I bid you farewell. Before he could finish, he turned and fled into the darkness. Whoosh! A flash of sword light sliced through the air from behind, enveloping him in an aura of death. No! The desperate scream echoed through the night as the blood mist burst forth, his body crashing heavily to the ground. Damn it, I haven't even done anything. The half-god from Shenlong mountain villa lamented his untimely fate. At that moment, 2 more figures descended rapidly, a bald monk and an elderly man in gray. They were the half-gods from the North One Buddhist sect and the Yi family. As they landed, they witnessed the half-god from Shenlong mountain villa being cleaved apart by the sword light, blood mist billowing forth. Both half-gods were momentarily dumbfounded, their expressions shifting dramatically. The aura of death permeated the air, causing their pores to stand on end. Simultaneously, they unleashed a powerful roar, instinctively retaliating with their strongest defenses. Yet, it was all in vain. With a single sword strike, their defenses shattered, their bodies exploding into a gruesome display of flesh and blood. Damn it, we haven't done anything either. The 2 half-gods lamented their own fates. Under Ning Bufan's 70% strength attack, they were annihilated in an instant. Retreat, retreat. The headquarters of the Hunters in Kyoto erupted with the president's anguished cries. With demigods fallen, it was as if a gaping hole had been torn through the very sky of the Hunters. As the president, he realized that not only his position but the entire cabinet of this generation was at stake. Regrettably, it was already too late to withdraw. Ning Bufan, wielding his sword and emanating a cold aura of malice, advanced toward the fallen gods who had yet to meet their end. What so-called gods? Merely a swarm of ants. Those who witnessed the unfolding events through the surveillance began to awaken to the truth. The so-called demon, beast, and scum they had spoken of was the true embodiment of divinity. The president seized the phone, roaring into the receiver. Immediately, contact the Qingzhou Association. The phone at the command center for the Hunters in Qingzhou rang swiftly. Among the high-ranking officials present, Zhang Wan, the vice president, answered the call. Wei Xiangnan, I don't care what methods you use, you must stop Ning Bufan from continuing his slaughter. We must protect our gods, we must. The last 2 words were bellowed with fervor. Zhang Wan felt his ears ringing from the intensity of the voice, trembling as he responded, President, this is Zhang Wan. Wei President is not here. After a moment of hesitation, Zhang Wan added, we also do not know where the president went. He took people out and left us here at the command center, forbidding us from leaving. You scoundrel, is he trying to abandon us in the heat of battle? He deserves to die. The voice on the other end erupted with fury. Zhang Wan sensed something was amiss, but there was no time for further contemplation. He urgently called out to Wei Xiangnan, President, the president's call, quickly. Enough nonsense. A roar interrupted Wei Xiangnan. Listen, we cannot afford to lose another demigod or half-god. I command you, by any means necessary, even if it means you must kneel and plead for mercy or offer your own head. You must stop Ning Bufan from continuing his slaughter. This is a death order. If you fail, your entire family will perish. The call was abruptly terminated, leaving Wei Xiangnan's face ashen, despair filling his heart. Yet, there was no time for despair now. He bellowed, Everyone, follow me out to save lives. The high-ranking officials were stunned. Those capable of fighting had already perished, leaving only a handful of them, powerless and unarmed, to go out and offer themselves as sacrifices. President, it's useless for us to go out. Besides, the grudge between you and Ning Bufan from 5 years ago has nothing to do with US. It was your issue with Vice President Zhang. You two should handle it. Someone protested. Yes, it has nothing to do with us. Echoed several others in agreement. Wei Xiangnan's expression darkened. He had no time for bickering now. Even if it meant his own death today, he would drag them along with him. "Come here," he shouted, summoning the Special Task Force members from outside. Fortunately, there were still 2 special task forces available for use. Drag these cowardly bastards along with me? Yes. Thus, whether they wished to or not, everyone was forcibly dragged along behind Wei Xiangnan as they charged outside. Meanwhile, Ning Bufan had already positioned himself before the female demigod. Gritting her teeth, the female demigod struggled to rise, gazing at Ning Bufan in a daze. Such youth, yet such terrifying power. When the celestial beings do not appear, no one can compete. Furthermore, this individual had once been a hunter. Such a remarkably gifted prodigy, if retained within the hunters, would undoubtedly elevate the association to unparalleled heights, even surpassing the esteemed Dragon Guard. Yet, their own kind had transformed him into an enemy of the association, with countless elites perishing at his hands, including the gods who were the pillars of their organization. They had effectively orchestrated their own demise. How absurd! Wei Xiangnan was a sinner, the historical sinner of the entire association. Haha, this thought crossed her mind. She couldn't help but laugh maniacally. Pitiful, oh so pitiful. Wei Xiangnan, come forth. You are the historical sinner. The historical sinner? Pfft. The long sword pierced through the body, its sharp tip protruding from the back, blood gushing forth. The voice of the female demigod came to an abrupt halt as she looked down at the sword that had penetrated her chest. Her eyes filled with resentment and sorrow. Creak. Suddenly, the sound of a door opening echoed from behind. The entrance to the base had swung open. Chapter 71. The Fall of the Gods. Sensing the base doors opening and the familiar aura of a person, he turned, his face as cold as frost, confronting the figure emerging from the doorway. Behind him, the female demigod collapsed. Yet another demigod had fallen. As 2 demigods perished, the chairman, witnessing this through the surveillance, slumped helplessly in his chair. His face drained of all colored, it was over for him. His impeachment was now a foregone conclusion. Qian Zhong's expression mirrored that of death itself. He too had reached his end. The proposal to eliminate Ning Bufan had been initiated by him. On the battlefield, as Ning Bufan turned, the group of individuals just stepping through the door froze as if ensnared by a spell, their feet trembling uncontrollably. The most terrified among them was Zhang Wen. He had been transferred from Fengqing alongside Wei Xiangnan. He was the mastermind behind the case from years past. If Ning Bufan discovered that he was the one orchestrating events from behind the scenes, there would be but one outcome: death. The thought gripped him with a chilling terror, as if a demon's hand were tightly constricting his throat, leaving him gasping for breath. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of footsteps echoed as Ning Bufan advanced. Each step resonated in the ears of the onlookers like the tolling of a death knell from hell. "President, you must think of something," someone shouted urgently at Wei Xiangnan, who had appeared momentarily dazed. Only now did he seem to come to his senses. Faced with the overwhelming killing intent emanating from Ning Bufan, he was so paralyzed with fear that his mouth worked open and shut. Yet no sound escaped. As Ning Bufan drew nearer, someone shouted in desperation, "Wei Xiangnan, for God's sake, speak. You brought this upon us. Are you even human?" Under the threat of death, the hierarchy of command was forgotten. However, Zhang Wen noticed something amiss with Wei Xiangnan. Based on his understanding of Wei Xiangnan, a man who had held a high position for many years, he should not be so utterly speechless even when facing death. With a swift motion, he seized Wei Xiangnan by the collar, gritting his teeth as he growled, "Are you truly Wei Huichang?" Wei Xiangnan trembled violently. I certainly am." "Then for heaven's sake, think of something. Do you want us all to die?" Zhang Wen glanced at Ning Bufan, who was now almost upon them, his fear escalating to a breaking point. Wei Xiangnan shook violently, as if awakening from a nightmare. "Ah, he's almost here. Special squad, quickly intercept him." "What the hell?" The crowd was incredulous. "This was your plan. The chairman expected you to devise a way to save lives. You want the special squad to stop him? What a joke. Kill." The order was as firm as a mountain, leaving the special squad with no choice. With a rallying cry, 2 special teams comprising 10 members launched a desperate charge into the fray. The brilliance of their swords erupted in an instant. Sending sprays of blood mist into the air. 10 men were mercilessly slain in seconds. Run. Some could no longer bear the weight of despair. With a shout, they scattered, retreating into the depths of the base. Yet the faster they ran, the quicker they met their demise. The sword light, like a haunting specter, swept through and pierced their bodies, unleashing torrents of blood. Those whose bodies could not withstand the overwhelming force were reduced to mere fragments. In their flight, none escaped. All lay lifeless at the entrance, scattered like fallen leaves. Zhang Wen, paralyzed by fear, knelt, knowing he could not flee. Wei Xiangnan wished to escape, yet his legs felt like lead, rendering him incapable of movement. And he too fell to his knees. Ning Bufan stood before the two kneeling figures, sword raised, when suddenly there was movement behind him. In an instant, the three demigods, who had previously been sprawled on the ground, rose, preparing to make their escape. The prior assault had been largely absorbed by two demigods, allowing the trio to recover enough to attempt flight. Ning Bufan's abrupt turn caused them to freeze in place. "You go. I will hold him off." Without a moment's hesitation, one demigod charged at Ning Bufan, resolute in his sacrifice, his fists glowing with power as he hurled them at Ning Bufan. A trace of disdain flickered across Ning Bufan's lips as he swung his sword with ferocity. 3 beams of sword light surged forth. Boom! The fist of the charging demigod shattered, and the sword light sliced through his body, erupting in a gruesome explosion of flesh and blood. The remaining 2 demigods fled in a frenzy. But their speed was insufficient as the sword light cleaved through their bodies, blood stained the night sky. The horrific scene left Zhang Wen and Wei Xiangnan on the verge of unconsciousness. 3 demigods had perished. Thus, all the gods who had come today were annihilated. The fall of the gods. The entire Hunter Association was left in disarray. Within a conference room at the headquarters of the Kyoto Hunter Association, anguished cries of despair rang out. "Chen Zhong, it is you have ruined our association. You are its historical sinner." The chairman, his eyes ablaze with fury, clutched Chen Zhong by the collar, his face flushed with rage. Chen Zhong, pale as a ghost, protested, "Chairman, I was deceived by that dog Wei Xiangnan. Moreover, the proposal was passed by a vote. It is not solely my responsibility, bastard." The chairman violently shoved Chen Zhong to the ground. His expression twisted in rage as he shouted, "Am I to bear the blame as an abstaining voter?" Chen Zhong fell silent. "Bring him in," a thunderous command echoed. Several cold-faced Hunter Association guards stormed in. The chairman pointed at Chen Zhong and the other 2 elders who had participated in the vote. "Arrest them all and take them to prison for investigation. Establish an investigation team immediately. Search their homes overnight." Despair washed over Chen Zhong and the other 2 elders. They understood all too well that the chairman aimed to swiftly dispose of them, minimizing his own culpability. Those in such positions were well aware of the intricacies involved. Thus, they remained silent, mere victims and losers in the power struggle. Li Tingshan watched the unfolding drama silently, sighing inwardly. Though he had escaped disaster, he felt no joy. The Hunter Association had suffered such immense losses. A change was inevitable, possibly even a complete restructuring or purge. After the 3 elders were led away, the chairman, still unsatisfied, glared at Wei Xiangnan on the surveillance screen, eager to witness his fate. That moment. Ning Bufan's sword was poised at Zhang Wen's throat as his cold voice echoed. "Where is Wei Xiangnan?" Zhang Wen trembled, unable to utter a word as he stared at the bloodied sword so close before him. With a shaky hand, he pointed at the kneeling Wei Xiangnan beside him. Ning Bufan shook his head. "He is not Wei Xiangnan." Ning Bufan did not rely on sight to identify people, but rather on the perception of their aura. The individual before him, who bore a striking resemblance to Wei Xiangnan, lacked the familiar energy. Thus, an impostor could deceive those with mere eyes but could not fool someone like Ning Bufan, who possessed a unique sensitivity. "No, I am Wei Xiangnan," the impostor stammered, his voice trembling. Thrust. The long sword pierced through his throat, emerging from the back of his neck, blood gushing forth. "To deceive me is to pay the price. That price is death." With a swift motion, Ning Bufan severed the head from the body, sending it soaring into the night sky as blood flowed profusely. Chapter 72. A relentless war to the death. Witnessing the decapitation of the impostor. Zhang Wen's fear overwhelmed him, and he felt a warm rush, wetting his trousers. The stench of urine mingled with the scent of blood, permeating the air. "Where is Wei Xiangnan? You have one chance." Ning Bufan's voice was devoid of emotion as he raised his dripping sword. Zhang Wen, drenched in sweat from terror, understood that if he dared to claim ignorance, Ning Bufan would unhesitatingly pierce his throat. Gulp, 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 he swallowed repeatedly, his mind racing in a frantic search for a means of survival. Ning Xiao, I doubt I know. Wei Xiangnan has a twin brother named Wei Shibei. This person must be an impersonator. Whoosh, whoosh, two beams of sword light flashed, severing both ears from his head. Ah! Zhang Wen clutched his ears, letting out a piercing scream, his body curling in agony as he writhed on the ground, overwhelmed by pain. Wait! I know where Wei Xiangnan is. I'll take you. In a desperate bid for survival, Zhang Wen shouted hysterically, we have a backup base. He must be there. I'll take you there right now. Wait, go inside, Ning Bufan commanded, pointing his sword at the large door behind them. Tio, your command center. Yes, yes, Zhang Wen, blood streaming from his ears, nearly crawled as he led Ning Bufan to the command center hall. It was already empty. Contact the head of the Kyoto headquarters, Ning Bufan ordered. All right, Zhang Wen, his hands stained with blood, rushed to the front desk, hastily operating the controls until a voice crackled to life. This is the Kyoto Hunter Association headquarters. I am Zhang Wen, the vice president from Qingzhou. I need to report to the chairman. His voice trembled uncontrollably. Qingzhou. The voice on the other end hesitated, seemingly realizing something, and immediately responded, please hold. Moments later, a deep voice resonated. Zhang Wen, I am the chairman, Wan Gongming. Chairman, it has been a while. This is Ning Bufan. The cold voice of Ning Bufan took over the conversation. Wan Gongming was taken aback upon hearing Ning Bufan's voice, his breath nearly catching in his throat at that moment. He inhaled deeply to compose himself and, with a voice striving for calm, said, Ning Bufan, as long as you cease your continued slaughter, we can discuss anything. After a brief pause, Wan Gongming continued, regarding the case from 5 years ago, you were wronged. Although you have slain the true culprits, Wei Xiangnan and others, we can still restore your honor and rectify the injustice done to you. Wei Xiangnan is not dead. He merely found a scapegoat. Ning Bufan's cold voice interrupted the dialogue. What? Wan Gongming was stunned. On the surveillance screen, they witnessed Ning Bufan slaying Wei Xiangnan. The absence of sound left them unaware of the true nature of the events. Bastard! Wan Gongming roared, wishing he could seize Wei Xiangnan and tear him apart. The downfall of the Hunter Association was entirely due to Wei Xiangnan. Rest assured, Mr. Ning, we will immediately issue a worldwide manhunt for Wei Xiangnan. Even if he escapes to the ends of the earth, we shall certainly bring him to justice, provided you halt your killings. Wan Gongming emphasized the necessity of ceasing the slaughter once more. Ning Bufan sneered, it's too late, Director. From the moment you dispatched someone to Qingzhou, we have embarked on an all-out war to the death. This call was merely to inform you that my next destination is the headquarters of the Kyoto Association. I hope to see Wei Xiangnan by the time I arrive at the main office. Wan Gongming, alarmed, replied, Mr. Ning, no, you need not come to our headquarters. Once we capture Wei Xiangnan, we can deliver him to you personally. The notion of Ning Bufan arriving at headquarters was a jest. That location would become the next blood-soaked battleground. Suddenly, a flash of sword light erupted. With a resounding bang, the communication device exploded, silencing the conversation abruptly. Zhang Wen fell to the ground, staring at the sparking wires of the device, his scalp tingling with fear. Another sword strike followed, sending sparks flying. The device emitted thick smoke. Mr. Ning, is it on fire? Zhang Wen's panicked voice broke through. As if his words had summoned disaster, in the blink of an eye, the command center was engulfed in a flurry of sword light. Each beam of light targeted the electrical equipment. Instantly, sparks erupted like lightning, and black smoke billowed. Zhang Wen realized that Ning Bufan intended to annihilate the entire association's base. Half an hour later, the Qingzhou Association's base was consumed by flames, fueled by the wind. Standing outside, Zhang Wen gazed at the inferno before him, his face a mask of despair. The Qingzhou Hunter Association was finished. Lead the way to the backup base, Ning Bufan's indifferent voice echoed once more. The two departed, leaving behind a towering inferno that devoured the entire building, flames swirling in the night sky, smoke shrouding the heavens. A scorching wind swept through, rustling their clothing. 20 minutes later, Mr. Ning, this is our backup base. After Wei Xiangnan escapes, he may be hiding here. Zhang Wen's heart raced. He had no idea if Wei Xiangnan was truly here. All he could do was gamble and pray. Zhang Wen unlocked the door. leading Ning Bufan inside, and no sooner had they entered than Ning Bufan abruptly halted. He sensed the lingering presence of a familiar aura within the room, Xia Xinxin's essence. This indicated that Xia Xinxin had been here. Recalling how Xia Xinxin had been abducted and coerced into poisoning him, Xia Xinxin was taken by you here, wasn't she? Ning Bufan's question startled Zhang, causing his heart to nearly leap out of his throat. And no, it wasn't. Ning Bufan's finger pressed against the hilt of his sword, a chilling aura radiating from him. With a deafening crash, Zhang fell to his knees, weeping, "Mr. Ning, please calm your rage. Let me explain that it truly is my fault. It was Yi Yao Yao, the so-called genius fourth miss of the Yi family from Lingnan, who coerced Xia Xinxin into poisoning you. She has been plotting your demise since your journey from Fengqing to Qingzhou. Moreover, it was she who assisted in the abduction of Xia Xinxin's entire family. Where are Xia Xinxin's parents and brother?" Ning Bufan interrupted Zhang rambling, uninterested in explanations. Zhang, increasingly frantic, stammered that they were all dealt with by Yi Yao Yao. Their bodies handed over to Shang Nan. It's all the doing of those two women. With a thrust, the long sword pierced Zhang throat. Ugh! Zhang pupils widened in terror, his face contorting in an expression of mortal dread. There was no one in the backup base. He could die here. Ning Bufan did not rely on sight but on perception. This place was devoid of life. It was merely an empty base. With a swift motion, the long sword slashed, and Zhang head rolled through the air, coming to rest on the corridor floor, tumbling a few times before falling down the staircase, producing a dull thud. Ning Bufan sheathed his sword, his expression impassive as he turned to leave. Behind him, Zhang headless corpse knelt motionless. Moments later, a fierce blaze ignited within the backup base, flames soaring skyward, illuminating Ning Bufan's departing silhouette. His tall figure receded into the distance, swallowed by the darkness. Prepare, fire! Just as Ning Bufan's figure vanished into the shadows, a thunderous shout shattered the stillness of the night. Gunfire erupted, a torrential downpour of bullets unleashed. Almost instinctively, Ning Bufan manifested a shield of sword energy around himself. The bullets clashed against the sword energy, not shattering upon impact but emitting a cacophony of sounds as sparks flew. His sword energy, under the relentless barrage, began to fracture and dim. Ning Bufan raised an eyebrow, somewhat astonished. This was no ordinary hail of bullets. Maintain sustained fire. Open fire, open fire! This was indeed no typical ammunition. These were specially designed rounds for martial artists and formidable beasts. Exceedingly difficult to manufacture and in short supply. Such a dense barrage of this type could not be wielded by a mere common faction. Lord God of War, forgive this old man for speaking frankly, but tonight's battle has demonstrated Ning Bufan's terrifying prowess. Having single-handedly slain 2 quasi-gods and 8 demigods, it is evident that we should refrain from further involvement. On the rooftop of a distant high-rise, several figures stood in the darkness. At the forefront was a tall man with an imposing presence, the commander of 1,000,000 troops and one of the 5 great gods of war. Nan Qingtian. This time, our specialized ammunition is nearly depleted. Should the Nanhuang face a tide of beasts, we would lose a formidable weapon and be left with our soldiers to face the onslaught with nothing but their bodies. Behind Nan Qingtian stood an elderly man wielding a Kongming fan, the one who had just spoken. The god of war from Nanhuang was a figure of great renown. Perhaps only this elder dared to speak so boldly. Military advisor, my 10,000 sons of Nanhuang cannot perish in vain. Nan Qingtian, peering through binoculars at the battlefield, spoke coldly. If we let this matter slide, I, Nan Qingtian, would be unworthy of the title of God of War. If this is the case, how could my soldiers follow me sincerely in the future, obeying my command? In the ranks of the 1,000,000-strong army of Nanhuang, Nan Qingtian was their revered deity. Now, the loss of 10,000 brothers from Nanhuang would render him incapable of uttering a single word. A fall from grace. The military advisor sighed inwardly. It is lonely at the top. Many are often burdened by their reputations. Military advisor, you are overthinking this. At this moment, a woman in Nanhuang military attire, poised and striking, interjected, the commander is at the pinnacle of quasi-god strength, infinitely close to the ceiling of power, and no matter how strong Ning Bufan may be, after the continuous drain of battle, it would pose no problem for the commander to slay him. Xianing is correct. Another voice chimed in, belonging to a rugged man adorned with a beard, also clad in Nanhuang military attire. These two were among the 4 great warriors under Nan Qingtian's command. Let us hope so, the military advisor sighed. For the sake of eliminating one Ning bufan, if we suffer severe losses, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. This conflict was a mess created by the Hunter Association themselves. Alas. The military advisor shook his head in resignation, his final words dissolving into a heavy sigh. At this point, it was too late to reflect. Could he blame Nan Qingtian for being reckless, insisting on meddling in the internal strife of the Hunter Association? He dared not. There is no need for the military advisor to worry excessively. I, the commander, have made ample preparations to eliminate this scoundrel, Ning bufan. Although Nan Qingtian was astonished by Ning bufan's strength, he still held confidence. Suddenly, he bellowed, "Fire Phoenix!" with a resonant cry. A magnificent bird descended, flapping its wings as it spiraled down, its colossal form occupying nearly half the rooftop. This was Nan Qingtian's steed, Sword. Nan Qingtian extended his hand backward, and a subordinate respectfully presented a long sword, entirely a deep red and blue hue. The Qingming sword, Nan Qingtian's weapon, was one of the most renowned swords of the time. Ning bufan wields a sword as well. How fitting that my Qingming sword has never known defeat. I hope he will not disappoint me. With that, he leaped into the air, landing gracefully on the back of the Fire Phoenix. The Fire Phoenix let out a long cry and soared into the sky, heading toward the battlefield ahead. "Xianing, Wu Gang, hurry and protect the god of war," the advisor shouted in urgency. Xianing and Wu Gang furrowed their brows, somewhat speechless. Military advisor, given the strength of the god of war. Hurry! The advisor's voice turned stern as he bellowed. The god of war's safety is paramount to the entire Nanhuang. He cannot suffer even the slightest mishap. Otherwise, I will hold you accountable, understood? The 2 valiant warriors, witnessing the strategist's demeanor, dared not utter another word and hastily led their men down the stairs, sprinting towards the battlefield. On the field, a torrential downpour of bullets continued to rain down mercilessly. Before Ning bufan, the sword chi coalesced into a protective shield, extinguishing and rekindling in a relentless cycle. He gripped the hilt of his sword, several times contemplating drawing it. Yet, he understood that diverting his strength to the sword would leave his shield vulnerable to immediate shattering. Intriguing indeed. Ning bufan inhaled deeply, channeling 80% of his power. This was the strongest energy he had summoned thus far. "Brothers, he is nearly overwhelmed. Intensify the firepower. Open fire." The leading general, sensing Ning bufan's plight, roared with exhilaration, his eyes ablaze with fervor. If he could vanquish this demon, feared by the hunters of the arcane, it would be a monumental feat, securing his name and glory. However, scarcely had he uttered these words when the sword light before Ning bufan surged dramatically. The sword chi soaring into the heavens. The once dim shield of sword chi erupted into a dazzling display, layers upon layers of sword energy cascading forth, enveloping Ning bufan entirely, impenetrable. The bullets that rained down upon him were mercilessly reduced to mere dust beneath the relentless onslaught of the sword chi. The previously exultant general's expression froze in disbelief, quickly turning to ashen horror. How could this be? 8 extremes slash. 8 fearsome beams of sword light suddenly erupted from the sword shield, tearing through the ground, sending debris flying. The general's pupils dilated in terror as he let out a frantic scream. "Retreat!" Boom! One beam of sword light sliced through the general, piercing into the throng behind him. In the next instant, anguished screams filled the air, severed limbs and dismembered bodies flying amidst a mist of blood. The 8 beams of sword light swept through the crowd like iron plows, leaving a gruesome trail of shattered flesh. In that moment, half of the elite force of several hundred was obliterated. The remaining half stood paralyzed, forgetting to fire their weapons, transfixed by the horrific scene before them. As they stood in stunned silence, Ning bufan, sword in hand, had already plunged into the fray, the night sky once again filled with cries of despair. "Retreat! Retreat!" The heart-wrenching screams echoed across the expanse. Ning bufan was an unstoppable force, and with each swing of his sword, the ground became a graveyard. Those who regained their senses, driven by the instinct to survive, cast aside their weapons and fled. Yet, their legs could not match the swiftness of the sword light. The dense beams of sword energy swept through, leaving a trail of blood and flesh in their wake. Stop! A thunderous voice rang out from the sky. Almost immediately, the shrill cry of a phoenix pierced the AI. It was General Nan, coming to their rescue. We are saved. The cries had scarcely finished when the sword light shredded their bodies, eye in the air. Nan Qingtian beheld the scene of hell on earth below, his eyes nearly bursting with rage. This battalion, though merely 500 strong, was his elite force, equipped with specialized ammunition and weaponry, tailored for martial artists and arcane beasts. The complete annihilation of his troops stung deeper than the loss of 100,000 soldiers prior. Kill! A furious roar erupted, and a blue sword light descended with devastating intent. Slash! Ning Bufan would not waste words, his sword striking out. Bang! The two powerful sword lights collided in midair, the force of their impact creating a deafening explosion. Nan Qingtian, witnessing Ning Bufan below, felt a surge of murderous intent. In that moment, the wrath of the war god ignited within him. Suddenly, he leapt from the back of the fire phoenix, the Qingming sword slashing down violently. The blue sword light erupting, tearing through the very fabric of the void, infused with a sense of annihilation as it bore down upon Ning Bufan. Ning Bufan sheathed his long sword, and in the next instant, he unleashed a fierce slash. The sword strike, as pure as snow, erupted instantaneously, colliding with the incoming blue sword light with a deafening roar. Chapter 74. Slash, slash, slash. With a single stroke, a thunderous sound erupted. Nan Qingtian was taken aback by the sheer force descending from above. Boom! The collision of the two formidable sword lights unleashed shockwaves that surged outward. As Nan Qingtian descended through the air, the shockwave barreled towards him. Slash! He swung his sword down, dispersing the shockwave. Yet, another sword light was already barreling towards him from below. This strike was as swift as lightning, charged with the might of thunder, roaring towards him. Nan Qingtian's pupils constricted, a tingling sensation prickling at the back of his neck. He sensed the breath of death approaching. A seasoned warrior, he had faced countless life-or-death battles, his prowess unmatched among the strongest of the realm. As a quasi-deity, he was a war god forged through bloodshed, incomparable to the hunters of the arcane. Crack! A thunderous sound erupted. Although he managed to block the attack, the overwhelming force sent his body hurtling through the air. The fire phoenix, witnessing its master being thrown, let out a shrill cry and dove down, its massive claws catching Nan Qingtian midair. Not yet dead. A sinister glint flashed across Ning Bufan's face. Was this an unkillable cockroach? With a swift motion, he sheathed his long sword. 90% of his power. Just as he prepared to draw his sword again, the ground trembled beneath him, as if an earthquake were imminent. The rumbling grew louder. Surrounding structures crumbled amidst the cacophony. I felt as though some monstrous terror was advancing towards him. Soon, his senses detected 5 horrifying beasts. Behind him, a mutated wolf loomed, 3 times the size of an ordinary wild wolf. To his left, a pig-like beast, robust as an ox. To his right, a creature with sharp horns. Most alarming was the colossal gorilla directly before him, towering at least 10 stories high. The tremors and collapsing buildings were its doing. This creature resembled the giant gorilla from the movie King Kong. Everywhere it passed, devastation ensued. Fortunately, the surrounding populace had long since evacuated. Otherwise, the emergence of such a beast would spell disaster for humanity. Nan Qingtian, in his wrath, had released this abomination without regard for the consequences. But that was not all. A piercing cry from above heralded a massive bird, its wings flapping as it dove from the sky. Ning Bufan, are you not a slayer? Come and kill! Nan Qingtian shrieked madly from the air. These beasts include 2 royal-level and 3 imperial-level creatures. Let us see how you meet your end. Humans categorized the beasts into levels. Beyond the 9th level, there were royal, imperial, and the legendary heavenly levels. Royal level equated to human martial masters, imperial level to demigods, and heavenly level to the mythical land deities. 5 beasts equated to the power of 2 demigods and 3 quasi-deities. Terrifyingly, the explosive power and combat prowess of these beasts far surpassed that of humans. In normal circumstances, in battles of equal rank, humans stood no chance. Faced with the combined assault of formidable beasts from both ground and sky, Ning Bufan's expression remained aloof. Roar! A ferocious roar echoed as the swiftest of the savage wolves launched the first attack. closely followed by wild boars and unicorns. The ground trembled violently beneath the weight of the three colossal beasts. Slash, slash, slash. With a sudden draw of his sword, Ning Bufan unleashed 3 strikes in nearly simultaneous succession. Each aimed in a different direction, with an interval of no more than 0.0001 seconds. At that moment, the gigantic gorilla before him surged forward, its terrifying hand transforming into a colossal fist, resembling a world-destroying hammer, descending upon the diminutive Ning Bufan. Above, the monstrous bird of prey that had intended to dive down for an assault hesitated upon sighting the impending doom, hastily soaring higher to evade the catastrophic blow. This world-ending hammer instilled a sense of crisis within Ning Bufan, simultaneously igniting his formidable battle spirit. A fierce glint flashed across his handsome visage as he bellowed, 90% of my power. Slash, 90%. This was nearly the full extent of his might. With that strike, both man and sword surged forth. Chapter 75. The Fall of the War God with 90% of his power. He executed a strike. A beam of sword light, stretching over Zhong, shot skyward, as if to pierce the dark heavens. The pristine sword light illuminated a vast area, casting it into a realm of ghostly white, as if a force capable of obliterating the world had descended upon it. The terrifying momentum of the sword instilled a sense of despair. This was the true might of world annihilation. Nan Qingtian let out a desperate roar, boom. The sword light descended, heralding the arrival of the apocalypse in this realm. A thunderous roar reverberated, drowning out all other sounds in existence. In this world, only this dreadful rumble remained. Then, the pale hue became the sole background of this realm. A howl of horror erupted from the savage beasts, swiftly silenced. The gorilla's massive form emitted a chilling crack as it succumbed to the sword's fury. Blood rained down from the heights, cascading like a crimson waterfall from the heavens. The gorilla's body was shattered inch by inch beneath the relentless onslaught of the sword light high in the sky. The fire phoenix screeched in terror, frantically flapping its wings, attempting to flee the area with Nan Qingtian. Alas, it was injured and burdened by a passenger, its speed utterly inadequate. The terrifying residual sword energy swept through with devastating force, piercing both man and bird. Nan Qingtian's desperate cries tore through the night sky. In that final moment, he regretted his decision to venture into the treacherous waters of hunting the strange masters. But alas, it was far too late. The bodies of both he and the fire phoenix exploded into a mist of blood, plummeting downward. The once mighty war god, commander of 1,000,000 troops, the pillar of the realm, had fallen. On a distant rooftop. A strategist witnessing this harrowing scene closed his eyes in anguish. It is over, Nan Qingtian. Why did you not heed my counsel? The strategist lamented, tears streaming down his cheeks. That Ning Bufan, he was truly inhuman. This battle was also being observed through monitors. Within a multimedia conference room at the headquarters of the Kyoto Hunters Association, the president, Wang Gongming, watched the screen with despair. Shutting his eyes in hopelessness, this time, it was genuine despair, he cursed inwardly. Ning Bufan, if you are this powerful, why not declare it? Had you done so, I would have revered you as a grandfather. Whether you seek vengeance or wish to eliminate Wei Xiangnan and Yi Qian, feel free to do so. We would merely be your subordinates. What gnawed at him further was the realization that such a formidable individual had once been one of the hunters. If the hunters possessed such power, their glory would be unparalleled. Even the so-called #1 pavilion in the world, the Hulong Pavilion, would be beneath his feet. Yet, the harsh reality was far from this. Wei Xiangnan, may you rot in the depths of hell. Bring forth the order to unearth every last one of Wei Xiangnan's kin. Wang Gongming roared, venting his fury, but it was all too late. On the battlefield of Qingzhou, as tranquility returned, all that remained around Ning Bufan were the shattered corpses and the heavy scent of blood. Every participant from the southern wilderness, including the mightiest war god, Nan Qingtian, lay slain. No, there was one exception. A white bird resembling a falcon crouched at Ning Bufan's feet, repeatedly bowing its head and emitting submissive coos. This creature was the aerial beast that had once attacked Ning Bufan. It was clever. Having evaded the gorilla's wrath, it now dared not flee, for a single strike from Ning Bufan could easily end its life. In the world of strange beasts, only the strong survive while the weak are eliminated. Thus, These creatures revered strength. To follow a human as formidable as Ning Bufan without facing death was a dream beyond imagination. Like being struck by a pie from the heavens. Can you shrink? Ning Bufan coldly inquired. The bird immediately transformed, shrinking from a large bird to a small white one, fluttering joyfully around Ning Bufan before perching on his shoulder, nuzzling against him affectionately. Upon reaching the king level, strange beasts can typically alter their size freely, barring exceptional circumstances. Ning Bufan nodded in satisfaction and proceeded toward the location where the fire phoenix and Nan Qingtian had fallen. Before long, he and the bird stood beside the remains of the fire phoenix and Nan Qingtian. They had perished from the residual force, their bodies intact. Ning Bufan held no interest in Nan Qingtian, nor in the Qingming sword lying on the ground. He approached the fire phoenix, aimed his sword at a specific direction, and struck downwards. A massive gash appeared, and Ning Bufan drove his sword into the ground, reaching into the wound to extract a fist-sized, fiery red object. The little white bird gazed at the red object, its eyes widening in awe, an uncontrollable greed and fervor reflecting in its gaze. Yet, it ultimately forced itself to remain composed, daring not to act out. Eat it, Ning Bufan suddenly offered, presenting the fiery red object near the bird's beak. The little white bird was momentarily stunned. For a fleeting instant, it believed it was dreaming. The immense surprise and joy came too suddenly. However, it quickly regained its senses, its beak opening wide as it gulped down the fiery red object. Soaring into the sky with flapping wings, a cry of triumph echoed through the heavens. The little white bird's body swelled dramatically, undergoing a transformation. The fiery red object was the beast core of the fire phoenix. The essence of the strange beast. The steed of a war god was undoubtedly one of the most powerful strange beasts. It soared through the sky, flapping its wings wildly, each beat conjuring a whirlwind. Its form expanded continuously, 1 plane, 2 planes, until it reached the size of 5 planes before finally ceasing to grow. A true giant beast, a creature of colossal proportions. This was an imperial-level strange beast, equivalent to a demigod among humans. Suddenly, the gigantic bird opened its massive maw and unleashed a torrent of flames into the sky, igniting a fiery inferno that engulfed the heavens. The sight above transformed into a sea of flames. After consuming the fire phoenix's beast core, the little white bird gained the ability to breathe fire. It was now even more exhilarated, perhaps even intoxicated by its newfound power. Abruptly, it glanced down at Ning Bufan, who appeared minuscule in its eyes, akin to an ant, smaller than even a single toe. With a mere breath of fire, it could turn the vast area where Ning Bufan stood into scorched earth, including Ning Bufan himself. Thus, why should it submit to him? A glint of cold malice flickered in the little white bird's eyes. Chapter 76. The emergence of a monster. The world in chaos, sensing the little white bird's unusual demeanor. Ning Bufan's sword gleamed ominously as he drew it halfway from its sheath. Although the sword had not yet fully emerged, the terrifying sword aura ascended skyward, locking onto the massive form of the little white bird. It shivered, recalling how the imperial-level gorilla had been reduced to fragments by a single sword strike, and a chill ran down its spine. Ning Bufan's expression was as cold as frost, his voice laced with murderous intent. If there is a next time, you shall surely perish. The aura of death sent the little white bird into a cold sweat, filling it with dread as it hurriedly cooed in submission. Go to the Wei family, at Ning Bufan's command. The little white bird obediently descended, enlarging itself to a size suitable for a single rider. Ning Bufan leaped onto its back. Let us depart. With a triumphant cry, the little white bird soared into the sky, disappearing into the night, leaving behind a world of devastation and bloodshed. The Wei family, the residents of Wei Xiangnan, was a colossal clan in Qingzhou due to his status. At this moment, chaos reigned within the Wei household. Old master, we must leave quickly. It will be too late if we delay. Why the rush? It's the dead of night. Has the sky fallen? Even if the sky falls, my son Wei Xiangnan can hold firm. Old master, it is precisely because he cannot hold firm that we are being urged to evacuate. Please, we must go. It truly is a matter of urgency. I refuse to leave. My son Wei Xiangnan wields great power, and I refuse to believe anyone would dare provoke the Wei family. The crowd fell silent. Suddenly, A resounding cry of a bird echoed through the night sky. The Wei family members looked up in unison. Their pupils widened as a fireball, radiating terrifying heat, plummeted from above, as if the heavens were ablaze. Fire is falling from the sky. Run! Screams of terror shattered the night as the fireball struck. The cries of the Wei family were swallowed by the flames. And the Wei estate was engulfed in a fiery inferno, leading to the annihilation of the entire clan. The headquarters of the Kyoto Hunters Association, Ning Bufan issued another command. With a resounding cry, the little white bird transformed into a streak of light, darting toward Kyoto. The curtain of a life-and-death battle was about to rise at the Hunters Association. On the dark rooftop, the strategist watched as Ning Bufan rode the strange beast into the distance. A sigh escaping his lips, a monster has emerged. Chaos will soon envelop the world. An eerie silence enveloped the scene as the strategist of the Dark Owl sighed deeply before uttering a name. A man clad in the uniform of the Southern Wilderness Army approached. "Strategist, your subordinate is here." The strategist's visage was marred by anguish, yet he forced himself to endure the pain, striving to maintain a semblance of rational clarity. In the wake of the annihilation of the Southwest Region's trickster hunters, there was a palpable void of leadership. The commander of the Southern Wilderness Army had perished in battle, leaving a similar void. The malevolent beasts lurking in the vast mountains of the southern wilderness would undoubtedly stir restlessly. Should the tide of beasts erupt, the Southwest would soon transform into a hellish inferno. Suddenly, Dark Owl lifted his gaze. A strange glimmer flashing in his eyes. "Strategist, is this not a fortuitous opportunity?" The strategist was taken aback, his expression darkening instantaneously. "What did you say?" With a swift motion, a razor-sharp blade plunged into the strategist's chest. His eyes widened in disbelief, his aged countenance etched with shock. "Dark Owl, you?" Dark Owl smirked enigmatically. "My apologies, strategist, but I am an undercover agent for the Temple of Trickery. My duty is to incite the tide of beasts." "Ha ha ha ha!" I in despair, the strategist collapsed, his eyes failing to close in death. The southern wilderness was doomed. The remaining members of the Southern Wilderness Army had already been swayed to Dark Owl's side, silently observing the unfolding chaos without intervention. With a self-satisfied smile, Dark Owl cast a glance at the strategist's lifeless body, then turned to gaze towards the vanishing figure of Ning Bufan, laughing heartily. "Ning Bufan? Feel free to kill at will. I, on behalf of the Temple of Trickery, express my gratitude. Ha 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 ha. Go, Ning Bufan. Eradicate them all. Wahahaha." Suddenly, a streak of sword light tore through the darkness above, akin to a missile hurtling through the air. Swiftly approaching. "What the hell?" Dark Owl cried out in terror, his scalp prickling. With a fierce determination, he drew his blade and swung at the incoming sword light. Crack! His weapon shattered, and the sword light pierced through his body, engendering a mist of crimson. Dark Owl was left in a stupor. "How did this possible, master?" The subordinates behind him finally reacted, shrieking in terror as they rushed forward. A sword light descended with a thunderous crash, obliterating all in its wake. In the skies above, a creature named Xiaobai flapped its wings, remaining steadfast. Ning Bufan stood upon Xiaobai's back, facing the direction of a towering edifice, his voice cold and indifferent. "Your laughter is too loud. Do you fear I might not hear you?" With that, he issued a command. "Let us depart." The piercing bird call resonated through the heavens as Xiaobai took to the skies with great speed. At that moment, the headquarters of the Kyoto trickster hunters was thrown into disarray. "Everyone, Ning Bufan approaches, and this time he rides a beast. Though we are far away, with the speed of the beast, he could arrive within the next 3 hours." Upon the announcement of this news, a wave of panic swept through the trickster hunters' headquarters. The reasons for the news lockdown were clear. While outsiders were oblivious to the circumstances of the battle in Qingzhou, the insiders knew all too well that the demigods and the southern wilderness war god and his elite forces had been utterly vanquished. Resistance was futile. Quickly, seek aid. Call upon any and all sources for assistance. The frantic voice of the chairman, Wang Gongming, resonated from the office. An hour passed. Xiaobai soared steadily through the air. Ning Bufan sat motionless on the expansive back of the avian, briefly resting. A voice of prayer echoed through the night sky. The sound was not loud but resonated across the expanse. Ning Bufan's ears perked up, roused from his meditative state. Xiaobai emitted a sharp cry, expressing its discontent. Soon, beneath the starry sky, a figure and a beast emerged. A bald old monk, clad in white robes, sat upon a white crane, hovering in midair to block Ning Bufan's path. "Devil, this old monk has awaited your arrival for quite some time," the old monk intoned once more. Ning Bufan sprang to his feet, drawing his sword without hesitation and unleashing a brilliant arc of light that illuminated the night sky, accompanied by a piercing shriek as the 10,000 Buddha sect, never ending in its pursuits. Ning Bufan's fury surged. Startled, the old monk bellowed, "Golden bell shield." An ethereal golden bell materialized, enveloping the old monk. Bang! The sword light struck the golden shield with ferocity. While the shield withstood the blow, it fractured under the impact. In the next instant, a deafening explosion shattered the golden bell. The old monk's face paled, and he hastily exclaimed, "Devil! Oh no! Please wait. I am not of the 10,000 Buddha sect. Allow me to explain." Ning Bufan's expression remained frigid as he swung his sword again. "Damn it!" The old monk, losing his composure, shouted, "Little crane, flee!" The crane let out a long cry, plummeting suddenly and making a sharp turn. Speeding away in another direction, the terrifying sword light howled towards them, compelling the old man to press himself against the back of the crane. Whoosh! The sword light, imbued with the essence of death, barely grazed the old monk's back, tearing through his robe. A chill coursed down his spine, and every pore on his body stood on end. Amitabha, may the Buddha protect me. Just as he expressed gratitude for narrowly escaping, a sharp pain suddenly pierced his back. A quick touch revealed a sticky substance, blood. The old monk's spirit faltered. "Little crane, hurry and flee. Amitabha, this deal has turned sour. The Buddha shall not partake in it." As his words faded, a bird call echoed from behind, nearly dislodging the old monk from his perch. "Amitabha, I have already fled. Why pursue me?" Ning Bufan was displeased. Had it been anyone else, he would have disregarded the chase. But the persistent appearances of the 10,000 Buddha sect necessitated their destruction. Whoosh! The sword light, as pure as snow, surged forth once more. "Little crane, evade, haha, missed. Thank the Buddha, come on. Try to hit me, you cannot touch me. You cannot kill me, ha ha ha." After several narrow escapes from Ning Bufan's strikes, the old monk became overly confident, taunting and provoking. Ning Bufan's forehead throbbed with anger. This was his first ride upon a beast. And Xiaobai was also inexperienced, both being novices. The old monk, however, demonstrated a mastery of aerial maneuvers, effortlessly dodging and twisting midair, akin to a seasoned pilot. Battling in the skies was undeniably disadvantageous. Realizing the futility of the chase, Ning Bufan took a deep breath to quell his rage, commanding, "Xiaobai, to Kyoto." Xiaobai, heeding the command, let out a cry before abandoning the pursuit and turning away. Sensing Ning Bufan's departure, the old monk became even more exuberant. Laughing heartily, "Was it not said that Ning Bufan leaves no survivors? Yet here I stand, alive. I am formidable. Ha ha ha." Suddenly, a brilliant light flashed from the depths of the darkness. In the next breath, the light expanded in his vision. It was a sword light, charging like thunder, violently approaching. The old man screamed in abject terror. "Run!" The crane momentarily hesitated, but as it processed the command, it beat its wings frantically to escape. Yet the suddenness of the situation left them a fraction too late. Feeling death's approach, the old monk grasped the crane's feathers, yelling, "Invert and flip!" The crane, responding instinctively, executed a rapid maneuver, flipping its massive body to dive towards the dark ground below. Swish! The sword light arrived in an instant, slicing through the crane's abdomen, showering the air with blood and feathers. The crane let out a heart-wrenching cry. "Little crane," the old monk wailed in anguish as both man and beast plummeted uncontrollably. At that moment, Ning Bufan and Xiaobai appeared above the old monk. "Pursue!" Ning Bufan's murderous intent was palpable. Xiaobai screeched, diving down with ferocity. Chapter 77. As long as I remain, the Ning family shall not perish. Ning Bufan and Xiaobai landed amidst an expansive forest, glancing around in confusion. After a chaotic aerial chase, adrenaline had surged, and in his fervor, Ning Bufan had lost track of time and location. Now, having touched ground, he realized they were lost. the dawn had broken, heralding a new day. Meanwhile, the headquarters of the Kyoto trickster hunters had endured a night of anxious vigilance. The feared harbinger of death, Ning Bufan, had not arrived. It was rumored he had been spirited away by a high monk. Yet, the crisis was far from averted. "Chairman, I propose we re-engage Gao Sanyong," Li Tingshan suggested within the Trickster Hunters Association, AT present. "He is the only one capable of contending with Ning Bufan." Wan Gongming, lacking a better strategy, urgently pressed Li Tingshan. "I entrust this matter entirely to you. Depart immediately." Having learned that Gao Sanyong was in Fengcheng, Li Tingshan hastily boarded the fastest private jet bound for that destination. In Fengcheng, at the ruins of the Ning family manor, excavators were diligently clearing the site. This plot of land had been claimed by Yang Luyin with Ning Bufan's blessing. Today, she was personally overseeing the operations, preparing to clear the area for the construction of a new modern manor, aptly named the Yang family manor. Suddenly, the sound of a horn blared as an unfamiliar business vehicle barreled towards the construction zone, breaching the designated barricades. "Hey, stop! This is a construction site. Vehicles are not permitted." Several workers rushed forward to intervene. Yet, the vehicle did not halt. Instead, it accelerated, crashing through. "Get out of the way!" The construction site erupted with terrified shouts as one unfortunate worker was struck. Sent flying, his leg crushed beneath the wheels, leaving him a grotesque mess. The chilling screams echoed throughout the area, sending shivers down spines. Yang Luyin, overseeing the operations, was taken aback, rushing towards the commotion. Workers flocked around, some enraged individuals brandishing their tools, surrounding the business vehicle, shouting, "You bastard! You've run someone over! Get out of the car!" With a click, the car door swung open. 4 burly men stepped out, their eyes sharp and their imposing presence radiating a terrifying aura. Their icy gazes swept over the surrounding crowd, and under the oppressive aura they exuded, a group of workers recoiled in fear. "Stand aside, General Yang is coming." The encircling throng parted, and Yang Luyin surged forward with her entourage. Just as she entered, a familiar figure emerged from the vehicle, a woman clad in androgynous attire. With short hair, a black leather jacket paired with black jeans, and sunglasses perched on her nose, she advanced with her hands tucked into her pockets, her demeanor radiating an air of arrogance and coldness that was almost palpable. 4 burly men followed respectfully in her wake. Are you Ning Zhaodi?" Yang Luyin gasped upon recognizing her. The newcomer was the youngest of the Ning sisters, Ning Zhaodi. Removing her sunglasses, Ning Zhaodi fixed a chilling glare on Yang Luyin. "This is Ning territory. Who gave you the audacity to encroach upon it?" Yang Luyin was at a loss for words. One of the bodyguards beside Yang Luyin, overly confident, stepped forward. "The Ning family no longer exists. This place was gifted to our General Yang by Ning Bufan upon his departure. If you have any objections, take them up with him. What gives you the right to act insolently before our General Yang? You've got guts." Ning Zhaodi's cold gaze lingered on the bodyguard, a strange smile curling at the corners of her mouth. In the next instant, she raised her right hand, pointing at the bodyguard. Boom! Flames erupted from the bodyguard's body, and he was engulfed in a fiery ball. The suddenness of the event sent shockwaves through the crowd, who scattered in terror. The burning bodyguard let out piercing cries of agony, thrashing and rolling in the inferno, until, ultimately, he was consumed by the flames. When the fire subsided, he had been reduced to charred remains. The scent of roasted flesh permeated the air. The onlookers, witnessing this horrific scene, were paralyzed with fear, their backs chilled, and none dared to approach again. Yang Luyin, shielded by her bodyguards, prepared to flee the scene. "Yang Luyin, you best not move." A voice, icy and mocking, rang out, "If you dare to escape, your Yang family will vanish from this world today." Despair washed over Yang Luyin. She was not naive. She recognized Ning Zhaodi as the legendary power wielder capable of manipulating fire. She could not fathom that this youngest daughter of the Ning family, studying abroad, would be an awakened one in the presence of such a person. They, the ordinary folk, were utterly powerless to resist. "Zhaodi, please let me explain. This place truly belongs to Ning Bufan. No, he forced it upon me. If I refused, he threatened to kill my entire family. You have no idea the extent of his madness." Trembling, Yang Luyin approached Ning Zhaodi, her voice quaking as she recounted the events of that day. A terrifying intent to kill surged forth. Yang Luyin was nearly brought to her knees in fear. Zhaodi, rest assured, I can return the Ning family's assets to you. Yang Luoyin's face turned pale with fright. Consider yourself fortunate. As long as I am here, the Ning family shall not perish. Ning Zhaodi's gaze fell upon the ruins before her, her fists tightening with determination. Mother, father, sister, rest assured in the heavens, I will soon make that beast, Ning Bufan, bow before you in apology. Ma'am. Urgent orders have arrived. At that moment, one of Ning Zhaodi's bodyguards approached her, whispering in her ear. You are to immediately head to Nanhuang to take command of the Dark Owl and initiate the beast tide. It is of utmost urgency. Ning Zhaodi's expression shifted slightly as she suddenly seized Yang Luyin by the throat, her features contorted in rage. Rebuild this place in accordance with the Ning family estate's design. If any part differs from before, I will annihilate your entire Yang family. All right, all right. Yang Luyin nodded in terror. 1 month. Ning Zhaodi stated, discarding Yang Luyin onto the dusty ground. A sense of despair washed over Yang Luoyin's heart. Restoring the Ning family estate in just 1 month was an insurmountable task. Ning Zhaodi paid her no heed, departing with her subordinates. Meanwhile, within the confines of a hospital room in Feng City, President Gao, thank you for saving me. Xia Xinxin awoke from her coma, her gaze landing on the familiar figure of Gao Sanfeng, expressing her gratitude. Gao Sanfeng shook his head. The one who saved you was Ning Bufan. I must admit, I was quite surprised that someone like him would intervene to save you. I had thought him only capable of slaughter. President Gao, you are mistaken. Xia Xinxin replied earnestly. Ning Bufan is fundamentally a kind-hearted person. He has been driven to this point by external pressures. From a medical perspective, he is essentially a patient struggling with mental illness. Just as she spoke, a knock echoed at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Gao Sanfeng turned to the entrance. And as the door swung open, a familiar figure appeared before him, causing him to freeze momentarily. One of the members of the cabinet, Li Tingshan. Elder, what brings you here? Gao Sanfeng rose, bewildered. Li Tingshan's face was grave as he nodded at Gao Sanfeng, then turned to leave. After giving Xia Xinxin a brief admonition, Gao Sanfeng followed him outside to eye in the car. Once seated, Gao Sanfeng inquired, Elder, has something happened? Seeing Li Tingshan's expression, he sensed the gravity of the situation. Li Tingshan spoke plainly. Last night, Ning Bufan went on a rampage in Qingzhou. The Qingzhou chapter has been obliterated, with 2 quasi-deities and 8 demigods fallen. What the hell? Gao Sanfeng exclaimed, his eyes widening in shock. However, that was not the end of Li Tingshan. Observing Gao Sanfeng's astonished expression, continued with resignation. The war god of Nanhuang and 2 of his top generals have also perished. What the hell? Gao Sanfeng felt numb. The turmoil within him was unrelenting. He had anticipated bloodshed in Qingzhou, but never had he imagined the fall of so many deities, including the war god of Nanhuang. It was too exaggerated, too terrifying. Ning Bufan, is he a terrestrial immortal? No, no. A terrestrial immortal so young is impossible. Gao Sanfeng shook his head frantically. Li Tingshan sighed deeply. A terrestrial immortal is unlikely, but he is undoubtedly among the pinnacle of quasi-deities. Now, he seeks to eradicate our association, and we must find a way to negotiate peace with Ning Bufan. Gao Sanfeng was taken aback. Elder, Ning Bufan has killed so many from our association. His crimes are unforgivable. What face would we have to negotiate? How could we explain ourselves to our fallen comrades? Li Tingshan's face twitched, his expression grim. Internally, he cursed, damn it, as if we want this. Under the sword's edge lies truth. As long as the fist is powerful enough, all crimes can be dismissed as trivial. Sanfeng, can we not admit our mistakes? Li Tingshan's expression darkened, his tone grave as he added, now that the southwest chapter has fallen and the war god of Nanhuang is lost, the monstrous beasts in the Million Mountain Range may erupt into a terrifying beast tide at any moment. When that happens, the entire southwest region, including Feng City, will transform into a hell on earth, and the ones who will suffer are the common folk. This was no mere scare tactic but a grim reality imminent on the horizon. Gao Sanfeng was taken aback, his face draining of color. He was not Ning Bufan, who could disregard these issues. With a heart that cared for the world, he could not bear to witness such a tragic scenario unfold. What must I do? Without hesitation, he offered his assistance. Li Tingshan, you are to be transferred to the association's cabinet. Gao Sanfeng was taken aback. This was a meteoric rise. He maintained his composure, for such an abnormal promotion came at a cost. It required him to be a shield. If things went awry, he might find himself either falling beneath Ning Bufan's sword or perishing in the beast tide. Sanfeng, the association needs you, and the people of the world need you. Please do not refuse. Li Tingshan gazed earnestly at Gao Sanfeng, fearful he might decline. In this moment, the most self-serving choice would be to evade disaster. When do I assume my post? Gao Sanfeng accepted without hesitation, prompting a sigh of relief from Li Tingshan. Concerned for Xia Xinxin's safety, he agreed to stay. However, as he was processing her discharge, an elderly doctor stopped him. President Gao, the poison within Miss Xia has yet to be neutralized. Currently, due to her unique self-healing ability, she has temporarily resisted the toxin's effects. We have attempted countless antidotes, but we can only suppress it, not eliminate it. To save her, the best course of action is to find the antidote. Otherwise, she will not endure much longer. Gao Sanfeng felt a wave of dread wash over him. Ning Bufan had entrusted Xia Xinxin to his care, and if anything befell her, he could only imagine the consequences. Cold sweat broke out on his brow. Elder, what poison did you administer to Xia Xinxin? Gao Sanfeng confronted Li Tingshan, thrusting the examination report into his hands. Li Tingshan, bewildered, took the report and shook his head. Our association has no such poison. To my knowledge, it was the fourth young lady of the Yi family, Yi Yaoyao, who kidnapped Xia Xinxin. She must be the one who administered it. Yi Yaoyao. Gao Sanfeng's expression darkened as he gritted his teeth. That venomous woman. Very well. Time was of the essence, and Gao Sanfeng refrained from further discussion. At this moment, Ning Bufan had already extricated himself from the vast mountains, drawing from his experience in the wilderness. Escaping was not difficult. He merely felt vexed that the old bald man had not found him, only the corpse of his mount. He now soared towards the capital on Shaobai. The day was cloudless. Yet in the distance, a vast expanse of dark clouds suddenly loomed. Shaobai, unperturbed by the clouds, plunged swiftly into their depths. In the next instant, the clouds roiled, distorting the void, rendering visibility non-existent. Ning Bufan's sight was obscured. But it did not affect him much, however. Shaobai was not so fortunate. Enveloped by the clouds, it could see nothing, unable to discern direction, flailing helplessly in a frantic attempt to escape the cloud-covered area. No matter how hard it tried, it could not break free, as if the realm of clouds were boundless. In truth, it is not the clouds that stretch infinitely. Rather, they continuously shift, relentlessly ensnaring their form and trapping it inescapably. Ha! At last, we have successfully thwarted this formidable foe. Beyond the clouds, two elderly men are perched upon great birds, circling the ominous cloud that confines Ning Bufan Point. One tall elder gazes into the distance, observing the cloud that entraps Ning Bufan as he bursts into hearty laughter. The shorter elder strokes his beard, a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. Brother, as brothers of Cloud Mountain, this task is but a trifling matter for us. That old fellow, Wan Gongming, must reward us with a divine elixir. No, 2 elixirs, or else we shall not relent. Before he can finish, a beam of light suddenly shoots forth from within the clouds, hurtling towards the shorter elder. His pupils constrict in alarm as he bellows, summoning all his strength for a desperate punch. Bang! A resounding explosion erupts, his fist exploding into a mist of crimson. The Ancient One emits a wail of despair as the sword's light pierces through him. In an instant, both he and his steed let out a mournful cry as they plummet downwards. The tall elder screams in anguish, "Brother!" At that moment, the cloud, having lost one of its controllers, ceases its movement. With a rush, a fierce wind stirs, and a colossal beast bursts forth from the clouds, releasing a roar of fury. The tall elder, struck with terror, abandons concern for his fallen comrade and shouts frantically, directing his mount to flee into the distance. Ning Bufan's fingers grip the hilt of his sword. With a sudden exertion, he draws it forth, transforming it into a comet of light aimed at the tall elder's back. Help! The tall elder's cries for salvation echo through the heavens. Whoosh! The swift sound of slicing air fills the void as a sword, akin to a meteor, streaks through the sky, colliding violently with Ning Bufan's blade. Clang! The swords clash, sparks flying. Ning Bufan's brow furrows slightly, realizing there is assistance for his adversary. With his feet clamping the sword, he grips the hilt tightly and yanks it out with ferocity. The sword cleaves. A tempestuous sword light rends the air, accompanied by a chilling shriek, as it arcs once more towards the tall elder. That sword reappears to intercept. With a resounding thud, it is sent flying far away. The sword light, undeterred, continues its relentless advance, heralding death's approach towards the tall elder. "Save me!" The elder's terrified pleas are heart-wrenching, as his mount reaches its utmost speed, yet it cannot match the swiftness of the sword light. "Halt!" A commanding voice resounds from afar, its momentum swelling with a violent force. Yet, the sword light does not cease. Bang! A muffled thud reverberates, and blood mist erupts in the air. The tall elder is mercilessly pierced by the sword light. "You scoundrel! I shall slay you and your entire lineage!" A roar reverberates through the sky, shaking the firmament. A terrifying giant eagle flaps its immense wings, accompanied by a rumble akin to thunder, arriving in the blink of an eye. In that moment, a dreadful bloodlust envelopes the vast expanse. Chapter 79. The fall of the twin swords. Following the explosion of blood mist, the tall elder and his steed plummet rapidly towards the ground. A giant eagle soars through the air at high velocity. Its piercing cry resounds across the heavens. Upon the eagle's back sit a man and a woman, both of middle age. The man is clad in azure, while the woman is draped in violet. They are a renowned couple in the martial world, the famed purple and azure twin swords of Cloud Mountain. Both were prodigies of the sword from a young age. In their 40s, they have already ascended to the ranks of great sword immortals, and their combined might is unparalleled amongst their peers. "Master Uncle." The couple appears just in time to witness the two elders plummeting. Unleashing a cry of grief and fury. "Cursed fiend, I shall slay you." The woman in violet stands abruptly on the eagle's back, her long sword drawn, infused with vengeful fury as she transforms into a streak of light aimed at Ning Bufan. Ning Bufan commands Xiaobai to accelerate, remaining indifferent as he senses the sword's deadly approach. Swish! The sword is drawn, slashing forth. The sword light cascades like a waterfall, tearing through the air with a bone-chilling hum. "Zir, be careful!" the man in azure exclaims, hastily drawing his sword to counter the attack. Clang! The woman's sword is sent flying. The sword light surges forward, relentlessly pursuing the woman. The strike from the azure-clad man meets Ning Bufan's sword light. A resounding explosion ensues as the azure man's sword light shatters. Ning Bufan's sword light dims significantly, yet it presses onward. The couple's faces turn pale with fear. Since the rise of the purple and azure twin swords, they have faced virtually no rivals among their peers, possessing an arrogant confidence. Little did they expect that against the young Ning Bufan, they would find themselves in such disarray after just one strike. "Go!" The azure-clad man bellows, his sword flying forth to intercept the oncoming sword light. Their expressions grow grave, discarding their previous arrogance. "Dear, this fiend is indeed extraordinary. We must tread carefully." The violet-clad woman regains her composure. The flames of vengeance extinguished, replaced by an overwhelming seriousness. Their steeds fly at high speed towards one another, the distance closing rapidly. "Eagle, attack!" The azure-clad man commands. The piercing cry from the eagle resonates through the skies once more. The giant eagle opens its beak wide, unleashing a bolt of electricity that surges towards Ning Bufan and Xiaobai. Ning Bufan furrows his brow, drawing his sword to counter the onslaught. The sword light crashes against the electrical surge. Crackling with energy, Xiaobai, enraged, retorts, "Is that all you can do?" A screeching bird call slices through the air. Xiaobai suddenly opens its mouth. Boom! In an instant, flames erupt like a torrent. The inferno surges forth, racing towards the adversaries. "Eagle, retreat!" The azure-clad man shouts in terror, slicing backward with his sword to create a barrier. The giant eagle hastily turns, frantically flapping its wings in a desperate bid for survival. Though the giant eagle is a royal-grade mythical beast, Xiaobai is of the imperial grade. The inferno unleashed by the imperial beast is far beyond what a royal beast can withstand. Whoosh! The flames crash violently against the barrier formed by the sword energy. Unfortunately, the barrier's coverage is limited, and within a breath, the overwhelming flames engulf it before the fire reaches them. The scorching waves of heat already sweep over. The giant eagle emits a pained cry as flames consume its tail. Yet, spurred by the searing pain, it flaps its wings with frantic speed, reaching its utmost limit. The surrounding air currents are whipped up into a terrifying tornado. Zir, hold on tight. The two on the eagle's back cling desperately to its feathers. Fearing being thrown off, though they are hailed as great sword immortals, they are not truly like the legendary immortals able to fly on swords, but a fall from such heights would be fatal. Fortunately, as the flames dissipate, they narrowly escape disaster. The purple and azure twin swords are filled with uncontainable rage. For the first time since their debut, they find themselves in such a predicament. Dear, let us join forces and slay him. The violet-clad woman's eyes blaze with fury, her face twisted in a snarl, her intent to kill palpable. Agreed. The azure-clad man shouts. Eagle, steady yourself. With that, the two rise swiftly. Twin swords unite, striking forth like dragons. Standing side by side, they simultaneously shout. The twin swords thrust forward in unison in the vast skies. The sound of dragons resounds. Two beams of sword light converge into one. In the next breath, a dragon-shaped sword energy materializes. Kill! The roar of the dragon reverberates through the void, with an overwhelming force that crashes towards Ning, Bufan, and Xiaobai. Where the sword dragon passes, the air seems to be cleaved asunder. Before the sword arrives, the terrifying momentum leaves Xiaobai breathless, its speed slowing instantly. This strike embodies the duo's utmost strength. A peculiar smile curls at the corner of Ning Bufan's mouth. Interesting. Clang. The long sword is sheathed. In the next moment, the sword light erupts forth. The sword is drawn and cleaves down. The sword energy surges like a rainbow, roaring forth with a thunderous sound. In an instant, the two forces collide. There is no earth-shattering explosion or cacophony, only a soft hiss, as if a blade sliced through paper. The seemingly formidable sword dragon is instantly cleaved in twain. The sound of tearing echoes, sending chills down the spine. The sword light cleaves through the sword dragon, advancing towards the purple and azure twin swords. Evade! The azure-clad man cries out in horror, urgently shielding the violet-clad woman with his body as he thrusts his sword forward. Thud! The sword pierces only halfway, a bloody arm, along with the sword, flying high into the air. Blood rains down. Dear! The violet-clad woman lets out a heart-wrenching wail. The giant eagle also emits a mournful cry at that moment. A flash of sword light sweeps by, severing half of its massive wing. Had it not been for the eagle's rich combat experience, it might have been cleaved in two, with half a wing severed. The giant eagle's flight becomes erratic, swaying uncontrollably. It fears tossing the two riders off, desperately attempting to maintain its balance. Yet it is beyond its control. Eagle! The woman shrieks, embracing her fallen husband as she cries out. Dear, are you all right? Don't scare me. No match for him. We must flee. The azure-clad man clings tightly to the eagle's back, suppressing his agony as he utters pained words. Flee? In this situation, how can we escape? The eagle is wounded, struggling to maintain balance, and cannot fly swiftly. Should the enemy strike again, they are doomed. A cold smile plays on Ning Bufan's lips. Now they think of their child. Why did they not consider it when they came to kill me? Whoosh! The sword light, like snow, cleaves forth. The violet-clad woman cries out in despair, yet she summons her final strength, swinging her sword in retaliation. Her power pales in comparison to the azure-clad man's. How can she hope to withstand Ning Bufan's blade? Clang! Her long sword is sent flying. See! The azure-clad man cries out in grief and rage. Thud! The sword light pierces through the woman's body, its momentum unabated, passing through the man behind her. This pair of fateful lovebirds could no longer control their bodies and plummeted from the swaying back of the giant eagle. The colossal creature let out a mournful cry that echoed through the heavens. Boom! Suddenly, a ball of raging fire descended from the sky. The giant eagle, unable to evade, was instantly engulfed in a massive fireball, accompanied by the wails of despair as it fell alongside the pair of entwined souls. The twin swords of purple and blue fell from grace. Commander, we can no longer allow anyone to perish. The toll has been too great. In an office of the Kyoto Hunters Association, the president, Wan Gongming, and others watched the figures plummeting on the surveillance screen, their hearts racing in a frenzied tremor, their expressions as grim as if attending a funeral. Chapter 80. Those who stand against me shall die. Commander, that Ning fellow is nothing but a madman. We should never have provoked him. In the office, someone lamented bitterly. Damn it, It's all Wei Xiangnan's fault. Some, too afraid to curse the commander, vented their frustration at Wei Xiangnan instead. Mentioning Wei Xiangnan, Wan Gongming gritted his teeth and furiously asked, "Has Wei Xiangnan been located?" His subordinate helplessly shook his head. "That bastard seems to have evaporated. I suspect he was incinerated along with the Wei family by Ning Bufan's flames." "Where are Li Tingshan and Gao Sanfeng?" Wan Gongming inquired further. He had pinned all his hopes on Gao Sanfeng now. Too slow, far too slow. Wan Gongming slammed the table, his eyes reddening with urgency. "Hurry, continue to urge them." "Yes, sir." The subordinate hurriedly departed. Just then, another subordinate burst in, brimming with excitement. "Commander, good news. The Qin family has agreed to send Ning Bufan's biological mother, Qin Fu, to persuade him, but they demand 3 shattering god pills." Upon hearing this, Wan Gongming's face contorted, darkening ominously. As if the shattering god pill were as common as cabbage, there are scarcely more than 10 in the entire association. His request for 3 was nothing short of brazen robbery. Yet now, he had no room for negotiation. "Fine," agreed. Wan Gongming gritted his teeth, suppressing his dissatisfaction. "However, they must arrive within an hour. Otherwise, all bets are off." "Understood." The subordinate swiftly exited. Wan Gongming took a deep breath, grabbing the phone on his desk to summon someone. Shortly after, a sturdy middle-aged man with dark skin and a stern expression entered. "Commander, you called for me?" The man stood straight before Wan Gongming's desk. "Wei Mian, the last remaining quasi-god of the Hunters Association. Have the others withdrawn?" Wan Gongming asked weakly. "You should withdraw as well," he added, waving his hand. Wei Mian shook his head. "I will only withdraw when you do." "Commander, foolishness." Wan Gongming snapped. "You are our last quasi-god. We cannot afford any more losses. Wan Gongming, am the commander. Anyone else can leave, but I cannot." Wei Mian remained silent, steadfastly refusing to budge. Wan Gongming, his emotions swelling, stood up and drew back the curtains, shouting, "This headquarters building of the association was constructed 50 years ago. It has stood as a symbol and belief of the Hunters Association for half a century. If it is destroyed, the faith of the association will perish, and the people's hearts will scatter. Therefore, until the last moment, I cannot leave. As long as there is even the slightest hope, I must protect it. Otherwise I, Wan Gongming, shall be the historical sinner of the Hunters Association, and even in death, I would have no face to meet the predecessors of the Hunters in the afterlife." Though Wan Gongming may not be regarded as an illustrious commander, his sense of responsibility is undeniably strong. "Commander, I shall stand with you until the very end," Wei Mian declared stubbornly. "You?" Wan Gongming choked, finally letting out a sigh. "Very well." Wan Gongming had no choice but to relent. All personnel must withdraw except for the essential staff. "Understood." Wei Mian nodded, preparing to leave when a subordinate rushed in, panic-stricken. "Commander, it's bad. Ning, that demon, Ning Bufan, has already entered the outskirts of Kyoto." Boom. Wan Gongming's mind exploded like thunder, leaving him utterly stunned. How could he be so fast? Can that fellow fly? He had forgotten. Indeed, he had flown here. However, Gao Sanfeng had yet to arrive, nor had Ning Bufan's biological mother, Qin Fu. Time must be fought for. Wan Gongming forced himself to regain composure, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead with a tissue, and commanded, "Wei Mian, proceed with the plan. Take Qinzhong and the others out." "Yes." Wei Mian complied and left in the outskirts of Kyoto. Ning Bufan and his avian companion soared high in the sky. If Ning Bufan could see, he would behold the vast expanse of Kyoto sprawling beneath him, a concrete forest of magnificent architecture stretching endlessly. A breathtaking spectacle. Yet now, Ning Bufan had neither the time nor the inclination to admire Kyoto's grandeur. He maximized his perception, swiftly flying towards the association's headquarters based on familiar memories. Xiaobai flew low, swiftly reaching the skies above Kyoto. Suddenly, the piercing sound of alarms reverberated through the air, shrill and haunting. "This is Kyoto. Without permission, no flying objects are allowed to enter the airspace. You are about to enter the airspace of Kyoto. Please leave immediately. Otherwise, we have the right to shoot you down." The warnings echoed from both the sky and the ground. Several flying vessels approached within a kilometer of Ning Bufan, issuing warnings. However, upon seeing Xiaobai's terrifying size, their crafts resembled mere flies, hastily retreating in fear. This formidable beast was beyond their capacity to confront. A kilometer away, an elder clad in a Taoist robe, holding a Buddhist whisk, sat atop a celestial crane, blocking Ning Bufan and Xiaobai's path. Hearing the voice, people below looked up at the sky. Instantly, many screamed in shock. That is Dao Yangzi, the steadfast anchor of Kyoto, one of the terrestrial immortals. In the next moment, a fervent cheer erupted from the ground, a tidal wave of adulation. The Hunters Association. When Wan Gongming learned that the terrestrial immortal Dao Yangzi had intervened to obstruct Ning Bufan, he was nearly overwhelmed with elation. The burden on his heart was at least halved. It's fine. No matter how strong Ning Bufan is, he cannot possibly slay a terrestrial immortal. In the office, Wan Gongming smiled. Quickly, have someone turn on the surveillance. I am eager to see how arrogant Ning Bufan can be this time. Beside him, Wei Mian's dark face twitched, reluctantly dousing the excitement. Commander, to my knowledge, the venerable Dao Yangzi is not actually present in Kyoto. What remains here should merely be a replica he crafted. Wan Gongming's eyelids twitched. As the commander and a senior figure, he was aware of this fact, but in his moment of joy, he had forgotten. Phew! He took a deep breath and said, a replica still possesses a third of his strength. It should be adequate to hold off Ning Bufan, at least until Gao Sanfeng and the others arrive. Subsequently, he called for staff to come in and activate the monitoring screen. As soon as the screen lit up, a thunderous roar echoed. Those who stand against me shall die. In the next instant, a terrifying sword light, stretching over a dozen feet, filled the entire screen. The brilliance of the sword light was blinding, causing those in the office to instinctively shut their eyes. Eye in the sky, Ning Bufan not only did not halt but urged Xiaobai to accelerate, unleashing a sword strike with 9 parts of his strength towards the Taoist. Dao Yangzi, enraged, shouted, "You audacious wretch!" Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted as Dao Yangzi's terrifying aura surged forth. The whisk in his hand was suddenly flicked out, sending forth a swirling gust of air that roared toward the sword light. In the next breath, the lengthy sword light was engulfed by the vortex, vanishing as if it had been shredded. Ha! Venerable Dao, you are magnificent, invincible, unmatched. The fervent fans cheered passionately, waving their fists. Whoosh! However, with a shrill cry, the sword light burst forth from the vortex. Though dimmed by more than half, it still descended upon Dao Yangzi with an overwhelming force. Crack! Dao Yangzi's body suddenly split apart. In an instant, the fervent cheers and shouts came to an abrupt halt, faces frozen in shock and disbelief. Dao Yangzi wore an expression of incredulity and confusion. What has happened to me? Chapter 81. The destruction of the Hunters' headquarters. Bang! With a resounding explosion, Dao Yangzi's body disintegrated. Instead of the anticipated mist of blood, only a pile of shattered mechanical parts remained. It was indeed merely a high-tech replica. Though a replica, possessing a third of a terrestrial immortal strength, it was still an invincible existence beneath the celestial realm. Yet it was vanquished so easily. With no one left to obstruct him, Ning Bufan surged forward into the skies above Kyoto, heading straight for the Hunters Association headquarters. The headquarters building. Those left behind, under the direct command of President Wan Gongming, gathered at the highest point of the building. Quickly, bind Zhong and the others, and have them kneel at the forefront. Under the command, the 3 cabinet members, led by Zhong, who had initially supported Wei Xiangnan and voted for the assassination of Ning Bufan, found themselves bound and forced to kneel in the most conspicuous spot on the rooftop. Zhong and the others were filled with profound humiliation. Commander, a man may be killed but not insulted. How can we, who once held esteemed positions, be treated this way? You can kill us, but such humiliation is intolerable, Zhong shouted in rage. Wan Gongming sighed helplessly. Old Chun, I understand your humiliation, but what can I do now? That killing god is fast approaching. If I do not use you to vent his wrath, who will protect this headquarters building? This. Zhong and the others' faces turned ashen. Wan Gongming sighed again. The humiliation you endure now is a contribution and sacrifice for the association. To be precise, you are redeeming your sins. Zhong and the others had no words left to say. Commander, he is here. There is 1 minute left, a subordinate suddenly shouted. In an instant, a palpable tension enveloped everyone present. The stifling atmosphere swept through the crowd. Wan Gongming bellowed, everyone, remain calm. We are not here to battle Ning Bufan. We are here to reason with him. All of you, put down your weapons. After all, brandishing arms before Ning Bufan is futile. It is far better to lay them down as a gesture of goodwill. You few, hold the doves of peace carefully. Upon my command, we shall release them simultaneously to convey our sincere desire for peace. The Grant leader remained remarkably composed. Amplifying the volume to its peak, he requested the microphone. Wan Gongming was prepared to engage in dialogue with Ning Bufan. Once all preparations were in place, a dark spot appeared in the sky. It moved with great speed, and in the blink of an eye, the spot transformed into a colossal figure. A gigantic bird materialized before the eyes of the crowd. Whoosh! The immense bird flapped its wings. Stirring a tumultuous gale, the air swirling chaotically, he has arrived. Someone exclaimed, their voice trembling uncontrollably. Steady yourselves, everyone. Hold your ground. Wan Gongming shouted. Once more, we are here to negotiate with Ning Bufan, not to engage in combat. There is no need for excessive worry. Having calmed the crowd's anxiety, Wan Gongming looked skyward. As the giant bird drew nearer, the overwhelming sense of dread began to unsettle him as well, however, as the Grand Leader. He had to maintain his composure. In the next moment, the colossal bird carrying Ning Bufan's sword above the headquarters building. A shadow fell over everyone, the bird nearly obscuring all sight of the sky. Coughing, Wan Gongming swiftly grasped the microphone, clearing his throat forcefully. Mr. Ning Bufan. His voice, amplified to the maximum volume, resonated through the air, audible even to those several dozen kilometers away. I am Wan Gongming, the Grand Leader of the Hunter Association. I sincerely apologize for the harm caused by our organization to you. Now, in my capacity as the Grand Leader, I wish to represent the association. And boom. Just as Wan Gongming uttered those words, his pupils dilated in terror, his voice abruptly silenced. In the sky, a sword beam, spanning dozens of feet, descended with blinding brilliance, akin to a blazing sun crashing down. The faces of the onlookers turned ashen in horror. Illuminated by the fierce light, the peace doves, which had been calmly perched in their hands, were startled into flight, only to disintegrate into a mist of blood beneath the sword's radiance. No! Despairing cries rent the air. Piercing the void, Wan Gongming stood frozen, his mind blank. Grand Leader, run! A powerful arm encircled his waist, propelling him away like a cannonball. Boom! The thunderous sound echoed across the heavens. The terrifying sword beam struck the skyscraper with ferocity. The entire building was cleaved in two from the rooftop down. The top crumbled and collapsed, sending debris cascading downward. Awe! The heart-wrenching cries were shrill and deafening, but soon, the wails were silenced as the collapsing structure engulfed the screams. Burying them in the torrent of concrete. In their final moments of despair, they longed to ask, Grand Leader, what about your talk of reasoning and peace? The Grand Leader replied, I am indeed serious about reasoning and peace. But he refuses to engage. The thunderous sound of the collapsing skyscraper reverberated. A cataclysmic roar heard from afar. Whoosh! Wan Gongming felt the wind howling by his ears as he plummeted downward. In a desperate moment, the last of the quasi-divine guards, Wei Mian, seized him and leaped from the building. As his body descended, the layers of floors above him cascaded down at an accelerating pace. It's over. The headquarters is doomed. I shall become the first Grand Leader in the history of the Hunter Association to have lost the headquarters, a historical sinner. With that thought, he shut his eyes in anguish, tears of rage spilling forth. In the sky, Ning Bufan stood atop the back of the giant bird, feeling the collapse of the skyscraper beneath him, his expression impassive. Suddenly, he sensed someone plummeting in a desperate bid for escape. Without hesitation, he unsheathed his sword, unleashing a beam of light aimed directly at the falling figure. Wei Mian, in freefall, sensed the approach of death and roared, "Thousand Gene drop." His speed surged severalfold. A sword beam whisked past overhead, the force of its passage slicing through the air, leaving a painful sting on their skin. However, there was no time to dwell on the pain. With a tremendous crash, the two figures struck the ground. The earth trembled, dust billowing, a massive crater nearly swallowed them whole. Such a height, coupled with the force of a 1,000 gene drop, would be unbearable even for a true deity, not the legendary kind. Fortunately, Wan Gongming emerged relatively unscathed. As Wei Mian had cushioned his fall, Wah! Wei Mian coughed violently, blood spurting from his mouth. Wah, 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 blood poured forth uncontrollably. Though Wan Gongming had a cushion, he still felt dizzy, the turmoil within his body dizzying him until he finally regained his composure. Upon seeing Wei Mian's dire state, he cried out in alarm, Wei Mian, are you all right? Get up, we must leave, Grand Leader. I can't move. You must go. Leave. With the last of his strength, Wei Mian shouted, forcefully pushing Wan Gongming out of the pit. Just as Wan Gongming emerged, the building collapsed with a deafening roar. A torrential downpour of concrete and bricks rained down, instantly burying Wei Mian. No, Wei Mian. Wan Gongming's heart-wrenching scream echoed, tears blurring his vision. In that moment, the esteemed Grand Leader, once a figure of immense power, wept. Suddenly, he raised his head and shouted furiously into the sky. Ning bufan, you demon! Come at me. Have the audacity to kill me. You bastard! I curse your entire family to an unpeaceful death. Ha ha ha! Wan Gongming laughed maniacally. Whoosh! A piercing sound rent the air. A sword beam suddenly emerged from the swirling dust, descending upon Wan Gongming's head. Wan Gongming's pupils dilated in shock. Wait! Boom! The sword fell, and blood mist erupted. The Grand Leader of the Hunter Association had perished, the first Grand Leader to ever fall in history. With the destruction of the Grand Leader and the headquarters, the very sky of the Hunter Association came crashing down. In the air, Ning Bufan's expression remained indifferent. After sheathing his sword, he exhaled softly, uttering a single word. Leave! A bird's cry pierced the heavens. The giant bird flapped its enormous wings, creating a tempest as it soared into the distance, vanishing at the horizon, heading towards its next target. The demon had departed. Some knelt upon the ground, weeping tears of joy at the sight. Just as Ning Bufan left, a private jet descended 20 kilometers from the headquarters building. We've arrived. Disembark quickly. Li Tingshan ushered Gao Sanyong and Xia Xinxin off the plane, eager to welcome everyone. Outside, an elderly man, bearing the weight of countless hardships, strode purposefully towards the aircraft, accompanied by a dozen others. Each person's steps were heavy, their expressions sorrowful. Upon seeing the elder, Li Tingshan approached with a smile. Master Chu? Thank you for coming to greet us. The elder, known as Chu Yuan, was the foremost master of the Hunter Association, a pinnacle of unmatched strength. Earlier, he had led a retreat, narrowly avoiding disaster. Li Tingshan sensed an ominous atmosphere. Is something wrong? Did Ning Bufan come? Quickly, we must head over. Chu Yuan shook his head in despair. The headquarters is in ruins, and the Grand Leader has heroically sacrificed himself. Boom! Li Tingshan and the others stood as if struck by lightning. Their minds momentarily blank. They had arrived too late. Stumbling backward, Li Tingshan nearly fell. Careful, sir. Gao Sanyong hurriedly steadied him. Breathing heavily, Li Tingshan took several deep breaths, his voice hoarse as he inquired, What exactly happened? Chu Yuan recounted the events in detail. After finishing, his voice choked, Sir, the entire Hunter Association is now leaderless. We must rely on you. Li Tingshan was now the last remaining member of the cabinet. He alone could assume control. Suddenly finding himself thrust into the role of leader was exhilarating. Yet at this moment, he felt like crying, for he faced an insurmountable mess. Is Wei Mian out? Li Tingshan gritted his teeth and demanded, at all costs, we must rescue him. He is our last quasi-divine protector. The Hunter Association cannot function without him. Rest assured, sir, we have organized rescue efforts and may still have a glimmer of hope. Chu Yuan assured him. A quasi-divine does not perish so easily, unless directly annihilated by Ning Bufan. Where is Ning Bufan headed next? Gao Sanyong interjected. Chu Yuan regarded him thoughtfully. We do not know his next target, but he is heading south. South. Gao Sanyong fell silent. Li Tingshan, too, pondered who Ning Bufan's next target might be. Sanyong, think carefully. Who might Ning Bufan have as enemies to the south? He pressed urgently. The Yi family of Lingnan. Gao Sanyong suddenly recalled, his eyelids twitching. Sir, the Yi family is Yi Qian's clan, and ever since Yi Qian's death, they have been targeting him. The kidnapping of Xia Xinxin to coerce her into poisoning him was orchestrated by Yi Yaoyao. He is undoubtedly heading to annihilate the Yi family. A chill swept through the crowd as they envisioned a scene of rivers running red with blood. Li Tingshan's expression grew grave. Immediately notify the Yi family to flee. Remember, Do not disclose that we are the ones informing them, or else. The unspoken consequences loomed heavy in the air. Understood. The subordinates acknowledged, hastening to obey. Suddenly, a sound of coughing blood echoed from behind. Xia Xinxin was taken by surprise as a jet of black blood erupted from her mouth. The poison had struck. Miss Xia, Gao Sanfeng shouted anxiously. Quickly arrange for the best hospital. We cannot afford to lose her. Li Tingshan, recognizing the gravity of the situation, promptly made arrangements to transfer Gao Sanfeng and Xia Xinxin to the finest hospital in Kyoto. Just as everything was set, a subordinate rushed in, breathless. Report, my lord, the Qin family has arrived. Li Tingshan paused, bewildered. What does the Qin family want? My lord, it's Qin Fu, the biological mother of Ning Bufan. The plan was for the commander to invite Qin Fu using 3 broken divine pills to persuade Ning Bufan. However, before they even arrived, Ning Bufan had already Chu Yuan's side, feeling a knot of frustration in his heart, and suddenly snapped. A family that takes advantage of others' misfortunes, insatiable greed. Tell them to leave. We have no need for them now. Wait, I shall meet them. Li Tingshan was intrigued by Ning Bufan's mother, wondering what kind of woman could give birth to such an aberrant child. Meanwhile, on a recently landed private jet, 3 individuals were present. A middle-aged man with a sharp face, a heavily made-up middle-aged woman, and a young girl who bore a striking resemblance to the woman. The young girl was Qin Yuechan, the so-called half-sister of Ning Bufan, who had previously sought him out in Fengcheng. The middle-aged woman was Qin Yuechan's mother, Qin Fu, and the sharp-faced man was Qin Yao, Qin Fu's third brother. Sister Fu, stop sulking with that disgusted face. You must consider the interests of the family. Qin Yao admonished, observing Qin Fu's discontent. If our Qin family can obtain those 3 broken divine pills, we might give birth to a demigod or even a quasi-god, elevating our status to a superfamily. If this plan fails, your days in the Qin family will become even more arduous. Qin Fu felt a surge of frustration. Third brother, I have fallen to this state because of that bastard. I truly do not wish to see him. He is a stain upon my life. Had it not been for him, I would have married into the super family of the Yi family long ago. Rather than remain in the Qin family, accepting a useless son-in-law and the scorn of others, at this point, her chest ached deeply. Qin Yao scoffed, who can you blame? You brought this upon yourself by losing control while intoxicated and engaging with someone from the lowly Ning family. Especially one who was already married. Third brother, enough. Qin Fu's complexion darkened, and she muttered, if it weren't for you forcing Qin Yao to sever ties with our family, she would have long become a grand sword immortal. Not merely a demigod, but a quasi-god was within her reach. Now, I am left to beg for those broken divine pills. Upon hearing this, Qin Yao's expression turned grim. Qin Yao had once been the brightest star of the Qin family, a figure of envy for others, and a source of unhealed pain for the older generation. At just 17, she had become a sword immortal, standing out among her peers. However, she fell in love with a man she should not have, leading to her family's disapproval and subsequent disappearance. Qin Yao took a deep breath, his face darkening as he looked at Qin Fu. Sister Fu, since you mentioned Qin Yao, I have long harbored a suspicion. It is said that Ning Bufan is a master with the sword, perhaps even possessing a natural sword body. This gene is entirely inherited from Qin Yao. How could a woman like you, who knows only about cosmetics and designer handbags, give birth to such a son? Upon hearing this, Qin Yuechan, who had remained silent, was taken aback, while Qin Fu's face turned a shade of iron. The private jet fell into an eerie silence. Chapter 83. Seeking Miss Shang for retribution. In the midst of this peculiar silence, Qin Fu's expression soured to an extreme. Biting her lip, she glared fiercely at Qin Yao, struggling to contain her fury, yet feeling powerless due to her status within the Qin family. Just as Qin Yao was about to retort, Li Tingshan entered with his entourage. Recognizing Li Tingshan, Qin Yao quickly rose with a welcoming smile. Lord Li, how do you do? An hour later, Li Tingshan disembarked from the private jet. Chu Yuan approached him inquiringly. My lord, how did the discussion go? After issuing some instructions, he departed. At this moment, in the Shang family's residence in Tianhai. The atmosphere was lively, as today marked the 70th birthday of the Shang family's patriarch. Though the Shang family was not considered an upper-crust family in Tianhai, they were still regarded as a mid-tier noble family, thus attracting a considerable number of guests. The family's steward personally attended to guests at the entrance. Suddenly, a young man with a severed arm and blind eyes, leaning on a peculiar cane, appeared at the entrance of the villa. Ascending the steps, "Stop!" A young guard, noticing the disruptive presence of Ning Bufan, shouted, moving to block his path. "Beggar! This is not a place for you." The youth's eyes glinted with menace as he pointed outside. "Get out immediately!" Ning Bufan felt helpless. Each time he approached someone else's door, he was mistaken for a begging disabled person. "I am looking for Sheng Nan," he stated flatly. The youth nearly laughed in anger. "You, a cripple, think you can seek out our young lady? Are you here to insult us? What business do you have with our young lady?" The steward interjected coldly, wishing to avoid further entanglement with Ning Bufan and preserve the family's dignity in front of their guests. To collect a debt, Ning Bufan's 4 words emerged from his lips, chillingly resolute. The lives of Xia Xinxin's family of 3, as well as those of Sheng Nan and Yi Yao Yao, were to be repaid. Both the steward and the youth were taken aback, but they quickly reacted. The youth roared with rage, "I'll kill you." A large hand reached out menacingly towards Ning Bufan's throat. Suddenly, the youth's hand was halted mid-motion. The onlookers gasped as they witnessed Ning Bufan's peculiar cane piercing through the youth's throat. The youth's eyes widened in horror, disbelief evident on his face. Was he truly dead? With a swift motion, Ning Bufan drew his sword sheath, and blood gushed forth from the gaping wound. The crowd, jolted from their shock, erupted in horrified screams. You dare to kill in my Sheng family." The steward, finally recovering, pointed furiously at Ning Bufan, shouting, "You seek death!" Boom! The sound rang out as the steward's head exploded like a rotten watermelon. The horrifying scene incited blood-curdling screams from those surrounding them. Thud! The headless body of the steward collapsed heavily to the ground. Ning Bufan, expressionless, leaned on his bloodied cane, stepping through the threshold of the Sheng family villa. "Who dares to cause trouble at my Sheng family? I will kill him." A thunderous roar reverberated through the air. Filled with fury, a burly man, flanked by several henchmen, charged out with an imposing presence. Swish! The sword gleamed like snow, a scythe reaping lives. Before the burly man and his companions could react, blood mist erupted around them. Ning Bufan showed no mercy to those who sought to harm him. The sword light expanded outward, cutting deep gashes into the sides of the doorway. The next moment, a massive crash echoed as the door collapsed, sending dust swirling into the air. The commotion startled the guests in the hall as they were enjoying their drinks and laughter. They turned in astonishment towards the shattered door, amidst the swirling dust. A figure emerged, a blind man with a severed arm, leaning on a cane resembling a sword sheath. "Who is this?" Someone gasped in disbelief. "Who the hell cares who he is? I'll kill anyone who dares to cause trouble in my Sheng family." A beefy young man roared in rage, seizing a chair and charging forward, his intentions clear as he swung the chair down towards Ning Bufan's head. Swish! Ning Bufan's sword sheath slashed, instantly shattering the chair into pieces. Along with the beefy young man, the crowd erupted in chaos, screams piercing the air as the guests panicked, retreating in fear and creating a wide space surrounding Bufan. Tables and chairs toppled. Wine spilled across the floor. "Who dares to cause a ruckus at the old man's birthday banquet?" A thunderous voice boomed, reverberating throughout the hall. Amidst the hurried footsteps, a group of individuals surrounded an elderly man clad in a luxurious red birthday robe. His face twisted in anger as he descended from the upper floor. It was the birthday celebrant, the patriarch of the Sheng family. As he stepped down, a deep, powerful voice echoed from outside, the Tianhai Hunter Association. Deputy President Ding and colleagues have come to celebrate the birthday of the patriarch, wishing him longevity as boundless as the eastern sea and life as enduring as the southern mountains. As the voice faded, the guests erupted with excitement. The arrival of Deputy President Ding, a master-level figure, was a tremendous honor for the Sheng family. This is only natural. The patriarch's grandson, Sheng Hao, was a hunter from the Tianhai Hunter Association. What a pity he passed away young. Otherwise, his future would have been limitless. Conversations filled the room with a sense of nostalgia. Hearing that Deputy President Ding was in attendance, the patriarch's face lit up with joy. Quickly, go welcome him. However, as he prepared to greet Ding, he suddenly realized that Ning Bufan stood at the entrance, holding a bloodied sword sheath and blocking the entrance. The door already in ruins, A cripple dares to disrupt my birthday banquet? You must die. The patriarch's teeth clenched in anger, his murderous intent palpable. Bring him down with a flurry of sticks. Patriarch, please calm down. This person is not simple. Perhaps we should first inquire about his reasons for causing trouble. A guest kindly suggested, it matters not. The moment he dared to cause a scene today, he must die. Otherwise, how would my Shang family retain its dignity? Where shall I place my old face? The patriarch, furious, would not heed any counsel. Though the Shang family was not a top-tier clan, they still held noble status. The guests present today may not be the pinnacle of high society, yet they are certainly individuals of considerable repute. In the presence of such esteemed figures, to be bullied by a crippled person without daring to utter a word is utterly disgraceful. Henceforth, the Shang family shall become the subject of ridicule within this circle. It is entirely possible that news of this incident will spread by tomorrow, resulting in a decline in the company's stock. Moreover, given the Shang family's influence, eliminating a cripple would incur no repercussions whatsoever. What are you waiting for? Act now, the elder Shang, increasingly incensed by the situation, bellowed at his subordinates. Yes, 5 henchmen brandished their rubber truncheons, snapping them in the air with a sharp crack. Kill, they roared in unison, charging forward with murderous intent. In an instant, the gleam of swords erupted as 5 heads flew into the air with a whoosh. The next moment, the sound of thuds echoed like dumplings being dropped into boiling water. Everyone was collectively petrified. Goodness, how ferocious! The elder Shang was equally stunned, as the 5 assailants collapsed. Terrified screams once more reverberated throughout the hall. Someone has been killed. The piercing shrieks of the women nearly shattered eardrums. Who dares to act so brazenly, to commit murder within the Shang family? The roar of anger from outside rolled in like thunder, leaving everyone's ears ringing. A burly and formidable man stepped over the debris of the entrance, accompanied by several associates, filled with rage. Elder Shang is someone I, Ding, hold in the highest regard. Causing a ruckus here is tantamount to declaring war on me, and waging war on me is to challenge the Hunters Association. His booming voice reverberated, shaking the room. Dare to kill here, and I shall retaliate, regardless of who you are. Not even Jesus can stop me. Mark my words. With a thunderous crash, the speaker stepped forward, causing the floor to shatter beneath him. Chapter 84. Transference of hatred. The newcomer was a robust man of middle age, with thick eyebrows and piercing eyes, exuding an aura of deadly intent. Truly a master, President Ding is magnificent. Those in admiration immediately began to flatter him, cheering loudly. Elder Shang hurriedly approached, clasping his hands in greeting and offering a contrite smile. President Ding, your presence elevates the Shang family. Yet I must apologize for this disturbance caused by a petty individual. Elder Shang, there is no need for concern. I, Ding, specialize in dealing with such nuisances. With that, he turned his icy gaze toward Ning Bufan. Ning Bufan met his stare head-on. Boom. The moment Ding recognized Ning Bufan's true identity, it was as if lightning had struck him, leaving his mind blanked. In an instant, the once daunting aura deflated like a punctured balloon. His face turning ashen as he gazed at Ning Bufan with fear akin to seeing the king of hell, his legs trembling uncontrollably, a blind eye and a severed arm, using a sword as a cane. Who else could this be but the infamous god of death? Under the deliberate information blockade of the Hunters Association, few outsiders were aware of Ning Bufan's notorious reputation. Those who knew were primarily from high-level factions. Any low-tier forces attempting to kill Ning Bufan were swiftly eliminated, leaving no chance for his fearsome name to spread. Of course, those sent by high-level factions also met similar fates. However, they possessed the strength to monitor satellite feeds and acquire information from the Hunters Association. Members of the association were the first to be privy to news about Ning Bufan, and they had to be aware. Ning Bufan had nearly decimated the entire Hunters Association single-handedly, just moments ago. The temporary headquarters of the association had issued an urgent top-level notice. Upon encountering Ning Bufan, one should flee as far as possible. If escape was impossible, one should act submissively, or face the consequences of their life. The notice was accompanied by Ning Bufan's distinctive image, a blind eye and a severed arm, wielding a sword-sheath cane. Thus, upon seeing Ning Bufan, Ding immediately recognized him. At that moment, he was utterly dumbfounded. The other hunters who had accompanied him were equally terrified. Nearly losing control of their bladders, "Do you wish to kill me?" Ning Bufan asked coldly, his fingers resting on the hilt of his sword. With a resounding thud, Ding, to everyone's astonishment, dropped to his knees. The other hunters, witnessing this, quickly followed suit. Everyone. Elder Shang's mind was a blank canvas, standing in the wind in utter disarray. "Heh, Mr. Ning, this is a misunderstanding. It's all a complete misunderstanding," Ding stammered, so terrified that his words faltered. Goodness, the demigod of the Hunters Association was being treated like a mere chicken in front of him. The Supreme President had been dispatched without a second thought. This esteemed master, who appeared so formidable to others, was nothing but insignificant in Ning Bufan's eyes. "I did not mean to kill you. I meant to kill him." Ding looked around in confusion, desperately searching for a suitable target, finally pointing a trembling finger at Elder Shang. "Elder Shang." The crowd's minds crashed. "Family, what in the world is happening? Brothers, the Shang family colludes with the beasts, plotting treachery. It is my duty as a member of the Hunters Association to eradicate them." With a thunderous roar, Ding sprang up. Thud. A sharp dagger plunged into Elder Shang's chest in an instant. Gasps of shock erupted, followed by a chorus of screams. This was for real. They had truly lost their minds. However, Ding paid them no heed, turning on the Shang family with a vengeance. The guests, terrified, cried out in despair, fleeing the Shang family's villa in all directions. In a desperate bid for survival, Ding was indeed ruthless. Ning Bufan focused solely on finding Shang Nan to exact retribution. However, after searching the entire Shang residence, he found no trace of Shang Nan, and when he pressed the Shang family members for her whereabouts, no one could provide an answer. At that very moment, Shang Nan was situated 30 kilometers away from Tianhai, on a small hillside in a secluded grove. She had just buried the parents and brother of Xia Xinxin. Having just completed the grave, uncle, aunt, brother Xia Tao, may you rest in peace. Rest assured, one day I shall bring the head of that beast, Ning Bufan, to honor you and avenge your deaths. Shang Nan gazed at the mound. Her teeth clenched as she vowed with unwavering determination to seek vengeance. She had indeed succeeded in transferring her hatred onto Ning Bufan. Nodding silently, she bowed to the grave before turning to leave. Yet, as she did so, everyone was startled. A figure cloaked in black robes, with only a pair of sinister eyes visible, had appeared behind them unnoticed. "Who are you?" "Protect the young lady." Her three subordinates immediately rushed in front of Shang Nan. "Ha ha ha!" The figure in black let out a raspy laugh, reminiscent of a snake hissing, sending chills down their spines. "Who are you? What do you want?" Shang Nan asked warily, her gaze fixed on the figure. "Nonsense," one henchman scoffed. "The Shang family wields power and influence in Tianhai. Who dares to threaten our young lady here?" "Ha ha," the figure in black sneered. "A second-rate family daring to claim power in the presence of Ning Bufan. Even the mightiest families are but mere chickens. Your family is nothing. Ning Bufan?" Shang Nan trembled, her face paling. "Are you implying that Ning Bufan is my home? That god of death is in her home?" The Shang family. Shang Nan's face went deathly pale, her entire demeanor drained of color. Indeed, at that moment, Ning Bufan was within her home, and the Shang family was already doomed. The black-robed figure's words struck Shang Nan like a thunderclap. As her greatest fear had come to fruition, she had no reason to doubt the figure's claims. Ning Bufan was entirely capable of such a feat. With a crash, Shang Nan collapsed to the ground, burying her face in her hands as she wept uncontrollably. "If you wish for revenge, follow me and heed my instructions. Otherwise, with your abilities, you will never achieve vengeance, and I assure you, you will soon become a ghost beneath Ning Bufan's sword." The figure's voice was cold and foreboding. Despair surged within Shang Nan. The black-robed figure was correct. Given Ning Bufan's terrifying prowess, seeking revenge on her own was a futile dream. She hesitated for only a brief moment before a glimmer of resolve and malice flickered in her eyes. Shang Nan fixed her gaze on the figure in black. "If you can truly help me avenge my loved ones, I am willing to agree to anything, even if it means giving myself to you." The black-robed figure paused, taken aback by her resolve. It was clear how deeply her hatred for Ning Bufan ran. "Are you certain you would agree to anything?" the figure asked seriously. Shang Nan nodded, her expression resolute. Suddenly, the figure opened their palm, revealing a pitch-black spider writhing in their hand, a sight that sent shivers down their spines. "Come here and consume it." What is this? Shang Nan and her 3 subordinates gasped in shock. The sight alone was enough to make anyone recoil. Who would dare to eat it? The critical question was whether it was safe. What? Did you not say you would agree to anything? Why are you hesitating now? The figure's tone turned icy. I'll eat it. Shang Nan gritted her teeth, moving forward with tragic determination. Mississippi, one of her subordinates, attempted to intervene, but they were powerless to stop her. Shang Nan approached the figure, her heart racing as she stared at the horrifying black spider. A wave of revulsion washed over her, and before she could take a bite, she retched violently. Just then, the figure seized Shang Nan by the throat, forcing her mouth open and shoving the spider inside. As Shang Nan felt the creature crawl down her throat, she screamed in terror, but it was already too late. The next moment, the forest echoed with her agonizing screams. Shang Nan writhed on the ground, her body scratched and bruised by the branches, yet she paid no heed to the pain. Compared to the torment within her, the external injuries were insignificant. What have you done to our young lady? Her 3 subordinates shouted angrily at the figure in black. The figure in black let out a chilling laugh, turning to the writhing Shang Nan and issuing a command. Kill them. The 3 subordinates' expressions changed dramatically, still processing the order when suddenly, Shang Nan lunged at them. Snap! A chilling sound reverberated, followed by a thunderous explosion. The skin on Shang Nan's hand suddenly ruptured, and a horrifying spider claw emerged. The 3 onlookers witnessed Shang Nan's scalp burst open, their desperate screams piercing through the void. Run! The sharp spider claws pierced through the bodies of the 3. Shang Nan sank her teeth into one person's neck, drawing blood, as her clothing tore apart, undergoing a frantic transformation. Once the blood from the 3 was completely drained, a terrifying blood-red spider materialized before the figure in the black robe. Hiss! Ha 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 ha! The figure in the black robe laughed with exhilaration. I indeed made the right choice in the physique. It is utterly perfect. Ha 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 ha! My dear, come, follow me to the southern wilderness. Our era is about to dawn. Ha 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 ha! At this moment, in the southern wilderness, the fiercest beast-tide storm in history was about to unfold. The curtain rose on the blood-soaked battle between humans and beasts. Chapter 85. The beast tide erupts, blood battle as night fell. The moon hung round and luminous in the sky, casting its silvery glow upon the earth, dyeing everything in sight crimson. Yes, crimson moonlight. Since the eerie events began to unfold, the moon had grown increasingly red. Initially, people found it unsettling, but after many years, humanity grew accustomed to it in the southern wilderness. At the southern pass, under the crimson moonlight, several figures stood atop a high peak, gazing at the majestic southern pass in the distance. At the forefront was a young woman with short hair dressed in a gender-neutral style. She was Ning Jia's last remaining descendant, Ning Zhaodi, the 4th young lady of the Ning family. Behind Ning Zhaodi stood 2 hunchbacked old men, one male and one female, showing her the utmost respect. Her 4 bodyguards stood loyally at her sides, safeguarding their mistress, my lord. We are fully prepared and await your command to breach the southern pass. The hunchbacked elder spoke, his emotions palpable with excitement. How many years has it been? Our era has finally arrived. Ning Zhaodi turned her gaze towards the dense forest behind her. Countless eerie beasts lay in ambush, densely packed, stretching as far as the eye could see. The southern wilderness, home to millions of mountains and beasts, was the largest gathering place for these eerie creatures. Though the count was said to be in the millions, it had long surpassed that number. Possibly nearing tens of millions, they had been suppressed within the mountains by the southern wilderness's vast army. But now, they were poised to rise up, to seize human territory, to enter the bustling cities and relish their newfound lives, transforming humanity into delectable sustenance. The thought of such delights sent the beast's blood boiling. Are you certain that the southern wilderness war god is dead, and that the eerie Hunters Association has been severely weakened? Ning Zhaodi maintained her composure. Years ago, while abroad, she inadvertently awakened her fire-based abilities, leading her to be recruited by the Eerie Temple. Her awakening level was remarkably high, reaching S rank, and within a few short years, she became a core figure in the Eerie Temple, known as a divine envoy. The highest ruler of the Eerie Temple was the Lord of Eerie, also known as the Eerie King. Under his command were 36 divine envoys, with Ning Zhaodi ranked as the 30th. Though her position was not particularly high, Her familiarity with the region made her the commander for this operation. Ning Xiaodi understood that this was her opportunity. Should this mission succeed, her rank could rise by at least 10 positions, so she had to proceed with utmost caution, allowing for no failure. The hunchbacked elder hesitated. He only had hearsay, lacking concrete evidence. Information had been tightly sealed. Ning Xiaodi furrowed her brow. Have we located Shao? The hunchbacked elder hesitated before shaking his head. Shao accompanied the southern wilderness war god to Qingzhou and has yet to return. We suspect he may have perished. Suspected? I do not wish for speculation, Ning Xiaodi replied. Irked, to base such a significant operation on conjecture is utterly foolish. Hunchbacked elder, hunchbacked madam, listen carefully. We must have confirmed and accurate intelligence before we act. Otherwise, no rash movements are permitted. Ning Xiaodi spoke coldly. Though she was young, her commanding presence was formidable, and her years as a divine envoy were not in vain. The hunchbacked couple frowned deeply. With millions of elite eerie beasts gathered, if they waited indefinitely for precise intelligence, would their years of preparation come to naught? My lord, we can provide you with accurate intelligence. Just then, a towering giant nearly 3 meters tall approached. Accompanied by a man and a woman, in comparison to the 3-meter giant, the man and woman appeared diminutive. Should the eerie hunters see them, they would surely be astonished. They were none other than Wei Xiongnan and his secretary, Jiangwan Heir. Once high-ranking figures within the eerie hunters, Wei Xiongnan had betrayed them. Ning Bufan was in hot pursuit, and the eerie hunters were scouring the land to capture him and quell Ning Bufan's wrath. His entire family had been reduced to ashes, leaving not a single ant behind. Thus, he found himself with no path left but to defect. Wei Xiong, who are they? The hunchbacked elder inquired curiously. Wei Xiong grinned widely. Hunchbacked elder. You don't even recognize President Wei? Upon closer inspection, the hunchbacked elder and hunchbacked madam were immediately taken aback. The former leader of the Southwest Eerie Hunters Association, they were old adversaries, making recognition inevitable. My lord, allow me to introduce, Yi Xiong said, guiding Wei Xiongnan and Jiangwan Heir before Ning Xiaodi, detailing their defection. Ning Xiaodi's eyes sparkled with joy. It was like a timely boon. Wei Xiongnan, now with no way out, recounted all he knew in detail. Unfortunately, he had fled during the Southern Wilderness War God's actions and did not know the specifics, but he was certain that the War God had fallen. Upon receiving this precise intelligence, Ning Xiaodi exhaled deeply, a hint of gravity crossing her face. Is Ning Bufan truly that formidable? Having slain so many divine envoys, seeking revenge seems somewhat daunting. However, it matters not. Ning Bufan is but one individual, while I command millions, even tens of millions of eerie beasts. Once we capture the southern pass, my power will swell further, allowing me to summon even greater forces. I refuse to believe I cannot eliminate a cripple, gatherers. Suddenly, she shouted. Send the order. We will launch an assault on the southern pass in half an hour. Warriors, the eerie lord will protect you as you seize the southern pass. Advancing into the human realm and turning humanity into our slaves. Our era is upon us. Roars of excitement erupted from the millions of eerie beasts. Within the southern pass, the deputy commander, Mei Jingzhong, was temporarily overseeing military affairs. As night deepened, Mei Jingzhong remained engrossed in his work. With Commander Nan Qingtian's death, although the news had been sealed to stabilize the troops' morale for now, the Southern Wilderness Army of 1 million remained leaderless until a new commander arrived. He had sensed the eerie beasts' movements outside the pass, heightening vigilance and patrols, yet he remained uneasy, cough, cough, cough. A fit of violent coughing erupted, his condition worsening. Commander Mei, you must rest more, his aide urged, quickly offering a cup of warm water. Mei Jingzhong waved his hand, catching his breath. I am fine. You go fetch Tai Xian and Li Su, as well as the eerie hunter's leader, Yang Zhan. Understood, the aide replied, departing promptly. Shortly after, a dark-skinned man towering at least 1.9 meters and a slender woman entered together. Their combination could be described succinctly, beauty and beast. These two were Tai Xian and Li Su, the 4 great warriors of the southern wilderness. They were among the last remaining. Both donned battle armor, having sensed the looming threat, remaining ever vigilant. Following them, a robust middle-aged man entered, clad in the distinctive wide-collared uniform of the eerie hunters, his hat casting a shadow over his face. This was Yang Zhan. The commander of the stationed Erie Hunters, leading 2,000 elite hunters, the largest force present in the southern wilderness, without exception. Commander Mei, the three entered, bowing respectfully. Though Mei Jingzhong held a civilian position, he was highly esteemed within the southern wilderness military. You three. Cough, cough, cough. Mei Jingzhong began, but another fit of violent coughing interrupted him, causing concern among those present. Commander, your condition is serious. You must go to the hospital. Li Su could no longer restrain herself. The other two nodded in agreement. Mei Jingzhong waved his hand. The situation is urgent. I have analyzed the various intelligence reports received in my possession, and if I am not mistaken, the eerie beasts outside the pass will take action tonight. Therefore, you must make the necessary arrangements. Cough, cough, cough. This time, his coughing worsened, nearly unceasing. Half an hour later, outside the southern pass. At the first line of defense, the ground trembled with a thunderous roar. Countless eerie beasts surged forward like a tide, carrying an overwhelming momentum towards the first checkpoint. Bang, bang. The defenders had been prepared. Upon hearing the commotion, several searchlights activated, illuminating the area as brightly as day. Under the blinding light, the dense horde of beasts charged, startling the station personnel. The beast tide has erupted. We are under attack. In the next moment, the shrill alarm of an enemy incursion pierced the night air. Quick, quick, open fire. Rat-tat-tat. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of various firearms echoed across the battlements. A torrential downpour of bullets unleashed, forming terrifying fiery whips that struck mercilessly upon the throngs of beasts. In an instant, blood and flesh flew in all directions. Chapter 86. The Charge of the Beasts, a Crisis Aru. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Roar, roar, roar. Outside the southern pass, the roars of various eerie beasts shattered the night sky. Charge, charge. A commanding voice bellowed from behind. The terrifying beast tide fell and rose under the barrage of gunfire. These bullets were not ordinary. Standard ammunition could not breach the tough defenses of these rugged creatures. Thunder rumbled. The relentless march of the beast tide continued, trampling over the corpses of fallen comrades. 500 meters, 300 meters, 100 meters. In this brief span, a mountain of bodies and rivers of blood had accumulated. Artillery support, quickly, artillery support. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening sounds of cannon fire transformed the front line into a sea of flames. A magnificent spectacle as countless monstrous creatures were engulfed by the explosions. Mei Shui possessed a prophetic insight, foreseeing the beast's movements tonight. Fortunately, we had prepared in advance, at a towering watchtower overlooking Jiannan Pass. Tai Xian and Li Su stood vigilant, using night vision telescopes to observe the battle unfolding at the first checkpoint. Watching the swarms of beasts consumed by the fierce bombardment, Tai Xian broke into a broad grin. However, Li Su's expression was grave. Tonight's assault seems far from trivial. We must brace ourselves for the worst. Tai Xian laughed heartily. Let them come. They are merely a herd of beasts. We shall face them head-on. Just as he spoke, his demeanor shifted abruptly. Through his telescope, he spotted beasts emerging from below the checkpoint. Cursed mountain-climbing beasts. At the first checkpoint, the defenders had also detected the sudden appearance of the creatures. Shoot them down. Concentrate fire, quickly. Gunfire erupted in a furious volley, dozens of tongues of flame shooting straight downwards. Yet these mountain-dwelling beasts bore a natural armor, making them difficult to penetrate to such close range. Calling for artillery support was impossible. Otherwise, they would be caught in the crossfire themselves. A hail of bullets fell, but only a few beasts were slain, while the rest began to pile up and ascend the checkpoint. The situation growing perilous. Divine Envoy, why not deploy aerial beasts? From a distant mountaintop, Tuagong questioned, observing the brutal battle ahead with confusion. Others, though silent, shared his sentiment. Utilizing flying beasts for an aerial assault at this juncture could have drastically altered the dire circumstances. Ning Zhaodi shot Tuagong a cold glare. Aerial strikes are a trump card. Wasting it on a mere outer checkpoint is foolish. If we release this trump card at the critical moment of attacking Jiannan Pass, it could turn the tide of battle. Do you understand? After this explanation, the others grasped the rationale. In a wonder she had risen to the rank of Divine Envoy at such a young age. She truly had the capability. Relay the order. Do not fear casualties. This battle is our sacred fight. Even in glorious sacrifice, we shall be remembered through the ages. The countless beasts will forever remember their names. Ning Zhao Di proclaimed. Yes, everyone roared in fervor. Soon, the charge sounded once more through the mountains. Howl, howl, thunder rumbled. The myriad beasts surged forth like a tempest. The ground trembled, the heavens darkened. The ferocious artillery fire could not hinder the beasts' advance. At the first checkpoint, mountain-climbing beasts had already leapt onto the battlements, launching a frenzied assault on the human defenders. In close combat, the defenders were no match for the monstrous foes in a short span. Dismembered limbs flew from the battlements, with many either devoured or torn to shreds by the beasts, a sight too gruesome to behold. The first outer checkpoint and its firepower had been utterly destroyed. This outer checkpoint had been breached before, yet previously, the beasts had to pay an excruciating price and expend several days and nights to conquer it. Now, however, it had fallen in less than an hour. The assault this time was organized and coordinated. Although not flawless, it was a miraculous achievement for these brute creatures of simple minds and strong limbs. Quickly report to Mei Shuai. This assault is unlike any before. There must be a skilled hand orchestrating it. Li Su sensed the anomaly and shouted orders. Yes, someone immediately signaled to the communication officer. Tai Xian, his towering figure standing nearby, wore a serious expression. Li Su? You guard here. I will head to the second checkpoint. We cannot afford to lose this position, or the main city of Jiangnan Pass will truly be under threat. Be careful at this moment. No further words were necessary. Li Su could only offer a word of caution. Soon, Tai Xian departed, and the battle at the second checkpoint ignited. The urgent news of the beast tide's eruption in the southern wilderness swiftly reached the capital. Causing a stir, the Hunters Association's backup base convened an emergency meeting overnight, led by Li Tingshan. Elderly, the situation is extremely grave. 1 million beasts are on the move, likely organized by those from the Temple of the Beast. The first outer checkpoint fell in less than an hour. The situation has exceeded our control. With the god of war in the southern wilderness slain, the southern army was left leaderless. The branch responsible for the southwest had been annihilated. Now, the entire southwest was a disarray, and perhaps, the reporter hesitated to continue. The high-ranking officials present looked ashen, the atmosphere thick with tension and despair. Suddenly, the door to the meeting room burst open, and several figures strode in. Upon recognizing the newcomers, the faces of the assembly changed dramatically. Li Tingshan was so shocked he stood up abruptly. There were only 3 individuals who entered. The leader was a formidable middle-aged man, followed by a stunning young woman in a green dress, and lastly, a short, elderly man. Those present who understood martial arts felt their hearts race upon seeing the old man. His aura was profoundly deep, and even a mere glance sent shivers down their spines. The Dragon Guard. Someone gasped in awe. The Dragon Guard, that transcendent and enigmatic organization, seldom revealed themselves, only emerging when the Dragon Nation faced dire peril. Though few in number, they were all elite warriors. The middle-aged man, Mu Changshan, was the first vice leader of the Dragon Guard, while the young woman was his daughter, Mu Qinghan. The elderly man, whom Li Tingshan had not seen before, was presumed to be a powerful bodyguard for the father and daughter. Vice Leader Mu, why are you here? Li Tingshan hurried to greet them. Mu Changshan wasted no time with pleasantries, stating directly, Elderly, by the command of the Dragon Lord, from this moment on, the Dragon Guard will take full command of the Hunters Association. Upon hearing this, the hearts of the high-ranking members of the Hunters Association sank. Their faces paling. Indeed, that moment had arrived. After the battle with Ning Bufan, the Hunters Association had suffered heavy losses and lost its independence. Here is the official order. Mu Changshan handed a document to Li Tingshan. After a glance, Li Tingshan sighed, Vice Leader Mu, I represent the Hunters Association to express our firm compliance with the order and accept the full command of the Dragon Guard. Mu Changshan nodded in satisfaction and took his seat at the head of the table. Li Tingshan had chairs brought for Mu Qinghan and the short, elderly man beside him. Everyone, you should have received news of the unprecedented outbreak of the beast tide in the southern wilderness. I won't elaborate further. I now announce the orders. Mu Changshan's countenance was stern. Should Jiangnan Pass fall, our task is to contain the beast within the southwestern region, with a focus on defending the strategic points of Qingzhou in the northern southwest and Fengcheng in the eastern southwest. Someone could not help but interject, Vice Leader, what about the area west of the southwest? The room erupted in murmurs. How could a young woman like Mu Qinghan preside over elder Li Tingshan? A man of great stature? Was it merely because she was the daughter of the vice leader of the Dragon Guard? Yet the orders were issued, and though discontent simmered, no one dared to voice their objections. Subsequently, Mu Changshan announced a series of orders. The situation was urgent. Everyone immediately took their positions according to the commands. The Dragon Nation had reached a perilous moment. Humanity was in dire straits. Everyone? We are counting on you. The assembly rose in unison. Theo, defend our homeland. We will not regret our sacrifice. This would be their final vow, their last farewell. Chapter 87. A sword splits the mountain, startling the birds. Child, this journey to Fengcheng is not for glory but a matter of life and death. Are you certain you do not regret it? At an airport, Mu Changshan bid farewell to his daughter as she boarded a plane destined for Fengcheng. His worry palpable. Although his daughter was young, she was no less capable than any man, an outstanding elite among her peers, with a boundless future ahead. Yet she had chosen this most perilous mission. As a father, he certainly wished to dissuade her, but she had boldly sought the Dragon Lord's command, leaving him utterly powerless. Yu Qinghan smiled mysteriously. Father, there is no need for concern. This time, I aim to achieve a great feat and become a modern-day Hua Mulan. With that, she embraced her father before turning to face her waiting soldiers, her step resolute. Warriors, follow me into battle. Until the beasts are vanquished, we shall not return. Until the beasts are vanquished, we shall not return. The soldiers roared in unison, their voices echoing through the skies. Mu Changshan watched this scene, tears welling in his old eyes. Once aboard the private jet, Mu Qinghan settled into first class, the elderly man following closely behind. Master, what do you suppose Ning Bufan is doing now? If only he could be of use to the nation. Mu Qinghan sighed, a hint of disappointment in her voice. During the battle at Qingzhou, she had attempted to recruit Ning Bufan, but her efforts had failed, nearly costing her life. The old man, aware of her interest in Ning Bufan, had prepared a response. After annihilating the Hunters Association, he sought out the Shang family in Tianhai, but Shang Nan was absent, and the Shang family has been destroyed. After that, we thought he would seek vengeance on the Yi family in Ling Nan, but there have been no reports from that side. It seems he has vanished. In truth, Ning Bufan had not gone to the Yi family. He had intended to, but his body had failed him along the way. At this moment, he was hiding in a cave, seated meditatively on the ground. His appearance was somewhat fearsome. His entire body was swollen and red, his handsome face round and puffed, resembling a balloon being inflated. Within his body, a surging force erupted from his dantian, rampaging through his meridians. This was the power bestowed upon him by his master, who had absorbed the essence of numerous prodigies, rendering it extraordinarily formidable. When Ning Bufan initially absorbed the old man's strength, he dared not take it all in for fear of being overwhelmed and exploding from the excess. Thus, he suppressed the majority of that force within his dantian, only assimilating less than 1/5. Since descending the mountain, he had refrained from unleashing his full power in battle, allowing his strength to incrementally grow alongside the increasing might of his adversaries. To date, he had only utilized up to 90% of his capacity. On one hand, he deemed it unnecessary to expend energy frivolously. On the other, he aimed to reserve some of his power to contain the terrifying force stored within his dantian. However, continuous combat and slaughter over the past few days had significantly drained his reserves, weakening the suppression. As the pressure built up, the force within his dantian could no longer be contained, leading to unforeseen complications. Ning Bufan was compelled to halt his advance towards the Yi family and swiftly sought a secluded cave to refine the runaway power. The strength was overwhelming, and he could only refine a portion of it. The majority still had to be suppressed and stored for later absorption when his prowess was sufficient. Suddenly, a resounding explosion echoed as a gaping wound erupted from his body. His physique could no longer withstand the onslaught of the overpowering force, leading to a catastrophic rupture. This could not continue. With a primal roar, Ning Bufan's face contorted in agony, blood streaming down his visage, resembling a fearsome demon. The terrifying power fought back vigorously against his forceful suppression, creating an internal struggle akin to a celestial battle. Refine, refine. Ning Bufan continued to hiss in a low voice. An unceasing flow of power was absorbed, causing his strength to swell exponentially. Half an hour passed. This refining session yielded slightly more power than the last, a testament to the growth he had achieved through relentless combat. The total absorbed power was now nearly 3-fifths. As the tumult subsided, Ning Bufan was drenched in sweat. He slowly rose to his feet, gripping the sword that lay beside him, and stepped outside. A white falcon, stationed outside, immediately flew over and perched on his shoulder, affectionately nuzzling its small head against his neck. Ning Bufan exhibited no change in expression, continuing his solitary path outward. Upon stepping several meters from the cave, he suddenly drew his sword and swung it towards the cave entrance. The falcon merely caught a glimpse of the flashing sword light before the blade was sheathed. And then all went silent. The falcon tilted its head in confusion, pondering whether its master was merely performing for show. Boom! Deafening roar erupted, startling the little bird, causing its feathers to stand on end. In the eyes of the terrified falcon, the cave collapsed with a thunderous crash. No, it was not just the cave. The entire hillside split in two. With a single stroke of his sword, he had cleaved the mountain. What a fright for the bird! Ning Bufan's expression remained serene as he advanced forward. Suddenly, his ears perked up, catching the sound of voices. Brothers, I have gathered you all here in secret to announce some exhilarating news. In the southern wilderness, our Retribution temple has mobilized 1,000,000 cunning beasts to launch an assault on humanity. The southern pass will soon fall, and our era is upon us. Glory to the God Lord! Glory to the God Lord! The fervent shouts echoed through the tranquil night sky. Hush, quiet down, lest we attract those detestable hunters. The voices quickly hushed, and the leading voice rang out again. Understood. A dozen shadowy figures erupted in excitement, preparing to disperse. Suddenly, a tall figure emerged into view in the dim light. It was discernible that the individual was a blind man with a severed arm. Is this person one of us? Someone curiously inquired of the leader. The leader, bewildered, replied, How could such a cripple have the qualifications to join us? Then he is merely an outsider. No, a witness. A glint of murderous intent flashed across someone's face, and a fierce suggestion followed. He must be killed. We cannot allow him to reveal our secrets. Upon hearing this, several individuals charged forward, blocking Ning Bufan's escape route to prevent any chance of flight. Kid, it seems your luck has run out. You have seen what you shouldn't have. You, a blind man, cannot see, but you have heard, and thus you must die. The menacing voice rang out as the leader bellowed. Kill him, swish! Ning Bufan's sword flickered out half an inch, though still sheathed. The blade's brilliance erupted. Heads flew into the air, blood sprang forth. What the hell? The remaining men were left dumbfounded. This blind man is a master. Retreat. The leader, Gao, howled, not hesitating for a moment as he fled down the slope, with the others hastily following suit. Yet, all but Gao were swiftly cleaved apart by the pursuing sword light. The hillside was soon enveloped in a mist of blood, and bodies fell one after another. In a frenzy of terror, he wailed as he fled, pushing his speed to its utmost limits, lamenting that he wished his parents had given him a few more legs. As he ran, a fierce gust of wind suddenly whirled past him, and the terrifying blind man stood before him not far away. God Lord, save me! Gao cried out in despair. Stop! A thunderous command shattered the night sky, bringing forth an overwhelming aura of death. Those who dare to harm my Retribution temple shall perish. Who dares to harm one of my own? I will have them killed. An elderly man's enraged voice boomed like thunder. Almost simultaneously, a figure transformed into a blur, rushing forth like a tempest of wrath. Grandfather, save me! Gao cried out in elation. Oh, not fear, grandson. I will rescue you. Who dares touch you? I shall whoosh a head soared into the sky. In Gao's horrified gaze, the old man's frenzied figure collided with a large tree. Impaled by a dry branch, hanging lifelessly from the trunk. No, grandfather, Gao's anguished wail echoed. Ning Bufan's face remained impassive as he thrust his sword forward. Thud. Gao felt a sharp pain as a cold metallic object pierced through his shoulder. Gao collapsed, clutching his shoulder in agony. You would do best to remain silent. The chilling voice was colder than the blade's edge. Gao, terrified, stifled his cries, looking up in dread at the figure before him. Who is the divine envoy Ning Zhaodi you mentioned earlier? Ning Bufan questioned, uncertain whether the individual referred to was merely a namesake. Ning Zhaodi, that name is a thorn in Ning Bufan's heart. For as long as he could remember, Ning Zhaodi had despised her younger brother, reveling in his absence when he went missing, even suggesting to their parents that they adopt another child. Thus, the family ventured to an orphanage, where Ning Zhaodi laid eyes on Long Tianyi, later renamed Ning Yifan. Ning Zhaodi showered Ning Yifan with affection, and after futile opposition, she left the country to pursue her studies. Refusing to cast Ning Bufan even a glance, "Brother, look, what is that?" On a high staircase, a little girl played with a smaller boyt that moment. The girl pointed towards a distant rising balloon, exclaiming excitedly. The curious boy ran towards her to see what she was pointing at. Unexpectedly, the girl suddenly pushed her brother, and he tumbled down the stairs, losing consciousness. When the boy awoke, he found himself taken to the mountains by an old man. Becoming the child's master, he had long sought to understand why Ning Zhaodi harbored such animosity towards him since childhood. But now, such thoughts seemed irrelevant. He would simply kill her. The terrifying intent to kill surged forth, enveloping Gao in a frigid dread. Ning Bufan's expression shifted to one of astonishment. To his surprise, Ning Zhaodi was an awakened one. "Brother, I have said everything. Can I go now?" Gao's voice trembled with fear. Swish, a sword fell, and Gao's fear was silenced. A head rolled down the slope like a mere ball. Ning Bufan would not spare those who sought his life. From that moment on, a taboo emerged within the martial world concerning Ning Bufan. One must never harbor murderous intent against him, lest they meet their end. Little by, transform, first to the Yi family, then to the southern wilderness. Ning Bufan spoke with a tone of icy indifference. With a flap of wings, Little by transformed into a large bird capable of carrying one person. Ning Bufan leaped onto its back with a spring of his toes. With a resounding cry, Little by soared into the sky, disappearing into the distant horizon. Little by had once mingled with the southern wilderness war god, holding a high status and having visited many formidable factions alongside him. The Yi family was among them. With ease, it guided Ning Bufan, reaching maximum speed. After traversing a vast ocean for over an hour, they arrived at the location of the Yi family's estate in Lingnan. Upon Ning Bufan's arrival, he found the grand buildings deserted. They had received word in advance and fled, set it ablaze. Ning Bufan's expression turned as cold as ice. They had escaped too quickly. With a mighty cry, Little by obeyed the command, unleashing flames upon the expansive and opulent Yi family estate. In no time, the luxurious structures were engulfed in flames, reducing even the smallest ant to ashes. Onlookers, witnessing the inferno, rushed to aid, but the flames raged too fiercely to be extinguished. Among the crowd were also members of the Yi family, their hearts bleeding at the sight of their ancestral legacy being devoured by fire. Though the people were unharmed, the loss of these precious structures, some with histories spanning centuries, was unbearable. The devastation was profound. The crux of the matter is that the illustrious Yi family, a super clan, has now been set ablaze, and they dare not utter a sound in response. What dignity remains for such a prestigious family? Ning Bufan, however, is indifferent to the Yi family's reputation, allowing Xiaobai to unleash the flames before departing. The Yi family may have evaded the initial disaster, but they cannot escape the ensuing storm. Father, the fiend Ning Bufan has left in a clandestine underground chamber in Lingnan. An elderly man in his 60s sits upon a sofa, his gaze fixated on the computer screen displaying the inferno consuming the Yi family. His countenance darkens to an extreme, an uncontainable murderous intent gleaming in his eyes. At this moment, a middle-aged man cautiously approaches to deliver a report. This is an unprecedented humiliation. The old man erupts, violently smashing the computer to the ground. With a resounding crash, sparks fly, and the screen shatters. Yet the device, of sturdy construction, continues to broadcast the scene. "Shut it down. Turn it off," he bellows, his eyes ablaze with fury. Someone hastily rushes to comply, disconnecting the device. Nearby, his son, trembling with fear and perspiration beading on his forehead, pleads, "Father, please calm down. Our people are unharmed." Slap! The old man retaliates with a stinging backhand across the face of the middle-aged man, pointing a finger in anger as he berates him, "Useless wretch. The Yi family has stood firm for centuries. We have never endured such a profound humiliation, driven to flee by a cripple, our ancestral estate reduced to ashes. And we dare not utter a word. A disgrace, an unparalleled disgrace. Indeed, the patriarch of the Yi family, in his wrath, has opened Pandora's box, unleashing hidden masters into the world. Unbeknownst to Ning Bufan, a greater tempest awaits him. At this very moment, Xiaobai speeds southward towards the barren lands. Meanwhile, outside the southern gate of the town, a brutal battle unfolds amidst mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Tai Xian, are you all right? Li Su inquires anxiously, observing the battered Tai Xian. Wiping the blood from his face, Tai Xian dismisses, I'm fine, merely a scratch. After hastily tending to his wounds, he plunges back into the fray. Outside, the relentless army of eerie beasts has already besieged the southern gate. The roars of the beasts shake the heavens, the very air trembling with their ferocity. Brothers, it is time to achieve glory for our nation. Rally your spirits. The commanders atop the city walls shout fervently, encouraging the defenders. Divine Envoy, the southern gate is already under our iron heel. Ha ha ha. For the first time in history, we are making our mark. On the mountaintop, Tuagong and Tuapua are beside themselves with excitement. Ning Zhaodi, too, is filled with fervor, issuing a thunderous command. Send my orders, flatten the southern gate, kill. The horns of assault resonate through the night sky. Charge. The earth trembles as a stampede of beasts surges forth. A torrent of eerie creatures overwhelming the ground outside the southern gate. Fire, fire. The cannons roar to life, turning the path of the eerie beasts into a sea of flames. In an instant, severed limbs and shattered remains are sent flying. Yet, nothing can halt the advance. A dense throng of eerie beasts, undeterred by cannon fire, tramples over their fallen comrades as they push towards the southern gate. Open fire, kill. The cacophony of heavy weaponry erupts, sending terrifying fire whips crackling through the beastly ranks, tearing flesh and splattering blood. The battle between humanity and the eerie beasts, unlike any seen before, has reached a fever pitch as time progresses. The flames of war continue to rage. Warriors, charge. The southern war god has been slain by our forces. The southern army is now leaderless. Annihilate them. Charge, charge. The overseers from the eerie god temple shout fervently. Blood has drenched the ground beneath the southern gate. The defenders, driven to the brink, have turned crimson with rage, expending every last round without pause. Reload, reload, hurry. The shouts echo, intermingling with the roars of the eerie beasts and the thunder of gunfire, resonating throughout the world. The eerie beasts halt at a distance of 500 meters, this line becoming a boundary of death. A relentless barrage of artillery and ammunition rains down on this position, resulting in a mountain of eerie beast corpses. Divine Envoy, can we now release the aerial beasts? From the distant mountaintop, someone peers through binoculars at the ever-growing mound of bodies outside the southern gate. Their heart racing, Ning Zhaodi, maintaining a calm demeanor, shakes her head. Not yet. Continue the assault. Let our warriors' corpses form a mountain that surpasses the city walls. What? The onlookers' faces twitch in disbelief. It appears she is utterly unperturbed. Yet the command of the Divine Envoy must be obeyed. The horns of assault sound louder. Though the eerie beasts may possess simple minds, they too harbor hatred and emotions. Witnessing the gruesome deaths of their comrades ignites a fierce rage within them, propelling them forward, undeterred by death. Before long, the mound of corpses begins to rise above the southern gate. Perhaps due to the overwhelming casualties, the offensive of the eerie beasts gradually weakens until it finally ceases. Ha ha ha. Come on, keep coming. I shall have you piled high in corpses, rivers flowing with blood. On the city walls, the soldiers cheer, celebrating their triumph. We thought these beasts were fearless, yet they have finally been repelled. What a relief! Ha ha ha! Tai Xian gazes at the towering mountain of corpses 500 meters away, laughing heartily. Cough, cough, coughed. A familiar coughing sound suddenly echoes, leaving everyone stunned. General Mei, General Mei. The soldiers are astonished. They had not anticipated Mei Jingzhong, a seemingly frail scholar, to arrive at the front lines. Tai Xian and Li Su, who are in command, are taken aback and rush forward. General Mei, how could you come here? It is far too dangerous, Li Su exclaims anxiously. Mei Jingzhong gestures dismissively. Do not be alarmed. I simply came to assess the situation. How fares it now? Rest assured, General Mei. Have you seen that mountain of corpses 500 meters away? It's taller than our city wall. Ha ha. Tai Xian laughs heartily, and the others join in his mirth. However, as Mei Jingzhong gazes at the towering mound, His brow furrows with concern. Suddenly, realization dawns upon him, and he bellows. This is bad. Quickly, bombard the mound of corpses. Do it now. The crowd is perplexed. Just as they prepare to inquire, countless terrifying four-legged eerie beasts leap from the summit of the mound, diving down from above. In an instant, a dark swarm of four-legged creatures fills the sky above them. These are the highly agile frog beasts. Air defense, quickly, protect General May. The frantic cries shatter the night sky. Da-da-da-da, tut-tut-tut. Bang, bang, bang. The previously intermittent gunfire erupts once more. Yet this time, the defenders are not so fortunate. Most of the frog beasts land upon the city walls and immediately engage the defenders in brutal combat. Up they go, up they go. The divine envoy is astute. Ha ha ha, on the distant mountaintop. Ning Zhaodi observes her handiwork, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. From a distance of 500 meters, these highly agile eerie beasts. Descending from above, present no challenge. Even the tremendous force of their descent obliterates some defensive structures, with some guards being struck down outright. Establish an aerial fire net, block them, whoosh whoosh whoosh, tut tut tut. In an instant, a terrifying web of firepower weaves across the sky. The sky is filled with the shredded remains of the frog beasts, blood spraying, and flesh flying high in the air. A storm of blood and flesh begins to fall. The once dark sky gradually clears. Relay my orders. The frog beasts shall continue their assault without pause, expend every effort to deplete their aerial defenses. Ning Zhaodi commands fiercely. Understood. Howl, howl, howl. The horn sounds resonate through the heavens, shattering the night sky. The entire expanse above the southern gate trembles in response to the frenzied horns. At this moment, the artillery defending the gate also reacts, quickly adjusting their aim. Powerful shells rain down upon the mound of corpses, collapsing it under the bombardment. Simultaneously, incendiary shells descend from the sky, igniting a furious sea of flames that engulfs the land, painting the entire expanse a vivid red. The eerie corpses, roasted by the searing heat, emit the tantalizing aroma of barbecued meat. At this moment, the artillery fire reaches unprecedented intensity. Charge! Charge! The eerie beasts, undeterred by the cannon fire, recklessly surge forward. Some beasts, reduced to mere halves, continue their relentless charge, instilling fear in all who behold them. These creatures have truly gone mad. Amidst the chaos created by the frog beasts, the ground beneath the city walls suddenly fractures, and a swarm of burrowing beasts emerges from below. To guard against the burrowing beasts. The foundations of the walls were reinforced with powerful concrete and steel, preventing them from breaking through. Instead, they emerge from beneath, scaling the walls to attack. These burrowing beasts differ from the first wave. They are larger and possess tougher armored backs. Killing one requires an immense amount of ammunition. The defenders are compelled to divert some of their forces to confront the burrowing beasts that have reached the base of the walls. This, in turn, disperses their strength. Outside, the relentless tide of eerie beasts continues to surge forth, persistently breaching the 500-meter blockade. Some ranged attackers among the eerie beasts begin to spew venom and fire towards the city walls, rapidly escalating the casualty count among the defenders. Mei Jingzhong, now in a secure location, gazes at the grim battlefield ahead, his expression grave. The ferocity of this eerie beast assault is unprecedented, bordering on insanity. If the war god Nan Qingtian were present, his mere presence could intimidate 100,000 eerie beasts, perhaps sparing the southern gate from falling today. But now, the situation is perilous. Ultimately, he is merely a civilian, and no amount of cunning can match raw power. General Mei, you should retreat to the rear. This place remains too hazardous, implores Yang Zhan, the leader of the Eerie Hunter Corps, accompanied by several strong protectors. Yang Zhan was momentarily taken aback, his brow furrowing in contemplation. Apart from the recent assaults by the frog beasts, there has been nothing else. Yet, that does not account for their aerial forces. Numerous flying monstrosities remain unengaged to this day. There is only one plausible explanation. They intend to reserve this living force for a final strike. Quickly, relay the command. Cease anti-air fire. All defense units, maintain vigilant observation of aerial movements. Replenish ammunition? Yes. The subordinates understood the gravity of the situation and hurried to deliver the orders. However, before the command could be fully communicated, the sky suddenly darkened. accompanied by the sound of tearing air and the roar of violent winds. Those embroiled in the fierce battle could not help but look skyward. Upon doing so, each one was left dumbstruck, their skin crawling with dread. Flying monstrosities descended like a plague of locusts, blotting out the sun. The trump card had been revealed, and the most frenzied assault of the beasts commenced. Howls echoed. Howls echoed. Cackles rang out. The clarion call of the charge, mingled with the cries of birds, resounded across the vast expanse of sky. Open fire! The aerial artillery unleashed its fury. Rat-tat-tat. Boom, boom, boom. Once again, a terrifying web of firepower wove through the air. Simultaneously, explosive shells detonated mid-flight. The anguished cries of the beasts pierced the heavens. Amidst the carnage, colossal bodies of the monstrosities plummeted to the ground, crashing down with such force that they created deep craters in the earth. Yet, countless beasts still breached the fire net, soaring above the Jiangnan Pass. "Capture Mei Shuai," Commander Yang bellowed, drawing his Tang sword. "Hunters, heed my command, prepare for battle." The moment of life and death had arrived. Chapter 90. The first barrier of the southern wilderness falls. The sudden emergence of flying beasts caught the defending troops completely off guard. The aerial fire net had just unleashed a barrage, and the ammunition was not yet replenished, allowing a dense swarm of flying monstrosities to breach the blockade and ascend above the Jiangnan Pass. By the time the anti-air fire network roared to life, it was too late. The enormous aerial beasts, even if shot down, would crash down upon the buildings and people below, causing widespread devastation. Yet, they could not afford to let these creatures roam freely, for the consequences would be far graver. In an instant, the sky was filled with massive beasts plummeting like rain, leaving the surface positions of the Jiangnan Pass in utter chaos. "Retreat! Retreat into the bunkers! Hurry!" The defenders screamed frantically, forced to abandon their surface positions and seek refuge in the bunkers. Even within the bunkers, some structures collapsed under the relentless bombardment, resulting in the heroic sacrifice of all inside. At this juncture, there was no place left to retreat. "Brothers, fight! Fight!" None among the defenders faltered. Even at the risk of being crushed by collapsing bunkers, they unleashed their ammunition with fervor, determined to wipe out every beast within their sight. In the air, fighter jets howled as they unleashed a torrent of firepower, forming a blockade line in conjunction with the anti-air defenses. The anguished screams and roars of the beasts mingled with the sounds of gunfire, creating a cacophony overhead. The beasts, undaunted, surged forward. Those in the front exploded into a shower of blood and flesh, only to be followed by their relentless kin. The aerial creatures with long-range capabilities continuously spewed forth flames. Black mist, hurricanes, and hail. Fighter jets fell from the skies in droves. This was a brutal aerial slaughter. The beast hunters' flying units surged forth. "Kill!" A furious roar pierced through the chaotic din. 100 elite beast hunters rode various giant flying birds into the night sky, joining the aerial battle. The beasts could be tamed by humans, becoming mounts and war creatures. However, taming these beasts was exceedingly difficult. Thus, after many years of development, the southern wilderness beast hunters only had a 100-strong flying unit. Damn it, those traitors wiped them all out. Through the telescope, Ning Zhaodi witnessed the beasts, under the control of the beast hunters, ruthlessly attacking their own kind, igniting a furious rage among her ranks. Their own flying beasts were few. The sudden appearance of over 100 traitors was enough to incite intense hatred. Indeed, there existed many flying creatures. Yet, once they mutated into beasts, they grew to an enormous size, with many possessing wings yet being unable to fly. Only those reaching level 5 could take to the skies, and only at level 8 could they become combat effective. Thus, flying beasts were exceedingly rare. This was the very reason Ning Zhaodi intended to deploy them at a critical moment. As their numbers were truly limited, increased ground attacks. The Jiangnan Pass is ours. Seeing the surface positions of the Jiangnan Pass utterly destroyed, a victorious smile crept upon Ning Zhaodi's lips. From the moment the flying beasts descended upon the Jiangnan Pass, the outcome was sealed. Howls echoed. Howls echoed. The clarion call of the charge sounded once more. A torrent of beasts launched a final assault. The ferocious artillery could not halt their advance. The first barrier of the southern wilderness, Jiangnan Pass, had fallen. The dense mass of beasts engulfed the majestic gate, aside from a few soldiers retreating to the rear lines. The majority met with heroic sacrifice, embodying their vow to protect their homeland. Ha ha ha, we have taken it. Ha ha ha. Laughter rang out from the mountain peak, echoing through the forest. This was a historic moment. Forward, to Zhen and pass. Ning Zhaodi shouted excitedly. At once, those around her complied with a resounding affirmation. My lord, how shall we deal with these two defectors? Tua Gong inquired, glancing at Wei Xiangnan and Jiang Waner. Ning Zhaodi paused momentarily before instructing. Wei Xiangnan is a high-ranking member of the Beast Hunters. Privy to many secrets, sending him to the headquarters of the Beast God Temple will prove invaluable. As for this woman, she shall remain here. She holds little significance. Understood. Tua Gong immediately commanded that the two be taken away, making the necessary arrangements. Subsequently, Tua Gong, Tua Per, and Yi Xiong led a cadre of flying beasts into the air, escorting Ning Zhaodi toward the Jianan Pass. On the other side, the loss of Jianan Pass was, without a doubt, a thunderclap for the Southern Wilderness Army. Mei Shuai, Jianan Pass has fallen. A blood-soaked soldier burst into the operations room to deliver an urgent report. The expressions of those within the operations room shifted dramatically, fear evident in their eyes as they turned to Mei Jingzhong, who stood at the forefront. Mei Jingzhong surveyed the operations table, his demeanor calm. Cough, cough, cough. He cleared his throat a few times, unhurriedly directing a question toward one individual. What is the status of the civilian evacuation? Mei Jingzhong's expression darkened, tinged with helplessness. He had anticipated this scenario. You go personally to oversee the evacuation, expedite the withdrawal of civilians. Take as many as you can, and we will do our utmost to buy you time here. Yes. With that, the subordinate hurried away. Mei Jingzhong's resolute gaze fell upon the others. Friends, though the Jianan Pass has fallen, we are still here. According to our prior arrangements, we will utilize the terrain and hidden fortifications to engage in a war of attrition against the beasts. Depleting their living forces, we must buy time for the civilian evacuation and for the strategic deployment of our rear defenses. A glint of determination flashed in Mei Jingzhong's eyes. Mei Shuai, you should leave with the civilians. We will hold the line here. At that moment, a towering figure, stained in blood, strode in. Iron Xian, yes, Mei Shuai, you should go. Others echoed in agreement. Mei Jingzhong waved his hand. Anyone may leave, but I cannot. With the southern commander absent, I bear full responsibility for the fall of Jianan Pass. Mei Shuai, that cannot be said. Iron Xian's eyes reddened. You go. I will hold this position. Obey the orders. Mei Jingzhong's voice boomed, radiating a fearsome authority that left everyone momentarily stunned. The operations room fell into silence. Mei Jingzhong took a deep breath. Friends, take your positions. Should you leave, I shall be the last to go. Very well. The soldiers resignedly offered a salute to Mei Jingzhong before departing with a sense of tragic resolve. Iron Xian did not leave, his eyes fixed on Mei Jingzhong, filled with urgency. Mei Shuai, you must go. Without the southern commander, the Southern Wilderness Army cannot afford to lose you as well. Mei Jingzhong smiled bitterly, shaking his head. If I were to leave now, the Southern Wilderness Army would be left leaderless, morale would swiftly collapse, and everything would be over. Even if we survive, we would become the enemies of the nation and the people. As long as I remain, the spirit of the Southern Wilderness Army remains, allowing us to buy even a single extra minute. He stepped forward, placing a hand on Iron Xian's shoulder, his tone resolute and somber. Iron Xian? In the face of our nation's peril, someone must make a sacrifice. Now is our time to do so. Iron Xian fell silent, the iron-willed man gazing at Mei Jingzhong, his eyes beginning to glisten with tears. With a sudden gesture, he raised his hand and rendered a fierce salute, turning to stride away. As he exited, he seized the commander of Mei Shuai's personal guard, his eyes ablaze as he growled. You must protect Mei Shuai at all costs. Otherwise, I swear I will die before Mei Shuai does. The commander of the personal guard remained composed, interrupting Iron Xian. I assure you, I will die before Mei Shuai does. Iron Xian paused, nodded, and plunged into the brutal battlefield outside. Outside, artillery roared and gunfire rained down in all directions. The beasts had already infiltrated the camp, and a brutal hand-to-hand slaughter ensued. Gunfire echoed everywhere, shadows of beasts rampaged, and blood and flesh flew in all directions. Chapter 91. In today's battle, there is no survival at this moment, chaos reigned. Yet the command tent remained under the control of the Southern Wilderness Army. Iron Xian, has Mei Shuai agreed to leave? A bloodied middle-aged man, donning a straw hat, rushed over to it was Commander Yang Zhan of the Beast Hunters. Iron Xian shook his head, recounting the earlier exchange. Truly, Mei Shuai is commendable. A look of determination flickered in Yang Zhan's eyes. If Mei Shuai stands firm, we shall fight to the death. Commander Yang, your numbers are limited. Scattered on the battlefield, your impact is minimal. Instead, why not come here to protect Mei Shuai? As long as Mei Shuai remains, we shall not be defeated. Iron Xian gritted his teeth. That is precisely my intention. Yang Zhan immediately summoned the remaining beast hunters. The losses had been severe. From a force of 2,000, only about 800 remained combat-ready. Once the 800 were deployed, Iron Xian plunged headlong into the flames of battle, leading his brothers to continue the fight. The encampment of the million-strong army stretched to the horizon, seemingly boundless. Although the sinister beasts had breached the southern pass, seizing the entirety of the southern wilderness was no simple task. Divine Messenger, the artillery of the southern wilderness forces is formidable. We must devise a strategy to neutralize it, or else the battle will be arduous and prolonged. Observing the stalemate on the battlefield from atop the southern pass, a group of individuals from the Hall of Deceit grew increasingly anxious as dawn approached. After surveying the scene with her binoculars, Ning Zhaodi issued a command. Wild Bear, take your elite squad and destroy the artillery positions. Understood. Wild Bear, towering nearly 3 meters tall, bellowed before leading his subordinates away. At the artillery positions of the Southern Wilderness Army, empty shell casings had piled up like mountains. Some cannon barrels had turned red-hot, necessitating cooling with cold water before they could continue firing. A specialized task force was assigned to safeguard the artillery, unaware that a figure clad in black robes, accompanied by a young woman, had quietly emerged from the nearby thicket. Miss Shangnan, do you not crave blood? Those individuals ahead are your reservoir. Commence at once, the cloaked figure remarked with an eerie smile. Shangnan gazed at the bustling crowd nearby, her eyes suddenly turning crimson in the blink of an eye. A blood-red spider materialized